Chapter 1. The Supreme Bone. In the realm of spirits, there lay the 18 states, with King's Yunhan City as its heart. Heavy dark clouds shrouded the sky, and torrential rain accompanied by fierce winds swept through every corner of the land. All was silent, the only sounds were the wind and the rain. A young man clad in black, with long hair cascading over his face, appeared almost deranged. His eyes were devoid of life as he trudged through the downpour, his body growing increasingly frail. His vitality waned, and he murmured, "My supreme bone." He, Shi Tian, was born with the supreme bone, possessing the essence of supremacy. Yet, it had been cruelly stripped from him by the elders of his clan and bestowed upon his cousin, Shi. Blood may be thicker than water, but in the face of human greed, it is utterly fragile. His uncle, Shi, took advantage of the absence of both his grandfather and father, preying upon his youth. Now, bereft of his supreme bone, his fate was but a slow march towards death. Unless he could find the elixir of immortality, a treasure that even the Shi clan lacked, how could Shi Tian possibly possess it? Am I destined to be but a fleeting moment in time? Yet I do not wish to perish. Stumbling forward, Shi Rishin's blurred vision caught sight of a grove where a wooden cabin nestled in the valley. In this desolate place, how could there be a dwelling? He approached the cabin and pushed open the door. Inside the modest wooden cabin, traces of the Tao lingered in the air. The essence of the Tao enveloped him, miraculously stabilizing his injuries. The cabin contained a simple wooden table, a bookshelf, 2 wooden stools, and a pot of hot tea, all exceedingly unpretentious. Yet this arrangement felt inherently harmonious, embodying the principle that the Tao is found in simplicity. Notably, the bookshelf held merely a dozen tomes, yet they resonated with the echoes of the Tao, closing one's eyes and listening allowed one to comprehend the profound truths within. Such a treasure trove must surely be the abode of a sage. Shi Tian trembled with anticipation. This was the will of heaven. "Welcome, esteemed guest, to my bookstore. What tomes do you seek?" From the humble cabin emerged Lin Shi, clad in azure, exuding an ethereal grace. At first glance, Shi Tian beheld Lin Shi, surrounded by the aura of the Tao. With a mere gesture, he seemed to command the very forces of the universe. This man had emerged from chaos. Stepping through time, he gathered the myriad paths of the heavens within himself. What an extraordinary figure. He must be a formidable master of the third realm of transformation. In Yunhan City, an expanse of countless miles, the Shi clan stood as a powerful lineage, capable of shaking the very foundations of the city with a mere stomp. Yet, even the strongest among the clan paled in comparison to this azure-clad shopkeeper. Lin Shi observed the youth before him. He was the first customer since his arrival in this world 3 months prior. The boy's pallor and despondent aura suggested he had lost something precious, leading to his current state of despair. Lin Shi shook his head, sighing repeatedly. A poor soul, bereft of the most cherished of treasures. Upon hearing these words, Shi Rishin's eyes widened in shock. He trembled all over. Indeed, this was a sage. In one glance, he discerned the loss of his supreme bone, which was undeniably his most treasured possession. This sage could surely save him. Though the traces of the Tao within this place had momentarily stabilized his injuries, he would ultimately meet a fatal end. "Oh sage, can you assist me?" Shi Rishin's heart raced as a dying man. He felt it presumptuous to make such a request, hoping not to offend the sage. Lin Shi secretly chuckled. It seemed his assumptions were correct, for this customer had already begun to revere him as a sage. As his first customer, he must seize this opportunity. Having traversed to this realm, he was equipped with a system for a divine bookstore. Yet, the system imposed restrictions, forbidding him from seeking customers, compelling him to wait for them to arrive, a most frustrating regulation. Moreover, his initial activity range was confined to a mere 100,100,100 cubic meters. Each customer would expand his range by an additional 100,100,100 cubic meters. To escape this forest and find a sacred site for cultivation, he must make the most of this opportunity. Lin Shi approached the wooden table, pouring a cup of bland tea for Shi Tian. "Do not rush, drink some water first." Shi Tian complied, gazing at the liquid on the table, momentarily entranced. The green tea rippled, emanating an endless aura of the Tao, weaving an astonishing vitality. This was no mere water, it was the very essence of life, invigorating every cell in his body with just a whiff. The six paths of vitality tea. Sure Rishan's eyes widened in astonishment. This was equivalent to an elixir of immortality, and the sage had poured him a full cup. Such divine substance was typically measured drop by drop, yet here he was bestowed an entire cup. A tempest of emotions surged within him. This sage truly understood his condition. Thus, he granted him this cup of six paths of vitality tea, ensuring he would not succumb to death. The sage had shown him immense kindness. Sure Ritien felt parched, repeatedly licking his lips. "O sage, may I partake?" Lin Chi paused, then chuckled. After all, it was merely tea with little leaves. This youth appeared worldly, likely due to his affluent background, having never encountered such humble tea. With this realization, Lin Chi waved his hand generously. "Drink as much as you like, there's plenty." Sure Ritien was astonished. The sage generously offered him an infinite supply of the six paths of vitality tea. He felt as though he were elevating the sage to new heights of reverence. He lifted the cup, taking a sip, and the moment the liquid touched his lips, it transformed into a torrent of vitality, coursing through his body. The immense trauma from losing his supreme bone began to heal gradually under this overwhelming life force. Sure Ritien was astounded. This truly was the six paths of vitality tea, unparalleled in its efficacy. Even the sacred sites within the 18 states of Shanyan would not dare to be so extravagant as to consume an entire cup of the divine tea. A single drop could revive the dead, yet the sage had allowed him to drink a full cup. This sage must be a powerful figure from ancient times, choosing to hide among mortals, contemplating higher realms of existence. With this thought, Sure Ritien grew cautious, fearing he might disturb the sage's solitude. As the tea coursed through him, Sure Rishan's injuries were completely restored. His blood surged with renewed vigor, infusing his spine with strength, and a pattern emerged. Sure Ritien had stepped into the bone pattern realm. Yet, this was not enough to excite him. His thoughts were solely on how Lin Chi might assist him. "O sage, I implore you to help me." Sure Rishan's gaze was earnest, his heartfelt plea evoking deep emotion. Lin Chi nodded. This youth had indeed suffered a profound blow, finding himself at the nadir of his life. Approaching the bookshelf, which held only 12 books, Lin Chi selected one. How to Walk Out Alive Second Spring. Since he had lost his most cherished possession, perhaps this book could guide the youth out of his low point. "Here, this book is suited for you." Chapter 2. How to Reforge the Supreme Bone. This book originated from his system, the Divine Bookstore. After a certain period, the system would provide him with a few books, all of which were rather unimpressive. Titles such as 100 Ways to Raise Pigs and Planting Manual filled him with despair. Upon seeing such titles, Lin Chi felt utterly disheartened. Having traversed to a foreign realm, he was given such mediocre texts instead of unparalleled cultivation techniques. In a world where mountains could be moved and seas filled, he was relegated to running a bookstore, living the life of an ordinary shopkeeper. To make matters worse, his range of activity was restricted, denying him even the chance to encounter sacred sites for cultivation. He had to continuously receive customers to expand his range. Lin Chi lamented inwardly. This was already too much, yet the system further confined him to waiting for customers to appear. Even when they did, he could only lend the books, not sell them. What kind of golden finger was this system? It was utterly ludicrous. At last, a customer had arrived, and his range would finally expand. "Sacred sites, wait for me. I shall put an end to my mundane existence as a shopkeeper," Lin Chi shouted within his heart. He hastily handed the book How to Walk Out of Live's Second Spring to Sure Ritien. As Sure Ritien accepted it, he was met with a striking title, How to Reforge the Supreme Bone. This was a method of reconstruction. Sure Rishan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his breath quickened. This promised to allow him to rise anew, to be reborn from the ashes. Instinctively, Sure Ritien opened the book and turned to the first page. At that moment, the remnants of his supreme blood began to boil within him. The pages surged forth with boundless principles of supremacy. These were the tyrannical laws that transcended all withered grass could cleave the heavens, and decayed what could suppress the stars. This was the law of supremacy. Sure Rishin's eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating an astonishing light. Just by opening the book, the principles of supremacy became manifest, igniting the supreme blood within him. He could scarcely fathom what it would mean to reforge his supreme bone according to this method. How formidable this supreme bone shall become, at the very least, it will overshadow the one that was seized. Lin Chi, wearing a smile, observed the guest's demeanor. It appears that I have chosen the right book. This guest seems utterly captivated. Sure Ritian yearned to continue perusing, yet found himself unable to turn the pages. The supreme law had become a shackle, imprisoning him with relentless force. Seizing the moment, Lin Chi promptly commenced his business dealings. If you wish to continue reading, a rental is required, dear guest. A rental. Sure Ritian was instantly won over by Lin Chi's magnanimity. This is the spirit of a true master. Not only had he provided a cup of 6 paths vitality tea, but he was also willing to lend such a precious divine tome. This book could grant him a new lease on life. The master was indeed generous in offering it for rent. Such is the noble heart of a master. This shall be my lifelong aspiration. Master, I am willing to rent it. Sure Ritian was overwhelmed with excitement. This was his chance for rebirth, and he must seize it with unwavering determination. Lin Chi, witnessing the guest's fervor, was left in a state of bewilderment. After all, it was merely a book, an ordinary piece of motivational literature at that. Why did this guest seem as though he had never encountered a book before? The system had provided such motivational content in abundance. Truly, there was an endless supply. Lin Chi felt a surge of delight. It seemed this world was devoid of such literature, presenting him with a golden opportunity. Clearing his throat to regain his composure, he continued, "For the rental fee, you may offer me anything you deem fit." The system had set no strict guidelines, and Lin Chi's temperament was rather laid back, so he decided to leave it to the guest's discretion. Yet deep down, Lin Chi yearned for some body-refining elixirs, those most fundamental of potions. He was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts. He hoped one day to achieve feats of moving mountains and filling seas. Sure Ritian took the master's words to heart, understanding their significance. Though the master had said to offer anything, he could not simply comply. Sure Ritian produced his most treasured possession, the supreme treasure, the Veil of Heaven. This was an unparalleled treasure forged only by those of the third realm of creation. Before him lay a fabric, enveloped in an array of obscure nuances. A terrifying aura was concealed within, with faint energies potent enough to part seas and cleave mountains. This was a treasure left to him by his grandfather with this cloth. No outsider could harm Sure Ritian. Alas, it had ultimately fallen into the hands of one of his own. Were this veil of heaven to manifest in the present world, it would undoubtedly stir the entire Yunnan city and even Qingzhou, igniting a fervor. "Master, do you think this cloth is acceptable?" Sure Ritian inquired cautiously. This was his most cherished item, a legacy from his grandfather. Lin Chi regarded the Veil of Heaven, sighing inwardly. The cloth was entirely black, appearing quite fine, seemingly rather supple. Yet, how valuable could a mere piece of fabric truly be? Nevertheless, a small gift holds great sentiment after all. This was his very first guest, so he would consider it a means of aiding the young man towards a brighter path. Lin Chi accepted the Veil of Heaven, casually placing on the wooden table, his demeanor quite nonchalant. Fearing he might hurt the guest's feelings, Lin Chi subtly remarked, "The cloth is quite nice. I shall keep it to dust the bookshelf." Sure Ritian was taken aback, and after a long pause, he could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, a master of such caliber would regard this as merely a tool for cleaning. This was a supreme treasure capable of inciting a storm of bloodshed, yet in the eyes of the master, it was fit only for polishing shelves. Surely, the master's realm had long surpassed the third realm of creation. Upon this realization, Sure Ritian couldn't help but feel relieved. He was fortunate to have encountered such a master. Lin Chi retrieved a bamboo scroll from another location and placed it upon the wooden table. "Come forth and register your name." Sure Ritian obediently inscribed his name, for he would surely heed the words of the master. Ding! One guest received. The area expands by 100,100,100 cubic meters. Lin Chi felt a surge of joy within. His sphere of activities had finally expanded. A smile graced his lips as he picked up the bamboo scroll to peruse. Shi Tian, he murmured softly, reflecting on how this name resembled the protagonists of popular novels from his previous life on Earth. After registering the name, he issued a gentle admonition to Shi Tian. The scroll must be returned in 1 month, or else he would be placed on the blacklist. This nonchalant warning sent a chill down Shi Tian's spine that a master was cautioning him about the consequences of failing to return the book. Shi Tian dared not imagine the repercussions and immediately knelt down. Master, I, Shi Tian, possess unwavering integrity. I assure you I will return this book. Lin Shi was taken aback. He had merely jested, yet Shi Tian had knelt before him. Please rise, he urged, helping Shi Tian to his feet and gently patting him that a man should not kneel without cause. Beneath a man's knees lies gold. Hearing this, Lin Shi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had pulled a youth from the depths of despair. Such is the allure of inspirational tales. How wonderful it would be to have more guests like him. How could he not soon step foot into the sacred realm of cultivation? After a brief conversation, Shi Tian took his leave that he arrived alone and departed as such, yet the transformation within that single individual was monumental. Lin Shi watched as Shi Tian's figure gradually faded into the distance, beginning to anticipate the life that lay ahead. Sacred realm, O sacred realm, await my arrival. Lin Shi. Chapter 3. The little fox having left the desolate land, Shi Tian clenched the scroll titled How to Reforge the Supreme Bone. Flames of determination igniting in his eyes. Even if you possess my supreme bone, what of it? I shall make you understand that what is not yours cannot be yours. He was resolute in reclaiming that supreme bone. He would also seek out his father and grandfather. They were his closest kin. Shi Tian opened the scroll, and the vast principles of the supreme law surged forth, gathering the momentum of the world. In that instant, countless laws of the universe bowed in submission. Shi Tian's breath quickened with excitement as he turned to the second page. The supreme bone is born of heaven and earth, the embodiment of all laws. To reforge it, one must use the blood of the supreme as a guide, with heaven and earth as its foundation, and all laws as the catalyst. Such a succinct statement could mobilize the very essence of the universe. This was merely a book, just a book, yet it wielded such power. How formidable must a master be? Shi Tian felt a surge of gratitude for encountering this master. He vowed to achieve greatness and walk alongside him. Taking a deep breath, Shi Tian commenced his journey to reforge the supreme bone. The remnants of supreme blood within him boiled furiously, while the spiritual energy of the 6 paths of vitality T began to resonate. Through the supreme blood, he unraveled the threads of the heavenly path. Threads of cosmic law flowed into Shi Tian's being, infusing the supreme blood with a golden radiance akin to the blazing sun. This was the foundation, the supreme foundation forged with the power of the heavenly laws. Merely envisioning it was extraordinary. For 3 days and nights, the heavenly laws intertwined within Shi Tian's body. The great path roared, and laws swirled around him, while golden light enveloped him, rendering him seemingly immortal. Without the supreme bone, he had already manifested the aura of a supreme king. The foundation solidified, and the next step was to accommodate the myriad laws of the world and give birth to the supreme bone. A person could possess 2 supreme bones, an unheard-of phenomenon. Yet now, due to the Master S book, he accomplished this unprecedented feat. How high must a Master S level truly be? Shi Tian opened his mouth wide, inhaling deeply, as if he were a whale swallowing the sea. Numerous laws converged within him, and under the nurturing of the myriad laws, the supreme blood gradually materialized. A golden fragment of bone formed within Shi Tian. The emergence of this fragment instantly elevated his aura to an unparalleled dominance, with the sun and moon revolving around him. The stars poured forth their brilliance, converging into a river of stars. This fragment marked the genesis of supremacy. This fragment heralded the birth of the mightiest supreme being. The supreme bone within Shi Tian voraciously absorbed the laws and essence of heaven and earth. As it grew wildly, it reached 4 inches in mere moments. Yet this was not its limit. This supreme bone possessed the potential for further growth. In the land of the Shur clan, amidst vast fertile fields and a magnificent bamboo building shrouded in spiritual mist. A youthful face opened its eyes. The nascent laws manifested upon his surface, and the bone patterns within him radiated a divine glow, swirling around a 3-inch supreme bone. This supreme bone belonged to Shur Ritian. This person was Shur Ritian's cousin. This 3-inch supreme bone had fully integrated into Shur Yi's being. Within Shur the supreme blood flowed, each drop imbued with unparalleled might. The convergence of myriad laws stirred the supreme blood within him to a boil. Shur Yi's eyes deepened, revealing a coldness that belied his age. They were eyes devoid of emotion, viewing all as mere fodder, with only himself as the pinnacle. The gathering of laws exhilarated his supreme blood. What was transpiring? Unsettled, Shur Yi pondered the source of the overwhelming aura that caused his heart to race. What could possibly instill such unease in him? Did mortals possess supreme bones? As the myriad laws dispersed, tranquility returned to the world. Shur Ritian gradually regulated his breath, the laws emerging from his supreme bone permeating his entire being, continuously fortifying him. With each breath, he exhaled like a dragon. The bone patterns, initially 99 in number, surged to 11 as Shur Ritian reforged his supreme bone. As the sun set, casting a blood-red hue, Shur Ritian stood beneath the slanted sunlight, whispering to himself, "The Shur clan is no longer an option. I shall seek out the Mad Dao Sacred Sect." The Mad Dao Sacred Sect was among the top 3 sects in Qingzhou, capable of contending with the Shur clan. Shur Ritian's entire being radiated with 11 bone patterns, his aura soaring to unprecedented heights as he shot forth like a gale. In an instant, he covered thousands of meters, racing towards the Mad Dao Sacred Sect. In the desolate land, the rain fell in a gentle patter. Lin Qi sat in his wooden cabin, munching on a cucumber. The system had just provided him with a fresh batch of vegetables and some seeds. Not only must he sell books, but he also had to take on farming duties. Alas, when would he ever begin his cultivation journey? Suddenly, Lin Qi found the cucumber in his hand to be tasteless. Wasn't this supposed to be a world of cultivation? How had he yet to encounter a single practitioner? Even a passerby soaring through the skies would suffice for a glimpse. Lin Qi felt disheartened. The system had granted him a shabby shop, and to top it off, it was situated deep within a secluded forest. 3 months had passed since he arrived in this world, and he had only one customer, Shur Ritian. Forget it. Perhaps a stroll will lift my spirits. Lin Qi cast aside the half-eaten cucumber, grabbed the blue lotus oil paper umbrella leaning against the door, and pushed it open. Creak. The wooden door creaked as it opened, revealing a serene expanse of greenery. Raindrops fell upon the verdant leaves, slipping away, creating a soft, rhythmic sound that was soothing to the ears. Lin Qi inhaled deeply, a look of contentment on his face. Although this location lacked clientele, the environment was quite pleasant. Living in such a place, even without cultivation, could extend one's lifespan. Holding the blue lotus umbrella, Lin Qi stood amidst the world. Shadows flitted through the surrounding grass, and suddenly, a small fox appeared. 1/2 meter in size, its snow-white fur was stained with the muck of the ground. Its delicate form collapsed before Lin Qi. With blue eyes gazing at him, the young fox thought, "Is this human unable to save me?" Being too young, it could not articulate its thoughts, but silently lamented. Behind the little fox, 2 male figures emerged, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, both transformed into human forms of golden-winged eagles. The 2 golden-winged eagles gazed at Lin Qi with fear. The umbrella in this human's hand resembled a blue lotus blooming amidst chaos. Akin to an everlasting ancient lotus, as the heavens poured rain, the blue lotus unfurled. From whence did this human come? It seemed as though he had emerged from the chaos, treading upon the endless passage of time. This human was undoubtedly a formidable being of the human race. The 2 had only come to fulfill a mission to eliminate the princess of the 6-tailed demon fox clan. With this human present, they dared not act, opting instead to invoke the fearsome reputation of the golden-winged eagle clan to deter him. Lin Qi mused, observing the small fox sprawled on the ground. What a beautiful little fox. He reached down to lift the small creature, undeterred by the dirt upon it. Chapter 4. The golden-winged eagle, this human, exuded warmth. The little fox felt the warmth radiating from Lin Shi and nuzzled closer into his embrace before succumbing to unconsciousness. This little one is rather adorable. In an instant, this adorable little fox captured Lin Shi's affections. Lin Shi held an umbrella in one hand while cradling the small fox in the other. The azure lotus umbrella emanated an endless transformation that enveloped the little fox. The injuries of the six-tailed fox rapidly healed, and the bloodline of great demons surged violently within the realm of martial arts. All clans are united as one. The martial path begins with the realms of swallowing breath, gathering chi, and the blood resonance. Following that are the bone patterns, divine concealment, and the bridge of connection. The azure light of the lotus fell upon the six-tailed fox, forcibly elevating it from the blood resonance of 19 echoes to the realm of bone patterns. The two golden-winged eagles were left dumbfounded. This was the manifestation of celestial transformation. This human powerhouse had actually bestowed such immeasurable fortune upon the six-tailed fox. Lin Shi gazed at the two golden-winged eagles that had transformed into human forms. "Pray tell, does this little fox belong to you?" Lin Shi inquired tentatively, contemplating a purchase if it were indeed theirs. The two golden-winged eagles felt an overwhelming wave of shock. This was a creature renowned alongside the golden-winged eagles, the six-tailed fox clan. This human had the audacity to refer to the fox as little. The two eagles quickly shook their heads in denial. Lin Shi nodded, observing their appearance, draped in animal pelts. "They must be hunters, since it does not belong to you. I shall take care of this little fox. If anyone wishes to claim it, let them come to me." Lin Shi was quite pleased with his decision. Having a small animal to accompany him during his solitary hours seemed rather delightful. After all, the system would regularly provide for his needs, alleviating any concerns about sustenance. Moreover, this little fox was exceptionally charming, potentially aiding in attracting business. What a brilliant idea! Lin Shi mused, his heart swelling with joy. Meanwhile, the two golden-winged eagles were nearly paralyzed with fear. This was a six-tailed fox. The human had expressed a desire to keep it, and since ancient times, neither humans nor demons had dared to domesticate the six-tailed fox. This was due to the fact that a demon emperor had once emerged from the six-tailed fox clan, achieving the sacred bloodline and reaching the status of a nine-tailed fox. Thus, the six-tailed fox clan had become a formidable lineage throughout the entire Shanyan 18 prefectures and among the demon races. Anyone bold enough to attempt to domesticate a six-tailed fox would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. The very idea that this human dared to do so sent chills down their spines. Furthermore, the statement that anyone who wanted it could come to see him. Who could that be? The prince of their own clan? The golden-winged king. This human had the audacity to invite the king to meet him. Dismissing the gravity of the situation, it was evident that this human did not regard the king with any measure of respect. As Lin Shi observed the two hunters' silence, a thought occurred to him. The little fox was their quarry. He should offer them some form of compensation before he departed. What a lapse in my consideration! Lin Shi hurriedly placed the little fox down within the bookstore. "Please, step into my humble establishment and see if there is anything you fancy. Feel free to take it." The two golden-winged eagles were momentarily stunned at a bookstore. This human powerhouse was also a bookstore owner. They approached with curiosity, discovering that the entire bookstore was situated within boundless chaos, with pathways of great principles crisscrossing through it. This was no mere bookstore. It was akin to an ancient paradise. "Please explore at your leisure while I seek out something of value," Lin Shi said, turning his back to search for items he deemed precious. The two golden-winged eagles surveyed the wooden cabin, noting how everything appeared to be in perfect harmony. Their attention was drawn to a half-eaten cucumber on the table, radiating a rich green light, with delicate patterns resembling celestial trails. The translucent juice was more enticing than any nectar of the immortals. The innate seven-treasure spirit fruit, they gasped. Among the myriad of immortal medicines in the world, 3,000 varieties had perished over time, yet this innate seven-treasure spirit fruit remained. Gulp, the two golden-winged eagles instinctively swallowed. This human was consuming the innate seven-treasure spirit fruit raw. Even with their millennia of heritage, they had never encountered an immortal medicine. This human had audaciously devoured half of it. They realized just how terrifying this human truly was. Their gaze shifted to a piece of fabric left by Sure Riqian on the table. They were immediately struck with terror. This was a treasure of creation, the veil of heaven. The veil surged with radiant light, and terrifying principles coiled around the two golden-winged eagles. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, it's the veil of heaven. This human intended to eliminate them, to keep his secrets. In that moment, they comprehended. This human must be in the process of transcending. He sought to eliminate them to prevent others from discovering his existence. The tall, slender, golden-winged eagle's eyes ignited with flames as he hissed. Fat one, sacrifice yourself so that I may deliver this message. There is a great power among the humans, and the princess of the six-tailed fox clan is in his possession. As soon as he uttered these words, the tall eagle was engulfed in flames, revealing his true form as he frantically burned his essence. However, he was easily subdued by the veil of heaven. This allowed the stout eagle to seize a fleeting chance. He immediately enacted a supreme escape technique, fleeing from the desolate land. Thin one, I will surely return with the king to rescue you, he murmured before transforming into a streak of golden light. Vanishing into the heavens, Lin Shi emerged from the bookstore, holding 2 packages of sauté beef jerky, certain that the delectable treat would win them over. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the veil of heaven had fallen to the ground, and the golden-winged eagle was sealed within it, reduced to a fist-sized form. Where are the other 2? Lin Shi scanned the surroundings but found no trace of them. Alas, it seems they have departed. I feel somewhat remiss about acquiring this little fox without compensation. He noticed the fabric on the ground. Why is this cloth lying here? Lin Shi bent down to pick it up, discovering that it bore not a speck of dust. This cloth is remarkably clean. It must be of excellent quality, Lin Shi mused. Intrigued, it seemed that Sure Riqian had not given this away casually. It was indeed extraordinary. Although the golden-winged eagle on the ground was sealed by the veil of heaven, its consciousness remained intact. Upon hearing Lin Shi's thoughts, it was filled with horror. To refer to the veil as mere cloth. What realm had this human attained beyond the 3rd stage of creation? What is this bird? Lin Shi lifted the fist-sized golden-winged eagle. Its golden feathers and delicate form captivated him. Double happiness has befallen me. First the little fox, and now this golden-feathered bird. Lin Shi hastily sought a birdcage to contain the golden-feathered creature. I shall name you Little Jean. You will accompany me from now on. Lin Shi teased the little bird. Meanwhile, the other golden-winged eagle, having traversed countless mountains and rivers, finally reached the domain of its clan. The phoenix trees stood tall, and fierce flames surged all around. Atop the highest peak within the phoenix forest, the essence of the sun gathered, where a middle-aged man sat, adorned in golden patterns, his eyes gleaming like the sun itself. Chapter 5. The Terrifying Bookstore Powerhouse. The Golden-Winged Eagle Clan's King. The golden-winged eagle lineage descends from the ancient golden-winged rock. This king, through fortuitous circumstances, had acquired a trace of the sun's golden crow blood. With that trace of blood, he could slowly absorb the sun's essence to strengthen himself. Now, he had reached a critical juncture, just one step away from the transformation of his bloodline, thus entering the 3rd stage of creation. The fleeing golden-winged eagle trembled as it knelt before the king. Noble king, a human powerhouse has seized the princess of the 6-tailed fox clan, and that human possesses the veil of heaven. Jin Han urged me to return and inform you that he is trapped. With a thunderous roar, it was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, the king's aura radiating like a blazing sun. A human powerhouse? The veil of heaven. The golden-winged king's eyes erupted with boundless flames, his towering form capable of supporting the heavens. The veil of heaven was a treasure of the Stone Clan's war god. How dare those old-timers from the Stone Clan interfere with my plans? The golden-winged king was enraged. He had always maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Stone Clan, yet here they were, overstepping their bounds. Jin Yu quickly interjected, "My lord, do not misunderstand. He is not one of the Stone Clan. He is a youthful powerhouse, currently the owner of a bookstore in a desolate land." The golden-winged king's expression shifted with confusion upon hearing Jin Yu's words. A human who owned a bookstore? He had never heard of such a figure among his kind. Jin Yu hastily continued, Noble king, he also possesses an azure lotus umbrella, a manifestation of the ancient azure lotus. I witnessed with my own eyes the moment he unfurled the umbrella. The azure lotus blossomed, and boundless chaos surged forth. The azure lotus umbrella? How intriguing! There exists such an individual among the humans. The golden-winged king mused, curiosity piqued. Who was this human powerhouse? Yet, if he was not one of the Stone Clan's war gods, what was there to fear? Please continue. Having obtained the permission of the king, Jinyu suppressed the fear dwelling within him and continued to speak. The bookstore he operated was merely constructed from ordinary wood, yet it was suffused with traces of the Great Path, swirling with the power of laws. The golden-winged king's expression shifted to one of grave consideration. A mere wooden hut built from common timber possessed such might, indicating that this individual was far from ordinary, and surely there existed legends about him among the human race. The golden-winged king pondered, suspecting that this bookstore's master might indeed be a formidable figure at the 100 Apertures realm. Yet, when compared to that Stone Clan war god, he ultimately paled in comparison. Jinyu continued, upon entering that bookstore, I noticed remnants of the undying divine medicine on a wooden table, the innate 7-treasure spirit fruit. He even has a little princess who raises a 6-tailed demon fox, and he mentioned that you should seek him directly. Jinyu refrained from revealing that Lin Chi's languid tone had shown no respect for the king. If he were to voice such a thing, the king would undoubtedly be enraged enough to kill him. The golden-winged king's countenance grew increasingly solemn, his pupils constricting, consuming the undying divine medicine raw and raising a 6-tailed demon fox. A single undying divine medicine could elevate an entire clan, ensuring their prosperity for over 1,000 years. Most crucially, his own clan lacked even a single genuine undying divine medicine. The master of this bookstore had actually consumed one raw. It was the innate 7-treasure spirit fruit. Even more alarming was the fact that he was raising a 6-tailed demon fox. The golden-winged king. He could only dare to kill, but not to raise such a creature. To raise a 6-tailed demon fox would incite a frenzied assault from the 6-tailed demon fox clan. A confrontation he would not dare to face. Not only him, but no one in the 18 states of Shangyun would dare to raise a 6-tailed demon fox. This human power was audacious enough to do so, even declaring that one should seek him out. Such a formidable being could very well be in existence of the third fate creation realm, more terrifying than the Stone Clan war god. That shroud of darkness was likely offered by the Stone Clan war god to win over this bookstore's master. The golden-winged king's expression was grave as he found himself without any countermeasures against the master of this bookstore. The 100 Apertures realm was still a step away from the third fate creation realm. If the bookstore's master were indeed a peerless powerhouse of the third fate creation realm, then his golden-winged eagle clan could not afford to offend him. You may leave now, he commanded. Jinyu complied and departed from the lofty peak. The golden-winged king rose, the essence of the sun swirling around him, his eyes gleaming as he gazed toward the desolate land. A suspected master of the third fate creation realm. Once I complete my final step, I shall come to meet you in the desolate land. Within the bookstore, a snow-white little fox awoke from slumber, its round eyes shimmering with pure blue as it surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Have I been rescued? It distinctly remembered being pursued by the golden-winged eagle clan. The last thing it recalled was Immortal, who had felt quite comfortable in its embrace before it lost consciousness, oblivious to everything. I have actually broken through to the bone pattern realm. The little fox exclaimed joyously in its heart, its eyes darting around. The modest wooden cabin was replete with traces of the Great Path, emanating the sounds of universal laws that a wooden table, a long bench, a bookshelf. These simple furnishings resonated with the essence of the heavens. Particularly, the bookshelf held 11 tomes, each containing a complete path. Yet, no matter how it strained its eyes, it could not discern a single title. This is a realm of the mighty. The little fox gasped in astonishment. How did I end up in such a domain? Panic seized it. What should I do now? The little fox has awakened. Lin Chi approached, gently stroking the little fox's head. Upon seeing Lin Chi's countenance, the little fox trembled in fear. This is that mortal. No, not just a mortal. This is clearly a monstrous being with extraordinary cultivation. Oh no, it realized. It had been captured by him, and the two golden-winged eagles surely hadn't escaped his grasp either. The thought terrified the little fox further as Lin Chi's hand continued to pat it, making it feel as though this monster might crush its head at any moment. Observing the little fox's severe trembling, Lin Chi reassured, "Do not fear, little fox. I am not a villain. I will not harm you." However, the little fox only grew more fearful upon hearing his words. "Not harm me? Does this ancient being intend to raise me?" It recalled its father's tales of ancient times, when its clan was not powerful. They were often captured for domestication. Once captured, it would be forever unable to escape this monster's clutches. "Father, brother Xinyuan, I shall never see you again." Realizing the little fox was frightened of him, Lin Chi knew he had to devise a plan. His gaze fell upon the remaining half of a cucumber. Do foxes eat cucumbers? I suppose they might. He picked up the cucumber and placed it before the little fox. "Here, little fox, have this. Do you like it?" The little fox's gem-like eyes landed on the remnants of the cucumber. The innate seven treasure spirit fruit. This is actually the undying divine medicine. The innate seven treasure spirit fruit. The little fox was astonished. This exalted individual has given me the undying divine medicine. The fact that it was a leftover became irrelevant. What mattered was that this exalted being had bestowed this divine medicine upon it. Little Jean watched with envy as Lin Chi offered the innate seven treasure spirit fruit to the little fox. This is a half piece of undying divine medicine. To be favored by such a powerful being is truly a stroke of fortune. Chapter 6. Alas, not a nine-tailed celestial fox, this exalted individual must have taken a liking to me, hence rescuing me and gifting me the innate seven treasure spirit fruit. The little fox realized, feeling an overwhelming fondness for Lin Chi. Such a powerful being was treating her so kindly. He was truly a great person. Without hesitation, the little fox used her tiny paws to grasp the half cucumber. "The innate seven treasure spirit fruit is mine." Clutching it tightly, she immediately began to nibble. With the first bite of the innate seven treasure spirit fruit, a surge of medicinal energy flooded through every cell within her. The fruit contained immense power from the seven treasures: longevity, protection against evil, purification, supremacy, divine stability, calamity aversion, and sacred wisdom. In that moment, the little fox's internal organs were nourished by the power of the seven treasures. The bloodline of the six-tailed demon fox erupted like a volcano, pouring forth tremendous strength. This is a bloodline enhancement. The little fox rejoiced, knowing that an enhancement of her bloodline could lead to the possibility of becoming a nine-tailed celestial fox. It had been 100,000 years since a nine-tailed celestial fox had emerged from the six-tailed demon fox clan. Such a creature was on par with the true dragon and phoenix. If she were to consume the innate seven treasure spirit fruit regularly, she was certain to become a nine-tailed celestial fox. Lin Chi observed the little fox munching on the cucumber, her petite frame appearing irresistibly adorable as she ate. This fox possesses tremendous spirit. All creatures in this world seem to be so spirited, he pondered. If this were a demon beast, wouldn't it be able to speak human words? The thought made Lin Chi feel a tinge of melancholy. If only this little fox were a supreme demon, like the legendary nine-tailed fox from Earth. How wonderful that would be! In that case, a mere gesture would surely allow me to cultivate effortlessly. Lin Chi scooped up the little fox, caressing her as he murmured, "If only you were a nine-tailed fox." Those words stirred a tempest within the little fox. The exalted one's intention from the very beginning was to make me a nine-tailed celestial fox. All of this has been orchestrated by him. From the moment she was pursued by the golden-winged eagle clan, he had intervened to rescue her, brought her to his dwelling, and provided her with the innate seven treasure spirit fruit, all to enhance her potential of becoming a nine-tailed celestial fox. This was a significant boon for the six-tailed demon fox clan. The exalted one must be plotting some grand scheme and requires assistance. And she, having been chosen by him, was meant to become a nine-tailed celestial fox. The little fox's heart raced with excitement at the realization that she had caught the attention of such a powerful being. In the future, she could stand alongside him, basking in the admiration of countless beings. Determined to become his most capable assistant, she quickly finished the remaining half of the innate seven-treasure spirit fruit. The vast ocean of spiritual energy propelled the little fox's cultivation forward. Such overwhelming energy gradually lulled her into slumber, allowing her body to absorb it naturally. Little Jean in the cage was consumed by envy, lamenting, "The undying divine medicine has all been consumed. Why is the princess of the six-tailed demon fox clan favored by such a powerful being?" In his heart, he cried out, with such a powerful ally aiding the six-tailed demon fox clan, the golden-winged eagle clan is doomed. Lin Chi watched as the little fox closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep, gently stroking her. And oh wonder, so many people on Earth enjoy keeping pets. It truly is comforting to pet them. When there were no customers, he could indulge in stroking the little fox's fur and teasing little Jean. Such a life was indeed pleasant. However, he could not cultivate and was relegated to guarding a pile of tattered books, serving as a mere bookstore owner in this desolate place. After a while, Lin Chi allowed the little fox to rest soundly. He gazed out the window, wondering how his customers were faring now. Outside of Yunnan City, the capital of Qingzhou, the Guangdao holy sect encompasses a vast area of 1,000 miles. With its disciples numbering in the tens of thousands, the annual recruitment draws countless talented individuals from cities within Qingzhou to participate. Several grand formations are established upon the mountain ranges, where the essence of heaven and earth converges within the Guangdao holy sect. Shrouded in an ethereal mist, the majestic mountain gate, perched upon the mountainside, embodies the supreme dominance conveyed by the four characters of Guangdao, Shengzhou. On one side of the gate hangs a colossal bronze bell. Suspended between two mountains, Shi Ritian gazes at this grand entrance, knowing it will mark the beginning of his new journey. Before the mountain gate, an elder with an aura of celestial grace strides forth, his body radiating with 99 bone patterns, possessing the strength to move mountains. His hands exude a sacred energy, enveloping all things in a divine glow. He has transcended the bone pattern realm, entering the divine concealment realm. With 99 bone patterns, he activates the 6 divine caverns within the human body. The hands, feet, torso, and head, 6 divine caverns in total. To open a divine cavern is to delve into human potential, harmonizing the heavens and the human form. The elder surveys the multitude of thousands, his voice resonating like thunder as he speaks. "I am Li Yuan of the Guangdao holy sect. Our sect is among the top 3 holy sects. Since the establishment of the mountain gate by the Guangdao saint 1,000 years ago, we have nurtured countless prodigies for our human race. Today, I preside over the grand recruitment of the Guangdao holy sect, testing candidates with 3 essential qualities: wisdom, concentration, and discipline. The first test, wisdom, assesses the martial artist's innate talent. Behold the bronze bell between those 2 mountains left behind by the Guangdao saint. All shall strike the bell with their might. 1 strike signifies elimination, while 3 strikes denote qualification. After outlining the rules, Song Yuan steps aside, watching the children with anticipation. He wonders if this year will yield a prodigy capable of achieving 6 strikes. For none have emerged in a millennium. The orderly procession of thousands lines up before the bronze bell, spiraling down to the foot of the mountain, with Shi Ritian standing among them. The first youth steps forward, clad in a flowing red robe, his hair billowing. With blood surging through him, he unleashes a punch. General's 1 strike. Boom! The bell tolls once. Song Yuan closes his eyes, not even lifting his eyelids. Eliminated. Next, the second youth steps up, failing to even produce a single toll. How can one of the Blood Surge 7th realm manage such a feat? A heavy silence descends upon the crowd. This test proves to be exceedingly challenging. The attempts continue in an orderly manner, with single and double strikes ringing out like a deluge. Yet 3 strikes remain absent. Song Yuan sighs internally, lamenting the scarcity of promising candidates, as each year yields fewer than the last. Finally, it is Shi Ritian's turn. He gazes at the massive bronze bell, pondering, "I wonder how many strikes I can achieve." Taking a deep breath, the supreme blood within him surges forth. The majestic light of his supreme bone shines brilliantly, rendering him akin to a golden statue. With a punch, golden light cascades forth. Boom! The bell reverberates with an ancient and powerful energy that is as if a great beast from the depths of time awakens. The resounding toll shaking the heavens and earth. Boom! One strike. Boom! Two strikes. Boom! Three strikes. The sound of six tolls causes all floor to bow, and every beast to kneel in reverence. The multitude present is struck with astonishment. Who is this youth that achieves six strikes? Song Yuan's eyes snap open. A six-strike prodigy, a phenomenon not seen in a millennium, has appeared today. Just as Song Yuan prepares to take action, another toll rings out. Chapter 7. The Millennium Sword Immortal, the bronze bell tolls again, its resonance akin to thunder rolling from the heavens. The seventh toll shakes the very foundations of the earth. This sound stirs up 3 feet of soil. Within the Guangdao holy sect, over a dozen formidable figures ascend, all elders of the divine concealment realm, with even the law master of the bridge crossing realm making an appearance. A talent of 7 strikes is a rarity among 10,000. Such individuals are destined for the bridge crossing realm. The 13 figures hovering in the air exude an aura akin to a celestial firmament, their gazes fixed upon Shuritian. Yet the bronze bell tolls once more. This sound resonates across 1,000 miles, known to all. The 8th strike of the bell, a rarity that occurs once every 8,000 years, heralds the emergence of Shuritian. Following closely, the 9th toll follows. Its echo spiraling for 100,000 miles. The sect master of the Guangdao holy sect bursts forth, a formidable figure of the 100 orifices realm. Shuritian is worthy of his attention. A 9-strike prodigy appears once every 30,000 years. This is the future of the Guangdao holy sect. The entire sect mobilizes in response to Shuritian, the gravity of this moment tightening his fists. All of this is a gift from the exalted. Were it not for the esteemed individual who imparted to him the method of reforging the supreme bone, he would have long since perished. He is grateful for that fateful day when he ventured into the desolate lands and encountered the proprietor of the dilapidated bookstore. That reclusive, unparalleled master bestowed upon him a new lease on life. Within 100,000 miles, the demon race stirs. This bell toll is all too familiar, a sound they cannot forget even after ages of silence. This is the voice of the Guangdao bell, echoing for 100,000 miles, signifying the emergence of a 9-strike talent. How could the demon race not take heed? Roar! From the depths of an endless darkness in the mountains, 2 blood-red eyes suddenly ignite. A fierce wind rises, wings slicing through the mountains, as a 10-foot giant tiger emerges. Has the Guangdao holy sect produced a holy child? I, Old Nine, shall eliminate him. The 9-nether tiger, infused with the bloodline of the 9-nether sparrow. A creature of the 100 orifices realm, a 100-orifice demon has mobilized to slay Shuritian. With wings spanning 1,000 meters, they obscure the sun, and a gentle flap sends gusts of wind racing for 1,000 miles. Crossing 100,000 miles in an instant, arriving at the Guangdao holy sect, the terrifying aura compels everyone to hold their breath instinctively. The sect master, Fu Zitsuan, reveals a look of trepidation. Old Nine transforms into human form, his blood-red eyes fixated on Shuritian. You are the one who caused the Guangdao bell to toll 9 times. Today, you shall die. Within his eyes, 2 black flames flicker ominously, emanating an absolute chill. The 9-nether fire, though not the perfect 9-nether fire, it contains the essence of the 9-nether. The 2 flames descend from the heavens, targeting Shuritian. Fu Zitsuan's eyes widen with fury. The energy is surging within him as he activates all 13 of his spiritual orifices. He must intercept those 2 flames. Yet Old Nine is a formidable opponent, a being with over 30 orifices. Old Nine, should the holy son of the Guangdao holy sect perish at your hands today, I shall ensure your demise. Old Nine grins ominously, revealing his jagged teeth. Human prodigies, I have slain 8 or 9 of them already. You are merely an undeveloped holy son. Confronted by the 2 flames, even their mere presence envelopes Shuritian in an aura of impending death. The essence of the 9-nether fire clings to him like a parasite, devouring his vitality. The supreme blood within him surges violently, the 4 inches of the supreme bone pulsating with the laws of supremacy, resisting the 9-nether. Old Nine's eyes narrow, sensing the aura of supremacy. This is the supreme bone, a youthful supreme. This individual must not be allowed to live. Old Nine conjures two more nine nether flames. Fu Zitsuin is alarmed. No wonder he could provoke the Guangdao bell to toll 9 times. It turns out he is a youthful supreme. How lamentable. Fu Zitsuin realizes he cannot protect this youthful supreme. The future of humanity is on the verge of extinction within the Guangdao holy sect. Ashamed to be among the 100 orifices, 4 nether flames. This is the method of 100 orifices demon. Alas, even the supreme bone cannot withstand for long. With a crack, the laws of supremacy shatter. The 4 nether flames unleash an endless inferno, engulfing Shi Ritian in a frenzy. Just when all believe this youthful supreme is destined for an early demise, the book in Shi Ritian's possession radiates with the power of the Tao. It contains the method of reforging the supreme bone. From the pages, myriad golden characters emerge, resonating with the heavenly Tao. The 4 nether flames, which could scorch the heavens and boil the seas, are rendered no more than mere embers before this tome. The myriad powers swiftly obliterate the 9 nether flames, terrifying golden characters swirling around Shi Ritian, a system's guest. The book has yet to be returned. How can I perish? Old Nine is struck with astonishment. What kind of extraordinary treasure can mobilize the power of the Tao? Who is the master of this treasure? The strength contained within is immense. Its owner must be a figure of monumental stature. Shi Ritian gazes at the floating book, his body trembling. Once again, a master has saved him. Surely the master foresaw this calamity, arranging this divine intervention within the book. What merit do I possess to be so favored by an exalted being, saved not once but twice? The debt of gratitude I owe is beyond measure. Damn it, the youthful supreme of the human race. I, Old Nine, shall not allow you to grow. Old Nine roars, his voice shattering stones into fragments. Sigh, from deep within the Guangdao holy sect, an aged voice emerges to, in my lifetime, I've been fortunate to witness a youthful supreme. How fortunate indeed. Let me contribute my frail body to pave the way for our human race's supremacy. As the words fell, a myriad of sword energies surged towards the heavens. Fuzi's face instantly transformed into one of reverence. That was the guardian deity of the Guangdao sacred sect. Both Elder Xinzong and Master Tongxiao knelt in unison. The gates of the Guangdao sacred sect swung open, revealing the frail figure of an aged man. With a long white beard, flowing white hair, and a gray robe, he appeared both refined and formidable. Clutching a 3-foot sword, he emanated the aura of a celestial being. I am the ancient swordsman Wiazi. I have guarded the sacred sect for 1,963 years. Today, with my meager strength, I will slay you, the 9 Hells Tiger, and return to my eternal rest. Old Geo panicked, his mouth trembling with exposed, jagged teeth. Wiazi, the sword immortal. Did you not perish a millennium ago? This was a monster who had opened 100 acupoints, merely a half step away from the realm of divinity. Flee, if I do not escape now. Old Joe will be nailed to the mountaintop by the sword of the sword immortal today. With his wings unfurled, old Geo stirred the winds and clouds, vanishing in an instant. Wiazi was enveloped in a thick aura of death. Yet his countenance radiated with mirth. Ha ha, little tiger, you cannot escape. Wiazi unleashed a torrent of sword energies that surged towards Old Geo. Old Geo was swift, but Wiazi's sword energies were swifter in the desolate expanse. As Old Geo's figure materialized, his left arm revealed a ghastly white bone, blood dripping like heavy iron, creating a deep pit upon impact with the ground that a millennia-old sword immortal, truly deserving of the title. Wiazi stepped forward, appearing before Old Geo in the blink of an eye. Little tiger, you cannot escape. Old fool, your days are numbered, yet you dare to boast. Old Geo seethed with rage, refusing to believe that this sword immortal from a millennium ago could still possess such overwhelming might. With a single hand, he conjured a sea of 9 hells fire that blazed with spiritual flames, capable of incinerating and annihilating. Demonic art. Sea of 9 hells. Old fool, what of the sword immortal? Watch as I burn you to ashes. Old Geo grinned menacingly, dragging the sea of 9 hells towards Wiyazi. Wiyazi merely chuckled lightly, raising his sword. As the sword light erupted, the world fell silent. Zing! A blade of light pierced through, cleaving the sea of 9 hells in twain. Even the laws of the universe shattered. Old Jew severed his right arm, his eyes wide with terror. He had finally witnessed the horror of the sword immortal. I shall no longer play with you. I am nearing death, regretting that I could not take that final half-step. Wiyazi sighed, and his sword erupted with blinding radiance. The final sword of my life shall encapsulate all my glories. The sword immortal's life, the sword immortal's sword. The shadow of the sword stood tall between heaven and earth, soaring hundreds of feet high. As myriad laws spiraled and radiant lights danced, the sound of the sword echoed throughout the cosmos. Within the wooden house, Lin Shi also heard the sound and stepped outside to witness this spectacle. An omen, a portent. This must be the manifestation of a martial arts master. Lin Shi was elated. He had finally witnessed the celestial phenomena. For months, he had seen not a single martial artist, which had left him disheartened. Today, the heavens had finally revealed to him this extraordinary sight. Surely, it was a great master. This world still harbored many martial artists. It was merely his misfortune not to have encountered any. The sacred land of cultivation awaits me. I, Lin Shi, must become a formidable warrior, no longer content to be an inconspicuous bookstore owner. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with determination as he encouraged himself that in midair. Old Joe's body was pierced through, his vitality extinguished. Wiyazi, too, was suffused with deathly energy. Devoid of his last support, his body plummeted with a thunderous crash. Lin Shi admired the celestial scene when suddenly a distant rumble startled him. Chapter 8. Are you a martial artist? What is happening? Lin Shi was taken aback by the sudden loud noise. Could it be that a ferocious tiger or wild wolf had fallen from the sky? Lin Shi's heart raced with unease as he cautiously approached. There, he discovered an elderly man sprawled on the ground beside a wooden sword. Could this elder be a powerful martial artist? Recalling the celestial phenomenon he had just witnessed, Lin Shi's heart swelled with joy. This old man was very likely a martial artist, and his strength was formidable. Heaven has eyes. It has allowed me to encounter a master of martial arts. Lin Shi felt a surge of emotion and hurriedly lifted the elder, clutching the sword from the ground as he returned to the bookstore. This was his hope for martial cultivation. He must hold on to this opportunity tightly. As Lin Shi brought the elder back to the bookstore, the little golden bird in its cage was startled and flapped about in a frenzy. From the old man, Lin Shi sensed an aura that rivaled that of a king. Who exactly is this boss, capable of bringing back even a perfect 100 acupoint being? However, this perfect 100 acupoint individual was enveloped in deathly energy, and he would soon pass away. The little fox shrank in a corner. The pressure emanating from the perfect 100 acupoint being was too overwhelming to bear. Especially with that wooden sword, just a hint of the sword intent within could shake the heavens. Only a powerhouse like the boss could bear the weight of this perfect 100 acupoint individual and even handle the wooden sword barehanded. Lin Shi laid the elder down on his bed, quickly rushing to pour a cup of water for him. The little fox and little gold focused their gazes on the cup. What was originally plain tea appeared in their eyes as the miraculous life-giving tea of the 6 paths. Both were astonished. The leaves of the life-giving tea of the 6 paths had long been lost to time. The boss actually possesses life-giving tea. Is he attempting to revive this perfect 100 acupoint elder? Lin Shi offered the tea to Wiyazi, his heart racing. Please awaken. Do not leave me now that I rely on you for my cultivation. Upon consuming the life-giving tea, it transformed into a terrifying vitality. The death energy within Wiyazi was met with its nemesis, and much of it was dispelled by the surging life force. Truly the elixir of immortality, it revived the millennia-old sword immortal in an instant. Wiyazi slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? The underworld? Or the realm of the dead? Yet the scene before him was nothing of the sort. A youth stood before him, smiling gracefully. Welcome. This is my bookstore, and I am the owner, Lin Shi. Lin Shi introduced himself with a smile. Relieved that the elder had finally awakened, soon he would learn whether this old man was indeed a martial artist. Wu Yazi was bewildered. A bookstore, he had been brought back to this wooden house by this young man. Wu Yazi surveyed his surroundings. Every item in the wooden house was extraordinary, each piece exuding the essence of the Tao. This place was remarkable. Little gold and little fox were, of course, noticed by Wu Yazi, a golden winged rock and a six-tailed demon fox. Whose abode is this that dares to keep a golden winged rock and a six-tailed demon fox? Wu Yazi was truly astonished. To harbor two powerful beasts was an extraordinary feat. Wu Yazi soon realized that his body was filled with boundless vitality. It was this life force that had sustained his awakening. But where did this vitality come from? Wu Yazi was utterly shocked. He was a half-step away from the realm of divinity. The life force required to dispel the death energy within him was immense. Only the legendary elixir of immortality could provide such. Could it be that the so-called bookstore owner, this youth, was responsible? But he had no cultivation. Seeing the elder awake, Lin Chi set down the teacup, which still held a few drops of tea, catching Wu Yazi's attention. This is the life-giving tea of the six paths. The young man had given him the elixir of immortality. Wu Yazi was stunned, even with his thousands of years of experience. He was taken aback. "How do you feel now, elder?" Lin Chi inquired, observing the old man's condition. Wu Yazi took a deep breath, gazing seriously at Lin Chi. This youth was certainly extraordinary. Either he had a peerless master behind him, or he himself was a high-level being disguised as a youth. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to casually use a cup of life-giving tea to save himself. Yet alas, this cup of life-giving tea would only sustain him for 3 days. After all, he had clung to life for too long. With a sigh, Wu Yazi stood and expressed his gratitude to Lin Chi that, "I am Wu Yazi. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace." "Not at all, elder. This is your sword." Lin Chi returned the wooden sword to Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi was secretly astonished. This youth had managed to touch his Wu Dao sword with bare hands. His Wu Dao sword was forged from peach wood that had endured a millennium atop the cool mountain. Though the sword was wooden, a mere touch from an ordinary person would strip away decades of their life. If a martial artist were to touch it, they would be instantly annihilated by the sword intent contained within. So, the bookstore owner was a being of extraordinary strength. He had merely concealed his cultivation, leading Wu Yazi to believe he was an ordinary person. Wu Yazi's eyes burned with fervor as he saw through it all. This youth was a powerful being who had returned to his original state. Unbeknownst to Lin Chi, his only desire was to ascertain whether this elder was indeed a martial artist. He yearned to practice martial arts. No longer wishing to be the proprietor of a bookstore, Lin Chi felt stifled. He carefully scrutinized Wu Yazi's expression and hesitantly spoke, his heart filled with trepidation. "Elder, you wield a sword. Does that make you a martial artist?" "Martial artist?" Wu Yazi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why the proprietor posed such a question. After all, he was a legendary sword immortal. How could he not be a martial artist? Lin Chi promptly nodded, his face alight with yearning, exclaiming, "Indeed, one who dares to challenge the heavens. A mere blade of grass can serve as a sword, cleaving the stars from the sky, fearless in the face of death. Even if it leads to demise, one must never concede, daring to borrow another 500 years from the heavens." These words resonated deeply within Wu Yazi, igniting a thunderous realization. Yes, what the proprietor spoke was the true essence of a martial artist. One who bravely dares to ask the heavens for more time. Unlike himself, who bore the title of Sword Immortal, yet had languished for a millennium, too fearful to engage in battle, he could no longer be considered a martial artist. Having long lost his martial heart, Wu Yazi despondently shook his head, ashamed to meet Lin Chi's gaze. "Proprietor, I'm not a martial artist." In that moment, it felt as if Wu Yazi had shattered a 1,000-year-old shackle, and the bottleneck restraining him from transcending the celestial realm began to loosen. Overwhelmed with excitement, he realized that a mere utterance from the proprietor had stirred the stagnation of his cultivation that had persisted for a millennium. Chapter 9. Consuming tiger meat. In that instant, Wu Yazi finally understood. The proprietor was offering him guidance. Words from such an unparalleled powerhouse could not be devoid of significance. It was as if Lin Chi had seen through the shackles binding Wu Yazi's heart, prompting him to speak. How could he, an unworthy soul, receive such counsel from the proprietor? In that moment, Wu Yazi's reverence for Lin Shi surged to divine heights. Lin Shi sighed inwardly, realizing that Wu Yazi was not a martial artist, but merely someone who could wield a sword. Perhaps he had been thinking too fancifully and should instead focus on welcoming more patrons to expand his reach. Oh, how he yearned for the sacred grounds of cultivation. Wu Yazi, however, was immersed in Lin Shi's earlier proclamation. A blade of grass can serve as a sword, cleaving the stars from the sky. To achieve the immortal through the mundane, how powerful was such a swordsmanship? This was a path he wished to learn. Proprietor, I have an unusual request. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, his heart leaping with joy that a customer had finally arrived. What perfect timing! He feigned a cough and spoke in a serious tone. Please, elder, do tell that I have an abundance of books here that surely can assist you. Please, teach me to wield a sword. Wu Yazi, the legendary sword immortal, humbly requested instruction in swordsmanship. Practice swordsmanship. Lin Shi was momentarily dumbfounded. After a pause, he realized, so elder, you are not particularly skilled in swordsmanship after all. Merely swaying a wooden sword. I had thought you were quite adept. Lin Shi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Very well, I shall assist you, elder. Please wait a moment. Lin Shi rummaged through the bookshelf, eventually extracting a volume on basic sword techniques. This book seemed well suited for the elder, who likely sought merely to exercise and perhaps nurse a dream of chivalry, fantasizing about roaming the world with a sword. As Lin Shi handed the book to Wu Yazi, the title 10,000 Paths of the Heart Sword caught Wu Yazi's eye. The heart sword. The sword is born from the heart, and all things can become a sword. This was the guidance the proprietor had bestowed upon him, instantly revealing the current state of his swordsmanship. He had been stuck at the threshold of the heart sword, but if he embraced the teachings of this book, he could encompass all paths within his heart sword that Wu Yazi could scarcely imagine how powerful his swordsmanship would become. Lin Shi followed his usual routine and explained the borrowing terms. This book is not for sale, only for rent, for a duration of 1 month. You may offer a rental fee as you see fit. Wu Yazi's hands trembled with excitement. Such a transcendent treasure was beyond measure. That the proprietor was willing to lend it to him was a testament to his boundless generosity. Observing the elder's fervor, Lin Shi felt a twinge of skepticism. Was it truly so difficult for ordinary people in this world to practice swordsmanship? He had merely provided a basic sword manual, commonplace on earth, yet it stirred such excitement in the elder. Could it be that the books in his store were worth their weight in gold? Wu Yazi presented Lin Shi with his Wudao sword. Proprietor, I wish to offer this sword in exchange for the book. Lin Shi gazed at the wooden sword in Wu Yazi's hands, feeling utterly speechless. Why were all his customers so eccentric? The previous patron, Shi Tian, had given him a rag. While it was quite useful and collected no dust, it was still just a rag. Now, this elder had presented him with a wooden sword. What was he to do with that? Ward off evil spirits? Lin Shi sighed internally, wondering when a customer might offer something of value. With a millennium of experience, Wu Yazi could sense the proprietor's dissatisfaction. Indeed, for a powerhouse like Lin Shi, even his most cherished Wudao sword would be insufficient to garner attention. The Wudao sword was merely a tool of comparable worth to the celestial treasures. Only a creation of transcendent nature would capture the eye of such a master. Seeing Wu Yazi's hesitation, Lin Shi accepted the wooden sword. The elder likely possessed little of value. Lin Shi took out a ledger and inscribed Wu Yazi's name within. Ding! 1 customer received. Range increased by 100,100,100 cubic meters. A delightful chime echoed in Lin Shi's mind, and a smile crept across his lips as he finished writing and set the ledger aside. All done. The borrowing period is 1 month. Late returns will result in being blacklisted. Wu Yazi nodded eagerly, realizing that to be blacklisted by such a master would spell certain doom. You may peruse the books here. I shall take a stroll outside. Lin Shi accessed his attribute panel. Host. Lin Shi age. 18 customers. 2 activity range. 300,300,300 cubic meters. Gazing at his activity range, Lin Shi pondered how far he could venture and whether he might catch a glimpse of the sacred grounds of cultivation. Cradling the little fox and clutching a cucumber, he stepped out of the bookstore. The wooden door creaked open, and the sun was obscured by clouds, casting a dim pall over the sky. Lin Chi stroked the soft fur of the little fox. He advanced forward. He had explored the vicinity thoroughly. Finding only shrubs and trees, he had even hoped to catch a few wild chickens or rabbits for a hearty meal. He had seen neither hide nor hair of them. It was as if the area were a forbidden zone, devoid of wildlife. Lin Chi pressed on. The little fox sensed a formidable sword intent and terrifying aura ahead. It emanated from the depths of the 9 nether realms. Lin Chi parted a patch of grass and beheld a lifeless tiger sprawled on the ground, its blood pooling around it. Wow, a tiger! Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A tiger. Something I have yet to taste. Back on Earth, tigers were off limits, but in this world I must savor the flavor of tiger meat. The little fox, however, was wide-eyed with horror. That is a 9 nether tiger, a formidable beast. Lin Chi set the little fox down. Straining to drag the massive body of the 9 nether tiger, a grin plastered across his face as he said, "Little fox, tonight we feast on tiger meat." The little fox's legs went weak with fear. "Eat tiger meat? But that is a 9 nether tiger." "Master, you should not utter such wolfish words. Oh, you truly dare to consume a 9 nether tiger. What manner of deity are you?" Seeing the little fox's terror, Lin Chi laughed heartily. "Look at you. You should eat a few more pieces to strengthen yourself." With that, Lin Chi focused on dragging the tiger back toward the bookstore. Inside the bookstore, Wu Yazi was engrossed in 10,000 Paths of the Heartsword. Upon turning to the first page, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth. 10,000 paths as swords, the heavens as intent. This was the essence of the swordsmanship contained within 10,000 paths of the Heartsword, captivating Wu Yazi immensely. This was what true swordsmanship entailed. What worth did his own sword hold? The little golden eagle in its cage sensed the astonishing sword intent, chattering incessantly. Wu Yazi cast a glance. Speaking calmly, a golden-winged great eagle of the bone pattern realm. To be favored by the proprietor is a tremendous fortune. One day, you may even become the king of the golden-winged eagle clan. The little golden eagle ceased its chattering, its eyes shimmering with newfound determination. Wu Yazi's words had awakened in it the realization that being in the presence of such a master would lead to extraordinary achievements. Wu Yazi resumed his practice, diligently studying 10,000 paths of the Heartsword. He dissipated his former sword energy, preparing to forge anew. Chapter 10. The 9 nether tigers tremor by invoking the laws to channel the power of the great Tao. He began to condense his sword energy. The sword energy surrounding Wu Yazi transformed from wisps into a burgeoning force. A fine sword pattern appeared within his heart, capable of cleaving even withered grass to the heavens. With a tranquil heart, Wu Yazi immersed himself in cultivation. While in the distant realms of the demon tribe, an endless darkness surged with black flames, purer than the 9 nether fire. A myriad of crimson eyes converged in the shadows. Has old 9 perished? The soul lamps have extinguished, and it appears that the demise near the sacred sect of the Mad Path was at the hands of that sword immortal, Wu Yazi. Whether he has perished or not matters little. Lao Jiu has long ceased to belong to my Jiu lineage. Upon uttering this statement, the previous discussions fell into a profound silence. Lin Chi dragged the tiger back into the kitchen, seized a kitchen knife, and proceeded to dissect the creature. Its skin, fur, bones, and flesh were all meticulously separated. The little fox, hiding nearby, was nearly paralyzed with fear. This was the Jiu tiger, and here was a master effortlessly dismembering it with a mere kitchen knife. Fortunately, the master harbored no intentions towards her. Otherwise, she would surely have become a side dish. Oblivious to the little fox's thoughts, Lin Chi was solely preoccupied with the delectable prospect of tiger meat. A grand stew would be perfect for enhancing the flavor. Contemplating this, he retrieved cucumbers, potatoes, and corn and began slicing that a rich, aromatic essence wafted into the little fox's nostrils. These were the innate 7 treasures spirit fruits. The dizong fruit and golden rice, such rare divine herbs, and yet the master was using them for cooking. Lin Chi placed the tiger meat into the pot, adding an array of spices and vegetables. Satisfied, he ignited the fire and allowed the tiger meat to simmer. The sky quickly darkened. A rainstorm was imminent, and the atmosphere became as gloomy as ink. The firewood finally burned out, and the pot began to emit an enticing aroma. It smelled delightful. The fragrant scent provoked a fervent secretion of saliva as Lin Chi picked up a piece of tiger meat and took a bite. The meat was bursting with juices, releasing a rich flavor that filled his entire mouth. This pot of grand stew was truly a culinary masterpiece. Indeed, nothing compares to the allure of meat. He should take it over to dine with the elder. Rolling up his sleeves, Lin Chi lifted the entire pot and made his way to the bookstore. Upon hearing the creaking of the wooden door, Wiyazi ceased his meditation. Lin Chi entered, greeted the elder with a warm smile, and promptly set the pot of tiger meat on the wooden table. "Elder, let's share a meal together." "Very well. Thank you, my friend," Wiyazi replied, excitement bubbling within him. He felt remarkably fortunate to dine with such an esteemed master. Wiyazi took a seat at the wooden table, and even the mere scent of the food made his blood surge with vitality, dispelling some of the previously stagnant death energy within him. The spiritual essence woven into this aroma was astonishingly potent. What on earth was in that pot? The mere fragrance was overwhelmingly powerful. "My friend, may I inquire what is contained within this pot?" Lin Chi placed his hand on the pot's lid and smiled mysteriously at Wiyazi. "Elder, you are in for a treat this time. You may never have tasted anything like this in your life. Prepare to indulge." Lin Chi lifted the lid with an air of triumph. "Tiger meat. I have included many fine ingredients in the stew." Wiyazi was momentarily stunned, gazing at the exquisite dish in a daze. A pot containing both immortal herbs and tiger meat. And this was the meat of a Jiuyo tiger. Such a delicacy, one he had never tasted before. The Jiuyo tiger, in this world, who would dare to consume it save for the master? For eons, no one has dared feast upon the Jiuyo tiger, as it has been revered since ancient times. The saint of the Jiuyo tiger clan once defended the dignity of the entire lineage. The Jiuyo tiger can be slain, but it must not be consumed. This decree, established by that saint, has been upheld for millennia, with the Jiuyo tiger clan fiercely guarding against becoming sustenance for others. The master is truly formidable, using Jiuyo tiger to feast. Wiyazi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Lin Chi set the tableware, serving Wiyazi a bowl of tiger meat. "Elder, please eat." He then quickly ladled himself a bowl. The perfectly sized tiger meat melded harmoniously with the flavors of the other ingredients. The chewy texture burst with juices at the slightest bite, intoxicating him. Lin Chi beamed with delight. "I must commend my culinary skills. This is truly a heavenly delicacy." After saying this, he picked a piece to share with the little fox. Xian'er grasped the tiger meat with her tiny paws and began to savor it with great enthusiasm. Even a small piece of Jiuyo tiger meat, cooked with countless immortal herbs, was imbued with an ocean of spiritual energy. As Xian'er delicately tasted a morsel, it transformed into a formidable essence that filled her body. The bloodline of the six-tailed demon fox was further enhanced. 7 tails. A single piece of Jiuyo tiger meat, rich in countless immortal herbs, had directly fortified Xian'er's lineage. Her cultivation surged to 23 bone patterns. Xian'er couldn't help but marvel in astonishment. Alas, such a powerful being. Even their food is extraordinary. Just one piece of meat yields such effects, surpassing many immortal herbs. Wiyazi gazed at the tiger meat in his bowl, nearly moved to tears. The master, having noted the lingering death energy within him, had invited him to share this meal. Otherwise, with his mere perfect 100 apertures, he would have no right to partake in such a feast. "Master, I will never forget your kindness in this lifetime. I vow to defend you." Wiyazi silently resolved. After a millennium, the master was the first in 1,000 years to treat him with such generosity. First, he bestowed the 6 paths of vitality tea, reviving his spirit. Then he lent him the 10,000 paths heart sword, guiding him towards a higher path. Now this bowl of tiger meat could grant him an additional 500 years of life. Such immense gratitude. Wiyazi continued to eat quietly, and the death energy within him was swiftly eradicated. This pot of tiger meat, while the Jiuyo tiger was the main dish, paled in comparison to the immortal herbs. In the realm of the demon clan, the Jiuyo tiger clan erupted in chaos. The mighty beings of the Jiuyo tiger clan roared in anger, shaking the very earth. Some humans had taken Lao Jiuyo as blood food. The powerful beings of the Jiuyo tiger clan sensed the vanishing bloodline of Lao Jiuyo. What? At this declaration, the entire Jiuyo tiger clan trembled, In this world, there were indeed audacious humans who dared to treat the Juyo tiger as sustenance. The saint of the Juyo tiger clan had taught the world a lesson. The enraged eyes of the Juyo tiger's mighty being blazed with fury in a desolate land. A bookstore owner, the mighty being, capable of communicating with heaven and earth, had already acquired some information. The bookstore owner was among those tidings. A bookstore owner? 7 or 8 powerful demon beings gasped in astonishment. A mere bookstore owner dared to consider the Juyo tiger as food. They rushed towards the desolate land, intent on eliminating the bookstore owner. The Juyo tiger can be killed, but it shall not be reduced to mere sustenance. Agreed. Let us mobilize the entire clan. The mighty beings of the Juyo tiger clan glared furiously. Elder 2, Elder 3, Elder 4, follow me. The rest shall remain to guard the clan. Chapter 11. The 10,000 Paths Heart Sword. Point 1. Mighty being, 3 powerful demon beings. Such a formidable assembly had not been seen in centuries. Now, due to a bookstore owner, an unprecedented calamity had arisen. The mighty being of the Juyo tiger clan summoned the heavens. The laws of space paved the way, transforming a journey of 100,000 miles into a mere 10,000. Such was the might of the mighty being. Meanwhile, within the bookstore, Lin Shi continued to leisurely enjoy the tiger meat, reveling in his culinary prowess. Having consumed a bowl of tiger meat, Wiyazi felt a surge of life energy within him, akin to a roaring wave. From just this one bowl, 500 years of vitality. He was now on the cusp of reaching the realm of the mighty beings. Wiyazi dared not ask Lin Shi for another bowl. Lingering in the delightful memory of the tiger meat's flavor, gradually rising to take his leave. Thank you for your hospitality. Master, I have had my fill and must return. Lin Shi, hearing this, set down his bowl and chopsticks. His second guest was departing, and he needed to leave a good impression. This would encourage future visits and expand his clientele. Lin Shi glanced out the window. The wind was picking up and lightning flashed. Rain was imminent. Elder, you may take the umbrella behind the door. Please return it when you return the books. The umbrella by the door? Wiyazi followed Lin Shi's indication and looked behind the door. It was the Azure Lotus umbrella. Before him stood an eternal Azure Lotus. This cannot shield me from the heavens. Chaos cannot be submerged. This umbrella far surpassed his Wu Dao sword. Wiyazi sighed deeply. The master was indeed an unparalleled figure. A treasure of creation, the Azure Lotus umbrella, was being lent to him for shelter from the rain. However, Wiyazi did not hesitate. Since the master had offered it, he would accept it. Without the Wu Dao sword, his strength was indeed significantly diminished. Wiyazi secured the book within him, opened the Azure Lotus umbrella, and stepped out of the bookstore. After walking merely a few hundred meters, a terrifying aura stirred the winds and clouds. For colossal figures loomed between heaven and earth, their blood-red eyes fixated on Wiyazi. Wiyazi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He finally understood why the master had insisted he take the Azure Lotus umbrella. It was because he had foreseen the movement of the Juyo tiger clan. Everything was within the master's calculations. In the midst of the air, the formidable being, known as the slowly spoke. Wiyazi, you possess the bloodline aura of the old nine. Thus it is evident that you have a connection with the bookstore owner. Go forth and retrieve the head of that bookstore owner. I shall leave your body intact. The terrifying pressure surged forth. Akin to another vast land descending from the heavens, crashing down upon this realm, in that moment. He appeared as a deity amidst the cosmos, every utterance resonating like a divine decree. The Azure Lotus umbrella in Wiyazi's grasp radiated with a verdant glow. The Azure Lotus swayed gently, momentarily obscuring the celestial secrets, severing the space around them. His pupils constricted sharply. He could no longer sense the power of the universe. This Azure Lotus umbrella could indeed veil the heavenly mysteries. A treasure of creation, Wiyazi, feeling the changes around him, couldn't help but admire the owner's might once again. The advantage of the lay in its ability to summon the forces of heaven and earth, creating overwhelming momentum. Now, with the Azure Lotus umbrella isolating the space, Wiyazi found himself with the strength to contend against his body exuded sword energy, and his heart brimmed with fighting spirit. Ingwang, cease your advance. I shall not allow you to pass. Wiyazi concentrated strands of sword energy upon his form, coalescing them into a blade. The myriad heart's swords contained the essence of countless paths. Wiyazi brandished his sword, aiming directly at Ing Wang and the three formidable. The owner had bestowed upon him great favor. These adversaries were merely trifling obstacles in the owner's eyes. The owner sought to return to the mundane. He could not permit Ing Wang to disturb the owner's tranquility. Today, he would ensure that all these 9 nether tigers were treated. Ing Wang smirked coldly, transforming his massive form into that of a human. Wiyazi, do you presume that by isolating space, you can act recklessly before me? Ing Wang revealed a vicious grin, one hand morphing into a colossal claw that descended upon him. Yet the Azure Lotus umbrella was exceedingly domineering. It would become Wiyazi's greatest reliance against Ing Wang. The long sword in his hand surged forth, its myriad sword energies spanning 30,000 miles. Without the power of heaven and earth, you are akin to a toothless tiger. What do I have to fear? Impudence, roared the second brother, charging forth with his gigantic form. But Wiyazi's sharp sword sliced through the air like a shooting star. I have already slain perfect, let alone you. Amired in his current state, Wiyazi was at the pinnacle of his strength. With this sword, the second brother shall be cleaved in twain. This was the might of Wiyazi as a sword immortal, capable of slaying great demons with a single stroke. The third and fourth brother's eyes widened in horror. The second brother had perished just like that. Ing Wang fixed his gaze upon Wiyazi. You have regained your vitality. Did the bookstore owner assist you? Thanks to the owner's profound kindness, I shall live for another 500 years. Allow the 1,000-year sword immortal, whose vitality had been extinguished, to live for another 500 years. What sort of figure is this bookstore owner? No, this bookstore owner must die. He will undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the demon clan. Ing Wang's palm opened, revealing a swirling orb of. This orb was capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas that Wiyazi's sword energy dissipated as he plucked a blade of grass from the ground. The myriad heart sword, achieving immortality through the mundane. Wiyazi was determined to showcase the power of the myriad heart sword for the first time. Ing Wang, bear witness to my sword technique that opens the path to Wiyazi. Closed his eyes. Even within an isolated space, the forces of countless paths converged into the withered grass in his hand. With the strength of this grass, he could rupture the firmament. Wiyazi suddenly opened his eyes. The withered grass in his hand was more formidable than divine weaponry. He swung the grass towards Ing Wang, a dim light radiating forth. Boom! A flash of light caused the Azure Lotus to sway, as if the heavens were about to split asunder. Ing Wang's expression shifted entirely. The power within was not even yet already posed a threat to him. If this sword path were to enter, it would reach the pinnacle of the human race's swordsmanship. Cursed be it! Who imparted this sword technique to Wiyazi? The one who taught this technique is indeed a transcendent being. The third brother merely brushed against the residual shockwave and was utterly shattered in half. The fourth brother trembled beside him. The light of the sword was too terrifying. Wiyazi was equally astonished. Was this the path the owner had guided him towards? This path was not merely. It could indeed step into creation. Owner, who exactly are you? Wiyazi recalled the numerous books on the owner's shelf. Were they not all of the same caliber as this one? Terrifying. In this moment, Wiyazi began to gain a clearer understanding of the owner's formidable nature. Ing Wang's eyes were icy. This Wiyazi was exceedingly troublesome. If it weren't for the Azure Lotus umbrella shrouding the heavens, would he have to endure such indignity? Chapter 12. 3. Determined. Wiyazi gazed calmly ahead. The aura emanating from the withered grass, disrupting the entire isolated space. Ing Wang, depart now. The owner could easily kill you. I simply do not wish for you to disturb the owner's peace. Ing Wang's countenance darkened significantly. When did it become intimidated by a half-step human? He was in this era where no being of creation had emerged for thousands of years, there was the zenith of combat power. No matter how powerful the bookstore owner was, he was merely a half-step into the realm of creation. It was all due to that damned Azure Lotus umbrella, were it not for its presence. This Wiyazi, even with his newfound sword path, would not last 3 exchanges before him. Wiyazi, bookstore owner, you both are quite commendable. It has been nearly 10,000 years since I, Ing Wang, have felt this constrained. I shall remember you. One day, you shall meet a grim fate at my hands. Ing Wang's palm manifested the runes of, stirring the obscured heavens and earth. He borrowed a fragment of the laws of space, taking the barely surviving fourth brother away from the desolate land. This venture incurred heavy losses. Among the three, two had fallen, significantly weakening their clan's power. Ing Wang's eyes were suffused with blood, veins of crimson coursing through them. A hint of madness emerging. Oh, not blame me. I shall unleash the demon dragon trapped in the desolate land, plunging the entire world into chaos. Why is the desolate land desolate? In ancient times, a demon dragon mastered a celestial demonic path, devouring countless demons and slaughtering humans. This incited the wrath of both humans and demons. 12 beings of creation laid a void seal, stripping the demon dragon of its celestial path and imprisoning it in the desolate land. Once the demon dragon is released, the current realm of Shangyun 18 prefectures will find it difficult to resist. Ing Wang had completely lost his mind. Weazi and that bookstore owner he had never met had driven him to such fury. He intended to release the demon dragon from the desolate land. Since Weazi had claimed the bookstore owner was powerful, let that owner perish alongside the demon dragon. Ing Wang retrieved a blueprint from within his cave and handed it to the fourth brother. Fourth brother, you are responsible for gathering a group of subordinates to collect these items. Ing Wang's eyes shimmered with cold light. He sought to incite a bloody tempest in this era 100 meters away from the bookstore. Weazi slowly retracted the azure lotus umbrella, the withered grass in his hand gradually turning to ash. Weazi glanced back at the bookstore and bowed deeply. For my entire life, I, Weazi, bow to the owner. Taking a deep breath, Weazi silently expressed his gratitude to the owner once more. Had it not been for the owner's assistance, how could he possess the strength to repel the... This was all thanks to the owner. Weazi composed himself and then returned to the... Upon seeing Weazi's return, the sect leader, Fu Zitan, hurriedly welcomed him before a multitude. Sword Immortal, you have returned. Indeed, upon my return, I shall enter seclusion. Do not disturb me unless it is of great importance. Seclusion? Fu Zitan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Was the Sword Immortal about to challenge the... Weazi walked slowly towards Shiri Tian, his gaze fixed upon this young sovereign, a splendid young man. My human race shall flourish. If there's an opportunity in the future, I shall lead you to meet a great master. Fu Zitan listened in confusion. What sort of powerful figure could earn the Sword Immortal's respect? Shiri Tian nodded, yet remained skeptical about the great master Weazi spoke of. He muttered to himself, Great master. Is there a being more exalted than the owner? Lin Shi? Weazi looked at Shiri Tian with satisfaction. You, the grandson of the war god Shi Zhantian, truly do not disgrace your grandfather's name. Shiri Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. The Sword Immortal was aware of this. Weazi smiled kindly. The bloodline within Shiri Tian was potent, reminiscent of that old fellow Shi Zhantian. Though I do not know why you left the Shi clan, pursue your desires. They shall support you. The elders of thee and thee have all expressed envy towards Shiri Tian. The Sword Immortal's words would elevate Shiri Tian to the status of A. The status of it is even higher than that of A. While it may be replaced, it can only be passed down to one individual. Weazi currently stood as the of the Shiri Tian promptly clasped his fists in gratitude, while Wu Yazi smiled kindly before vanishing to enter seclusion to Fu Zitan, witnessing the departure of the Sword Immortal. Announced that the trials would continue: wisdom, determination, and restraint. These are the three aspects of the three no-leak learning. The aspect of wisdom had been passed, and out of over 10,000 participants, only a little over 2,000 remained. Next came the trial of determination, which tested the resolve of the practitioners. Throughout a martial artist's life, they are continually tempted, and their determination directly impacts their achievements. Fu Zitan raised his hand to activate a corner of the protective formation. Enveloping the remaining 2,000 participants, they had the duration of a single incense stick to awaken. Those who could not awaken would be forced to leave. As the word settled, the formation erupted with blazing light, drawing everyone's consciousness into an illusion. Shiri Tian's awareness found itself within the Shi family residence, still struggling to adapt. Before him knelt Shi, with all members of the Shi family bowing in reverence, pleading for Shi Riqian to take up the mantle of the young master and lead the Shi family. The eldest elder of the Shi family, leaning on his cane, his teeth nearly gone, was the very one who had strongly supported Shi Yi's claim to Shi Riqian's supreme bone. With a face full of pleading, he addressed Shi Riqian. Shi Riqian, Shi Yi has taken your supreme bone. I permit you to kill him in vengeance and reclaim your supreme bone. All I ask is that you agree to be the young master of the Shi family. Shi Yi, kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, fixed his gaze on Shi Riqian, filled with hatred, wishing to devour him whole. What of your supreme bone? If you wish to kill me, then do so. If it weren't for the elders of the clan, would you even stand a chance against me? Even at this juncture, such defiance, Shi Riqian could no longer contain the fury within him. His eyes ablaze with anger. You dare to take my supreme bone and still act so brazenly? Come, kill me if you can. Shi Riqian raised his hand, turning into a blade, and struck down fiercely. A flash of cold light erupted, the air crackling. This strike could shatter Shi Yi's mind. At that critical moment, Shi Riqian's hand halted just above Shi Yi's head. Shi Riqian tightly closed his eyes, the rage within him still surging. Shi Yi wore an expression of confusion. I took your supreme bone and nearly caused your demise. Yet you do not seek my life? I will kill you. But not here in this illusion. Only a fool would be ensnared by it. I shall do it in reality, before the elders of the Shi clan, extracting my supreme bone from your body and crushing your hands bit by bit. Only then will my hatred be quelled. Shi Riqian's words thundered, and in that instant his resolve solidified further. Within him, the supreme bone began to manifest a trace of the supreme law. The entire illusion was shattered by this manifestation, and the ephemeral world disintegrated into fragments. Shi Riqian emerged from the illusion, the first among 2,000 to awaken. Fu Zizuan was overjoyed, having shattered the illusion in just 9 breaths. Shi Riqian was the first to achieve this in millennia. Chapter 13. The 8 Supreme Laws. The determination aspect of the 3 no-leak learning allows one to peer directly into the depths of the heart's desires or aspirations through illusions. Countless martial artists easily fall prey to temptations of wealth, power, and beauty at such a young age. Shi Riqian is at the peak of desire. This young supreme's heart is surprisingly steadfast. Break through the illusion in just 9 breaths foretells a remarkable future. Shi Riqian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright. Shi Yi, I shall come to seek retribution, he murmured softly, devoid of excessive fervor. The emotions within him had transformed into a driving force for cultivation. As the first to awaken, Fu Zizuan retrieved a resplendent spirit herb from his inner sanctum, the 9-colored dragon snake herb. This is a celestial herb. Among spiritual medicines, it ranks highest as an immortal elixir, followed by the heavenly and earthly spiritual herbs that a single celestial herb requires a millennium to cultivate. For Shi Riqian's outstanding performance, the 9-colored dragon snake herb was awarded to him to strengthen his foundation. Shi Riqian accepted it, immediately consuming it to refine his bone patterns. As the herb entered his body, a vibrant light enveloped him. Shi Riqian immersed himself in his cultivation, continuously absorbing the effects of the 9-colored dragon snake herb. From 11 bone patterns, he swiftly advanced to 19. The supreme blood within him weighed as heavily as 1,000 pounds from just a single drop. Shi Riqian exhaled a cloud of turbid air, his eyes glinting with a hint of golden light. The embryonic form of the supreme eyes with a single glance, could compel all beings to submit. It was unexpected that Shi Riqian would manifest this even at his current level. As Shi Riqian completed his cultivation, the determination trial came to an end. Originally a gathering of over 2,000, only about 800 remained. Fu Zizuan nodded in satisfaction, noting that this year's newcomers had increased by 300 compared to the last. Clearing his throat, Fu Zizuan's voice resonated throughout the venue. Having passed the determination trial, you are now all disciples of the Guangdao sacred sect. The upcoming trial of restraint will be your fate. What you gain depends on yourselves. The trial of restraint is a process through which the ancestors of the Guangdao sacred sect select their successors. Those chosen by the ancestors will receive their blessings. Fu Zitsuan's gaze fell upon Shi Ritian, his eyes filled with anticipation. I wonder if you will be chosen by the Guangdao sacred sovereign. Even a young supreme may not be selected. Fu Zitsuan retracted his thoughts and led the group of juniors into the Guangdao sacred sect. Within the sect, mist swirled, and white crane soared. A vast dojo enveloped a 10-mile radius, inscribed with runes to aid disciples in comprehending martial techniques. Fu Zitsuan guided them forward until they arrived at the foot of a towering peak. This peak was adorned with stone tablets, each inscribed with names and life stories. This was the sacred mountain of the Guangdao sect, preserving the legacies of the ancestors. At the summit, there stood a solitary stone tablet. Guangdao, sacred sovereign, Zhou Ziping. At 16, he entered the divine storage realm, overpowering the young master of the golden-winged Great Eagle clan. Tearing off its wings, at 19, he ascended to the Bridge of Passage, single-handedly guarding the northern mountains of Shanyang's 18 provinces for 3 days. Quelling the chaos of 100 demons. At 66, he reached the third realm of transformation and was conferred the title of Guangdao, sacred sovereign. Establishing the Guangdao sacred sect, Zhou Ziping's life was nothing short of legendary. Such a prodigy is the pillar of humanity. Zhou Ziping left behind a fragment of his consciousness within the sacred mountain. Yet in the thousands of years since the Guangdao sect's establishment, only 2 individuals had ever received Zhou Ziping's acknowledgement. Ultimately, they both achieved the third realm of transformation. Fu Zitsuan gestured for the 800 participants to enter the sacred mountain. Close your eyes and feel. The stone tablets will call to you. Choose from the ones that resonate most. Once he had given his instructions, all entered the sacred mountain, closing their eyes to experience the summons from the stone tablets. The sacred mountain held 283 ancestral legacies. Each individual's experience would vary based on their own fortunes. Shi Ritian closed his eyes, sensing the entire sacred mountain's call, with the supreme laws within him forming a crucial connection. All 283 stone tablets beckoned to Shi Ritian, including the one at the very top, Zhou Ziping's tablet. Fu Zitsuan was elated. The remnant soul of the sacred sovereign had recognized Shi Ritian. This signified that Shi Ritian possessed the potential to reach the third realm of transformation. Should he achieve that, he would enjoy a lifespan of 5,000 years. Shi Ritian opened his eyes, drawn to the strongest legacy. He approached with calm determination, reaching the stone tablet at the peak. The remnant soul of Zhou Ziping floated forth from the tablet, his eyes shining like celestial stars, radiating divine brilliance. 0.4 inches of supreme bone. Young supreme, kneel and take me as your master. You shall inherit my legacy. The prospect of inheriting the legacy of a once-in-a-millennium powerhouse was irresistibly enticing. Countless onlookers from the sacred mountain displayed expressions of envy. The remnant soul of the Guangdao, sacred sovereign, was offering to accept Shi Ritian as a disciple. This was indeed a monumental opportunity. Shi Ritian calmly shook his head, rejecting Zhou Ziping. A supreme does not kneel, and moreover, I do not wish for you to be my master. You still lack 3 parts. Shi Ritian's words were astonishing, akin to a comet striking the earth, igniting a tremendous uproar. The entirety of the Guangdao sacred sect was left in shock. This Shi Ritian was truly remarkable. To claim that the Guangdao sacred sovereign was lacking was unprecedented. Fu Zitsuan was sweating profusely. How could Shi Ritian utter such foolish words? What if he angered the sacred sovereign? Zhou Ziping laughed heartily. After thousands of years, this youth was the most intriguing person he had encountered. Junior, do you not covet my legacy? Though I find your legacy appealing, there is only one master in my life, and that is him. You already have a master. A fleeting sadness crossed Shi Ritian's face. I have no master. He has not taken me as a disciple. It has granted me immense fortune in my heart. Only he can be my master, even though I am not worthy to be his disciple. Zhou Ziping revealed a smile, remarking that the young supreme had no qualifications to become a disciple. Who, after all, was the person that Shi Ritian spoke of? Shi Ritian clasped his fist toward Zhou Ziping, saying, Senior, I apologize, but I cannot accept you as my master. I shall forego this inheritance. Zhou Zipping laughed heartily, cradling a sphere of light in his hands. An intriguing young man, since you cannot inherit my legacy. Allow me to bestow upon you a fortuitous gift. Zhou Zipping infused the sphere of light into Shi Ritian's mind. Within Shi Ritian's consciousness, radiant golden beams coalesced, revealing ancient golden characters, the 8 supreme techniques. This was a martial art particularly suited for those with supreme bones. Although it was not a supreme law, it resonated with the principles of supremacy. Shi Ritian nodded, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The 8 supreme techniques were perfectly aligned with his capabilities. Currently, he lacked suitable martial arts, and the innate talent of his supreme bones eluded his understanding. Chapter 14. The pitiful child. The emergence of the 8 supreme techniques was akin to a tremendous boon for him. Immersed in the wisdom of the 8 supreme techniques, Shi Ritian's consciousness delved deeper into its mysteries. Heaven and earth, the profound and the mundane, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Each character embodies a technique. Each technique capable of dominating the world. The founder of the 8 supreme techniques sought to rival supremacy through this very art. Fu Zitan stood before the sacred mountain, observing Shi Ritian's acquisition of the Saint Esboon. His heart swelling with excitement. I, Fu Zitan, in the name of the sect leader, hereby declare Shi Ritian to be among the esteemed heirs of my Guangdao sacred sect. The title of heir was the highest honor within the sect, universally acknowledged due to Shi Ritian's status as a young supreme. Fu Zitan produced a crimson feather fan from within his celestial realm, its feathers resembling the essence of the sun. This is the Jinwu fan, containing the remnant spirit of a golden crow. It may be wielded 3 times, equivalent to 3 strikes of a divine treasure. You are the heir of my Guangdao sacred sect. This fan is entrusted to you, providing protection thrice. Shi Ritian gratefully accepted it. Fu Zikan gazed at Shi Ritian meaningfully, slowly articulating. In 3 months, a celestial realm shall open in Qingzhou, drawing various factions, including the Shi clan. The mention of the Shi clan caused Shi Ritian's pupils to constrict, his fists involuntarily clenching. 3 months. Indeed, Shi Yi's strength must be nearing the divine concealment realm by now. Shi Yi was already 2 years his senior, and with the resources of the Shi clan, his cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate. Though Shi Ritian possessed the 8 supreme techniques and had reforged his supreme bones, his own strength still paled in comparison, his realm limited to merely 19 bone patterns. The gap between himself and Shi Yi was insurmountable. A heavy heart clouded Shi Ritian's thoughts as he gazed into the distance, that he had completely mastered the technique for reforging supreme bones. To confront Shi Yi in 3 months, he would need greater strength. Only a high-level master could assist him. It was time to return the book and ascertain whether the master would be willing to aid him. Shi Ritian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was eager to seek the master once more. It had been over 10 days since he last laid eyes on the esteemed figure. Sect leader, I shall be away for a few days. Very well. Return promptly. In a desolate region, within a wooden bookstore, Lin Shi held a blank scroll, contemplating the pile of cola and fried chicken on the table. System, the items you provided nearly made me believe I had returned to Earth. With this soda and fried chicken, it seems you are treating me like a homebody. Lin Shi examined the blank scroll in his hand, unsure of its purpose, though it felt quite pleasant to the touch. However, he could not paint. Having a blank scroll served little purpose. Lin Shi sighed, tossing the scroll onto the table and angrily tearing off a chicken leg to eat. I do not wish to be a homebody. I want to cultivate. Bring me some customers. Creak. The wooden door swung open, and Lin Shi sprang up from his stool with excitement. Has heaven finally opened its eyes? Am I truly receiving a customer? He looked up, only to find Shi Ritian entering. Shi Ritian carried a jug of wine, grinning sheepishly at Lin Shi. I, the master, have come to return the book. Lin Shi's expression fell. He had hoped for a new visitor. Little Stone, have you returned the book so soon? Have you learned everything? Indeed, master, I have mastered all. Shi Ritian placed the wine on the table and returned the book to Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded, crossing Shi Ritian's name off the register. All done. Shi Ritian surveyed the room, glancing at the birds in the cage and the small fox curled up asleep nearby. Waves of astonishment surged within him. How little time had passed! The master had already taken to raising small pets, all of which were top-tier demon beasts. A golden-winged eagle with 57 bone patterns, a six-tailed fox with 23 bone patterns. Was this the realm of the master? Truly, only such grand beasts were worthy of being the master's companions. Lin Shi lounged back, leisurely crossing his legs. Cultivation, have a chicken leg. He tore off a piece and handed it to Shi Ritian as a treat for his esteemed guest. Shi Ritian took it, examining the chicken leg, something he had never encountered before. As he took a gentle bite, the crispness enveloped his mouth, the savory aroma of oil blended with the flavor of chicken. Master, this is truly delicious. Lin Shi chuckled, taking pride in the allure of Earth's culinary delights. To conquer this world with the flavors of Earth filled him with a sense of accomplishment. As Shi Ritian savored the chicken, its essence transformed into pure power within him, refining his physical form. From flesh to meridians and bones, he underwent a thorough purification that a single bite of fried chicken had significantly strengthened Shi Ritian's body, even enhancing the purity of his supreme bloodline. Shi Ritian looked gratefully at Lin Shi. For the first time, the master had gifted him a cup of six-fold vitality tea, and now, this miraculous fried chicken. The master was akin to a rebirth for him. Lin Shi, sensing Shi Ritian's grateful gaze, patted his shoulder. It's just a chicken leg. No need for thanks, he sighed inwardly. Truly, the deliciousness of fried chicken had stirred such excitement in Little Stone. Shi Ritian quickly finished the chicken leg, allowing the supreme principles to merge into his very bones and flesh. What should have taken countless trials was now accomplished with a single fried chicken leg from a master. Shi Ritian gazed at Lin Shi with admiration, feeling immensely fortunate to have encountered such a master. Shi Ritian then shifted to the matter at hand, for he had come with purpose. Master, I sincerely thank you for lending me the book. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. Rescue a youth ensnared in the shadows of life, and help him find the light makes my efforts worthwhile. Little Stone, do you have something else you wish to discuss? Having finished the chicken leg, Shi Ritian suddenly appeared serious. With a slow sigh, he realized that nothing escaped the master's keen perception. Yes, master, I have a matter I would like to trouble you with. Thank you for lending me the book. Lin Shi, observing Shi Ritian, shook his head, his eyes filled with compassion. This young man had likely been burdened by the death of an elder, leading to his previous despondency. Now he must be embroiled in a struggle for inheritance. Such a young age, and already embroiled in conflict. What a pity for the child. Lin Shi forgave Shi Ritian's earlier delay in returning the book. Feeling a sense of sympathy for the boy, Shi Ritian looked at Lin Shi, his heart tightening. Master, is there truly no way you can assist me? Lin Shi sighed, softening his demeanor towards the young man. It is fortunate you sought me out. I am perhaps the only one capable of helping you. Lin Shi rose to find a suitable book for Shi Ritian. Chapter 15. Awakening the Supreme Law Form. Lin Shi scanned the bookshelf, his gaze sweeping across the titles. There were a dozen or so books, and periodically, the system would provide new selections for him to choose from. Recently, he had chosen a book that seemed particularly well-suited for Shi Ritian. Found it, Lin Shi exclaimed, holding up a thick tome inscribed with the title Awakening the Giant Within. This book was ideal for Shi Ritian, who was undoubtedly under tremendous pressure. With this book, he would surely awaken his potential. Lin Shi handed the book to Shi Ritian. Observing the shift in his expression, as Shi Ritian took the book, he trembled intensely upon glimpsing its contents. Awakening the Supreme Law Form. This tome was far more precious to him than even the 8 supreme techniques. The nascent form of one's supreme dual eyes is but a mere fragment of the supreme Dharma manifestation. Should one fully awaken the supreme Dharma manifestation, even in the face of Shi, one would remain invincible. The esteemed figure has always treated me with such kindness, invariably aware of my most pressing needs. Shi Ritian felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. In this world, only Lin Shi could compel such a gesture from him. No matter that he possessed the supreme bone, he would kneel before the esteemed figure. Lin Shi hastily pulled Shi Ritian up, earnestly advising him. Why do you always have the inclination to kneel? A man ought not to kneel easily, not even before heaven and earth. Do you understand? Young Shi obediently heeded the counsel. Shi Ritian straightened his posture, bowing slightly to Lin Shi. The esteemed figure's admonition was justified. He was a youthful sovereign. How could he lack the demeanor befitting one of his stature? A supreme being kneeling. No wonder it displeased the esteemed figure. The esteemed figure has always held concern for me. How could I cause him to worry? I must strive to grow stronger, to assist him, even if only to share a fraction of his burdens. Shi Ritian set a goal for himself, silently motivating his spirit. Observing Shi Ritian's demeanor, Lin Shi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Inspirational words had once again salvaged this young man. Previously, he had deemed such motivational literature pointless, mere empty rhetoric. Yet now, he recognized its value in rescuing young souls. Indeed, inspirational writings proved reliable. Lin Shi retrieved a ledger and inscribed Shi Ritian's name, as per tradition. The rental fee was at his discretion. Shi Ritian handed over the Jinwu fan that the sect leader had just bestowed upon him. Lin Shi accepted the fan, its vibrant red feathers exceptionally captivating. This fan is delightful. It offers a comfortable breeze and is pleasing to the eye. I like it. Shi Ritian fell silent. The esteemed figure remained unchanged. The sky-covering cloth was for dusting, while this Jinwu fan was for fanning. Only the esteemed figure possessed such audacity in this world. Lin Shi picked up a blank scroll and a bottle of soda, presenting them to Shi Ritian. Little Shi, I have a gift for you. Do not be polite. Lin Shi gazed at the unfortunate child, feeling a sense of duty to care for him as much as possible. Shi Ritian held the book, the scroll, and the soda, momentarily lost in thought. There was something distinctly different about the esteemed figure today. Are you leaving? Yes. Take care. A warm current flowed through Shi Ritian's heart. The esteemed figure was truly concerned for him. He clenched his fists silently, vowing that once he resolved matters with Shi, he would bring something good for the esteemed figure. Lin Shi escorted Shi Ritian out of the bookstore, cradling the little fox who was peacefully asleep. That, oh, little fox, this child Shi Ritian is rather pitiable. Xian'er's small eyes regarded Shi Ritian, confused as to why he seemed pitiable. He bore the supreme bone and possessed such precious treasures. The fan he had just revealed was comparable to a rare treasure, despite the Jinwu soul within being rather thin. Alas, I do not comprehend what the boss sees in this child. Xian'er lay quietly in Lin Shi's embrace, enjoying his gentle caress. Outside, in the thicket, a pair of icy blue eyes brimmed with fear. He had come to find the princess, only to witness such a startling scene. The princess has been kept by the humans. This human must have threatened the princess, forcing her to remain. That I must return immediately to report to the king. The icy blue eyes quickly faded away, racing back to the domain of the six-tailed fox. Upon returning to the Kuang Dao holy sect, Fuzi Siyuan arranged a private cave dwelling for him. Within the cave, a gathering formation gradually operated, drawing in rich spiritual energy. Shi Ritian took out the blank scroll to examine it. The esteemed figure must have given me this scroll for a reason. But what could its purpose be? Shi Ritian racked his brain, unable to discern its utility. Forget it. I shall not ponder it further. It will surely reveal its purpose in due time. After all, the esteemed figure would not provide me with something utterly useless. It is merely that the time is not yet right. Shi Ritian retrieved the bottle of Pepsi, its label emblazoned with the words in bold letters. He gazed at the dark brown liquid, bubbles continuously rising within. What on earth is this Pepsi? Why did the esteemed figure possess such peculiar items? Though strange, the esteemed figure would never harm him. Shi Ritian gently twisted the cap open, slowly pouring some into his mouth. The effervescent liquid flowed in, and in an instant, it relaxed his very soul. He felt as if he were soaring. What an exquisite sensation! The liquid transformed into a surge of vitality, flooding every corner of Shi Ritian's body. Every cell became invigorated, brimming with boundless life. A sip of Pepsi could rejuvenate one entirely. This Pepsi was akin to a miraculous elixir, comparable to the 6 Paths Vitality Tea he had previously consumed. The esteemed figure had generously gifted him a bottle, equivalent to granting him 10 lives. He must be concerned about the dangers Shi Ritian might face when confronting Shi in 3 months. Thus, he provided this bottle of soda to ensure his safety. Esteemed figure, I owe you so much. A weight settled in Sure Retion's heart. The esteemed figure's concern spoke volumes. The soda, presented as a gift, was an expression of his care. The esteemed figure's love was silent yet profound, as heavy as a mountain. Sure Retion took a deep breath, setting the soda aside, and retrieved the means to awaken the supreme Dharma manifestation. The supreme Dharma manifestation encapsulated the entirety of supreme law, allowing one to transform into a manifestation of the law, standing within heaven and earth to achieve all phenomena, that by awakening even a portion. Obtaining the supreme dual eyes would significantly enhance his strength. As he opened the first page, boundless principles and mysteries of the supreme laws enveloped him. The supreme Dharma manifestation expands one's own realm, refines the supreme body, and absorbs the laws of heaven and earth. By transforming yin and yang, one births myriad phenomena, ultimately achieving the supreme Dharma manifestation. Sure Retion immersed himself in refining the supreme body, his aura growing increasingly powerful and noble in the realm of the demon clan. Above the territory of the six-tailed fox, a tremendous six-tailed figure swept across the heavens. Damnable humans, how dare you keep my daughter? Chapter 16. Bring me the innate seven-treasure spirit fruit. The six-tailed demon king was furious. He dispatched scouts to search for the princess. They hastily returned to inform him that the princess had been kept by humans from the desolate lands. Since the ancient times, who would dare to keep a six-tailed fox? Those who did would already be long dead. So much time had passed, and yet there were still those bold enough to commit such acts. Enraged, the six-tailed demon king unleashed his power, sweeping through the demon realm. Bai Lao, come with me. Yes, your majesty. An elderly man with stooped posture and white hair, leaning on a cane, floated into the air beside the six-tailed demon king. The two transformed into human forms and proceeded toward the desolate land. As night descended, the stars twinkled, and the chorus of insects filled the endless darkness. This moment, Lin Shi was in the bookstore, fanning himself with the Jinwu fan, leisurely enjoying fried chicken while watching the little fox munch on cucumbers. A series of knocks echoed at the door, puzzling Lin Shi. Who could it be at this hour? The little fox also set aside the innate seven-treasure spirit fruit, her keen eyes peering toward the door. Lin Shi set down the fan and rose to open the door, revealing a middle-aged man adorned in splendid attire, accompanied by an elderly man. The little fox froze. It was her father and Bai Lao. Oh no, my father and Bai Lao must think I've been kept by the esteemed figure, the little fox anxiously thought to herself, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding. It was all her fault for having become so comfortable around the esteemed figure that she had forgotten to inform her father. Oh no, what a predicament! Just as the little fox was about to speak, she quickly restrained herself. Living with the esteemed figure for this time, she understood that he lived a life of an ordinary person. Acting rashly would surely displease him. Lin Shi scrutinized the two men before him. This middle-aged man exuded an air of significance through his attire. The elderly man beside him seemed to be a steward. May I inquire who you are? The six-tailed demon king snorted coldly, his expression frigid. You have captured my daughter, and yet you dare to ask who I am? Bai Lao stroked his white beard. His eyes narrowed like a dried well. Kindly return the princess to us. Your daughter? The princess? Lin Shi was utterly bewildered. There was no one else in his home, no princess to speak of, aside from a small golden creature and a little fox. There was nothing else. Wait, the little fox. Lin Shi gazed upon the little fox and instantly comprehended the situation. These two individuals must have come in search of this charming creature. The middle-aged man, akin to people on Earth, had a penchant for referring to his pets as daughters, and his status was anything but ordinary. Naturally, the butler addressed the little fox as Princess Fox. The little fox had gone missing, and the man and the butler were in a state of anxiety, having received information from the two hunters, which ultimately led them to Lin Shi. A smile broke upon Lin Shi's face as he pondered this revelation. A misunderstanding. Indeed, it was all a misunderstanding. Please, come in and have a cup of tea. With a warm smile, Lin Shi ushered the six-tailed demon king and Elderby into the bookstore. The demon king and Elderby exchanged puzzled glances. What did this human mean? Upon entering the bookstore, they spotted the golden crow fan and the celestial veil on the table. And suddenly, the implication became clear. It was a warning not to touch anything. It was a display of power. The expression on the six-tailed demon king's face darkened further. This human was clearly dismissive of him. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Shi continued to prepare 2 cups of tea, deliberately brewing it stronger. "Please enjoy the tea," he said, placing the cups before the demon king and elder by, inadvertently splashing a few droplets onto the celestial veil and the golden crow fan. The demon king's gaze fell upon the spilled tea, and in that instant of clarity, he was taken aback. 0.6 paths of vitality tea. Elderby was equally astonished. This was a celestial elixir of immortality. This human dared to serve it to them. Observing their expressions, Lin Shi mistakenly assumed they were displeased and awkwardly rubbed his nose. "That I apologize for the chill in this place. I do not possess any fine tea, so please make do." "Not fine tea?" The demon king and elderby exchanged glances, their hearts surging with incredulity. This was the 6 paths of vitality tea, harvested only once every 10,000 years. This human not only offered them 2 cups, but also claimed it was not fine tea. At that moment, both the demon king and elderby grew grave. This human appeared exceedingly cordial, yet he had never regarded them with respect. The demon king's eyes were filled with complexity. He was unwilling to see his daughter confined. Any six-tailed fox that was kept captive met with a dire fate, either stripped of their demon soul or had their 6 tails severed. Those who were captured invariably met untimely ends. This human was extraordinarily powerful, yet he would exert every effort to rescue his daughter, Xian'er. Lin Shi cradled the little fox and approached the demon king. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Shi, and I am the proprietor of this bookstore." The demon king emptied his cup, the rich vitality invigorating his bloodline. "I am Hugo, and this is Elderby." Upon recognizing their identities, Lin Shi stood and handed the little fox to Hugo. "I have treated this little fox with utmost care. She has suffered no harm, so you need not worry." Lin Shi discerned Hu Ji's evident concern for the little fox. Otherwise, he would not have come personally to his humble bookstore. Hugo embraced the little fox, Xian'er. He scrutinized her carefully, ensuring no restraints or injuries had befallen her. Lin Shi silently nodded. Xian'er was indeed a lovely name. Xian'er nestled against Hu Ji's shoulder, communicating through her spirit. "Father, do not worry. This esteemed person has been incredibly kind to me, even providing me with the innate 7 treasures spiritual fruit." "What?" "The innate 7 treasures spiritual fruit, another elixir of immortality. How many such elixirs could this Lin Shi possess? Furthermore, this esteemed person intends to elevate me to a 9-tailed celestial fox. I'm already the 7-tailed bloodline, 0.7 tails." Hu Ji's eyes widened in shock. This human dared to aspire to make Xian'er a 9-tailed celestial fox. What could be his ulterior motive, and why the exceptional kindness toward Xian'er? Hugo fell into deep contemplation. Feeling drowsy, Lin Shi recognized that with Hugo and Elderby present, they could assist in watching over the store. "I shall take a brief rest. Please keep an eye on the store while you spend time with Xian'er." With that, Lin Shi retreated to his room for 8N8P to Hugo, and Elderby inquired with concern about Xian'er's well-being in Lin Shi's company. Meanwhile, the small golden creature in the cage experienced a rapid enhancement of its bloodline, its golden feathers shimmering with radiant patterns, albeit firmly constrained by the celestial veil's restraints. This is a bloodline resonance. Hugo and Elderby both noticed that Hug's expression turned serious. He understood the significance of a bloodline resonance. The king of a clan connects with the bloodlines of all its members. When the king's bloodline undergoes substantial enhancement, it bestows blessings upon the entire clan. The little golden creature was evidently benefiting from this, its bloodline growing stronger. The golden-winged king had indeed taken that crucial step. Hugo sighed, realizing that his rival had outpaced him, entering the realm of Heaven's Call. Chapter 17. The golden-winged king steps in a Heaven's Call in the realm of the golden-winged eagles. The highest peak erupted with an astonishing might. A resounding cry of a bird ascended to the heavens, dispersing the clouds for miles. The colossal avatar of the golden-winged eagle soared from the mountaintop, its wings stretching over 1,000 miles, racing towards the heavens. The great forces of the universe converged in unison. The golden-winged king ascended into the void, his essence of golden crow blood thoroughly refined. The mighty energies of the universe gradually flowed into the golden-winged king's being, causing the winds to shift and the clouds to emit a resplendent glow for 8,000 miles. The entire demon clan knelt before the golden-winged king, for their sovereign was on the verge of becoming a formidable being of heaven-esque call. To enter the realm of heaven-esque call, one must plant a seed of heaven and earth within oneself, enabling the manipulation of the powers of the universe. The vast forces of the cosmos swirled into the golden-winged king's being as he became akin to a colossal black hole, consuming countless universal energies, ultimately coalescing a seed of heaven and earth within his core. The birth of this seed imbued the golden-winged king with an aura akin to that of a divine being. Every movement he made manifested the atmospheric changes of the heavens. Just a glance was like the heavens opening their eyes, perceiving the cycles of yin and yang. The golden-winged king manifested a blazing sun behind him, a reward earned from refining the golden crow blood. Dual avatars, the golden-winged eagle avatar and the blazing sun avatar. The intense heat radiating from the blazing sun transformed the surrounding area into molten rock within moments. Gather the spiritual herbs and rejoice in song and dance. I have become one with heaven-esque call, and the entire clan shall celebrate. The golden-winged king uttered a simple command and immediately set forth toward the desolate lands. The formidable bookstore owner had been on the golden-winged king's mind for far too long. A human powerhouse, unknown and unheard of, dared to imprison his kin and seize the six-tailed princess he sought. May the heavens bless you to be an unparalleled being of the third realm of creation. Otherwise, you shall meet a grim fate at the hands of the golden-winged king. The golden-winged king scoffed. In the next moment, the avatar of the golden-winged eagle manifested, drawing the energies of the universe. The million-mile desolate path transformed into mere inches with a wave of his hand. Within the bookstore, Hugo and Elderby were captivated by the overwhelming aura emanating from outside. This is the aura of the golden-winged king. Your Majesty, he has become a being of heaven-esque call. Why does he come to this bookstore? Only the little golden creature in the cage chirped joyfully, unable to voice its excitement due to its confinement. Yet its consciousness remained intact. The golden feathers had conveyed the message to the king. The king had finally come to rescue him. Beneath the heavens, the silhouette of the golden-winged king loomed, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the dilapidated wooden structure below. Is this the bookstore that Golden Feather spoke of? It appears rather unremarkable, akin to the humble abode of an ordinary farmer. This left the golden-winged king questioning whether the powerful figure mentioned by Golden Feather truly resided within. Inside the bookstore, Hugo placed Shinner down and exchanged glances with Elderby. Elderby, let us step outside together. Very well, Your Majesty. I shall accompany you to confront the golden-winged king. Shinner anxiously watched Hugo. Sensing the overwhelming aura of the golden-winged king far surpassed that of her father, she yearned to awaken Lin Chi, imploring his assistance for her father, unwilling to see him come to harm. Yet Hugo intercepted her, gazing at Shinner with a fond expression to not disturb the owner. I now understand his benevolent intentions. This golden-winged king is a mortal enemy of our clan. His ascendance to a being of heaven-esque call spells disaster for us. Thus, the owner saved you and nurtured you, providing great fortune to our six-tailed fox clan. Elderby sighed, realizing only when the golden-winged king ascended to the realm of heaven-esque call did he comprehend the truth. The owner had long been aware of everything. He had anticipated the golden-winged king's entry into the realm of heaven-esque call, hence his decision to cultivate the princess into a nine-tailed celestial fox. The owner sought merely to live as an ordinary person, refraining from meddling excessively in affairs. Therefore, he would not directly intervene. Instead, he chose to nurture the princess, indirectly aiding the six-tailed fox clan. The owner's recognition of the princess was a stroke of fortune for her, as well as a boon for their clan. Princess remained close to the owner. By his side lies the safest haven in the world. Bailao pointed a finger at Shinner, immobilizing her movements, and then exited the wooden bookstore alongside Hugo. In the skies above, the golden-winged king squinted upon seeing Hugo and Bailao emerge from the small cabin it appeared that indeed there was a formidable presence, the owner of the bookstore. Within, "You may remain here, but I shall first eliminate you." His words echoed. A terrifying aura of murder surged from all directions. This was the might of a celestial being, capable of encompassing the heavens with a mere thought. A luminescent barrier gradually rose above the wooden cabin, enveloping the entire store and muffling all sounds. Hugu unleashed his own Dharma manifestation, a colossal six-tailed fox sprawling across the ground, its six tails, akin to unparalleled weapons, sweeping the edges of the sky. Bai Lao also activated his Dharma form, revealing a howling white wolf. This enormous white wolf spanned 1,000 miles, its head crowned with a waning moon that radiated the essence of the night. Nighttime was the realm of the howling white wolf, perfectly attuned to the night. Bai Lao could exhibit power equivalent to a half-step celestial being, drawing strength from the moon's essence. The golden-winged king scoffed, deeming it absurd that two half-step celestial beings would dare to confront him. "I shall take your lives as a tribute to my ascension to celestial status." The golden-winged king summoned his golden-winged Dharma form, merging it with the heavens and earth. The void trembled, and the night stirred with turmoil. The Dharma of heaven and earth. This was the emblem of a celestial being, where the Dharma harmonizes with the cosmos, wielding control over the five elements and the yin-yang. The golden-winged king struck down with a palm, his Dharma following suit. The grand momentum of the universe surged forth, countless laws shimmering with divine radiance. As this palm transformed into the weight of the heavens bearing down upon Hugu and Bai Lao, the two men's expressions grew grave, already feeling the terror of a celestial being's might. Their bodies resonated with countless pathways, as if they were whales swallowing the essence of the world. Hugu's six tails fanned out vigorously, causing the earth to quake and mountains to crumble. Bai Lao harmonized with the bright moon above, exuding a silvery light. The silver moonlight from his palms glimmered, illuminating the night as if it were day. The air crackled as many laws shattered, leaving the ground marred. The golden-winged king grinned ominously as another Dharma form rose behind him. The Dharma of heaven and earth, the blazing sun. A radiant sun ascended from behind the golden-winged king, overshadowing the brilliance of the moon. Under the vast sky upon the yellow earth, wherever the blazing sun shines, the golden-winged eagle reigns supreme. "Tonight, you old fox and that ancient wolf shall perish here. Kill!" The golden-winged king uttered a single word, and the law followed his command. The word kill coalesced into a millennium of murderous intent, a grayish, chilling malice suffusing the air. The golden-winged king wielded the might of the universe, revealing the true power of a celestial being. Within the bookstore, the celestial cloth, the drop of life-giving tea from the Golden Crow fan was absorbed, transforming into an ocean of spiritual energy. Buzz! The celestial cloth erupted with rainbow-colored brilliance, the Golden Crow fan radiating with the fervor of the sun. Both treasures soared from the wooden bookstore. Chapter 18. A sack of immortal elixirs. The celestial cloth burst forth from the bookstore, morphing into a vast sky. "It conceal the heavens. I am the vault of the sky." Within the celestial cloth, a river of stars cascaded through the darkness. From the Golden Crow fan, a strand of Golden Crow soul ascended, akin to a sun rising from the east. In that moment, the night dawned. All origins sprang forth from the east. This was the residual soul of the Golden Crow. The golden-winged king's expression shifted dramatically, having refined a drop of Golden Crow blood. He was well aware of the strength of the Golden Crow lineage. Both Hugu and Bai Lao stared in shock, realizing the significance of the celestial cloth and the tea stain on the Golden Crow fan. It turned out that this was not an accident by the owner, but rather a deliberate action. The owner knew that they were no match for the golden-winged king. However, wishing to remain inconspicuous, he would not intervene himself. Thus, he purposely spilled 2 drops of life-giving tea, employing these 2 treasures to counter the golden-winged king and rescue them. Hugu sighed deeply. The owner was the strongest he had ever encountered. Bai Lao remarked, "The owner's foresight is perhaps only rivaled by the Tao of heaven." The golden-winged king's expression darkened. The celestial cloth obscured the Tao of heaven, preventing his Dharma from manifesting. Damn it! Two Dharma forms surged with divine radiance behind the golden-winged king. Golden light coalesced into a sea, swirling at the golden-winged king's feet. In an instant, he was clad in golden armor, resembling an ancient general. It was merely a residual soul. It was time to kill. The colossal golden crow charged toward the golden-winged king, carrying the essence of the sun's path. The searing heat rendered the laws themselves into nothingness. The golden crow, a supreme lineage, even the ancient golden-winged rock paled in comparison. Just a residual soul possessed strength rivaling that of a celestial being. The golden-winged king's expression turned frigid as he reached out with his right hand, grasping a golden spear from the void. The golden eagle spear. The golden-winged king thrust the spear, causing stars to explode. Boom! The celestial cloth unleashed boundless radiance, enveloping the golden-winged king. The celestial cloth could obscure the sky, let alone a mere celestial being. The golden-winged king swung his spear, continuously resisting the pressure of the celestial cloth. The voice of the golden crow's residual soul rang out, its solar essence enveloping its form. In a flash of light, the golden crow approached the golden-winged king. The terrifying flames melted the golden armor that adorned the golden-winged king. As the beak opened, 9 blazing suns erupted, aligned in a single line. Golden crow divine ability. 9 suns annihilation. The residual soul had intent. The golden crow's bloodline must not fall into the hands of alien races. The golden crow's residual soul sensed the presence of the golden crow's essence within the golden-winged king. The golden-winged king gazed upward at the aura of the 9 suns, his entire being bristling. This line of 9 suns emanated a terrifying aura capable of obliterating an entire realm. This was merely a residual soul of the golden crow. Yet it was so monstrous. Hugu, standing before the bookstore, revealed no discernible emotions. The golden-winged king. You should never have provoked the owner. He is an unparalleled master, and you have already lost the moment you stepped into his scheme, without even having met him. The owner's intellect is as cunning as a demon. Bai Lao silently rejoiced, fortunate that the 6-tailed fox clan has never offended the owner. The golden-winged king's expression darkened, his hatred for the owner surging to monstrous heights. Damn it, bookstore owner, we have never met. Why you keep striking at me? The golden-winged king tightened his grip on the golden eagle spear, his dharma forms merging. The urgent priority was to break through this golden crow divine ability. The golden crow's residual soul summoned the 9 suns above, flames engulfing the heavens and earth, pressing down upon the golden-winged king. The golden-winged king bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood, which transformed into a mist of crimson. From his body erupted a terrifying radiance, as a colossal dharma form rose. The power of Garuda. The golden-winged king's strength surged explosively, the spear in his hand breaking the constraints of the celestial cloth. The constraints shattered. The golden-winged king revealed his true form, his wings unfurling to a staggering 80,000 miles. In an instant, he departed from the desolate ground. The 9 suns fell short, and the profound laws of the sun dissipated within the universe. The golden crow's residual soul returned to the golden crow fan, resuming its position, while the celestial cloth flew back to the wooden table in the bookstore, resembling a mere rag once more. Everything reverted to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Hugu inhaled deeply, awed by the owner's prowess. He had never intervened personally, yet solely with a cloth and a fan, he had repelled the golden-winged king. All of this was done for the sake of the 6-tailed fox clan. Reflecting on his original intent to confront the owner, he felt a surge of shame. Thankfully, the owner was magnanimous and did not hold their actions against them. Bai Lao suggested they return and wait for the owner to awaken. Certainly, my lord. The night remained tranquil, yet the visitors' hearts had transformed. Bai Lao accompanied Hugo back into the bookstore and lifted the immobilization on Xian'er with a single gesture. Xian'er immediately leapt onto Hugo, her 2 fluffy little paws clinging to him, transmitting her grievances. Father, how could you and Bai Lao do this? Hugo smiled kindly, gently comforting Xian'er with a tenderness that flowed like a gentle breeze over the water. Look, Xian'er, both father and Bai Lao are fine, thanks to the owner's assistance. Owner, Xian'er turned her gaze towards the room where Lin Chi slept. It was that great monster, The owner, who intervened, Shiner, do not speak so impertinently. One must not speak of the owner in such a manner. Bai Lao admonished, Shiner, you are still too Navi. How could you speak of the owner so casually? Shiner pouted in dissatisfaction. Why not? The owner is very kind and amiable, Hugo replied. Even if the owner is indeed kind, we must still show him respect. He is a benefactor to our clan. After all, he is a great monster. Shiner muttered, leaving Hugo and Bai Lao at a loss for words. Lin Chi awakened after a brief slumber, seated on the edge of the bed, deep in thought. Sigh, Mr. Hugo should take Shiner away now. Lin Chi felt a twinge of reluctance. Having grown fond of the days spent with Shiner, she is so spirited and adorable, with her two snow-blue eyes resembling precious gems. I must prepare some cucumbers for Shiner. She loves them so much. Lin Kimishang rose swiftly, heading to the kitchen to fill a large sack with cucumbers, which he presented to Hugo. These were all Shiner's favorite delicacies, and fearing she might not have access to them upon her return, he had gathered a substantial amount. The spiritual essence contained within the sack astonished Hugo, and upon opening it, his face turned as pale as a ghost at a sack full of innate 7 treasure spiritual fruits. And so many elixirs of immortality. Boss, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Not at all, not at all. I have plenty in my shop. If Shiner loves them, let her take as many as she wishes. If she needs more, she can always come back, Lin Kimishang replied. Shiner wasted no time and grabbed a cucumber from the sack, munching on it without any regard for politeness towards Lin Kimishang. Hugo was utterly flabbergasted. The boss was being excessively generous to Shiner, providing her an entire sack of elixirs and still encouraging her to return for more. He felt as if he were not even a father to her. Sweat beaded on Hugo's forehead as he hastily said, If I don't take Shiner away, she can stay here with you, boss. Upon hearing her father would not take her away, Shiner's eyes sparkled with delight. Long live father, staying by the boss's side, eating delicious food, is even better than living in a clan. Chapter 19. Rapid breakthrough to the celestial realm. Lin Kimishang's heart swelled with joy at the thought of Shiner staying with him. Are you serious? Absolutely. I feel completely at ease with Shiner here with you, Hugo confirmed. Lin Kimishang was overjoyed. Shiner would remain, keeping him company. This was truly wonderful. Trust me, Shiner will thrive in my care. He patted his chest. Making a solemn promise, Hugo and Elder Bai nodded vigorously. Having Shiner by the boss's side, feasting on elixirs of immortality at every meal, was indeed a blessing. Shiner leaped into Lin Kimishang's arms, nuzzling against him. Lin Kimishang embraced her tenderly, stroking her gently. Watching Shiner with Lin Kimishang, Hugo felt entirely reassured. During this return to the clan, he was determined to make a concerted effort to break through to the celestial realm. Otherwise, when facing the Golden Winged King next time, the boss might not come to his aid. Only by attaining the celestial realm could he secure his position. Yet he had been stuck at the threshold for decades, which filled him with unease at that moment. Elder Bai leaned close to Hugo and whispered, Your Majesty, perhaps the boss can assist you in breaking through to the celestial realm. Right, boss? Hugo exclaimed, suddenly slapping his forehead. How foolish he had been. Here he was, worried about breaking through to the celestial realm, when a powerful being stood before him. Straightening his attire, he approached Lin Kimishang with a light step. Boss, I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. I wonder if you could help me. Assistance? Lin Kimishang raised an eyebrow. It appeared a business opportunity had presented itself. His bookstore's collection was filled with treasures that were absent from this world. Please go on. Lin Kimishang regarded Hugo, attentive to every detail. Hugo pointed his heart and spoke delicately. Master, I've been unable to break through a mental barrier for decades, which has consumed my time. Unable to break through a mental barrier, that's a psychological obstacle. Lin Kimishang noted. Decades of struggle indicate this mental block has been with you since childhood. Worry not. I have a solution. Hugo's face lit up with hope. The boss truly had a way. Shiner, unconcerned, continued to enjoy the innate 7 treasure spiritual fruit in her hand. The boss was capable of everything. There was nothing he could not do with such a master. Even his father could attain the celestial realm while lying in bed. Lin Kimishang rose and meticulously searched the bookshelf for literature on overcoming psychological barriers. He soon found a volume titled Rapid Breakthrough of Psychological Barriers. Ah, this book is perfect for Hugo. This deal is sealed. Lin Kimishang thought, feeling elated at gaining another customer, bringing him one step closer to the cultivation sanctuary. But he handed the book to Hugo, who gazed at it with rapt attention, unable to tear his eyes away. Rapid breakthrough to the celestial realm. Rapid. Hugo was overwhelmed with excitement. The boss not only provided him with a method to break through to the celestial realm, but also a swift one at that. Lin Kimishang patted Hugo on the shoulder. With this book, your issue will be resolved in no time. As for the rental fee, just offer whatever you feel is appropriate. He pulled out a ledger and inscribed Hugo's name. Ding! Welcoming a new customer has increased the activity range by 100,100,100 cubic meters. Hugo was filled with exhilaration. The boss not only provided him with such a brilliant method, but also allowed him to pay a nominal fee. What kindness! However, realizing how much the boss had helped his clan, he felt he could not offer something trivial. It must be something truly precious. Hugo produced a fist-sized carving of a nine-tailed fox and presented it to Lin Kimishang. Elder Bai's expression shifted. This was a sacred object of their clan. This carving contained a fragment of the nine-tailed ancestor's divine power, said to save the six-tailed clan in times of crisis. The fact that His Majesty would present it to the boss was extraordinarily significant. Lin Kimishang observed the carving, realizing it depicted a nine-tailed fox. Ah, I adore nine-tailed foxes. It has been ages since I last saw one. On Earth, Lin Kimishang could easily find images of nine-tailed foxes online, but this was the first time he had encountered one in this world. He caressed the carving, feeling its smooth warmth, which brought a comforting sensation to his palm. This carving feels exquisite. The wood quality must be exceptional, likely worth a considerable sum. Lin Kimishang mused, reflecting on the difference between the gift from wealthy patrons and those from children or the elderly. Unbeknownst to Lin Kimishang, his casual remark set off a storm of realization in Hugo, and Elder B. It has been ages since I saw a nine-tailed fox. What did that imply? The boss had encountered a nine-tailed fox in the past. The last appearance of a nine-tailed celestial fox was 100,000 years ago. This indicated that the boss was at least 100,000 years old and had met the nine-tailed ancestor. As this realization dawned on them, everything clicked into place. The boss must have had some connection with the nine-tailed ancestor, which explained the special treatment towards the six-tailed clan. Hugo inhaled deeply, startled by the monumental secret he had uncovered. He quickly took his leave with Elder Bai, eager to share his discovery. Are you not staying for a bit? Lin Kimishang inquired. Hugo shook his head vigorously, ushering Elder Bai out of the wooden cabin and swiftly departing the desolate area. Lin Kimishang was overjoyed, placing the nine-tailed carving on the bookshelf as decoration. He glanced at the ledger, now containing three names, Shi Riqian, Wu Yazi, and Hugo. How wonderful! He had unknowingly welcomed three customers, and he firmly believed he was one step closer to the cultivation sanctuary. Meanwhile, the golden-winged king stood on a hill 1,000 miles away from the desolate area, simmering with rage over being outwitted by someone he had never even met. Cursed bookstore owner, I will ensure you suffer 1,000 agonies. With a thunderous crash, the golden-winged king's body radiated golden light, which pressed down on the hill with the weight of 1,000,000 pounds, causing it to collapse. Golden-winged king, you too harbor hatred for that bookstore owner. Why don't we join forces? A figure emerged from the void, revealing the smiling face of the Shadow King. Shadow King, why are you here instead of your nine-nether domain? The golden-winged king eyed him warily. None of the demon kin were to be trusted. The Shadow King's eyes gleamed with a strange light. He had been watching the golden-winged king ever since his breakthrough to the celestial realm. He had even kept tabs on everything that transpired in the desolate land, that he needed the golden-winged king as an ally to unleash the demonic dragon of the desolate land against the bookstore owner. Although he had yet to meet the bookstore owner, his instincts warned him of the owner's immense power. The Shadow King fixed his gaze on the golden-winged king. I have a plan to deal with the bookstore owner, but I need your assistance that I can release the demonic dragon of the desolate land, which will undoubtedly counter the bookstore owner. The demonic dragon of the desolate land. The golden-winged king's pupils constricted. He was well aware of this dragon's existence. It had been around since ancient times, sealed away by a joint effort of humans and demons. Elaborate on your plan. I have a formation that can pry open a corner of the celestial seal. Currently, there is something we need in the Chung family of Qingzhou. The Shadow King presented this information to gain the Golden Wing King's trust. Chapter 20. The Golden Shore Flower. The Chung family in Qingzhou was a second-tier family within the region. They had an ancestral elder at the 100 orifice level, making it easy to obtain whatever they sought. The Shadow King continued, as long as we gather the items I need and set up the demon-releasing formation, we can unleash the demonic dragon. With your assistance, Golden Wing King, our progress will be expedited. The Golden Wing King pondered deeply, recognizing the Shadow King's unreliability, but deeming temporary cooperation feasible, that we may collaborate, but you must show me the items first. With a graceful motion, Yu Wang retrieved a scroll of parchment and presented it to King Jinshi. Take a look. He said, the demon-releasing formation and the necessary components are all detailed here. King Jinshi, scanning the contents with his spiritual awareness, was captivated by the intricate details. The list included the 9-rank Li Chun Pearl, the Yin Yang Disorder Plate, 36 Earth Demon Hearts, and 72 World-Breaking Stones. The items required for this formation were nothing short of extraordinary. The World-Breaking Stones were already rare treasures, yet 72 were needed. As for the 9-rank Li Chun Pearl, it was a supreme treasure, the whereabouts of which remained unknown. King Jinshi felt a subtle shock. The depth of Yu Wang's resources was indeed impressive. You have seen the items. You should be reassured now that I have already gathered half of the Earth Demon Hearts. Yu Wang stated. Rest assured, I shall commence the gathering. King Jinshi replied. He tucked away the parchment, unfurled the majestic form of the golden-winged eagle, and with a powerful flap of its wings, summoned a tempest that whisked him into the void. Disappearing from sight, Yu Wang watched as King Jinshi departed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with insight, having garnered a rough understanding of the bookstore owner's strength. There are 9 heavens, and each heavenly realm consists of 9 layers. The difference between the 9 realms is as vast as the separation between the sun and moon. That it was highly likely that the bookstore owner was merely a formidable presence within the 9 realms of heaven. Certainly not a being of the 3 realms of creation. Those who ascend to the 3 realms of creation seize the essence of heaven and earth, earning the title of Holy Sovereign. With lifespans extending for millennia, in the past 30,000 years, no new creation has emerged. If the bookstore owner were from that era, he would possess at least some information. Yu Wang had ventured deep into the 9 nether realms, inquiring of the immortal beings there, yet none were aware of any creations in that desolate land. This left only one possibility. The bookstore owner was not a creation at all. At best, he was simply a being of the 9 realms of heaven. Yu Wang laughed heartily. Bookstore owner, you believe you have orchestrated everything, yet you have fallen into my scheme. Ha ha. Dealing with a being of the 9 realms of heaven is quite exhilarating. He then delved into the void, intent on seeking the whereabouts of the Yin Yang Disorder Plate. After Yu Wang's departure, King Jinshi returned to his clan, carelessly tossing the parchment aside. That I have my own methods to deal with the owner. The cave that opens in 3 months houses the soul of a golden shore flower. The golden shore flower is the aristocracy among shore flowers. If I can capture that soul and refine it into a soul treasure, I will fully grasp the path of the shore flower, which is the pinnacle of the Yellow Spring path and the rebirth path. The owner, he will be no match for me then. This fellow, Yu Wang, thinks he can use me. King Jinshi, dream on. King Jinshi chuckled disdainfully. The demon kings of the demon clan all harbor ulterior motives. None of them are to be underestimated. King Jinshi then began to meditate in seclusion. The blood he had expelled previously had caused him harm. Sustaining injury so soon after entering the 9 realms would jeopardize his foundation. And he knew he must take it seriously. In the prosperous Chung family of Qingzhou, the air was thick with spiritual energy, enveloped in swirling mists, while verdant trees flourished. The architecture, crafted from ancient sandalwood, lent the entire Chung estate an air of antiquity and prestige, reminiscent of a scholarly haven. The most important courtyard housed a spring that gushed forth with rich spiritual water. Inside, an elderly man lay in bed. Resembling a withered tree, his body brimmed with vitality, yet his spirit remained in a state of perpetual slumber. By his bedside gathered a group of high-ranking members of the Chung family, all wearing expressions of concern as they gazed at the family patriarch. Chung Qiangdong, patriarch, what has transpired? One inquired. Chung Qiangdong furrowed his brow, slowly revealing the truth. While contending for the celestial soul grass, the patriarch was struck by the spirit of the celestial soul beast and has since fallen into a deep unconsciousness. What? The celestial soul beast? The assembly gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The celestial soul beast was a formidable creature, a 100-portal demon, and exceedingly troublesome. That it was no wonder the patriarch had succumbed to such an attack. He was the only 100-portal powerhouse of the Chung family. Should he fall, the family would surely decline from the second tier, losing much of their standing. Worried expressions spread among them. The patriarch was the lifeblood of the Chung family. Chung Qiangdong surveyed the gathering, articulating the purpose of their assembly. I have summoned you all to mobilize your resources in search of medicinal herbs that can restore the spirit, that we have only 3 days. After that, the patriarch may not endure. All the spiritual herbs available to the Chung family were administered to the patriarch, yet there was no sign of improvement. The spirit of the celestial soul beast clung like a festering wound, impervious to removal. Over the years, the high-ranking members of the Chung family had cultivated numerous connections through their family's influence. Now was the time for those connections to bear fruit. Nods of agreement followed, and they quietly departed to harness their energies in pursuit of spiritual herbs. Chung Qiangdong remained by his father's side, adjusting the elder's clothing and white beard with a somber expression. Father, you must not come to harm. He felt inadequate, knowing that without his father's forceful backing, he would never have attained the position of patriarch. For years, he had managed the Chung family, yet his own strength remained at the bridge-crossing realm. With no personal development, the family's prestige had relied solely on his father's support. I shall write a letter to you where she has entered the Mad Dao sacred sect. Perhaps she can devise a solution. Chung Qiangdong sighed, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness as he quietly exited his father's chamber. He returned to his study, took out paper and ink, and began to compose a letter. As the sun descended to the hillside, the remnants of twilight painted the sky. A white eagle, carrying Chung Qiangdong's hopes, soared towards the Mad Dao sacred sect. The eagle glided through the darkness, as the starry sky gradually unveiled itself against the black canvas. The Milky Way shimmering. Chung Yu, under the bright moonlight, read the contents of the letter with the aid of the silvery glow. Upon reaching the end, she clenched her fists tightly. She felt utterly powerless. She had hoped to capture the attention of the elders within the Mad Dao sacred sect, but the arrival of Shi Ritian had cast her into shadow. Now, with her family in peril, she found herself unable to assist. What could she do? A flash of inspiration struck her mind. Shi Ritian, as the heir of the sacred inheritance, if you were to step forward, chapter 21. I will take you to meet a sage. Chung Yu resolved that if it meant gaining Shi Ritian's assistance, she would be willing to offer herself. With a deep breath, she steadied herself, releasing the pent-up frustration from her chest. Taking a step forward, Chung Yu set off towards Shi Ritian's cave abode. The cave of the sacred air lay at the top of the unnamed peak. Inside, Shi Ritian was immersed in the scriptures of the awakening supreme Dharma, each page pulsating with the essence of supreme laws, nourishing the supreme bone within him as he read. His eyes sparkled, interweaving with laws, as if containing an entire universe within his gaze. Supreme eyes, small success. Remarkably, just a few days had passed, and Shi Ritian had already reached such a level of mastery. His eyes shimmered as he pierced through the essence of myriad laws, revealing 29 distinct bone patterns within him. Only a perfect supreme being could pen such a tome. And though the sage's bookstore appeared dilapidated, it concealed an abundance of cultivation methods. Shi Ritian marveled. The more he cultivated, the more he perceived the sage's immense power, a strength so profound that only the most gifted could stand as his rival. Picking up a blank scroll beside him, he had spent the past few days either awakening the supreme Dharma or contemplating this scroll. Yet, he had gleaned nothing from it. When he had inquired with the sage, he was told, when the time is right, it will reveal its purpose. When will that time come? I truly wish to understand the significance of this scroll. Shi Qian felt a twinge of frustration. The sage was presenting him with a riddle. Forget it. I shall take it with me to the cave when the time comes. He set the scroll aside, ready to continue his cultivation when a loud knock echoed from the cave door. Thump, thump, thump. The urgent rhythm of knocking reverberated through the stone door. It was late. Who could possibly be seeking him? Shi Qian murmured as he approached the door. Outside, the luminous glow of the moon cascaded upon Cheng Yu, illuminating her figure. Her beauty was striking, yet a hint of sorrow tugged at her features, evoking a sense of compassion. Upon seeing Cheng Yu in that moment, Shi Qian was momentarily taken aback. Being a normal young man, brimming with youthful vigor, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Regaining his composure, Shi Qian stammered, "Hello, senior sister? Or is it junior sister? What brings you here?" Cheng Yu's heart raced, her mind momentarily blank as she clutched her clothing, repeating, "Help me, help me." Cheng Yu, inexperienced in the ways of the world, found herself at a loss for alluring words. How can I assist you?" As Shi Qian noticed the palpable tension emanating from the person before him. He promptly fetched a cup of water for Cheng Yu. "Have a sip of water, don't be anxious. Take your time to explain how I can help you." After drinking, Cheng Yu felt considerably better. She introduced herself and recounted the events that had transpired within the Cheng family. "Saint Son, I implore you to assist me. You must persuade the sect to lend their aid." Upon hearing this, Shi Qian was both amused and exasperated. "I thought it was a grave matter. Turns out it's merely a trifling issue." Cheng Yu's eyes sparkled with hope at his words. "Does that mean you will speak to the sect leader?" Shi Qian waved his hand dismissively and leaned closer to Cheng Yu, whispering, "I shall introduce you to an extraordinary individual. He can resolve any predicament, and I typically do not disclose his existence to just anyone." Cheng Yu was taken aback. Her cheeks flushing at Shi Qian's revelation, he took her hand and, in his capacity as the saint's son, led her away from the Guangdao sacred sect. Shi Qian was elated at the prospect of seeing his employer once more. While Cheng Yu followed quietly, her curiosity piqued regarding the identity of this enigmatic figure. The Guangdao sacred sect was situated thousands of miles away from the desolate region, under the luminous moon and amidst a cluster of stars. Xian'er lay sleeping on a celestial tapestry within the bookstore. Should a passerby glimpse this scene, they would be utterly astonished to find a pet daring to use a divine artifact as a makeshift bedding. Lin Qi, reclining on a wooden bed, fanned himself with a golden crow fan to dispel the heat, gazing through the narrow window at the starry sky. "When will I escape this dreary place and ascend to a sacred land for cultivation? I truly yearn for a life beyond the mundane." Being a mere bookstore owner felt utterly unremarkable. After all, he was a transmigrator and could not afford to tarnish the reputation of his kind. Lin Qi felt a pang of frustration. The novels he had read on Earth depicted systems that were all remarkably impressive. Yet his own divine bookstore system simply rendered him ordinary and even nudged him toward a sedentary lifestyle, constantly providing him with cola and fried chicken, along with a side of vegetables for farming. What a wretched system! Fortunately, the arrival of 3 customers provided him with a modicum of comfort that, "Oh, great being, are you awake? It's me, Little Stone. I brought guests." Outside the bookstore, Shi Qian knocked urgently at the wooden door. Cheng Yu gazed at the unremarkable, even dilapidated wooden structure before her, bewildered. Is this truly the abode of an extraordinary individual? Shouldn't it be suffused with an ethereal aura, guarded by mystical beasts? Why does it seem so ordinary? As she listened to Shi Qian, her unease deepened. Does this extraordinary person even require guests? Surely I haven't been deceived. After all, everything here seemed to exude an air of unreliability. Upon hearing Shi Qian's words, Lin Qi immediately perked up at a guest. This little stone is quite clever to bring someone. Xian'er, open the door. Since discovering Xian'er's remarkable ability to open doors, Lin Qi had grown increasingly lazy. Xian'er, dissatisfied, rose to push open the wooden door, muttering about her boss being an oddball. How dare he make me his tool fox? Devoid of any semblance of a high being, Shi Qian led Cheng Yu into the bookstore, a broad smile adorning his face as he regarded her. "Behold, this is the place. The owner of this shop is an extraordinary individual capable of accomplishing anything." He enjoys masquerading as an ordinary person, so speak with subtlety to avoid displeasing him. Shi Tian spoke with pride, subtly advising Cheng Yu S. Lin Chi, who had been lingering at the back, overheard Shi Tian's earlier remarks. He couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. It appeared that his book, which awakened the giants within hearts, was indeed effective. If he could garner more guests like Little Stone, attaining a sacred land for cultivation would be within reach. After a moment of reverie, Lin Chi shook off his thoughts and stepped forward. Cheng Yu scrutinized Lin Chi, noting the absence of any cultivation. This individual truly, as Shi Tian described, content to live as an ordinary person? With a sense of unease, she took a seat. Lin Chi brewed tea, serving it to Cheng Yu and Little Stone. Guests, please enjoy your tea. Feel free to share your troubles. I am more than capable of assisting you. The system had just provided Lin Chi with a fresh batch of books, bolstering his confidence considerably. Cheng Yu recalled Shi Tian's words, organizing her thoughts as she incorporated gestures into her speech. Boss, my name is Cheng Yu. A relative of mine has suffered some harm here. She gestured to her head. As of now, my elder has yet to awaken. Chapter 22. The Pearl of Departure and Impact to the Head. Leaving one in a coma, Lin Chi's heart sank. Isn't this akin to being in a vegetative state? Poor Cheng Yu. That elder must be someone very close to her. Lin Chi solemnly nodded. Gazing intently at Cheng Yu, you have come to the right person. It seems we are indeed fated to meet. I can assist you. Lin Chi spoke slowly, and Cheng Yu felt a surge of excitement. This extraordinary being is willing to help me. She sprang to her feet, grasping Lin Chi's hand tightly. Thank you, esteemed one. Please calm down and have some tea, Lin Chi replied, startled, urging her to compose herself. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, lifting the tea before her and sipping it slowly. As the tea entered her mouth, it transformed into an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy and vitality, coursing through her limbs and invigorating her flesh. 33 bone patterns, what? Cheng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This cup of tea possessed such formidable effects that it rendered her physique as if she had just been born anew. What kind of tea is this? Cheng Yu, despite being the daughter of the Cheng family, could not identify this miraculous substance. Shi Tian leaned closer to Cheng Yu, whispering, "This is the 6 Paths Vitality Tea. As a guest, the boss provides each of you with a cup. Do not be overly excited." Shi Tian had long grown accustomed to the wonders of his employer's shop, where extraordinary items were in abundance. However, for Cheng Yu, this was her first encounter, and her entire worldview was irrevocably shaken. The 6 Paths Vitality Tea, she had once seen it mentioned in her family's texts, a divine medicine that could only be harvested once every 10,000 years. This extraordinary individual could provide it to every guest. Cheng Yu could hardly articulate her thoughts, her doubts about Lin Chi's extraordinary status evaporating entirely. She looked at Shi Tian with profound gratitude, thanking him for bringing her to meet this remarkable being. Lin Chi patted Cheng Yu's shoulder, feeling reflective. Fortunately, medicine has advanced on Earth, with books dedicated to awakening those in vegetative states. This foreign realm, while populated by warriors, remains harsh for ordinary individuals. Lin Chi rose and retrieved a book from the shelf, handing it to Cheng Yu. "This book can aid your elder. Please take it." Upon receiving the book, Cheng Yu's eyes filled with tears. "Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Healing. Grandfather will be saved. The pillar of our family will return." Lin Chi remarked, "This book offers merely a glimmer of hope. The journey ahead will still rely on you. Cheng Yu." His tone was earnest, for the process of awakening someone from a vegetative state was painstakingly protracted. Cheng Yu, being the younger generation of her family, was indeed their beacon of hope. The weight of Lin Chi's words struck her profoundly, illuminating her mind. The esteemed one was conveying to her that even if her grandfather were to awaken, it would only serve as a temporary reprieve for the Cheng family. Her grandfather could not endure indefinitely, and her father had merely managed to maintain the family for the past few years. Ultimately, the Cheng family would depend on her to take the reins. The esteemed one believed in her. He had faith that she could grow stronger and become the new hope for the Cheng family. Cheng Yu grasped the book tightly, bowing deeply. "Thank you, esteemed one. There's no need for such gratitude. It's no great matter," Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. This moment was indelibly etched in Cheng Yu's heart. Such an extraordinary being should be like this, possessing a vast heart, embracing all, and wielding immense power while choosing to live as an ordinary bookstore owner. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, he retrieved a guest ledger and began inscribing Cheng Yu's name. Ding, received a guest. Expanding the range by 100,100,100 cubic meters, a slight smile graced Lin Shi's lips, and he felt immensely satisfied. He calmly outlined the bookstore's rules. All books here are for borrowing only, not for sale, for a duration of 1 month, and a rental fee is required. You may offer whatever you wish. It need not be something of great value. Cheng Yu was indeed a pitiful soul. He decided to view this as an act of kindness. Anything I can offer? Cheng Yu stood in a daze, feeling that the esteemed master was overly indulgent toward her. No, she thought, the master allows her to be generous. Yet she must not act carelessly. She must demonstrate her own attitude and remain ever grateful for the master's kindness. Cheng Yu produced a bead resembling crystal and placed it before Lin Shi. Shi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the Li Chunju. The Li Chun by Hua within harbored the essence of the universe. A third-grade Li Chunju. Li Chunju are categorized into 9 grades, with the 9th being exceedingly rare in the world. The third-grade Li Chunju is already a treasure of immense value, comparable to 100 Qi treasures. Lin Shi was instantly captivated by this Li Chunju, reminiscent of a crystal ball from Earth. Gazing at the bead, Lin Shi was transported back to his memories of Earth. Concerned about hurting Cheng Yu's pride, he carefully chose his words. This bead is aesthetically pleasing and would serve excellently as a decorative piece. Attracting many customers, this assertion would surely lend the bead a sense of purpose. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that the master's standards were indeed lofty. This Li Chunju was a family heirloom, a gift from her father, yet here it was merely regarded as an ornament by the master. Lin Shi placed the Li Chunju alongside the 9-tailed sculpture, then noticed a wooden sword hanging on the wall and took it down. It was said that wooden swords possessed the power to ward off evil, so he intended to offer it to Cheng Yu for her protection. This wooden sword is but a temporary loan. It shall bring you good fortune. Cheng Yu thanked Lin Shi and, with Shi Tian, departed. Before leaving, Lin Shi handed Shi Tian a piece of fried chicken. Little stone, you performed admirably this time. Bring me more customers. Shi Tian was overjoyed, for the fried chicken possessed the ability to refine one's supreme physique, far surpassing that of spiritual herbs. Thank you, esteemed master. As Lin Shi watched the two leave, he could no longer contain his inner excitement and felt elated. Another customer had joined, and this one brought in more. Lin Shi felt a sense of satisfaction. Little Stone was growing up, now capable of attracting customers for him. If only he could have a few more customers like Little Stone, how could he not reach the sacred ground? Outside, the moonlight was resplendent, and Lin Shi was destined to endure a sleepless night. Shi Tian and Cheng Yu walked together under the moonlight. When will you go to the Cheng family? At first light. Then I shall accompany you. Shi Tian looked at Cheng Yu, his gaze resolute, revealing no hint of jest. Cheng Yu, momentarily taken aback, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Very well, she whispered. The moonlight accentuated her beauty, rendering her ethereal. The two walked side by side into the distance, heading towards the Cheng family in Qingzhou. The Qingzhou Cheng family. Cheng Dong gazed anxiously at his increasingly frail father on the bed. The mental assault from the Tianhun beast was akin to poison for the soul. He hoped someone in the clan would find a remedy. Just then, a guard entered, kneeling before Cheng Dong. Master, Miss Cheng Yu has returned. Yuer is back. Cheng Dong sprang to his feet, hurriedly leading the guard out of the room. Cheng Yu and Shi Tian sat in the inner courtyard of the Cheng family, awaiting her father's arrival. Chapter 23. The Comprehensive Guide to Mental Healing in Just a Short While. Cheng Dong arrived at the inner courtyard, seizing Cheng Yu's hand. You have returned. Father, I have brought back a method to treat grandfather. All thanks to this holy son's assistance. Cheng Yu pulled Shi Tian forward, presenting him to Cheng Dong. Holy son. Cheng Dong's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yuer could enlist the holy son's help. The head of the Cheng family. Chung Chong Dong bowed respectfully to the Holy Sun, expressing his gratitude for the assistance. Shi Ritian nodded. Chung Yu, deeply concerned for her grandfather, inquired, "Father, how is grandfather faring?" "Alas, the situation is dire. Tomorrow, you and the Holy Sun should come to see if we can dispel the Tian Hun beast's mental imprint." "Very well." Chung Yu nodded, and after a brief conversation, Chung Chong Dong left to accompany his father, leaving Chung Yu and Shi Ritian together. Shi Ritian tore into a piece of fried chicken, golden lights swirling around his form. Each bite of the chicken equated to a month's worth of progress in refining his supreme physique. The treasures from the esteemed master were indeed extraordinary. After just a few bites, Shi Ritian felt a new bone pattern emerge within him. 30 bone patterns. A few morsels of chicken had directly enhanced his physique. Shi Ritian was astonished. The master's culinary delights were beyond comprehension, and this fried chicken was even more remarkable. Truly, the food consumed by the master is no ordinary fare. Chung Yu entered the room, turning to Shi Ritian before departing. "I will read the book the master gave me. Tomorrow I shall save grandfather." Shi Ritian nodded and remained in the inner courtyard. Chung Yu retrieved the comprehensive guide to mental healing from her room. This guide contained numerous examples of mental harm and detailed treatment methods. It was no exaggeration to say that with this book, Chung Yu could become the world's foremost soul healer. Her breathing quickened as she leafed through the pages. The laws of the soul intertwining to create a realm of mental clarity. Finally, she found a section detailing the injuries caused by the Tian Hun beast. Moon spirit flower, essence fruit, soul replenishing herb. These were essential spiritual herbs needed to treat the Tian Hun beast's afflictions. Unfortunately, in this era, the alchemical arts had been entirely severed. Warriors consumed spiritual herbs directly, unlike their ancient counterparts who could ingest pills. If only pills were still available. A single pill could heal the Tian Hun beast's mental imprint. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sun rose on the second day. The higher-ups of the Chung family gathered once more, numbering over 10 individuals in the same small courtyard. Surrounded by abundant spiritual energy, a spiritual spring added vitality to the atmosphere. By the wooden bed, all the high-ranking members clustered around the elder. Some brought spiritual herbs, others precious treasures, and still others brought external reinforcements. This time, the rescue of the elder was more than a simple endeavor. Should they succeed in saving him, their prestige within the family would soar, and their hopes of becoming the next family head would be realized. Chung Yu and Shi Ritian stood at the back of the crowd, anxiously watching her grandfather on the bed. Chung family's 13th son, Chung Yuan, stepped forward, holding a purple flower. Its petals shimmered with light, and its faint fragrance invigorated all who inhaled it. This is a spiritual herb, the Ziling flower, a celestial-level spiritual herb. The distinctions among spiritual herbs include those that are immortal, celestial, and earthly. The Ziling flower, a rarity that blooms only once every 500 years, possesses remarkable efficacy for soul injuries. All present displayed astonished expressions. The 13th son had indeed found such a treasure. Chapter 24. Half pill with the Ziling flower in hand. Chung Yuan radiated pride. "It seems all of your efforts have been in vain." Chung Yuan crushed the Ziling flower, and droplets of purple essence flowed into the elder's mouth. The very aura it emitted filled the ancient wooden house with a unique fragrance, and the elder's expression softened considerably. The 13th son wore a smile, believing success was assured. Suddenly, the elder's features contorted, purple veins surged towards his head, at a low, beastly roar echoed, sending shockwaves through the hearts of all present. The invading purple veins shattered, and the elder endured immense suffering. The Ziling flower was ineffective. Chung Chong Dong's expression tightened. He swiftly retrieved numerous spiritual herbs, extracting their essence to sustain the elder's life. The elder's features relaxed, and the beastly roar subsided, but tension lingered in everyone's heart. The Tian Hun beast had left a remnant of its consciousness within the elder's soul. This complication was far more serious than mere soul injury. Subsequently, the 12th and 11th sons employed their own treasures, the ancient soul lamp and the soul forging stone. These were all invaluable artifacts. Yet just as their effects began to manifest, they were obliterated by the Tian Hun beast's consciousness. The Tianhun beast was far too domineering. This fragment of consciousness was perhaps only 1,000th of its original form, yet it was still beyond the ability of the Chung family's 13th sons to contend with. The third son of the Chung family stepped forward with a youth wearing a raven mask. "Crow Mast Healer, please lend your aid." The Crow Mast Healer? All the 13 sons of the Chung family were taken aback. While the Crow Mast Healer may not have seemed particularly imposing, his master was the renowned and eccentric ghost doctor. The eccentric ghostly physician treats ailments without regard for their severity, relying solely on his whims. Those cured by this enigmatic healer number in the tens of thousands, ranging from formidable powerhouses to common folk, all of whom he has rescued. Meanwhile, the young crow disciple, a pupil of the ghostly physician, has inherited his master's mantle at a tender age, displaying a similarly peculiar temperament. With an air of indifference, the crow approaches the elder, skillfully beginning to assess his current condition. Chung Yu, positioned at the rear of the crowd, reveals a glimmer of hope, wishing fervently that the crow could heal her grandfather. The crow employs a series of arcane techniques, pressing upon the body's 108 acupuncture points. The roar of the celestial soul beast rises once more. More intense than before, the crow continuously shifts between various methods, the beast's cries growing increasingly frantic, disturbing the minds of those present. Moments later, the crow's complexion pales, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. This is a manifestation of spiritual consciousness, requiring only his master's intervention. What? The crowd expresses despair, wondering if only the ghostly physician can save them. The third son of the Chung family, unwilling to accept this fate, presses again. Is there truly no hope for the crow disciple? The crow's expression darkens. Are you questioning my words? If you doubt me, then step forward yourself. Truly, the disciple of the ghostly physician exhibits an odd disposition. No. The third son of the Chung family quickly apologizes. The crow scoffs, falling silent. The 13th son of the Chung family is engulfed in sorrow, while Chung Changdong grips the elder's arm tightly. "Let me have a try." Chung Yu speaks timidly from the back. The crowd falls silent, all eyes fixated on her. "Chung Yu, what nonsense are you spouting?" The second son of the Chung family, Chung Fan, admonishes sharply that if the crow disciple cannot help, what makes you think you can? The crow laughs coldly, his scornful gaze appraising Chung Yu. "That if I am powerless, what right do you have to attempt it? Can you truly rival my master, the ghostly physician? How absurd!" Chung Yu responds, "I have received some methods from a revered figure and would like to give them a try." The crow's lips curl in derision. A revered figure? Can this esteemed individual truly surpass the ghostly physician in healing? Shi Riqian, displeased by this, interjects, "What is this ghostly physician compared to a revered figure? I find your so-called crow disciple to be rather unimpressive." "What?" The crow, infuriated, reacts. Since becoming a disciple of the ghostly physician, who dares to speak to him in such a manner? The 13th son of the Chung family, Chung Yuan, abruptly steps in front of Shi Riqian, pointing an accusatory finger. "You boy, who do you think you are to speak to the crow disciple like that?" Shi Riqian's gaze grows cold. He is a young sovereign, imbued with his own innate pride. 30 bone patterns, rise, the 8 supreme methods, the essence of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, celestial method. With a powerful strike, he unleashes a torrent of spiritual light that illuminates the room. Chung Yuan's palm shatters. "Ah!" The 13th son cries out in agony, clutching his broken hand. Shi Riqian remains unhurried. "Dare to point your finger at me? I shatter your palm as punishment." The others draw their weapons, directing them at Shi Riqian. At this moment, Chung Changdong swiftly steps forward to defend him. This is the holy son of the Wild Path Sacred Sect. "What? The holy son?" The crowd gasps in astonishment, including the crow disciple. The Wild Path Sacred Sect is one of the top 3 cultivation sanctuaries in Qingzhou. To think this youth before them is its holy son. The 13 sons of the Chung family lower their weapons, their expressions softening into conciliatory smiles. "Holy son, this is all a misunderstanding. We sincerely apologize. Please do not take offense." The crow, now alert, recognizes the significance of the Wild Path Sacred Sect's holy son. Even the ghostly physician would extend him a modicum of respect. Shi Riqian remains indifferent. "Chung Yu is one of my own, and she has received assistance from a revered figure. She is more capable than any of you. Assistance from a revered figure? The crowd speculates that this esteemed individual must be a formidable powerhouse in the realm of acupuncture. In light of this situation, Cheng Qiangdong steps forward as a mediator. Let you try. After all, we have no other options. The crowd nods in agreement, parting to create a path for Chengyu. Chengyu. Her face tense, feels sweat pooling in her palms. Shi Ritian reassures her. Chengyu, do not be nervous. Trust in your revered figure. Yes. Chengyu calms her emotions and swiftly supports the elder. Bring me the moon's spirit flower and the essence fruit. Cheng quickly retrieves them from his storage ring and hands them to Chengyu. With utmost seriousness, she extracts the essence of these two spiritual herbs, applying it to the 5 acupuncture points: Shangxing, Yangbai, Shunting, Qixia, and Renying. Though it is her first attempt, she had mentally rehearsed the process 1,000 times the previous night. Now, as she begins, she finds it somewhat familiar. Chengyu then gathers 23 other spiritual herbs, employing a special method to blend them together, grinding them into a powder and rolling it into a pill. The pill is formed, an ethereal fragrance emerges, lingering in the air. Azure spiritual light swirls around the pill, continuously gathering spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this, the crow's expression shifts dramatically, exclaiming, "Half pill! This is a realm only my master can achieve." Chapter 25. The emergence of the 9 nether tiger, the half pill. Formed through meticulous crafting. In this era, the lineage of true elixirs has become extinct, yet countless alchemists continue to explore the path of medicinal concoction. After extensive research into ancient texts, they have finally paved a way for the half pill. This path is a compromise, abandoning the creation of elixirs in favor of pills. Even a mere half pill possesses effects that could astonish the entire Shanyang 18 prefectures. Alchemists who master the half pill in this age stand at the pinnacle of existence. The ghostly physician is one such figure. Having spent a millennium mastering this path, think that this seemingly 16-year-old girl has grasped the essence of the half pill is utterly unfathomable. Chengyu's heart surges with tumultuous waves. She had merely perused the text provided by her revered figure. To find herself among the most elite of alchemists is beyond belief. Shi Ritian scoffs. The items from the revered figure's shop have always been extraordinary. Even the sword immortal of the sacred sect pales in comparison. The crowd gasps anew. This statement implies that the esteemed figure mentioned by the Holy Sun is not merely a powerhouse within the sacred sect, but a being of even greater mystery. It is precisely because of this enigmatic figure that Chengyu has ventured into the realm of the half pill. The crow, aghast, wonders why he has never heard of such a mysterious existence. This matter must be conveyed to his master. The search for this enigmatic figure must commence. At this moment, the 13 sons of the Cheng family are consumed with the desire to extract information about this revered figure from Chengyu. If one of them were to gain such assistance, their cultivation would surely soar to new heights. Chengyu steadies her mind and places the spiritual pill into the elder's mouth. As the pill enters, a magnificent surge of spiritual light erupts, enveloping the entire wooden structure. Roar! The consciousness of the celestial soul beast materializes, its half-meter presence exuding an overwhelming pressure. Chengyu diligently applies pressure to various acupuncture points on the elder's body. With each press, a portion of the spiritual pill's effects dissipates the celestial soul beast's power. At this moment, a colossal 9 nether tiger looms above the Cheng family estate. This creature is a bridge-connecting 9 nether tiger. Having reached the status of law master, the bridge being synonymous with the law master, its pitch-black form, wreathed in flames, renders the very air stifling. Its presence alerts the Cheng family, causing panic to spread. Gather all the treasures from the vault. It demands imperiously. Should you refuse, you shall all perish today. This audacious declaration, made within the territory of the human race, leaves no room for dissent. IT is aware that the only powerhouse within the Cheng family has fallen. With its bridge-level strength, it is unmatched within the family. Fear grips the Cheng family. This is the 9 nether tiger. The family's record of beasts details its ferocity, that it revels in devouring humans and keeps them captive solely for the pleasure of drinking fresh blood. But why has the nine nether tiger come to the Chung family? Is calamity truly upon them? Inside the wooden structure, Chung Yu's complexion pales, her hands moving with unnatural speed. Shi Riqian lacks any treasures. He had previously lent the golden crow fan to his revered figure. The crow senses the nine nether tiger's formidable presence. Cursing inwardly, he should never have come to the Chung family. Nothing good ever arises from this place. Chung Qiangdong, his expression fraught with urgency, asks you, how much longer will it take? Just one incense stick's worth of time. Typically, the span of a single incense stick barely lasts 5 fleeting minutes. Yet now it has become an arduous challenge. Among the 13 sons of the Chung family, none have reached the bridge-connecting realm. To endure even a moment of tea time before the menacing nine nether tiger would be akin to attempting to ascend to the heavens. The expressions of the 13 sons were grave. Today, only the awakening of the ancestor could stand against that nine nether tiger. Chung Qiangdong declared, we shall strive to procure you a single incense stick's worth of time. At this moment, all 13 sons of the Chung family sprang into action. Among them, 2 were at the half-step bridge-connecting stage, while the others were merely at the divine concealment realm. The nine nether tiger in the sky gazed down at the assembled Chung family sons and let out a derisive roar. How could it be that the Chung family, known as a second-rate power in Qingzhou, could only muster individuals from the divine concealment realm? The 13 sons fell silent. This was precisely why their urgency to rescue the ancestor was so profound. The strength of the Chung family had experienced a disconcerting fracture. Within the 13 branches of the family, not a single individual had attained the bridge-connecting realm. Chung Qiangdong ground his teeth in frustration. Fully aware of the mockery emanating from the nine nether tiger. How dare this beast from the demon clan wreak havoc upon the Chung family? I, Chung Qiangdong, shall face you in battle. A surging power coursed through Chung Qiangdong's body. A formidable blade flew forth from the inner courtyard of the Chung family, descending directly into his hands. The blade of supremacy, renowned for its unparalleled might, an overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth. Akin to the tumultuous waves of the Yangtze River, as he swung the blade with absolute resolve, Chung Qiangdong unleashed a strike, and a deep yellow radiance surged forth like divine thunder. The nine nether tiger's derision remained unshaken, as it unveiled its full power from the 4 divine concealments, rendering Chung Qiangdong's attack utterly inconsequential. With a swipe of its paw, it struck down as if a colossal demon from the heavens had descended. Is this truly your technique? How utterly unimpressive. Die. The nine nether tiger opened its maw and expelled a ball of tainted nine nether fire. This fire, originating from the depths of the nine nether, infamous for its ability to incinerate souls. The 13 sons turned pale, hastily summoning their mightiest techniques. 13 beams of light shot skyward, resembling a radiant rainbow, piercing through the heavens and the earth. The overwhelming aura collided with the nine nether fire, unleashing waves of tumult. The nine nether fire was momentarily held at bay. However, the 13 sons simultaneously coughed up blood, their spirits waning. The might of the bridge-connecting demon was truly insurmountable. Within the wooden house, Shi Riqian glanced at Chung Yu and swiftly consumed a chicken wing along with a gulp of cola before charging out that I cannot allow Chung Yu's efforts to be in vain. Shi Riqian could not forget that fateful night when Chung Yu ventured into his cave for her grandfather. Though she was initially anxious and fearful, her eyes shone with unwavering determination for her grandfather. Those eyes beneath the moonlight had deeply moved Shi Riqian. Even before a bridge-connecting demon, he would not hesitate to spring forth. As Chung Yu witnessed Shi Riqian rushing out, her heart raced with anxiety. The power of the chicken wing and cola surged within him. Supreme Dharma manifestation, eyes opened. With a single gaze, the laws of heaven and earth were summoned. These were the exalted eyes of supremacy. When Shi Riqian beheld the nine nether tiger, his manifestation was instantly shattered by the overwhelming might of the bridge-connecting realm. The disparity in realms was far too great. What manner of insignificant ant is this? There is something peculiar about him. Shi Riqian caught the attention of the nine nether tiger, who felt a flicker of discomfort from that previous glance. Grasping the void, it conjured an invisible cage to ensnare him. Shi Tian was taken aback and immediately unleashed the Supreme 8 techniques. This was the supreme method imparted to him by the revered Zhou Tian, the supreme of the wild path, the character technique. So powerful was it that it invoked the supreme laws, with myriad techniques following suit. With a single strike, the cage trembled violently. Chapter 26. The pathless sword emerges, yet the intangible cage remained unbroken. The disparity in power was insurmountable. This is the supreme law. The Nine Nether Tiger could not help but be taken aback, suddenly recalling that Old Ninth had perished while hunting a young Supreme. Could this individual before me be that very young Supreme? The Nine Nether Tiger's murderous intent surged forth, its eyes blood-red. Insect, you shall perish. The Nine Nether Tiger unleashed a palm strike, invoking the power of the bridge-connecting realm that a force equivalent to 100,000 tons descended, causing the structures of the Chung family to crumble. The formation rising within the wooden house shielded the entire courtyard. Cheng Yu was in a state of desperation, yet her hands could not cease their movements. Crow, can you lend assistance? There is nothing to be done. A bridge-connecting powerhouse is beyond our capability to contend with it. I have already communicated with my master. The crow did not elaborate further. The ghost doctor's whereabouts were notoriously elusive. He too could not ascertain whether his master remained within Qingzhou or had ventured elsewhere in the Shanyang 18 prefectures. Cheng Yu gazed anxiously outside at the silhouette of the young man. Within the Chung family courtyard, Shi Tian was suddenly crushed to the ground by the palm strike. The weight of 100,000 tons nearly shattered his body on the brink of disintegration. The effects of the chicken wing and cola erupted at that moment. The cola, rich in vitality, interwove throughout his being. His heartbeat thundered, each cell ablaze with unparalleled vigor as a result of the impending disintegration. The supreme laws clinging to his supreme bones fused with his flesh and blood that a torrent of golden light forged his divine body, every inch of skin resembling celestial iron. The supreme transformative power within the chicken wing granted immense refinement to his entire being. Blood surged like molten stone, and obscure runes emerged upon his spine, his flesh akin to adamantine. In an instant, Shi Tian recovered, emerging even stronger than before. Golden light coursed over his surface, a testament to the circulation of his blood. Now imbued with supreme essence, the fusion of the supreme laws with his body had forged him into a supreme being. 33 bone patterns. Shi Tian, filled with trepidation, patted his chest. Thankfully, the divine cola and chicken wings had saved him. Otherwise, he would have met his end here. Merely a sip of cola and a chicken wing had seemingly granted Shi Tian a second life. This was the wondrous gift from the desolate realm. The artifact from that bookstore. The Nine Nether Tiger's pupils constricted sharply. How could he still be alive after all this? Such a clever lad. It seems he bears a treasure, but what of it? You shall still meet your demise. The Nine Nether Tiger transformed into a human form, revealing a figure clad in black, with hair that danced with nine nether energy. A flickering spectral light emanated from the palm, forming a spiritual seal. The Nine Nether Seal, a serious strike from the bridge-connecting realm. This strike displayed the true might of the bridge-connecting stage, an overwhelming aura engulfing the Chung family within a 100-mile radius. The earth sank 3 inches as the colossal Nine Nether descended upon the Chung family with a devastating blow. Young supreme of the human race, perish. The immense Nine Nether Seal was entirely aimed at Shi Tian. Shi Tian let out a muffled groan as the powerful pressure bent his knees. Yet, the young supreme shall never kneel. In this life, Shi Tian shall only kneel before the owner of the bookstore. Esteemed one, forgive me. Little stone cannot repay your immense kindness. Shi Tian roared, straining against the overwhelming pressure. Every ounce of his strength was summoned, igniting flames across his body. Within the wooden house, Cheng Yu's eyes were filled with sorrow, her hands halting abruptly. Little stone, you came for me. I cannot allow you to fall before me. Cheng Yu activated her spirit body, and the eye's spirit body radiated a brilliant icy blue glow. She conjured a series of afterimages, her speed soaring to its zenith. Just as the Nine Nether Seal was about to descend, she positioned herself before Shi Tian. Chengyu glanced back, her lips curling into a radiant smile. Little stone, you still wish to take me to meet the esteemed one? Her charming visage lit up, and in that moment, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill. In Shi Ritian's eyes. There was no world, no mountains or rivers, only Chengyu. The nine nether seal descended. An endless aura of nine nether surged forth, like a malignant growth, stripping away vitality. It surged toward Chengyu, washing over her in an instant. Shi Ritian's eyes brimmed with desolation. Nine nether tiger, once I attain supremacy, I shall invade the nine nether and eradicate you. Buzz! A resonant sound of sword echoed, initially gentle, gradually intensifying. The chaotic sound of the sword resonated through the heavens and the earth, dispersing the nine nether energy that enveloped Chengyu. Chengyu stood in scathe, while the wooden sword behind her floated in midair. The sword energy surged skyward, stirring the winds and clouds above. Shi Ritian's eyes sparkled. This was the wooden sword bestowed upon Chengyu by the esteemed one. It turned out that the revered one had foreseen the arrival of the nine nether tiger of the Cheng family. With the ancestor of the Cheng family injured and unable to fight, the sword had been given to Chengyu as a means to confront the nine nether tiger. In that moment, Chengyu comprehended the profound intent of the esteemed one. She recalled the revered one's words. This sword is lent to you. It shall bring you good fortune. This phrase now held true meaning. Good fortune indeed. It was a subtle expression from the esteemed one, a means to save her life. Chengyu immediately knelt in the direction of the desolate realm. Chengyu offered her heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed one for saving her life, hoping that the revered one could perceive her gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, he had already come to bear such immense grace from the enigmatic figure behind him. The 13 sons of the Cheng family all gazed upon Chengyu, understanding that all of this was made possible by the mysterious benefactor aiding him from the shadows. The Wudao sword radiated a formidable sword aura in midair, each strand resonating with an existence that could transcend the ages. This was the aura of a sword immortal. The nine nether tiger trembled violently, enveloped by a terrifying presence. This was the essence of perfect mastery. The nine nether tiger was filled with dread. Wu Yazi had been on the brink of the celestial realm for a millennium. The Wudao sword, after thousands of years of cultivation, had already become a pinnacle artifact among the 100 orifices. The Wudao sword exhaled and inhaled sword light, as if it were a living being. When the sword light surged forth, it resembled the strike of a sword immortal. Such prowess could not be thwarted by mere bridge crossing. The nine nether tiger's eyes appeared ready to burst, annihilated by the piercing sword aura. A nine nether tiger at the bridge crossing level was as fragile as a paper tiger. All the members of the Cheng family erupted in cheers, while the 13 sons felt a chill of astonishment. What kind of master was assisting Chengyu that a single wooden sword could slay a formidable demon, just as everyone believed the wooden sword would return to Chengyu's side? The Wudao sword unexpectedly shot forth towards the nine nether realm. A white mist streaked across the sky, and the terrifying sword aura caused the void to tremble in the nine nether, among the nine nether tiger clan. The fourth brother was searching for the items needed to unravel the demon sealing formation. Suddenly, he sensed a piercing sword aura approaching from behind, sending a sharp pain through his spine. Who is it? The fourth brother unleashed the might of the 100 orifices, his tiger roar resonating. The Wudao sword struck with a single beam of light, the sword energy cultivated over a millennium exploding at that moment. The entire nine nether tiger clan quaked, and the fourth brother was instantly slain by the Wudao sword. In the endless darkness, the Shadow King suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed like two blood suns, radiating a crimson light. Chapter 27. A humble master with unremarkable existence. The aura of the Wudao sword. The Shadow King's eyes revealed a terrifying murderous intent. How dare Wu Yazi directly enter his nine nether realm to slay the fourth brother? Having killed the fourth brother, the Wudao sword seemed to fulfill its purpose, swiftly departing the nine nether. The Wudao sword had spent some time nurturing itself in the bookstore, undergoing a significant transformation. Just now, the nine nether tiger had carried the essence of the fourth brother, which the Wudao sword had instinctively locked onto, traversing millions of miles to execute the kill. The Shadow King, with a darkened expression, approached the corpse of the fourth brother. Previously, the second and third brothers had perished at Wu Yazi's hands. Now, Wu Yazi was so audacious as to directly enter his territory and kill the fourth brother. Wu Yazi, I see you are courting death. Thinking that knowing a bookstore owner grants you such impunity, the Shadow King was furious, and the reputation of the Nine Nether Tiger clan had suffered a tremendous blow. He would ensure that Wu Yazi paid the price. He would directly assault the Mad Path holy sect and slay Wu Yazi before the eyes of the human race. The Shadow King led the strongest battalion of the 9 Nether Tigers, the Shadow Division. This was a unit personally trained by the Shadow King, comprising 509 Nether Tigers. This was a formidable force. Just the presence of bridge-crossing demons numbered over 100. The Shadow King's expression was grim. Tightly gripping a pitch-black spear, Shadow Division, follow me to trample the Mad Path holy sect. With a single step, the Shadow King led his vast army towards the Mad Path holy sect. The Wu Dao sword flew back to the Cheng family, once again landing behind Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu continued to assist his grandfather, whose spirit beast was already in a feeble state. The task of reviving him was not overly difficult, and Cheng Yu immediately set to work. The crow watched in fear at the wooden sword behind Cheng Yu, that a single sword light had slain a bridge-crossing demon. This must be a formidable weapon. One could hardly fathom who the mysterious master aiding Cheng Yu truly was. So powerful, yet remaining hidden, it felt as though they had complete control over all that transpired. Such a mighty being must be an otherworldly ancient entity. Outside the wooden house, the 13 sons of the Cheng family were busy collecting the corpses of the 9 Nether Tigers. They dared only to utilize the remains of the 9 Nether Tigers to aid their cultivation, for consuming them was utterly forbidden. It was common knowledge that 9 Nether Tigers were not to be eaten. If they were to discover that the mysterious bookstore owner had not only consumed a 9 Nether Tiger, but had also devoured the 9th brother, surely they would be struck with terror. Curious, Cheng Changdong and others inquired of Shi Ritian, noble saint's son. Who is that mysterious master? Shi Ritian snorted coldly, casting a warning glance at them. You would do well not to disturb the master. He merely wishes to lead an unremarkable life as a bookstore owner. The crowd, alarmed, hastily shook their heads in protest. Saint's son, you misunderstand. We merely wish to learn more about that esteemed and mysterious master. Shi Ritian nodded, acknowledging that while the master wished to live as an ordinary person, he also desired the world to recognize his extraordinary nature. Shi Ritian's expression was one of admiration, his eyes glowing with fervor. The master had opened a bookstore in a desolate land, nurturing 2 small pets within, a 6-tailed fox and a golden-winged eagle. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. These were 2 notorious demon clans. No one dared to raise them. This mysterious master actually dared to keep them. His cultivation must be unfathomable. The master entertained guests with immortal herbs, and in his eyes, the treasures of creation were fit only to be used as rags. As Shi Ritian spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The treasures of creation, the heavenly covering cloth, in the hands of the master, were merely rags. This was an embarrassing matter he could never allow others to know was his doing. Instantly, Cheng Changdong and the others turned pale. Immortal herbs, treasures of creation, all this information indicated that this mysterious being was a true saint of creation. My heavens, Cheng Yu was actually able to receive the assistance of a saint of creation. Surely, this was a sign of extraordinary fortune for the Cheng family's ancestral tomb. Shi Ritian gazed up at the sky with a melancholic expression. The master, clearly possessing celestial cultivation, preferred to remain unremarkable in a desolate land as an ordinary bookstore owner. Remaining connected to the human race, this master is my lifelong aspiration. Upon hearing this, the members of the Cheng family all revealed expressions of deep respect. Such a heart, such a grand spirit. This was indeed a true, unparalleled master. Such a master has saved me. I, Cheng Jun, wish to pay my respects during my lifetime. In the small courtyard, Cheng Yu helped his grandfather slowly emerge. Cheng Jun's complexion was somewhat pale, yet his spirit was invigorated. Just moments ago, Cheng Jun had been healed, the spirit beast consciousness completely extinguished. Cheng Jun had even gained from his fortune, successfully opening another orifice, bringing his total to 14. He had learned everything from Cheng Yu, even hearing all that Shi Tian had said. Immediately, he felt immense admiration for this extraordinary master who willingly chose to be a mere bookstore owner, wishing to express his gratitude in person. The 13 sons of the Cheng family knelt in unison. Unfilial 13 sons pay respects to father. Indeed, the 13 sons of the Cheng family were all Cheng Jun's sons, with Cheng Qiangdong being the eldest. Cheng Jun raised them up. You are all grown men now. No need to kneel so easily. Cheng Jun admonished them, embodying a strict father figure. The 13 sons of the Cheng family stood, and Cheng Jun approached Shi Tian. Young brother, I wish to meet that master. Would you be willing to introduce me? Shi Tian's expression revealed conflict. He often brought people to meet the master, fearing it might disturb the master's ordinary life. Cheng Yu looked at Shi Tian, her eyes filled with pleading, as if to say, please help my grandfather. Shi Tian's heart softened, and he quickly agreed. All right, I can take you to meet the master, but elder, you must regard yourself as an ordinary person that I understand. A master who is integrated into the mundane world naturally wishes to avoid the clamor of cultivation. Cheng Jun nodded, realizing the importance of not inadvertently upsetting the master. Cheng Jun turned to the 13 sons of the Cheng family. I'm going to visit that master. You all must guard the Cheng family well. When I return, all of you should go off and cultivate. A bunch of young rascals, Cheng Jun scolded, promptly letting Cheng Yu assist him in preparing gifts, then set off with Shi Tian towards the desolate land at Yanqingzhou at the Mad Path Holy Sect. Dark clouds loomed from miles away. A bloodthirsty army was advancing towards the Mad Path Holy Sect. The sound of tiger roars reverberated through the heavens and earth, toppling entire groves of trees. Such a colossal display of power rattled the elders and the sect master, Fu Zitun, of the Mad Path Holy Sect, the Shadow King, leading the Shadow Division, fixed his gaze intently upon the Mad Path Holy Sect. Unless the bookstore owner comes to save you today, Wu Yazi, prepare to meet your end. Fuzi Siyuan hovered in the air, his expression exceedingly grim. Why has the 9 Nether Tiger returned to the Holy Sect? Could it be due to the Sword Immortal's predecessor, slaying Old Geo? Chapter 28. Part-time farmer King Yu stood amidst the heavens and the earth, with 500 spectral soldiers behind him. Capable of conquering an entire city, Wu Yazi sensed the aura of King Yu and immediately broke through the barriers, but a surge of sword energy shot into the sky, with countless strands of sword chi swirling around. Wu Yazi was perilously close to the realm of heaven's induction. This sword energy encompassed myriad essences, destined to become the sovereign of Sword Tomb. Wu Yazi casually plucked a leaf, pointing it directly at King Yu. Threads of sword energy flowed along the leaf's veins, and this singular leaf erupted with astonishing sword chi. What does King Yu's descent with the spectral army into the holy sect signify? I have not provoked you. King Yu grinned savagely, his blood-red eyes akin to those of a fiend. You have not provoked me. Your Wu Dao sword has directly invaded my territory and slain Old Sea. What? Wu Yazi was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the Wu Dao sword in the boss's bookstore? Boss! Suddenly, Wu Yazi comprehended the situation. It must have been that King Yu previously displeased the boss. Hence, the boss commanded the Wu Dao sword to forcefully slay Old Sea. Wu Yazi couldn't help but smile wryly. This time, he had unwittingly taken the fall for the boss. However, even if it meant taking the blame for the boss, it was indeed an honor that Wu Yazi's demeanor shifted. The leaf in his hand transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. King Yu, retreat at once. King Yu's expression turned icy, a smile of rage crossing his face. Today, the entire holy sect will accompany you to your grave. With a wave of his hand, a sea of 9 nether flames engulfed the sky, its black-red flames shrouding everyone's hearts. This was the might of a being capable of heaven's induction. With every move infused with the essence of the cosmos, Wu Yazi wielded his sword, and with a single slash, terrifying spiritual light erupted, cleaving through the sea of fire. King Yu's eyes glinted with cold ferocity. The pitch-black spear in his hand swirling with countless phantoms of fiends. The 9 nether fiend spear, this spear was a treasure of heaven's induction, refined through the trials of the 9 nether. King Yu stepped forward, and 81 divine seals rose beneath his feet. The heavens served as the foundation, and he initiated the formation with his foot. With a sudden thrust, the spear pierced forth, causing the very mountains to crumble. Wu Yazi charged forth with his sword, unleashing boundless sword energy as he clashed with King Yu. Clang, clang. The clash of spear and sword sparked a shower of stars. The aftermath of the battle marred the earth. Leaving several mountains cleaved in twain, Wu Yazi found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately failing to step into the realm of heaven's induction. King Yu laughed heartily, his body enveloped in swirling black light. The spear in his grasp resembling a fearsome beast that Wu Yazi, "Today you shall surely perish." Blood trickled from the corner of Wu Yazi's mouth as he closed his eyes. Today, he would not rely on the Qinglian umbrella. He would confront King Yu head-on. His heart resonated with the great Tao, and at this moment, his heart sword connected with Myriad Paths. Myriad Paths' heart sword perfected, a cracking sound emanated from within Wu Yazi, signaling the shattering of his body's shackles. Vitality surged through him as he sensed the essence of the cosmos. Above him, a storm of calamity clouds gathered. King Yu was taken aback, retreating 1,000 miles in an instant. These are calamity clouds. Aren't they only summoned upon breaking through to the creation realm? The creation realm held power formidable enough to contest with the heavens for creation itself. Thus, the heavens would unleash tribulations to hinder all beings from ascending to the creation realm. This Wu Yazi, clearly only in the realm of heaven's induction, had nonetheless drawn the tribulation. It seems I need not lift a finger today. You shall perish. Wu Yazi gazed at the gathering thunderclouds above, feeling the destructive power within, his heart racing. This was due to the Myriad Paths' heart sword. His sword path commanded even the heavens' attention. The Myriad Paths' heart sword, forged from the principles of Myriad Paths. Should this sword path step into heaven's induction, it would surely incite the heaven's ire. The violet arcs of electricity within the tribulation crackled, each brimming with an aura of annihilation. The calamity clouds stretched for miles. Imposing and overwhelming, Wu Yazi faced this formidable tribulation, slowly unfurling the Qinglian umbrella. Initially, he had thought this umbrella was a gift from the boss to combat King Yu. In hindsight, he realized he was merely at the first layer, while a master resided at the fifth. In truth, the boss had considered more deeply. He understood that cultivating the Myriad Paths heart sword would attract tribulations. Bestowing this umbrella upon him was indeed a means to counter the calamity. As the Qinglian umbrella unfurled, the ancient blue lotus swayed between heaven and earth. King Yu scoffed. This is a tribulation. Even if this is a treasure from the bookstore's owner, it cannot withstand it. Wu Yazi was uncertain. He was well aware of the terror of tribulations. Yet, the boss's strength warranted his trust. As the tribulation struck, robust bolts of lightning descended with overwhelming force. The ancient blue lotus absorbed the full might of the lightning, transforming into unparalleled creation, descending upon Wu Yazi. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded down, all absorbed by the Qinglian umbrella. Wu Yazi's aura gradually intensified, the sword in his hand growing ever more formidable. King Yu's expression darkened. Was the treasure bestowed by the bookstore owner truly this powerful? It could even withstand a tribulation. Wu Yazi sheathed the umbrella, melding the sword with the cosmos. In that instant, it felt as though the very heavens were filled with sword energy. King Yu, should you refuse to retreat, the entire spectral army shall be annihilated. King Yu's expression grew grave. The Wu Yazi who had just stepped into heaven's induction actually made him feel a sense of threat. What sword path was this? King Yu dared not confront him directly, his face darkening as he led the spectral army in retreat. King Yu's hatred for Lin Shi intensified. All of this was due to that individual. As King Yu retreated, Wu Yazi bowed deeply towards the desolate land. Silently, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss, for aiding me in overcoming the tribulation. Thereafter, Wu Yazi resumed his seclusion to consolidate his cultivation in the desolate land. At the Wooden House bookstore, the sun was directly overhead, marking the height of noon, with sweltering temperatures. Lin Shi, accompanied by Xiner, was at the back of the bookstore clearing a patch of wasteland. Lin Shi was partaking in part-time farming. Leaning on a hoe, he wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Gazing at the 10-square-meter vegetable patch he had cleared, he murmured to himself, "With no customers, I might as well experience rural life. Though this heat is unbearable." This experience further solidified Lin Chi's determination to cultivate. It's far better to cultivate than to be a mundane bookstore owner. How tragic. If only he could cultivate, would he be toiling under the sun for an entire afternoon? If he possessed any cultivation, he could accomplish it effortlessly with a mere flick of his finger. Lin Chi sighed, yearning more for cultivation. It's certainly better to cultivate than to remain in this desolate place. He ruffled Xian'er's little head. In the future, I will take you to see broader horizons." Xian'er's heart stirred at his words. The broader horizon spoken of by the master must surely be beyond the realms of the 18 states of Shangyun. The 18 states of Shangyun spanned billions of miles. Even the six-tailed fox clan ultimately resided within the bounds of the 18 states of Shangyun. Indeed, the master's vision had long since transcended the confines of the small 18 states of Shangyun. Xian'er squinted her eyes, envisioning a more expansive world. That moment, outside the wooden house, the voice of Shi Tian echoed once more. "Master, I have returned." Chapter 29. This is unscientific. Little Stone, upon hearing this voice, Lin Chi immediately dropped his hoe to the ground. Little Stone had brought him another guest. What part-time farming? Attending the guest was paramount. Lin Chi tidied up and hurried to the bookstore to open the door. Upon opening the door, he found Little Stone, Cheng Yu, and Cheng Jun standing there. Lin Chi was taken aback. "What is this situation?" Little Stone hid behind Cheng Yu, while Cheng Jun looked at Lin Chi with excitement, proclaiming, "This is the illustrious master with a magnanimous heart. Indeed, it is real. This youth appears ordinary, yet he has reached the stage of returning to simplicity. Transforming into an ordinary person to open a bookstore in this desolate land is the hallmark of a true master. Who would open a store in such a sparsely populated area if not a master?" Cheng Jun pushed aside Cheng Yu's support and bowed deeply to Lin Chi. "I am Cheng Jun, and I thank you for saving my life, esteemed master." This gesture startled Lin Chi, who quickly stepped back, feeling unworthy of such gratitude. "Elder, what is the meaning of this?" He couldn't recall saving such an elder. He only knew Cheng Yu, having merely lent her a book. That book on treating the comatose couldn't have worked its magic so quickly. How could a treatment for a comatose patient be so rapid? This defies logic. Cheng Yu excitedly expressed her gratitude to Lin Chi. "Thank you, esteemed master, for lending me the book that taught me how to save my grandfather. He insisted on coming to thank you, so I brought him to meet you." "Indeed, master, please do not mind my intrusion. I simply wish to behold your true form." Cheng Jun explained to himself that he was afraid of leaving a poor impression on Lin Chi. Lin Chi was astonished. Could this truly be the person who had once been in a vegetative state? Had he recovered so swiftly because this was a world devoid of scientific rationale? Lin Chi forced a smile to mask his embarrassment. "I shan't disturb you, but I am genuinely pleased to assist. Please come in and have a cup of tea." Lin Chi hurriedly ushered Cheng Jun and the others inside, each of them receiving a cup of tea. My place is rather humble, and the tea may not be of the finest quality, but I hope you can bear with it. Cheng Jun watched as Lin Chi poured tea for him, his hands trembling as he held the cup. 6 paths of life tea. Truly, a master is deserving of the title. He serves me the elixir of immortality. In comparison to this, the tea he had previously consumed seemed utterly worthless. Cheng Yu, too, became excited. This was her second time experiencing the esteemed 6 paths tea. What an immense honor it was. Only Shi Tian appeared nonchalant, taking a hearty sip of the 6 paths tea. His demeanor relaxed. "Master, your tea is indeed delightful. Nothing outside can compare." Lin Chi felt pleased by this remark and poured another cup for Shi Tian. "Little Stone, I appreciate your honesty. However, Cheng Jun and Cheng Yu dared not emulate Shi Tian, silently finishing their cups instead. Once done, Cheng Yu retrieved the wooden sword from her back and returned it to Lin Chi. "Thank you, master, for your wooden sword. It has truly brought me good fortune." "I told you it would bring you luck. I never deceive," Lin Chi replied, taking the wooden sword and pondering. Could this object truly ward off evil? Otherwise, how could a person once in a vegetative state recover so swiftly? Cheng Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Qi. This was a master, would have been a life-saving act, now transformed into a mere token of good fortune. Truly, a master could appear as an ordinary person. Chapter 30. The master sees through the mortal world. Lin Qi hung the wooden sword back on the wall, regardless of whether it genuinely possessed the power to ward off evil. It was a cherished item belonging to his guest, imbued with significant sentimental value. His gaze shifted back to Cheng Jun. What should this elder do now? Perhaps it was time for him to take the initiative. The elder believed he had been saved by Lin Qi, and seizing the opportunity, he could lend him a book. The elder would surely feel indebted and become his guest. Lin Qi's mind raced with excitement at the thought. His intellect was truly remarkable, exhibiting the cunning of a shrewd businessman. Elder, I see you have just recovered. Your vitality seems somewhat depleted. Cheng Jun was taken aback. How could the master perceive this, since Cheng Yu had awakened him? His internal energy had indeed been quite weak. However, following a recent family attack, he needed to appear untroubled. Even if he had fortuitously broken through a bottleneck, it had done little to restore his energy. He was merely a facade of strength. The master truly possessed piercing insight, identifying his condition with just a glance. Cheng Jun sighed, unreservedly confessing, indeed, as you say, my physical constitution is quite poor. Cheng Yu gazed at Cheng Jun in astonishment. It turned out her grandfather's health had long been compromised. Lin Qi was indeed correct. This elder, having just recovered from a grave illness, had come to visit him, demonstrating his earnest intent. This simply would not do. He must assist this elder, ensuring he could enjoy his twilight years in peace. Elder, please wait. I will fetch you a book. Cheng Jun's expression brightened. Was a master about to bestow upon him unparalleled blessings? Cheng Yu was overjoyed, her gratitude toward Lin Qi deepening. Shi Tian smacked his lips, envious of the Cheng family for receiving the master's assistance twice. They truly were fortunate indeed. Lin Qi approached the bookshelf, moving aside a sculpture of the nine-tailed fox and the Li Chun pearl. Cheng Jun's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the nine-tailed fox sculpture. This was the legendary and formidable sacred beast. He could distinctly sense the aura of the nine-tailed fox emanating from the wooden carving. The last appearance of a nine-tailed fox had been over 100,000 years ago. Could it be that this nine-tailed fox sculpture had been bestowed upon the master by the mythical creature itself? Cheng Jun's face turned pale with fear. The master had evidently existed for over 100,000 years. At that moment, Cheng Jun understood why the proprietor desired to live as an ordinary person. Having endured the vicissitudes of life for over 100,000 years, witnessing the rise and fall of empires, and with the passage of time, rendering all past acquaintances as mere memories, the cycle of life and death had become an illusion. The master had seemingly transcended worldly attachments. Regarding the passage of time, he could only feel weariness, thus choosing to return to a desolate place. Wishing to live as an ordinary individual engaged in simple business, Cheng Jun's expression softened. Only in simplicity does true contentment lie. Unaware of these thoughts, Lin Qi continued to scan the bookshelf. Titles such as 100 Ways to Raise Pigs, Comprehensive Guide to Spring Planting, and Daily Life Hacks caught his attention, an array of bizarre book titles that seemed utterly out of place in this world. Ultimately, Lin Qi selected an inch-thick book on elderly health preservation. This book would be perfect for the elder, especially considering his recent recovery. Nurturing one's health was essential for longevity. Lin Qi felt satisfied. His judgment was indeed impeccable. He turned and presented the book to Cheng Jun. Elder, this book can be of great assistance to you. Cheng Jun accepted it with trembling hands, realizing it was a gift from the master. The Longevity Sutra. Immortality. How many have ventured into cultivation solely for the sake of longevity? The master had entrusted him with the secret to eternal life. This book is well suited for you. I hope you will study it diligently, Lin Qi said. Cheng Yu and Shi Tian leaned in to decipher the text. But the words seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil, obscured from their sight. The book gifted by the master could only be read by the recipient. Cheng Jun nodded earnestly, gratitude radiating from his expression. Thank you, master, for your generous gift. I shall forever be indebted. Chung Jun refrained from referring to himself as a junior. Since the master had assumed the guise of a youthful individual, he clearly wished for a life of simplicity, and Chung Jun would not intrude upon that. Lin Shi felt somewhat embarrassed. This elder had lived for 70 or 80 years, having consumed more salt than he had rice. The fact that he called the master was rather amusing. Considering the books lent out were merely the spiritual treasures of earth, Lin Shi cleared his throat to alleviate his discomfort and jotted down Chung Jun's name in the ledger. Elder, the books in my shop are for borrowing only, not for sale. You may keep them for a month, and any overdue consequences are yours to bear. As for the rental fee, you may offer whatever you see fit. Ding. Welcoming a guest has expanded the activity range by 100,100,100 cubic meters. Lin Shi felt elated. His space had increased once more. After inscribing the name in the ledger, Chung Jun sensed a faint connection to the heavenly principle that he realized that should he exceed the borrowing period, he would undoubtedly face divine retribution. Chung Jun's thoughts shifted. What should he offer as the rental fee? After much contemplation, he produced a golden flower resembling an everlasting flower. Master, how about this? Lin Shi glanced at the flower. Is this a golden ghost flower? The flower bore resemblance to the ghost flower, but exhibited an unusual golden hue. Lin Shi had only encountered red ghost flowers on Earth. This golden variety was unfamiliar to him. Perhaps it was a unique creation of this world. Indeed, Master, this is a golden ghost flower. Chung Jun sighed inwardly, marveling at the master's extensive knowledge after existing for over 100,000 years. This is the golden ghost flower, a rare royal specimen among ghost flowers. It is said that possessing a golden ghost flower grants access to supreme realms. The flower in his hand was merely a hollow shell of a golden ghost flower. Lin Shi accepted the golden ghost flower, nostalgia flooding his eyes. It was yet another familiar sight from Earth. Keeping it would allow him to reminisce about his former self. Very well, this golden ghost flower shall serve as your rental fee. Lin Shi took it, then found a wooden cup filled with water, placing the golden ghost flower inside. As the flower submerged, it began to exhibit subtle changes. The golden ghost flower was indeed a precious rarity. Its presence stirred faint shifts in the energies of heaven and earth. In a distant land, 1,000,000 miles away, at the peak of the golden-winged Great Eagle's territory, the golden-winged king was nursing his injuries within. He sensed a faint essence of the golden ghost flower in the air. The golden-winged king opened his eyes, two blazing suns swirling within. The fragrance of the golden ghost flower, however, lacked a soul. In this world, only one golden ghost flower possessed a soul, and it resided within a cave. Yet, the physical form of the golden ghost flower was equally significant. The consciousness of the golden-winged king traversed the realms, seeking the elusive essence of the golden othershore flower, pondering its origin. In the desolate expanse, the wooden bookshop loomed. The golden-winged king's countenance darkened instantly, a seething fury igniting within him. Chapter 31. Divine soil and breath of earth once again. It is you, that accursed bookstore owner. You have disrupted my plans yet again. The golden-winged king longed to rush to the barren land and slay that proprietor. Yet, the owner was surrounded by too many treasures. He had previously been repelled by the remnants of the golden crow's soul within the golden crow fan. The shroud of the heavens was even more terrifying, directly blocking the divine machinations, rendering him incapable of manifesting his celestial form. But a contemplative expression crossed the golden-winged king's face. It must be that the bookstore owner has become aware of my intentions, fearing I would acquire the soul of the golden othershore flower to confront him. Thus, he took the initiative, seeking out the corporeal form of the golden othershore flower to contain its soul. The golden-winged king appeared to have unraveled all mysteries, his heart swelling with unparalleled arrogance. The enigmatic bookstore owner is indeed fearful of my schemes. What is a mere king of the underworld to me? Why should I conspire with him to gather the items needed for the great demonic array to unleash the dragon? Even if you gather the corporeal form, it will be of no use. The soul of the golden othershore flower in the cave realm shall undoubtedly be mine. The golden-winged king laughed heartily, reveling in the thought that he had instilled fear in the bookstore owner, his spirits soaring. Next, he intended to seek an individual who could assist him in acquiring the flower's soul within the cave realm. With his current realm, he would inevitably be repelled by the laws of the cave, necessitating a vessel. The golden-winged king vanished into the void, commencing his search for a suitable candidate to eye in the desolate expanse. Chung Jun felt a wave of relief as he witnessed the sage accept the golden othershore flower. His conjecture had proven correct. The sage had existed for over 100,000 years, observing the world's relentless changes, yet remaining a stranger to him. The remnants of the past that had survived to the present were indeed few and far between. Thus, the sage must hold great nostalgia for the things he had once encountered. The golden othershore flower had appeared tens of thousands of years prior. The sage must have seen it. Perhaps, the sage even had connections with the clan of golden othershore flowers that existed back then. This particular flower was indeed to the sage's liking. Lin Shi gently caressed the petals of the othershore flower, whispering softly, "It has been far too long. I truly miss it." Upon hearing this, Chung Jun thought to himself. As expected, the sage had ties with the clan of golden othershore flowers from years gone by. The question remained whether the sage knew why the clan had suddenly vanished. Chung Jun refrained from inquiring, knowing it would displease the sage. Lin Shi gazed at the othershore flower, feeling somewhat helpless. These patrons brought him such peculiar items. Did they not realize they ought to pay? Did they not know that cultivation would require substantial funds in the future? Lin Shi inwardly cursed the system. That wretched system at IT would not allow him to specify what he needed for renting the golden flower. He could only accept whatever the patrons chose to offer. How could this book on elderly wellness be worth dozens of taels of silver? As the number of patrons increased, Lin Shi grew increasingly anxious about his future financial stability for cultivation. Chung Jun remained blissfully unaware of Lin Shi's thoughts, believing the sage was merely reminiscing. Clutching the longevity scripture, he prepared to take Chung Yu and bid farewell to Lin Q. My apologies for the disturbance. Esteemed sage, I shall take my leave now. Take care on your journey, old man, Lin Shi said, watching Chung Jun with concern. Could this elderly man withstand the rigors of travel? Shi Tian also took his leave from Chung Yu. Chung Yu, now that your grandfather is recovering, I too must return to the holy sect. Chung Yu looked at Shi Tian in astonishment, not expecting him to depart so soon. Very well, see you at the sect. Chung Yu wished to say more, but could only manage those parting words as she assisted Chung Jun in leaving the bookstore, their steps unsteady as they walked away. Shi Tian silently observed Chung Yu's retreat. At that moment, Lin Shi approached and patted Shi Tian on the back. What's this? Little Shi, have you taken a liking to this girl? Would you like me to offer you some advice? Lin Shi regarded the young boy with a knowing smile. Shi Tian, feeling bashful, scratched his head and quickly diverted the subject. No, esteemed sage, I am still young. Little Shi, when it comes to finding a partner, it is not advisable. Being single is far more comfortable. Look at me. I tend to my fields every day with such joy. Lin Shi imparted his wisdom as an experienced person to the young lad. Shi Tian nodded eagerly. Indeed, esteemed sage speaks truly. Lin Shi suddenly recalled the uncultivated land his backyard, and a notion struck him. Little Shi, since you have nothing pressing to attend to, why not join me in farming? It is a most delightful endeavor. Xian Air, lounging by the gate of the backyard, rolled her eyes at this sage who bore no semblance of an ancient figure, asking a mere child to assist him in tilling the land. Shi Tian's heart raced. To work alongside the sage in the fields, this was surely an opportunity to foster closer ties. Working in the fields with the sage, he thought, perhaps only he was fortunate enough to have such an honor. Without hesitation, he rushed to the backyard, and upon seeing the freshly tilled white soil, he was left dumbfounded. Infused with spiritual energy, the essence of the Tao manifested as myriad laws and celestial spirits intertwined within the earth. Breath of earth. Was this not a divine artifact that had long been extinct since ancient times? The divine soil, which could absorb all things, bestowed vitality upon any mundane object that touched it. Shi Tian stared at the other patches of yellow earth, pondering whether they might also be composed of this breath of earth. The sage intended for him to farm upon such sacred soil. The breath of earth could be regarded as a supreme treasure, yet here it was being squandered by the sage. A slight twitch of his lips betrayed Shi Tian's incredulity as he noticed the hoe lying on the ground. A mere tool. The sage employed a common tool to cultivate the breath of earth. Shi Tian sighed. The sage's methods would forever elude his understanding. Shi Tian dutifully picked up the hoe and began to till the other yellow patches of earth. Cheng Jun and Cheng Yu ambled away, gradually nearing the edge of the desolate land. That it is indeed a tremendous honor for our Cheng family to receive the assistance of such a sage, Cheng Jun remarked. Cheng Yu nodded, aware of the challenges their family currently faced. In Qingzhou, the four families of Liu, Cheng, Li, and Ge were vying for dominance. However, the other three families were aware that within the Cheng family, only Cheng Jun possessed the strength of the Tongqiao realm. The gap in power within the Cheng family had created a precarious situation, leaving them exposed to the predatory gaze of the other families. They sought to divide the Cheng family at once, yet Cheng Jun remained steadfast. If Cheng Jun were to fall, the Cheng family would undoubtedly perish, having been injured by the celestial soul beast. The other three families' ancestors would likely have taken action long ago, knowing Cheng Jun was incapacitated. Do not worry, grandfather. The Cheng family is not in imminent danger, Cheng Yu reassured. Cheng Jun nodded. His possession of the longevity scripture would sustain the Cheng family for at least a millennium. Suddenly, a celestial anomaly unfolded. 3 beams of radiant light surged forth, intertwining to form a triangular entity that ominously enveloped Cheng Jun and Cheng Yu. The very fabric of space seemed to be shackled, the laws of nature grinding to a halt. The Cheng family is not in danger, is it? Little girl, today you and your grandfather shall perish right here. Once the old man is gone, your Cheng family will be finished. The voices of 3 figures resonated in the air, echoing within the triangle. Soon after, 3 aged silhouettes materialized before them. From the Han family, Han Lao. From the Ge family, Ge Lao. And from the Li family, Li Lao. The 3 patriarchs of the prominent families had all appeared, united in their intent to eliminate Cheng Jun. Chapter 32. Not wanting to be as lonely as the sage, Cheng Yu's complexion paled. How dared these 3 patriarchs conspire to assassinate her grandfather simultaneously? She recalled the sage's prior warning to her to tread carefully on the road. What she had thought to be a mere expression of concern now revealed a deeper meaning. The caution had foreshadowed their current predicament. Cheng Yu felt a pang of regret. The sage's foresight was indeed profound. Among the 3, Han Lao exuded the coldest aura, his serpent-like eyes sending chills down her spine. Cheng Lao, although you have healed, your vitality is severely depleted, leaving you with little strength. Indeed, the 3 patriarchs were all cunning individuals. From the very beginning, they had been monitoring Cheng Jun's movements, and only now had they confirmed that he was not merely feigning recovery. Ge Lao, a hunchbacked elder, held a rusted pipe in hand, tapping the ash rhythmically. Cheng Lao, your pretense of full recovery is mere facade. You are but a shell of your former self. Lao grinned wickedly, his lips stretching to reveal a mouthful of yellowed, decayed teeth, a sight most unsettling. We have laid this trap, ensuring your demise, Cheng Lao. Once you are gone, all the youths of the Cheng family shall become our servants. Ge Lao took a deep drag from his pipe, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke that resembled a solar halo, its resplendent glow coalescing into an overwhelming force that bore down upon Cheng Jun. Li Lao, today, unless the heavenly sovereign himself descends, your demise is all but assured. With the combined might of the 3 elders and the 100 orifices old ghost, it is a foregone conclusion that a weakened Cheng Jun will fall. Cheng Jun, unsupported, has his sister Cheng Yu assisting him, as she positions herself behind him. All 14 orifices of Cheng Jun's body are opened, inhaling and exhaling as if he were a colossal whale drawing in the vast energies of heaven and earth. With a swift gesture akin to a withered branch pointing out, a chilling brilliance erupts forth, slicing through the endless darkness like the dawn. The solar circle instantly disintegrates, proving itself to be no match for him. Following this strike, Cheng Jun cannot help but cough repeatedly. His energy is indeed insufficient. Even the slightest exertion brings discomfort to his body. Truly, he muses, he is not in peak condition. However, this sentiment, when heard by the trio, is akin to a herald of hope. Han Lao toys with his fingers, fixated on Cheng Lao. You have lived long enough. It is time for you to meet your end. As the words leave his lips, a serpentine shadow shoots forth from Han Lao's fingers in an instant. That shadow swells to an enormous size, towering like a 10,000 zhang behemoth. The massive serpent lunges toward Cheng Jun, its venomous fangs glistening ominously. One bite could annihilate all life within a 10-mile radius. The three of them targeting him truly places him in a perilous situation. Yet, Lin Shi becomes the improbable beacon of hope. Cheng Jun, with a cheerful demeanor, retrieves a book from his bosom. I too wish to depart this world swiftly. Yet alas, that is not my current fate. He gently caresses the longevity scripture, feeling the surging life principles contained within. Akin to a boundless ocean, as he slowly turns to the first page. Green life principles envelop his form in that moment. Cheng Jun's body is revitalized, as if reborn, confronted by the colossal serpent. He raises a single finger. However, this gesture is now transformed entirely, reminiscent of Ho-E shooting down the suns. With an unstoppable momentum, it is breathtakingly extraordinary. The immense serpent is reduced to ashes that a line of large characters enters Cheng Jun's field of vision. The longevity scripture. Cultivation diagram for longevity divides into two, transforming yin and yang. This yin and yang pertain to the 5 elements, gathering the vitality of all beings. In that instant, Cheng Jun comprehends an unparalleled path, the road to immortality. Thank you, esteemed sage, for your transcendent fortune. I, Xiao Cheng, am eternally grateful. Having distanced himself from Lin Shi, Cheng Jun finally expresses his respect, humbly referring to himself as Xiao Cheng, a junior. The 3 ancient ancestors reveal expressions of grave concern. What has transpired? What book does Cheng Lao hold that eludes their understanding? Merely opening this tome has induced such a transformation in him. That previous gesture exuded an entirely different aura. Cheng Lao appears to have fully restored his vitality. Even his blood essence no longer in deficit their advanced age. Each one of them exists in a state of diminished vitality. What is the meaning of this transformation in Cheng Lao? Han Lao. What on earth is that book? Ge Lao. Could it be some celestial artifact? Li Lao. Even if it is not a celestial relic, it is undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. The 3 of them display expressions of avarice. Such a divine object must be acquired. Cheng Jun smiles amiably, rediscovering a sense of youth that it seems today shall be an ill-fated day for the 3 of you. Cheng Jun stands tall, his previously hunched back straightening, and the white strands in his hair now bear traces of black. His vitality surges, solidifying into a pillar. Even the triangular barrier formed by the 3 elders ripples in response. Lao's expression grows serious. Facing the revitalized Cheng Lao, he feels an overwhelming uncertainty. Lao taps his smoking pipe, releasing a sudden burst of flame. The region of Qingzhou, rich in earth veins, gives rise to subterranean fire, possessing unfathomable power. The fire Ge Lao draws upon is precisely this Qingzhou earth fire. The vast flames coalesce into the shape of a long spear. It lunges forth. The firelight flickers, akin to a vessel upon the water. Yet its divine might is overwhelming. Cheng Jun cradles the longevity scripture, which embodies his unwavering faith for the remainder of his life. The indestructible life principles serve as his most formidable defense, shielding him within a 3-foot radius. The spear formed from the Qingzhou earth fire is halted at the boundary, with sparks erupting. Qingzhou earth fire? No, this will not suffice. Cheng Jun shakes his head, directing the life principles at a surface with a pointed finger. The longevity finger. This is Cheng Jun's understanding, a technique born from a single thought. This finger, simple and unadorned, harbors an inner might that shatters the entire earth fire, as if he faintly hears a lament. Ge Lao's face pales instantly as he spits blood, his vitality waning. Lao and Han Lao wear grim expressions. Cheng Lao proves to be a formidable opponent. The 2 of them promptly unleash their ultimate techniques. Li Lao opens his mouth to unleash a torrent. The sea of laws materializes from his words. a vast ocean of principles capable of obliterating a 100-mile radius, radiating brilliance like the blazing sun. Behind Han Lao, a seven-colored giant python sprouts wings, dazzling with hues, a phenomenon birthed from the heavens and earth. This is the seven-colored sky-devouring python. Han Lao's spirit beast, his most potent technique, the sky-devouring python burrows into the sea of laws. Surging towards Cheng Jun raises the longevity scripture high, the life principles erupting forth, saturating his being in verdant vitality. With a single palm, he entraps the spirits. Cheng Jun's 5 fingers converge, transforming into a cage of heaven and earth. The sea, the giant python, in my grasp, all shall yield beneath the heavens. This palm is irresistible, directly draining the ocean, reducing the giant python to the size of an eel. Puffed. The two of them simultaneously spit blood. Utterly outmatched, Cheng Jun strides forward, unhurried, into the air. The 3 elders gaze at Cheng Jun with ashen faces, while he regards them with indifference. Ji Lao. Cheng Lao, if you intend to kill us, do so swiftly. Do not indulge in torturing us. Li and Han nod in agreement. As masters of the 100 orifices, they cannot be humiliated. This is the line of dignity. Cheng Jun observes them for a moment before slowly speaking. You may depart. I will not take your lives. The 3 are struck with astonishment, incredulous as they regard Cheng Jiu and Li Lao. We came to kill you, and you would let us go? Cheng Jun nods, his eyes reflecting the weight of countless years that he thinks of the sage who has existed for so long, with none of their contemporaries remaining. How he longs for the past. Having cultivated the longevity scripture, he realizes he too must traverse many years like the sage. He does not wish to experience the same solitude, to find himself surrounded by emptiness, only to reminisce, like a tea lease now. Even adversaries offer companionship along the journey. In this moment, Cheng Jun's mindset becomes unclouded, resonating with the longevity scripture. Chapter 33. The watermelon, a true source of immortal fruit. In ancient times, during a period of unparalleled prosperity, countless high-level techniques emerged, each possessing a spirit of its own. If a practitioner's mindset cannot resonate with the technique, it will deeply hinder their progress. Should a practitioner become overly obsessed with cultivation, they risk becoming trapped in an insurmountable predicament. Clearly, the longevity scripture possesses a spirit. If Cheng Jun cannot resonate with it, he will undoubtedly struggle to advance. Li Lao and the others observe Cheng Jun's earnest demeanor, their hearts shaken. Uncertain of what has transpired, today Cheng Lao appears extraordinarily different. After you 3 depart, do not lay a hand on the Cheng family. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. Cheng Jun articulates his bottom line. These 3 must not harm the Cheng family in the slightest. Having cultivated the longevity scripture, Cheng Jun now possesses formidable confidence. Li Lao and the others fall silent, each lost in contemplation. Ji Lao is the first to express himself, igniting his smoking pipe. Spare me this once, and I shall owe you a life. When I repay this debt, I shall act against the Cheng family. Ji Lao is thus straightforward in his dealings. Cheng Jun nods. Such words are sincere. Go Lao may be allowed to leave. Go Lao puffs on his smoke, exhaling a cloud of vapor, before vanishing from sight. Li Lao and Han Lao exchange glances, their eyes shimmering with intent, pondering their next moves. These individuals have become cunning with age, calculating their gains and losses. Li Lao. Very well. As long as you live, my Li family shall not touch the Cheng family. Han Lao concurs, and together they depart. As Han Lao distances himself from Cheng Jun, a cold smirk curls upon his lips. Cheng Lao has truly grown senile, allowing a tiger to return to the mountain. Once I eliminate you, the Cheng family shall be assuredly eradicated. Cheng Jun's leniency is one matter, but to not even compel them to swear an oath of heaven is beyond comprehension. Han Lao's heart is filled with derision. Without an iron will, the Cheng family is doomed to extinction eventually. Cheng Jun watches the 3 depart from a distance, already prepared for their betrayal. He has merely granted them an opportunity. Their fate is in their own hands. Cheng Jun returns to Cheng Yu's side, who hastily supports him. Grandfather, let us go home. With a nod, Chung Jun pondered within, reflecting on the wise elder who had imparted to him the longevity scriptures and cautioned him to tread carefully on his journey. Only to encounter these three old fellows, having caught a glimpse of the essence of immortality, Chung Jun felt a profound resonance with the scriptures. The sheer coincidence of it all left him somewhat incredulous. It seemed as though everything was orchestrated by the wise elder, as if every facet fell under their meticulous control. Sighing softly, Chung Jun concluded that there must be a deeper intention at play. Guided by an unseen hand, an immortal who had lived for over 100,000 years possessed a mind that transcended ordinary comprehension. It was likely that they had long since mastered the art of foresight. Engaging in a game of wits with the heavens themselves, an elder and a youth slowly made their way back to their respective abodes, in the desolate expanse. Within the bookstore's backyard, Shi Tian wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow. Steadying his breath, before him lay a cultivated area of 30 square meters of fertile soil. The entire backyard of the bookstore, spanning 100 square meters, was entirely composed of this life-giving earth. Shi Tian gazed at the hoe in his hands with a mixture of bewilderment and bitterness. He had been naive to think it was merely an ordinary tool. As he began to till the earth, he realized how exhausting it truly was. This hoe seemed to drain his energy like an insatiable abyss, each swing depleting his stamina. He possessed 33 bone patterns, yet wielding this hoe left him breathless and fatigued. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. There was nothing ordinary in the wise elder's shop. Shienner lingered at the entrance of the backyard, sheltered in the shadow of the wooden door, nibbling slowly on a primordial 7-treasure spirit fruit with her small hands. The vitality coursing through Shienner was more formidable than that of little Shi. Her internal essence was as dense as heavy iron, extraordinarily substantial. Concealed within her body were remarkable 42 bone patterns. Living beside Lin Qi, Shienner truly enjoyed an enviable life, far more carefree than in her own clan, feasting daily on the primordial 7-treasure spirit fruits. Such a pet would surely entice any spirit to covet her. With all-inclusive sustenance and such favorable conditions, who wouldn't be tempted? Lin Qi emerged from the wooden cabin, slicing a platter of watermelon, a treat for little Shi, who looked utterly exhausted and panting heavily. A sense of joy welled up in Lin Qi. This was the perk of having admirers. Little Shi, was his devoted fan after all. Just look at him. To spend more time with Lin Qi. He was even tilling the earth. Lin Qi finally grasped the sensation of being a star on earth. The thrill of having a fan was undeniably delightful. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Qi called out, "Little Shi, it's time to take a break and enjoy some watermelon." Upon hearing Lin Qi's summons, little Shi promptly dropped the hoe. That wretched tool had nearly exhausted him. He much preferred joining the wise elder for watermelon, though he wondered what kind it was. Excitedly, little Shi approached Lin Qi, and upon seeing the watermelon he held, he felt as though struck by lightning. The crimson flesh, with its intricate patterns, resonated with the essence of the Tao. The rising spiritual energy swirled around it, gathering yet refusing to disperse. The succulent juice, dripping with vitality, was imbued with pure spiritual essence, almost bordering on celestial energy. This was comparable to the elixir of immortality, the true source immortal fruit. Rumor had it that there existed a realm beyond the heavens, where immortals resided. The true source immortal fruit had descended from that celestial realm, possessing a value that surpassed even some elixirs of immortality. Shi Tian swallowed hard in disbelief. For merely assisting in tilling the land, the wise elder bestowed upon him such a divine treasure. At that moment, Shi Tian wished he could help the wise elder every day. "What are you waiting for? Come and eat." Lin Qi set the fruit platter down and handed a slice of watermelon to Shi Tian. He took a piece for himself and began to savor it. Shi Tian inhaled deeply. With his perspective broadened by the wise elder, his shock quickly faded. He devoured a piece of the true source immortal fruit, feeling as if his very blood transformed in a spiritual essence. With just one piece consumed, Shi Tian felt as though he had become a living elixir. His supreme blood surged with energy, and his supreme bones gradually approached the 5th stage. Grateful, Shi Tian gazed at Lin Qi. Recognizing him as the best person in his life, aside from his grandfather and parents. Compared to the so-called relatives within the Stone clan, who shared his bloodline, Lin Shi was 1,000 times better. All the elders favored his cousin, Shi, with no one standing up for him. This debt of resentment must be repaid. Lin Shi sensed Shi Tian's appreciative gaze and felt a surge of satisfaction. Alas, how pitiful the people of this world are, just a slice of watermelon, and they express such profound gratitude. Perhaps I should leave some watermelon in the shop to attract customers? Lin Shi quickly shook his head. No, the little watermelon provided by the system was barely enough for himself. If he used it to entice customers, it would be a disservice to himself, unless it could aid in cultivating his techniques. No one would get a slice of his watermelon. Lin Shi firmly resolved. Aside from cultivation, no one would trick him out of his watermelon. Chapter 34. The truth of the disappearance, just as Lin Shi wrestled with this difficult decision in his mind. Shi Tian discreetly refined a portion of the spiritual essence from the true source immortal fruit within him, that he feared that creating too much commotion might displease the wise elder. Hence, he only dared to refine it in secret. Knowing that the wise elder currently wished to lead a life of simplicity, Lin Shi picked up another piece of watermelon and brought it to Xian'er. Xian'er, would you like some of this fruit? As Lin Shi stroked Xian'er's fur, he marveled at how incredibly soft it felt. Perhaps it was because Xian'er had once been the daughter of a wealthy family. Lin Shi thought of Hu Ge, who had struggled with psychological issues, and wondered how he was faring now that Xian'er's gaze fell upon the watermelon. The true source immortal fruit. Truly, the wise elder was a remarkable being, for the primordial 7-treasure spirit fruit was also a melon, as was the true source immortal fruit. How fond the wise elder must be of melons. Calling everything a melon, Xian'er internally scoffed. Yet despite her teasing, she succumbed to the allure of the divine medicine. She swiftly seized a watermelon from Lin Shi's hand and began to devour it eagerly. The 7-tailed bloodline within her surged to life. Lin Shi watched Xian'er enjoying the watermelon, feeling an immense sense of delight. He was secretly pleased. Xian'er was far easier to care for than the cats and dogs on Earth. She could simply eat cucumbers and watermelons without the need for specialized food, and most importantly, there is no need to clean up after her. As a boss, one must maintain a dignified demeanor in cultivation. One must never stoop to being a caretaker. After finishing the true source immortal fruit, Shi Tian approached Lin Shi. Observing him as he fed Xian'er, he marveled in wonder. This was the wise elder. Just look at how the 6-tailed great demon behaved so docilely here. To be a pet of the wise elder was no ordinary feat. Shi Tian sighed inwardly, retracting his thoughts, and returned the awakened supreme law form to Lin Shi. Wise elder, I have mastered the teachings from the books. I just need to properly digest them. You're quite remarkable. Little sure to, you learn quickly, Lin Shi replied, placing the awakened supreme law form back on the shelf and crossing Shi Tian's name off the registry. Shi Tian smiled, feeling truly honored to receive the wise elder's acknowledgement. Wise elder, I must take my leave now. You're leaving already? Little sure to, remember to come often. Wise elder, I will certainly visit frequently, Shi Tian declared loudly, warmth flooding his heart. The wooden cabin bookstore had become his second home. The Stone clan had truly disheartened him. 2 months hence, when the cave realm opened, he would certainly confront Shi. A surge of battle spirit ignited within Shi Tian, propelling him to hasten his cultivation of the supreme law form. After bidding farewell to Lin Shi, Shi Tian gradually walked away, the wooden cabin bookstore fading from view behind him. Qingzhou, Yunnan City, emerging from the desolate expanse, Shi Tian found himself surrounded by towering trees. He stood atop a hill, gazing at Yunnan City, the massive fortress looming 10 miles away, its towering walls exuding grandeur. Shi Tian reminisced, recalling how he had once ventured from this very place into the desolate lands, where he first encountered the wise elder. That time, his supreme blood was nearly depleted, teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, the wise elder had provided him with a cup of 6 paths of vitality tea, stabilizing his injuries. Moreover, the elder imparted to him the method to reforge his supreme bones, allowing him to be reborn from the ashes. Shi Tian's eyes swept across the horizon, landing on a team of 7 individuals entering his line of sight. Stone clan compatriots, Shi Ritian's pupils constricted, his emotions becoming tumultuous. At the forefront was a young man in red, his short hair strikingly prominent. It was Shi Xian, someone of modest renown among the younger generation of the Stone Clan. Shi Ritian quickly discerned his cultivation level, 23 bone patterns. The seven-member team began to converse. Shi, the young clan leader, is truly exceptional. The pressure of his supreme laws is suffocating. Indeed, the death of one Shi Ritian merely served to elevate Shi. Another replied, their words igniting a fire of rage within Shi Ritian. How could these be his Stone Clan compatriots? In the face of an unjustly treated individual, there are those who only seek to add insult to injury. Shi Xian looked back at the two conversing behind him, disappointment etched on his face. What a disgrace! What is Shi Ritian compared to the esteemed young master Shi? Shi Ritian's grandfather has gone missing, and his parents were ruthlessly hunted down by the current clan leader and the grand elder on their way to Zijingtian. How can he, an orphan, even be mentioned in the same breath as young master Shi? What? The clan leader and the grand elder conspired to eliminate him. In an instant, Shi Ritian's eyes turned blood red. He was acutely aware of who the current clan leader was. It was none other than his own uncle, the very beast who had stripped him of his precious bone. So his parents had perished long ago, unbeknownst to him. Rage consumed Shi Ritian, and for the first time, a murderous intent surged within him. The Shi clan deserved annihilation. His father, as a vanguard general of the Shi clan, had achieved countless military feats. Now, a significant portion of the clan's territory was claimed by his lineage. For the sake of a so-called clan leader, his parents had been jointly executed by his uncle and the grand elder. At that moment, Shi Ritian's desire for vengeance against the Shi clan reached unprecedented heights. Unable to contain his murderous aura any longer, he unleashed a tempestuous force, intertwining the supreme laws with his killing intent. Shi Xian and his companions were struck with terror. Such a formidable presence. Who could it be? Who dares to act against the Shi clan? It is precisely the Shi clan members that he seeks to slay. Shi Ritian stepped forward, clad in a billowing black robe, his long, dark hair flowing like a tempest, his murderous intent rampant and frenzied. The chilling aura radiating from him was terrifying. Upon seeing Shi Ritian, Shi Xian's face turned pale, fear gripping him. Shi Ritian, how can it be that you are still alive? This is impossible. Young Master Shi, he had assured us of your demise. Shi Ritian's fury erupted. An unquenchable fire consuming his consciousness, his eyes of vivid crimson. As long as the Shi clan exists, my heart shall not rest. Today, I shall slay you seven and vent my pent-up wrath. Shi Ritian raised a single hand. 33 bone patterns floating in the air. A terrifying aura swept forth, causing all flora to bow low. Shi Xian and his companions were taken aback, their strength dwarfed by his. Even Shi Xian was left dumbfounded by Shi Ritian's current cultivation. At merely 13 years of age, possessing 33 bone patterns, what a prodigy! Shi Xian hastily cried out, Shi Ritian, we are comrades. In response, Shi Ritian delivered a furious punch, infused with the might of thousands, capable of shattering stone and piercing the heavens. You wretch, you are unworthy to stand beside me. Shi Ritian's cold fist descended, blood splattering in all directions. Point one fell lifeless, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of 17 bone patterns. Shi Xian's face turned ashen, and he quickly knelt. Shi Ritian, if you kill us, young Master Shi, he will hunt you down. Shi Xian invoked Shi Yi's name, attempting to intimidate Shi Ritian. The mere mention of Shi Yi fueled Shi Ritian's wrath even further. Supreme 8 laws, the mysteries of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, star character technique. The supreme laws surged within Shi Ritian, a torrent of golden light enveloping him, rendering him akin to an invincible war god. With a single palm strike, imbued with the essence of the supreme law, he obliterated his foes. Young Master Shi, he shall meet his end soon enough. And so shall the Shi clan. Shi Ritian spoke with a chilling detachment, and the remaining 6 were instantly obliterated, transforming into clouds of crimson mist that hung in the air. Within Yunnan City, where the Shi clan managed the soul lamps, stood thousands of soul lamps, each representing the life force of a Shur clan member. At that moment, the soul lamps of Shur Xian and his companions shattered. The guard were nearly paralyzed with fear. 7 clansmen perished simultaneously. Who dares to kill members of the Shur clan within Yunhan City? The guards rushed to inform the elders. Chapter 35. The Pursuit of Shur Ritian. Within the northern courtyard of the Shur clan, where the core members and astute disciples gathered, the guards relayed the news of Shur Xian and his companion's demise to the 13th elder, Shur Ling. Shur Ling was furious. Shur Xian was a talented junior who had the audacity to kill a member of the Shur clan. This was a slap in the face to the Shur clan. Without hesitation, the 13th elder, Shur Ling, soared into the air, a deep yellow aura radiating for miles as he headed toward the site of Shur Xian's death. Shur Ling landed beside Shur Xian's corpse, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the lone body. Shur Ritian had long since vanished, leaving only his skeletal remains. The other 6 had dissolved into blood mist, staining the earth of vivid crimson. Shur Ling extended his spiritual sense across a vast expanse, yet found no trace of the culprit. Damn it! Who could it be? Shur Ling's expression darkened. The deaths of the other 6 could be overlooked, but Shur Xian's was particularly egregious. Shur Xian's father was none other than Shur Lin, one of the 72 guardians of the Shur clan. The 72 guardians of the Shur clan ranked just below the 13 elders. Shur Ling crushed a communication talisman, transmitting the news back to the clan, instructing them to bring the soul-retrieving lamps. The soul-retrieving lamps were a tool often utilized by the Shur clan for tracking their prey. Shur Ling's hands surged with a powerful energy. He drew forth the chaotic essence of the world, extracting the lingering traces of life. Human essences linger in the world for a period, and Shur Ling intended to utilize this essence. With the soul-retrieving lamps, he would hunt down the one who had slain Shur Xian. After shattering the communication talisman, Shur Lin received the news in an instant. Upon learning of his son's death, Shur Lin erupted in fury, a terrifying aura soaring into the heavens. Who dares to kill my son? Shur Lin's expression was dark as he summoned the soul-retrieving lamps from the eastern courtyard. Bring 10 guards to accompany me. Suppressing his murderous intent, Shur Lin led his entourage to rendezvous with Shur Ling 13th elder. Here are the soul-retrieving lamps that I shall personally capture the one who killed my son. Shur Lin handed the soul-retrieving lamps to Shur Ling, his teeth clenched in anger. Shur Ling infused the essence he had gathered into the soul-retrieving lamps. Soon, a beam of light emerged from the rusted device, directing them toward Shur Ritian. The soul-retrieving lamp revealed a vision. Amidst the boundless mountains, a youth surged forward with wild abandon. As they recognized the youth's visage, all present were rendered speechless. Shur Ritian, had he not been stripped of his supreme bone, without it, his fate was sealed. Unless he possessed an immortal elixir or was rescued by an extraordinary being, there was no chance of survival. Yet, in this vast world, immortal elixirs were nearly extinct. How had this Shur Ritian managed to endure? Shur Ling and Shur Lin were unconcerned with the means of Shur Ritian's survival. They needed to eliminate him swiftly, lest he pose a threat to the position of the young master. Shur Lin's eyes gleamed with malice. 13th elder, I shall slay him. You must hasten back and contain this matter. Shur Ling nodded. With Shur Lin and 10 guards to deal with a mere Shur Ritian, there was no need for further worry. Guardian Shur Lin, this boy must be eliminated swiftly. Shur Lin nodded, his mind racing with countless thoughts. This Shur Ritian had slain his son. He would ensure the boy's body was torn to shreds. After Shur Ling departed, Shur Lin, accompanied by 10 guards, relentlessly pursued Shur Ritian's trail. With a single breath, they traversed thousands of miles. This was the speed of a divine martial artist. Having unlocked their body's divine potential, they had transcended human limitations. This was a speed rivaling that of sound, the pinnacle of human capability. Deep within the boundless mountains, Shur Ritian concealed his murderous intent, yet his eyes remained a vivid crimson. The hatred he harbored for the Shur clan ran deep. They had slain his parents and stolen his supreme bone. This grudge would forever linger in Shur Ritian's heart. He sped toward the direction of the holy sect, fully aware of the Shur clan's machinations. His act of killing Shur Xian would soon be known to the clan. They would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to hunt him down. He needed to escape swiftly, just 10 miles behind Sher Rition. The Sher clan's 10 guards closed in rapidly .50 bone patterns. Such was the strength of the 10 guards, quite formidable. Leading them was a figure whose palm crackled with lightning, the sound of thunder echoing relentlessly. Traitor of the Sher clan, we shall execute you on the spot. With a single palm strike, thunder roared. Sher Rition sensed the terrifying energy surging behind him. Without hesitation, he turned, channeling the star character technique with one hand. The supreme law surged forth to meet the incoming tempest of thunder. Boom! The spiritual light shattered, and the leading guard was jolted backward by the violent force, a tingling sensation coursing through his arms. 50 bone patterns were repelled by Sher Rition's 33. Sher Rition was astonished. When had his power become so formidable? Could it be due to assisting the high-ranking individual with their farming? A flicker of certainty ignited within Sher Rition. The high-ranking individual's farming tool was indeed extraordinary. He had exhausted much of his strength after merely a brief period of use. He had not anticipated such a significant enhancement in his own power. With the Supreme 8 laws, he could actually contend with 50 bone patterns. Assisting the high-ranking individual with their farming had yielded such unexpected benefits. It seems that in the future, I must often toil the fields for the esteemed ones. Sher Rition, astonished, clicked his tongue, for indeed, everything in the esteemed one's shop is extraordinary. Despite his marvel, Sher Rition's legs did not falter in speed. The 10 guardians of Sher clan still pursued him, with Sher Lin, who had opened the 4 human divine reservoirs, trailing closely behind. This was the greatest calamity. Sher Rition summoned the supreme manifestation of his legs, his speed surging as he transformed into a fleeting shadow of darkness. The 10 guardians relentlessly pursued him, 3 of them simultaneously unleashing a powerful palm strike, a terrifying force surging forth. Shadows of black, white, and yellow palms descended upon Sher Rition, the overwhelming power shaking the very earth. Sher Rition's eyes blazed with the supreme gaze. The supreme gaze is an immensely potent manifestation, one that Sher Rition had fully refined. As the dual gazes emerged, 2 beams of light morphed into blades. Whoosh! Sher Shan, one of the 10 guardians, bellowed angrily, his imposing figure of 1 meter 80 blocking the attack. His fists, as unyielding as rock, struck out with explosive might. The air crackled violently as the bone-patterned force obliterated all in its path. Sher Rition took a steady breath, adjusting his state to its peak. After all, these were the 10 guardians under the protection of the Sher clan, each guardian possessing their own 10 guardians. They were the epitome of elite forces. And Sher Rition had no choice but to exert his utmost that a glimmer of starlight appeared in the palm of Sher Rition's hand. This single point of starlight represented the condensation of the supreme laws. Within this speck of starlight resided an immense power, capable of splitting stones and opening mountains. With a single palm strike, Sher Shan's right arm shattered, blood gushed forth, and a wail resonated through the heavens and the earth. The remaining 9 guardians displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Is this truly the strength Sher Rition possesses now? It is astonishingly terrifying, overshadowing even Sher Shan's power. Sher Lin, trailing behind the 10 guardians, revealed a contemplative expression. No wonder Sher Rition has not perished. It turns out he has acquired the supreme laws. Chapter 36. The silent affection of the esteemed. 1. The supreme laws are the pinnacle of martial arts. Those who attain them invariably become formidable beings. It is evident that Sher Rition's survival is not without reason. Since it is the supreme laws, it would be most fitting for him to acquire it for the young clan leader. Complementing the young leader's supreme bone, Sher Lin's eyes sparkled, yet he refrained from intervening. The 10 guardians were sufficient to handle Sher Rition. With Sher Shan temporarily incapacitated, the remaining 9 guardians now regarded Sher Rition with heightened seriousness. His strength warranted their full attention. Sher Rition propelled himself forward, stirring up a tempest. Esteemed one, you may be the cause of my demise. I have lent you my treasured items as a form of rent, and I find myself bereft of any means of self-preservation. Sher Rition's heart raced with anxiety. The 10 guardians and an additional protector loomed over him. What should he do? He pulled out cola and fried chicken, taking a hearty bite. The fried chicken transformed into pure power, surging through his body. Shi Ritian's blood and energy surged once more, becoming even more imposing. The power of the cola enveloped Shi Ritian's exterior, forming a defensive barrier. Among the 10 guardians, the previous Thunder Guardian transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting forth. Lightning slash. The Thunder Guardian drew 2 lightning blades from behind, infusing them with purple-blue spiritual energy. Arcs of electricity flashed and thunder rumbled ominously as he wielded the lightning blades. 2 streaks of lightning erupted forth, leaving deep gashes in the ground, turning all in their wake into desolation. This was the terrifying destructive capability of the Thunder Guardian. Shi Ritian's eyes narrowed in seriousness, a shadow of the moon forming in his right eye. Sun, moon, and stars. The moon character technique. As the moon shadow emerged, the spiritual energy within Shi Ritian was drained. The essence of the primal earth, hidden within his flesh, began to seep out, replenishing the spiritual energy within him. This energy intertwined with every corner of Shi Ritian's body, refining his flesh. Shi Ritian's eyes widened in astonishment. How could there be a primal earth essence within him? He realized that the Esteemed One must have secretly infused it within him. The mind of the Esteemed One could contend with the heavens. He must have foreseen that Shi Ritian would be pursued by the 10 guardians today. Thus, he discreetly concealed a trace of primal earth essence within Shi Ritian's body. The primal earth is an unparalleled divine soil. Even a mere breath of its essence can ensure a continuous flow of spiritual energy. The Esteemed One's assistance came in silence. Shi Ritian felt a surge of gratitude. The Esteemed One, though not of kin, had come to his aid multiple times. The so-called clansmen were now pursuing him. Enough. Today, I shall eradicate this group who dares to label me a traitor. The young Supreme cannot be insulted. What is the Shi clan to me? Shi Ritian devoured the entire fried chicken, the surging power coursing through his bones in an instant. The bone pattern surged to 35. Shi Ritian's confidence soared, the moon shadow in his right eye pulsating with moonlight, becoming increasingly vivid. With a single punch, enveloped in moonlight, Shi Ritian's strike was imbued with an icy aura that could freeze blood in its veins. Under the enhancement of the primal earth essence within, the power of the moon character technique allowed Shi Ritian to finally unleash 1% of its true potential. This punch struck down the Thunder Guardian on the spot. The raging lightning and the Shi clan's thunder were subdued beneath this single blow. The moon descends upon the world, granting life and death to all. Shi Ritian propelled himself forward, his toes digging into the ground. His fists resembled the scythe of death, reaping lives. With each punch, one of the 10 guardians fell. 1 breath, 1 punch, 1 life. In 9 breaths, 9 lives lay bloodied upon the ground. Shi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. What was happening? How could Shi Ritian suddenly become so powerful? The supreme laws were being unleashed continuously. Where did he acquire such abundant spiritual energy? Could it be spiritual herbs? Even if it were spiritual herbs, Shi Ritian could only possess a single one. Shi Lin's expression turned grim, filled with disdain as he spoke. After Shi Ritian dispatched the 10 guardians, the primal earth essence within him finally dissipated. The moon character technique was indeed a tremendous drain on spiritual energy. Shi Ritian could no longer bear its burden. Shi Ritian sighed internally. Without the primal earth essence, he felt weakened. Suddenly, the essence of the primal earth reappeared within him. 1, 2, 9. Shi Ritian was utterly dumbfounded. The Esteemed One had actually infused 10 traces of primal earth essence into his body. Chapter 37. Deceiving the Holy Sun, Slaying Esteemed One. Little Stone owes you far too much, Shi Ritian murmured, his mind filled with images of Lin Qi. How many silent sacrifices had the Esteemed One made for him? The 9 traces of primal earth essence within Shi Ritian made him flush with vitality. This was a sign of boiling blood. The essence was overwhelmingly potent. Shi Lin's expression froze. He distinctly sensed the change within Shi Ritian's body. The formidable spiritual energy coursed through him like blood. Damn it! How is this possible? How could Shi Ritian possess so many spiritual herbs? He had left the Shi family with no support whatsoever. Shi Lin erupted forth like an arrow released from its bow, determined to pursue. Regardless of how Shi Tian had acquired such an abundance of spiritual herbs, Shi Tian's eyes sparkled with determination as he raced toward the direction of the Guangdao sacred sect. With a gentle push off his toes, the leaves around him trembled. He had no intention of engaging in battle with Shi Lin, who had opened the 4 divine reservoirs. The human body contains 6 divine reservoirs: the limbs, trunk, and head. Shi Lin had opened the reservoirs in his limbs, rendering his physical form extraordinary. To confront a warrior with 35 bone patterns using only 9 traces of primal earth essence was akin to inviting disaster. Shi Tian channeled all the power within him into his legs. In an instant, the vast mountains erupted in a flurry of startled birds. 2 shadows darted through the dark forest, their speed reaching a staggering 1,000 meters in an instant. The Guangdao sacred sect lay ahead. Shi Lin's expression darkened. Teetering on the brink of collapse, he had pursued for thousands of miles, yet still could not catch up with Shi Tian. Why was Shi Tian's speed so incredibly swift? He was merely at the bone pattern realm. Where did this energy come from? Moreover, how could his body withstand such velocity? Shi Tian, ahead, was fervently depleting the primal earth essence within him. He silently expressed his gratitude to Lin Qi, thanking the Esteemed One for urging him to toil the fields. Had it not been for the Esteemed One's guidance, his physical form would not have reached such heights. Shi Tian felt fortunate as he soon stepped into the territory of the Guangdao sacred sect. Immediately, he infused his spiritual energy into his voice. "Sect Master, your holy son is being pursued." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing across tens of miles. Within the territory of the Guangdao sacred sect, patrols of 10 guardians were stationed every 100 meters, and 100 guardians every 10 miles. All within dozens of miles who heard the proclamation showed expressions of astonishment. Holy Son. Who dares to impersonate the Holy Son? The Holy Son is born with the supreme bone, the young supreme. Who would be bold enough to claim to be him? All within dozens of miles converged toward the source of the voice, eager to see who possessed such audacity. Behind Shi Tian, Shi Lin halted in shock. Sect Master? Holy Son. Could it be that Shi Tian is indeed the Holy Son? In a rapid contemplation, Shi Lin swiftly grasped the situation. Shi Tian, you intend to attract the attention of the Guangdao Shengzong, thereby facilitating your escape from my grasp, which is why you uttered such words. Alas, you are well aware of the stature of the Shi clan. Even the Shengzong must accord us a measure of respect. Standing proudly, Shi Lin recognized the Shi clan as the preeminent force within Yunnan City. Looking around, it was evident that the Shi clan reigned supreme throughout the entirety of Qingzhou. What could the Guangdao Shengzong do? They too would have to show a modicum of deference to the Shi clan. Shi Tian erupted into laughter, perceiving Shi Lin as a fool merely grasping at straws in a desperate attempt to escape. Little did he realize he was indeed the holy son of the Guangdao Shengzong, backed by formidable powers whose mere movement could shake the very foundations of the Shiyun 18 prefectures. Those surrounding the Shengzong swiftly congregated. Upon laying eyes on Shi Tian, they were struck with astonishment. This was indeed their holy son, Shi Tian. It was known that the infamous Lao Jiao had descended upon the sect solely to kill him, only to be vanquished by the Sword Immortal's decisive intervention. That event had made the visage of the Holy Son known to all. Shi Tian was stained with blood, his attire ragged from a hasty retreat, clearly indicating he had been pursued. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Lin seized the moment to declare, "I am Shi Lin, the protector of the Shi family. This man is a traitor to our clan. I implore the Shengzong to show leniency." With an air of arrogance, Shi Lin assumed that the mere presence of a few guards would incite panic among them. The head guard stepped forward, drawing his sword and pointing it menacingly at Shi Lin. "How dare you be so audacious? This is our holy son. Do you dare to infringe upon him?" Shi Lin was taken aback. Could it be true that Shi Tian was genuinely the holy son? Deprived of his supreme bone, what right did he have to this title? This child is a traitor to the Shi family. By the command of our clan leader, I am here to take his life. Shi Lin adopted a defiant stance, a surge of energy emanating from within him. Shi Tian represented the disgrace of the Shi clan, Such humiliation could not be tolerated. Humph! Does the protector of the Shi family only know how to bully the guards of my Xingzong? 10 elders, all from the divine concealment realm, appeared behind Shi Ritian. The head guard discreetly informed the elders as soon as he laid eyes on Shi Ritian. The 10 elders regarded Shi Lin with palpable disdain. The foremost among them, Song Yuan, scoffed with indignation. Does the protector of the Shi family dare to lay hands on our holy son? Do you truly believe the Xingzong is without defenders? Shi Ritian was the lifeblood of the Xingzong. Endowed with the fortuitous gifts of the Guangdao Xingzuan, he also possessed the supreme bone. Without hesitation, Song Yuan unleashed his power, channeling the quintessence of his 5 divine concealment abilities into a single-pointed strike. The air trembled as the force of his attack was akin to a cataclysm, capable of rending mountains and parting waters. The Holy Sun was the very essence of the Xingzong, and any aggression against him warranted annihilation. Shi Lin's eyes widened in horror. They truly intended to kill him. How dare they? He cast aside his treasures to withstand Song Yuan's strike. The sound of shattering artifacts echoed as they disintegrated before Song Yuan's might. With 9 individuals stepping forth, their combined aura was overwhelming. Each elder unleashed a palm strike, all converging upon Shi Lin. A resounding crack reverberated through the air as Shi Lin's flesh was obliterated. The force of 9 palm strikes was akin to the relentless fury of nature. Shi Lin met his end, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He could not fathom why Shi Ritian, seemingly devoid of power, was afforded such significance by the Guangdao Xingzong. Within the Shi clan, the soul lanterns of both Shi Lin and his 10 guards shattered, sending shockwaves through the onlookers. The guards, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. The protector's soul lantern had shattered. This was no trivial matter. Who dared to slay even the protector of the Shi clan? Panicking, the guards hurried to inform the 13th elder of this alarming incident. Shi Ling, cradling a cup of tea, dropped it in shock upon hearing the news. Shi Lin is dead. It had been many years since the Shi clan had suffered such losses. Now, with Shi Lin's demise, Shi Ling realized the gravity of the situation. He hastily summoned all the elders to convene within the great hall of the Shi clan. The eldest elder sat at the far left of the highest row. His brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Shi Ling. 13th elder, pray tell, why have you summoned us all? Shi Lin is dead, yet Shi Ritian still lives? What? The entire assembly blanched. Shi Lin may have perished. But the survival of Shi Ritian was of paramount concern. How was it possible for him to live without the supreme bone? Was it the elixir of immortality? In all of Qingzhou, who possessed such a treasure? Even a master of the creation realm might not have access to it. The expression of the eldest elder grew grave. He understood what Shi Ritian's survival implied for the Shi clan. It was a devastating blow. Some factions within the clan, particularly those loyal to the war god Shi Zhantian, would incite a bloodbath if they discovered that Shi Ritian's plight was a consequence of their actions. The eldest elder narrowed his eyes. Shi Lin pursued Shi Ritian and met his demise. Indeed, the eldest elder's expression darkened further as he summoned the soul-chasing lantern from afar, infusing it with Shi Lin's essence, directing its light towards the Guangdao Xingzong. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. The Xingzong's treachery must be reckoned with. Summon the clan leader and assemble 71 guardians to confront the Xingzong. With a formidable command, the eldest elder set forth in order to seize Shi Ritian by force. Within the Guangdao Xingzong, 10 elders welcomed Shi Ritian back to the summit, the pinnacle, where the likes of Fuzi Ciyuan and Weiyazi resided. Weiyazi, having stabilized his realm, was already apprised of the recent events. The elders were taken aback upon seeing Weiyazi. The sword immortal has emerged from seclusion. Weiyazi regarded Shi Ritian with a nod of approval. Your cultivation has progressed. Your physique has grown significantly stronger. Continue your training. With the Xingzong's support, the Shi clan's affairs shall be attended to. Shi Ritian clenched his fists, seething with rage. The Shi clan had murdered his parents and now relentlessly pursued him. Sword Immortal, I cannot accept this. The Shi clan had capitalized on his grandfather's disappearance and his parents' absence, leaving him without allies. Weiyazi sighed, aware of the depths of Shi Ritian's resentment. Alas, if that is the case, I shall take you to meet a great master. if you can secure the master's assistance, your brilliance will surely shine forth. Alas, the supreme being ought to be guided by a supreme mentor. Yet I, Wiyazi, am immersed in the path of the sword. Guide Shuri Tian could lead him astray. However, that great master undoubtedly possesses the ability to assist. In this world, there was nothing beyond his capabilities. Shuri Tian, perplexed, pondered, is the great master you speak of as formidable as the owner of the bookstore? After weighing his thoughts, he surmised that perhaps not. The great master's prowess was unparalleled. No one could rival his abilities. Yet, the great master had already rendered him considerable aid, from reforging his supreme bone to crafting the supreme Dharma figure. Not to mention the blank scroll, he felt unworthy to seek further assistance from the great master. Nevertheless, he resolved to meet the great master as suggested by the sword immortal, hoping for aid. With this determination, Shuri Tian lifted his head resolutely. Sword immortal, I implore you to guide me to him. Very well. Everything depends on your fortune. Wiyazi enveloped Shuri Tian, stepping forth and traversing vast distances in a heartbeat. The realm of celestial motion stirred the very heavens and earth in a mere step. Thoughts took flight. Yet Wiyazi directed their path towards the quaint bookstore to meet the great master. One must possess a heart brimming with sincerity. Arriving without proper reverence would be a grave insult. Shuri Tian journeyed alongside Wiyazi. The desolate landscape gradually unfolded before him, stirring a sense of awe within him. Could the great master spoken of by the sword immortal be the very one that occupied his thoughts? Unease coursed through Shuri Tian as he gazed at the barren expanse. Sword immortal, is the great master you mentioned truly the owner of the bookstore? He ventured, harboring a flicker of hope. The desolate realm was vast. Perhaps there were others present. Upon hearing Shuri Tian's words, Wiyazi abruptly halted, his expression one of disbelief. How do you know this? I am a frequent patron there. In that moment, Shuri Tian comprehended the truth. The great master revered by the sword immortal and the one residing in his heart were indeed the same illustrious figure. The great master was truly a peerless powerhouse, commanding the admiration of even the sword immortal. Shuri Tian inwardly praised and revered Lin Shi even more. Wiyazi regarded Shuri Tian with astonishment. It seemed he had borrowed books from the master. No wonder Shuri Tian's cultivation had surged so rapidly and his physique had become exceptionally robust. A single cup of the life essence tea from the great master's shop likely held miraculous effects. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting a soft crimson glow over the two figures. Their shadows elongated. Both were engulfed in complex emotions, silently marveling at the great master's prowess. Well then, having arrived here, let us proceed to meet the great master. Wiyazi was the first to speak, as he had intended to return the Wandao heart sword to the esteemed master today. Shuri Tian nodded. It seemed that the master was already aware of everything, for he surely had his own intentions. In the backyard of the wooden bookstore, Lin Shi cradled a bag of cabbage seeds. Planting them in the tilled earth prepared by Shuri Tian, he dug a small hole and buried a few seeds within. With winter approaching, it was time to harvest cabbage. Lin Shi reveled in the act of sowing, relishing the fruits of others' labor. Shurshur's tilling has made this much easier. Lin Shi mused, the only regret being the absence of any customers. Shinner lay languidly upon the Shirang soil, allowing its essence to cleanse her body. This was the sacred soil of Shirang. To be immersed in its purifying embrace would greatly benefit her lineage. The master was indeed an extraordinary being, while others would be fortunate to possess a handful of this divine substance. He had an entire backyard of over 20 square meters dedicated to it. Beneath the other soil might very well lie more Shirang de Shinner, with her two ice-blue, pearl-like eyes, gazed at the seeds in Lin Shi's hands. Her mouth watered at the thought. Each of these sesame-sized seeds contained immense vitality and surging spiritual energy. These must be the seeds of the immortal elixir, Shinner pondered internally. The immortal elixir alone required millennia to mature, and to yield seeds would take tens of thousands of years. Now, the master was using this Shirang to cultivate the immortal elixir. This was truly an enhancement upon enhancement. Indeed, nothing in the master's establishment was ordinary. Whatever was casually taken out was a treasure. Yet, The master had a peculiar penchant for bestowing these treasures with mundane names. The Jetian cloth was merely a rag, the Jin Wu fan was called a, and the six paths tea was referred to as coarse tea, while the innate seven-treasure spiritual fruit was whimsically named cucumber. The truly primordial celestial fruit was simply dubbed a melon, or even a watermelon. It seemed that all these remarkable items were reduced to trivial names. Xian'er sighed, realizing that the master indeed yearned to live as an ordinary person. All his treasures bore unremarkable names. A testament to his resolve, Lin Shi quickly finished sowing the cabbage seeds, dusted off his hands, and lifted Xian'er into his arms. Xian'er, we've accomplished our task. You'll be able to enjoy cabbage come winter. Xian'er felt a jolt of surprise. Cabbage in winter. How could the immortal elixir mature so swiftly? This Rang could not possibly hasten the passage of years by several decades, unless the master himself was manipulating the flow of time. Xian'er was taken aback, gaining a clearer understanding of just how formidable the master truly was. He had the power to command time itself. As Lin Shi carried Xian'er back into the wooden house, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock. Boss, are you in? Chapter 39. The master to spare me distress. Lin Shi paused, recognizing the voice. It was the familiar tone of Wuyazi. He opened the door to find Shiri Tian and Wuyazi together, and his heart skipped a beat. Ah, elder, what brings you and little Shirshir together? Wuyazi chuckled awkwardly, as it appeared the master was unaware of their acquaintance. Boss, I have come to return a book, and I brought Shiri Tian along to seek your assistance. Seek assistance? Lin Shi immediately recalled Shiri Tian's unfortunate past. Upon their first meeting, he had been mired in despair. Later, he had hinted at familial disputes over inheritance following the departure of his elders. It seemed that Shiri Tian had encountered yet another predicament. Lin Shi sighed inwardly. Poor little Shirshir. Come in, both of you. It's almost dark. Lin Shi ushered Wuyazi and Shiri Tian into the wooden house. Wuyazi surveyed the modest interior, noting little had changed at a wooden table, bookshelves, 2 wooden stools, and a pot of hot tea. Exceedingly simple, yet resonating with profound truths. The Wudao sword hung on the wall, and Wuyazi's pupils constricted as he noticed the 9-tailed wooden carving. A treasure of the 6-tailed fox. Why would it be in the master's shop? Could it be that the 6-tailed demon king is also a patron of the master? His gaze then drifted to the Li Chun pearl beside the wooden carving. With a mere glance, Wuyazi quickly shifted his focus to the golden bianhua flower. This flower had lost its spirit, yet in the master's shop, it had somehow been nurtured to exhibit a trace of sentience. The golden bianhua flower, in its lifetime, possessed but a single soul. A flower devoid of its spirit could only regain a semblance of sentience through the highest levels of creation. Yet the master had merely placed it in the wooden house, and it had bloomed with life. Wuyazi clicked his tongue in amazement. The master was indeed extraordinary, performing astonishing feats with such casualness as if it were a daily routine. Lin Shi poured a pot of hot tea, serving each a cup. Here, let us drink tea and discuss matters at our leisure. Wuyazi gazed at the cup before him. This was the second time he was indulging in the 6 paths vitality tea offered by the master, and his excitement was difficult to contain. A single cup of 6 paths tea had once quelled the deathly aura within him, allowing him to attain his current state. Now, the master was presenting him with another cup. What generosity! It was well known that those who possessed the 6 paths vitality tea would only spare a drop at a time. Only the master would offer an entire cup simply to entertain guests. Shiri Tian lifted the 6 paths vitality tea and drank deeply, feeling the resonance of life's essence coursing through his being. The surging vitality flowed through his limbs and bones, bone patterns. 36 paths. Shiri Tian's heart was tumultuous. He had ultimately come to the master's abode. The master had invested so much in him. Yet did he dare to trouble the master further? Little Shirshir. What troubles you? Lin Shi inquired gently. Observing Shiri Tian's demeanor, he held a special fondness for him and would certainly offer assistance if he could. Shiri Tian remained silent, grappling with inner turmoil. The Stone Clan was his burden to bear, and he did not wish to involve the master. The master cherished a life of simplicity, and he could not allow his own troubles to disrupt that peace. Wuyazi sighed and spoke up. revealing that Shiri Tian was embroiled in a conflict with a member of his clan, and he lacked the strength to contend with them, hoping to seek the boss's aid. Lin Shi nodded in understanding. It seemed that Shiri Tian was struggling in his battle over inheritance. However, the young man appeared too embarrassed to voice his plight, hence his conflicted expression. Yet, Lin Shi himself had no experience in inheritance disputes. How could he assist Shiri Tian? To simply declare his inability to help would not do. He could not tarnish his image in Shiri Tian's eyes. Who could aid Shiri Tian? Lin Shi's mind raced through possibilities. Hu Gu, Shin'er's master, accompanied by the butler Bai Lao, surely possessed considerable wealth and influence. He would undoubtedly be able to assist Shiri Tian. Lin Shi adopted a calm demeanor, though a hint of seriousness lingered in his brow. I cannot help you, Shiri Tian exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Yet there was an undercurrent of disappointment. Lin Shi walked over to the bookshelf, retrieving the nine-tailed wooden carving and placing it before Shiri Tian. However, there's a guest of mine you can approach for assistance. Take this and say that I sent you. Shiri Tian stood in a daze, staring at the nine-tailed wooden carving. The master was sending him to the six-tailed fox clan. It was as if the master understood his predicament and had devised this method to spare him distress while still providing aid. Tears welled in Shiri Tian's eyes as a young man. Such consideration from the master was akin to a guiding light in his life. Master, thank you. Shiri Tian bowed deeply, though he did not kneel. The master had once stated he preferred not to be knelt to. A supreme being should embody the essence of supremacy. Shiri Tian vowed to honor the master's wishes. What for? If you require anything, you may always seek me out, Lin Shi said, patting Shiri Tian's shoulder. His heart felt a twinge of anxiety. He hoped Hu Gu would consider his past assistance in healing his psychological burdens and aid Shiri Tian in turn. Holding the nine-tailed wooden carving, Shiri Tian sensed the immense power it contained. Though it was but a single thread of power, he could feel it was enough to alter the course of uncertain events. Lin Shi lifted Xian'er and set her beside Shiri Tian. Let Xian'er guide you. She is quite perceptive. With you leading the way, you should be able to find Hu Ji's residence. Lin Shi sighed, acknowledging his own limitations as a beleaguered shopkeeper unable to venture beyond the depths of the forest. The constraints of the system shackled his movements. Despite having 5 customers now, he remained unable to escape this secluded wilderness. It is evident that this system has bestowed upon itself a nightmarish beginning. Lin Shi could not help but ponder how many guests he would have to accommodate before he could escape the mountains and discover a sacred ground for cultivation. Shiri Tian, glancing at Xian'er beside him, swallowed hard at a 6-tailed fox spirit, adorned with 50 bone patterns. Just how many immortal elixirs had the master nourished it with? Xian'er, observing Shiri Tian, thought, since the master has instructed me to take him to the clan, I shall comply to my father cannot possibly instruct the youthful supreme of the human race. Given the master's profound cultivation, his guidance could undoubtedly transform Shiri Tian into the mightiest individual of this era. Xian'er felt a haze of confusion in her heart. However, the master surely had his own intentions, perhaps wishing to remain inconspicuous. After all, Wu Yazi, having noted that the master had already arranged matters for Shiri Tian, placed the myriad heart sword upon the table. Leaning the azure lotus umbrella against the corner, I return these books, and I am profoundly grateful for the aid provided by your azure lotus umbrella. Your kindness is unforgettable, Lin Shi murmured to himself. Was it not indeed a significant assistance? Surely, a torrential downpour was imminent that day. If the elder had no umbrella, he would surely fall ill on his way back. Chapter 40. Are there sacred grounds for cultivation nearby? However, the elder is my guest. Ensuring the health of my guests is my duty. Lin Shi wore a nonchalant expression. You exaggerate. It was merely a trifling effort on the elder's part. Lin Shi's seemingly casual remark struck Wu Yazi with an impact more astounding than thunder. Resist the heavenly tribulation. Such a feat was merely a trivial endeavor for a master. Just how formidable is the master? To regard even the tribulations of heaven with such disdain. Lin Shi retrieved the foundational sword technique book from the desk and returned it to the shelf. Now, there were 19 books on the shelf, with 3 still pending return at Hu Gu, Cheng Jun, And Chengyu de Wu Yazi cast a glance at the modest bookshelf, and to his astonishment, the myriad sword heart forged from the power of myriad paths within him trembled. He perceived that within the endless chaos, each book bore the weight of an unparalleled path. This shelf stood firm, suppressing the chaos around it. Every path was embraced by this shelf, which was nothing short of a divine artifact. This shelf was the very soul of the master's bookstore. Suddenly, Wu Yazi realized, could it be that each of these books encapsulated a path of the master himself? If that were the case, with 19 books on the shelf, it would indicate that the master harbored 19 paths within himself. Wu Yazi gasped. The master had likely transcended the realm of creation. What realm exists beyond creation? Lin Shi counted the books on the shelf and approached Wu Yazi. Elder, do you still practice swordsmanship? Indeed, practicing swordsmanship is my lifelong pursuit. Lin Shi clicked his tongue. Wu Yazi was also a sword enthusiast, albeit regrettably not a martial artist. Continuing for his earlier inquiry, Lin Shi pressed on. Elder, do you happen to know of any sacred ground for cultivation in the vicinity? Lin Shi cautiously inquired. After all, this is a world of martial arts. The elder, with his vast experiences, should be more informed than young Shi Tian. Shi Riqian and Wu Yazi exchanged puzzled glances. How could the master pose such a question? The holy sect of Mad Path, was that not a sacred ground for cultivation? Wu Yazi furrowed his brow, deep in thought over the master's words. The master was known for his strategic acumen. It was improbable that he lacked knowledge of such matters. Could it be that the sacred grounds the master referred to were those from tens of thousands of years ago? Indeed, that must be the case. The master reminisced about those ancient sacred grounds, yet he had secluded himself in this desolate area, never venturing out. Thus, he was unaware of whether those sacred grounds still existed. Upon realizing this, Wu Yazi looked at Lin Shi with a hint of regret. Master, the sacred grounds for cultivation in this vicinity have dwindled to nearly non-existent. Most have become hidden from the world, making them exceedingly difficult to find. Hearing Wu Yazi's words, Lin Shi's expression fell into disappointment. Nearly all the sacred grounds for cultivation are gone. Has there been a world war? If they have all vanished, how will I ever be able to cultivate? When shall I become a martial artist capable of moving mountains and filling seas? Thus ending my mundane life as a bookstore owner, Lin Shi felt a pang of discontent. Even if the sacred grounds were nearly extinct, as long as there were martial artists, it would suffice. Elder, have you ever encountered any martial artists? Lin Shi's inquiry was tinged with caution. Martial artists? Wu Yazi's eyes lit up with understanding. The master must be referring to the martial artists of yore. However, even he had only encountered a few martial artists from tens of thousands of years ago. Master, I have indeed seen a few martial artists. Lin Shi's face brightened with joy. The elder had seen martial artists on several occasions. This surely indicated that martial artists still existed in this world. Alas, it seemed his luck was poor, as he had yet to meet even a lowly martial artist. But there was no need to rush. As long as he had more guests, he would soon be able to leave these deep, old mountains and engage with the true world. At that time, he would embark on his cultivation journey and soar to great heights. No longer would he be an ordinary bookstore owner in such a wretched place. Wu Yazi, observing Lin Shi's exuberance, felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that he had indeed grasped the master's intentions. The master was elated to learn that there were still some martial artists from the past. Lin Shi placed a bag of cucumbers before Shi Riqian. These are Xian'er's favorites. Little Shi Tian, remember to give them to Xian'er. You may partake as well. If you enjoy them, feel free to ask for more. Shi Riqian stared at the bag of innate 7 treasure spirit fruits before him. Lost in thought, they were all Xian'er's favorites. Was it not a delightful existence for the master's pet? Consuming immortal elixirs at every meal was a luxury surpassing that of many ancient beings. Moreover, he could indulge as well. The master was truly extravagant, treating these immortal elixirs as mere delicacies. Yet, Xian'er remained unfazed by such remarks. These innate 7 treasure spirit fruits were nothing compared to the vast garden of immortal herbs in the master's backyard. The true terror lay in the myriad of immortal elixirs cultivated there. Lin Shi approached Wu Yazi with a small pouch of tea leaves, weighing roughly 100 grams, that he leaned in closer. Elder, here's a pouch of tea leaves for you. Little Shi Tian, I entrust you to take good care of him. Lin Shi sighed inwardly. Little Shi Tian's background was indeed pitiable, and he wished to assist as much as he could. Although he wasn't particularly formidable himself, merely a bookstore owner, that Wu Yazi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Shi. The master was placing such importance on Shi Tian. He had even presented a pouch of the legendary 6 Paths of Life tea, requesting that he look after Shi Tian. Surely, this was due to Shi Tian being the youthful supreme of the human race. Though the master resided in seclusion, he remained concerned about the safety of humanity. Wu Yazi pushed aside the pouch of tea leaves, gazing at Lin Shi with reverence. Master, there is no need for such gestures. Even without your words, I shall ensure Shi Tian is well looked after. Lin Shi was taken aback, then sheepishly retracted the tea leaves. He had forgotten that little Shi Tan and the elder were acquainted. Well then, night has fallen. You may stay here for the night, Lin Shi suggested, noting that darkness had enveloped the surroundings. With the full moon hanging high in the sky, the proprietor, he felt responsible for ensuring the safety of his guests. Shi Tian and Wu Yazi were overjoyed. To share a roof with the master was an immense honor. Lin Shi arranged beds for the two. Though the bookstore was modest, it was well equipped. The necessary guest rooms were provided, making it convenient for Lin Shi to host guests overnight. Once Shi Tian and Wu Yazi were settled, Lin Shi too began to rest. Although it was already the end of summer, the heat still lingered. Lin Shi fanned himself with a golden crow fan, bringing a refreshing breeze in the guest room. Wu Yazi sat cross-legged, continuing to strengthen the myriad sword heart. Shi Tian and Xianer communicated through spiritual sound. Xianer, are you the princess of the 6-tailed clan? Of course, my father is the 6-tailed demon king. Which is more powerful, your clan or the golden-winged eagle? Without a doubt, it is our clan. With the master's assistance, we successfully repelled the golden-winged king when he descended. Xianer's fox-like face revealed a human-like pride. The night deepened, silence enveloped everything, and the full moon ascended higher, a hint of pale red flickering in the distance. Such a scene foretold impending calamity in a second-rate city of Qingzhou. Within the moonlight city, darkness enshrouded all. The 9 nether tiger descended upon the Luo clan. The golden-winged king sat cross-legged in mid-air, watching the happenings of the Luo clan with great interest. Chapter 41. The Annihilation of the Luo Clan. Within the Luo clan, there lay something that the King of Shadows required. The golden-winged king, with a tone of incredulity, remarked upon the Luo family, deeming them merely a second-rate clan, with their strongest member being but a mere bridge cultivator. He recalled that the formation of the demon sealing array required the 9-grade Lichen pearls, the Yin-Yang Chaos Plate, 36 Earth Demon Hearts, and 72 World-Breaking Stones. Each of these was akin to a priceless treasure, and the mere fact that such items could be found within the Luo family was indeed fortuitous. Alas, this very fortune had now brought them calamity. Such is the duality of fortune and misfortune, dependent entirely upon one's fate. However, none of this concerned him. He sought only one individual from the Luo family. This person could assist him in retrieving the golden soul of the otherworldly flower from the celestial cave in 2 months' time. The golden-winged king's eyes gleamed with an extraordinary light. Once he possessed the flower's soul, the bookstore proprietor would surely stand no chance against him. As for the 9-held tiger below, that young man was to be spared. The golden-winged king sat cross-legged in the air, lazily indicating a corner within the grand estate of the Luo family. Beneath the golden-winged king, the 9-held tiger, a bridge cultivator of the 4th realm, concealed his presence, rendering him undetectable to the entire Luo family. Upon hearing the golden-winged king's words, he followed the king's gesture, directing his gaze towards that corner. It was the inner courtyard of the Luo estate, surrounded by a purple bamboo grove, exuding a refined fragrance. The rockery, flowing water, and clusters of orange flowers composed a tranquil courtyard. A young man clad in a crimson and purple martial robe, with an appearance both divine and handsome, stood there. Luo Jie, the eldest son of the Luo family, only 15 years of age, possessed a golden spirit body with 29 bone patterns. A flicker of unusual interest passed through the eyes of the 9-held tiger. If this human were to mature, he might well achieve the 100 apertures. Since this was the individual desired by the golden-winged king, I shall naturally spare his life, the nine-hell tiger respectfully declared. The golden-winged king nodded nonchalantly. He had no desire to interfere with the nine-hell tiger's affairs. They could take what they desired. He only sought that young man. The nine-hell tiger commenced his actions, intent on annihilating the Luo clan. The Luo family possessed a world-breaking pearl, yet the actions of the Ghost King in setting up the demon-sealing array were shrouded in secrecy. Thus, the only way to prevent the leak of this information was to eradicate the entire Luo family. The fearsome aura of the nine-hell tiger wove into a colossal shroud, enveloping the Luo estate. 10 clusters of nine-hell fire descended upon the family. The chilling flames summoned from the depths of hell. Upon impact, they transformed into an inferno. The one silent night was now filled with wails and screams, a cacophony of despair. "Help! Ancestor, save us!" Countless voices cried out, yet the merciless nine-hell fire consumed them all, leaving not even a bone behind. Only the tranquil courtyard within the purple bamboo grove remained untouched by the nine-hell fire. Deep within the Luo estate, a powerful aura surged forth. "Damn it! Who dares to cause a commotion within my Luo family?" An elder, his hair streaked with silver, with a neatly cropped cut and a scar slicing across his face, emanated an aura of murderous intent. The nine-hell tiger transformed into human form and approached the elder with measured steps. Tonight, the Luo family falls. With each step the nine-hell tiger took, an invisible pressure descended upon the elder like a mountain crashing down. The sound echoed like thunder. The elder's face flushed crimson as he valiantly resisted the overwhelming force. The nine-hell tiger stepped forward once more. This time, his aura surged forth, a deep black essence reminiscent of a demon escaping from hell. Wherever he passed, flowers withered, trees decayed, and life itself seemed to vanish. The elder's expression shifted drastically. This was the nine-hell. The nine-hell had breached into the realm of humanity. "Who would know if I kill you?" The nine-hell tiger spoke with a calm tone, laced with mockery. He took another step, unleashing the full weight of his might. The terrifying force resonated with the principles of the great Tao, creating a sound that reverberated through the air. The very structures of the Luo estate crumbled to dust in that moment. The elder found himself forced to kneel, his eyes filled with defiance. "Why does the nine-hell seek to annihilate my Luo family? Why should one on the brink of death concern themselves with such matters?" The weight of the pressure increased, bearing down on the elder until he collapsed to the ground, his kneecaps shattering, his internal organs suffering grievous injury. For the elder, this terrifying pressure felt akin to the very heavens themselves bearing down upon him. The nine-hell tiger chuckled coldly, delivering a single palm strike that crushed the elder beneath its force. In an instant, the elder's body shattered, his surging spiritual energy returning to the heavens. A bridge cultivator had thus fallen. The entirety of the Luo family's treasures were claimed by the nine-hell tiger with a single sweep of his hand. The nine-hell fire upon the ground was also absorbed by him. What was once a prominent family in Moonlight City was reduced to ashes overnight. The so-called glory was but a fragile fade, ultimately succumbing to decay. The nine-hell tiger returned to the realm of the nine-hell, laden with the Luo family's legacy. Among the ruins, only one survivor remained. Luo 1. He gazed in shock at the devastation before him, his mind clouded with disbelief. The Luo family, in a single night, had vanished. A grand clan of thousands was now reduced to a solitary existence. An overwhelming tide of pain and hatred surged within him. His eyes reddened, and his breath turned ragged. The hatred within consumed his reason. "Who did this? I will kill you!" Luo howled in a frenzy, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. What was once a complete family had been reduced to his solitary survival. His parents, kin, status, all were lost. Luo could scarcely believe the reality of it all, as he stumbled through the ruins of the Luo family, desperately hoping to find even a single survivor. 100 meters, and no one. 1,000 meters, empty and desolate. Luo despaired. He truly was the only survivor, burdened with immense hatred. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, looking skyward in anguish. "Oh heavens! Why have you done this to me?" The golden-winged king observed Luo's emotional turmoil from the air. Witnessing this, the golden-winged king slowly descended before Luo, when he radiated golden light, as if forged from divine brilliance. With each step, the golden light beneath his feet shimmered like celestial essence. The golden-winged king gazed at Luo, one with indifference. His ruby lips parting slightly. Oh, you seek revenge. Luo stared blankly at the suddenly appearing golden-winged king, a glimmer of hope slowly igniting in his eyes. The king's presence, along with his extraordinary aura, was a beacon of light amidst the endless darkness. Luo felt as though he had grasped hope, hastily clutching the golden-winged king's leg, almost pleading, "Please, tell me who did this. I want revenge." It was the Nine-Hell tiger from the realm of Nine-Hell. The golden-winged king revealed. Luo stood in stunned silence, murmuring to himself, Nine-Hell tiger, Nine-Hell tiger." The light in his eyes dimmed. He understood that the Nine-Hell tiger belonged to a formidable demon clan, with many powerful beings among them. How could he possibly contend with them alone? "If you follow me, I can help you exact your revenge." "Help me take revenge?" Luo's head shot up, staring intently at the golden-winged king. "Very well. I will follow you. What must I do?" Chapter 42. Lin Chishua plants trees. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The person before him, who wished to assist him, would surely demand a steep price in return. However, for the sake of vengeance, even if it cost him his life, so be it. The golden-winged king chuckled, finding Luo clever, which pleased him greatly. "In 2 months, you must retrieve something for me from a celestial cave." "The eternal celestial cave," Luo blurted out, his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. The eternal celestial cave. Every major force in Qingzhou would send representatives there, even though the opening was still 2 months away. The entire region was already in a state of upheaval. The golden-winged king nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. It is indeed the eternal celestial cave. If you manage to obtain what I desire, I will help you avenge your family." "Agreed." Luo nodded earnestly, the bloodshot his eyes receding slightly. Yet the hatred concealed deep within remained a vast ocean of rage. In 2 months' time, he must secure that item." The golden-winged king regarded Luo silently, his heart beginning to race with excitement. Luo possessed a golden spirit body, and within him flowed a trace of the Luo bloodline, the ancestor of the golden-winged eagle, the golden-winged roc. Shared a connection with Luo.b. While utilizing the trace of the Luo bloodline within Luo, he could implant a fragment of his own consciousness. When the time came, his consciousness would exist within the eternal celestial cave, making him an invincible presence. Luo's own vessel would not be expelled by the cave's laws. Then, the golden soul of the otherworldly flower would be as good as his. Once he obtained the flower soul, the bookstore proprietor's days would be numbered. The golden-winged king regained his focus, directing his gaze at Luo. "During these 2 months, you will accompany me. That I will help you grow stronger so that you may retrieve what I desire more swiftly." "I will undoubtedly assist you in obtaining what you desire," lowly murmured Luo, his heart brimming with animosity towards the Nine-Nether tiger. The golden-winged king nodded, enveloped Luo, and vanished amidst the ruins of the Luo family. The night sky was torn asunder, a ray of dawn piercing through. It marked the emergence of the first light, the genesis of a new day. In the desolate expanse, birds and beasts stirred, embarking on their quest for sustenance. The sun gradually ascended, and within the bookstore, Lin Shi awakened from his slumber. Sunlight cascaded through the window, gently illuminating Lin Shi. Wrapping him in warmth, he languidly stretched, ready to embrace a splendid day. Clenching his fist, Lin Shi silently motivated himself onward towards the sanctum of cultivation. "Everything is for the sake of refining my skills, to liberate myself from the mundane existence of a bookstore owner." With unwavering resolve, Lin Shi pushed open the solitary wooden door and stepped into the bookstore. At that moment, within the bookstore, Shi Ritian cradled Xianer, seated at the table alongside Wu Yazi. Throughout the night, Shi Ritian and Xianer engaged in conversation. Wu Yazi devoted the entire night to honing his sword intent. Immersing himself entirely in the path of the sword at dawn, the two rose, awaiting Lin Shi, eager for the awakening of the esteemed master. Upon seeing everyone awake, Lin Shi greeted them. "Good morning. Everyone, I trust you all slept well last night. Wu Yazi replied, the master's abode is splendid. I have never slept so comfortably. Shi Ritian added, indeed, master, even without sleep, one feels utterly invigorated here. Shi Ritian spoke no falsehood. The lingering resonance of the Tao permeated the bookstore. The force of the laws lingered within. Even the essence of heaven and earth flowed into the bookstore. Shi Ritian had conversed extensively the previous day, and his cultivation had advanced slightly as a result. Such was the terror of the bookstore. It surpassed many so-called divine sanctuaries born of heaven. Lin Qi chuckled, considering Shi Ritian's words as mere flattery. He was acutely aware of the true nature of his bookstore. In essence, it was a humble abode. Aside from the excellent books, everything else was lacking, particularly the sleeping quarters. The wooden bed was excessively hard, the morning dew too heavy, and during winter, it would surely be unbearable. Lin Shi brushed aside these thoughts and redirected the conversation. Elder, Shi Ritian, are you both planning to return now? Wu Yazi nodded. Having returned the books and the Qinglian umbrella, his purpose fulfilled. Shi Ritian had also received guidance from the master. Intending to seek assistance from the six-tailed fox clan, Wu Yazi stated, we shall return, not wishing to impose further on the master. Shi Ritian added, in the near future, I will seek out the person the master mentioned. After explaining his upcoming journey, Lin Qi cautioned, in that case, Shi Ritian, stay safe. He patted Shi Ritian, feeling a twinge of regret. Such a young child, embroiled in a struggle for inheritance with his family. Alas, may Hu Gu extend a helping hand to Shi Ritian for my sake. Xian'er, nestled in Shi Ritian's arms, gazed longingly at Lin Qi. She did not wish to part from the master. Her days here had been exceedingly comfortable. There were no skirmishes, merely days spent napping on the soil and feasting on the innate seven treasures spirit fruits. Such a tranquil existence. It was no wonder the master cherished it. Lin Qi, sensing Xian'er's gaze, reached out to ruffle her hair to Xian'er. I have given Shi Ritian plenty of cucumbers. You won't go hungry on your journey. You will return to me soon. It won't be long. Lin Qi comforted Xian'er, who had never strayed far from him. Now, letting her venture out caused him genuine concern. Xian'er, feeling the warmth of Lin Qi's palm, closed her eyes in bliss. After a while, Wu Yazi and Shi Ritian took Xian'er and departed. Lin Qi stood at the door, watching their figures gradually fade into the distance. Once they had left, Lin Qi leaned against the wooden door, enveloped in melancholy. Without Xian'er, life had become solitary once more. After lingering in his sorrow for a moment, Lin Qi approached the bookshelf and retrieved a comprehensive guide on tree planting. I might as well learn how to plant trees and pass the time. Recently, the system had provided seeds for both cabbage and trees. Perhaps he could plant a pine tree. In winter, the pine would stand tall against the snow. A majestic sight. Lin Qi smiled, his eyes narrowing in delight at his own thoughts. He hurriedly flipped to the page detailing how to plant a pine tree, engrossed in his reading. Outside the bookstore, in Qingzhou Yunhan City, the entire Shi clan army had mobilized. The 71 guardians of the Shi clan, all masters of the divine concealment realm, were present. 13 elders, 7 of whom were bridge-crossing warriors, and 6 of the esteemed 100 Apertures realm. Such an imposing assembly was rarely seen unless a great battle was imminent. Shi Yi was amongst them. Upon hearing that Shi Ritian had not perished, his interest piqued. He wished to witness how his cousin, devoid of the supreme bone, had transformed into a mere shadow of his former self. The entire group surged towards the Guangdao sacred sect, determined to locate Shi Ritian. Leading the charge was the eldest elder, Shi Lu, whose 100 apertures had opened 23. The sect leader of the Guangdao sacred sect, Fu Zizuan, had only opened 13. A 10 aperture disparity was more than sufficient to ensure a swift victory. Chapter 43. The clash of supremes. The Shi clan descended upon the sacred sect, with Shi Lu's eyes shining brightly, his presence overshadowing the Guangdao sacred sect. We, the Shi clan, seek only Shi Ritian. Fu Zizuan's expression darkened. The audacity of Shi clan was palpable. Shi Ritian was the holy son of the Guangdao sacred sect. Despite the Shi clan's stature, such insolence was intolerable. Shi Lu, are you provoking a war? How could that be? A holy son may be replaced, but a war would bring losses to both sides, Shi Lu chuckled, his eyes gleaming with determination. The Guangdao sacred sect would certainly not initiate a conflict over a mere Shi Ritian. Two third-rate factions engaging in battle would inevitably bring devastation to the surrounding realms. The Fu Zituan raised the protective formation of the sect, his eyes glistening with cold fury. What grounds do you have? Shi clan? Simply this. A purple shadow darted from the center of the Shi clan forces. Shi Yi. He donned a purple robe, with flowing white hair and eyes devoid of emotion. Those eyes revealed Shi Yi's inner thoughts, a will to dominate all. With hands clasped behind his back, he stepped forward, the supreme laws within him cascading like rivers, engulfing the heavens and the earth. The myriad laws of the universe swirled before Shi. The supreme laws reigned supreme over all. The 3 inches of supreme bone within Shi irradiated an unparalleled brilliance. The prajna light shimmered, infused with the essence of the Tao. In that moment, Shi embodied an emperor of the mortal realm. His divine form resplendent, that Fu Zitan-esque expression shifted drastically, complexity etched upon his brow. This is the supreme bone. Shi Ritian possesses one, and so does Shi. How could 2 supreme bones exist in a single era? There can only be one supreme. The emergence of 2 signals calamity. Unbeknownst to Shi Yi, his chilling gaze swept over the members of the sacred sect. Shi Ritian is but a waste. His existence serves only as a stepping stone for me. I am the young supreme, destined to become the leader of humanity. You shall heed my command. This domineering and imperious tone resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Shi Lu nodded in satisfaction behind Shi Yi. Thus shall the young clan leader embody the prowess of a true sovereign, a young supreme. One must wield a firm hand. You, the younger generation of the Shi clan, dare to claim the position of humanity's leader? A resonant voice echoed across the expanse. As Wu Yazi and Shi Ritian emerged from the void, Shi Ritian cradling Xian'er in his arms. Upon Wu Yazi's arrival, the air was filled with the sound of sword cries. The atmosphere thick with the essence of martial prowess. This was the sword of a military general. The members of the Shi clan turned pale. This sword intent reminded them of one person. The 1,000-year sword immortal. Wu Yazi. Shi Lu's expression shifted dramatically. The sword immortal of the sacred sect was still alive. He had existed for 3 millennia. Had he known the sword immortal still roamed, even 100 of his bravado would not have dared to provoke the sacred sect. Shi Yi's demeanor remained unchanged, his eyes radiating arrogance. Just because I possessed the supreme bone before the sword immortal, Shi Yi remained unafraid, his gaze fixated on Shi Ritian, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Cousin, I did not expect you to linger in the Guangdao sacred sect, even bringing along this 6-tailed fox. Shi Ritian glared at Shi Yi, his chest heaving with rage, fury surging within. The one who had seized the supreme bone had now reappeared. Shi Yi, you shall perish. In the embrace of Shi Ritian, Xian'er was filled with fury. This impudent human boy had shown an outrageous lack of respect. After all, she was the princess of the 6-tail clan. Shi Yi smiled faintly, considering how a mere waste and a beast could ever hope to contend with him. In his eyes, Shi Ritian was nothing more than a temporary vessel for the supreme bone. Now this vessel dared to oppose him. Such insolence greatly dampened his spirits. Shi Yi summoned the supreme laws of heaven and earth, directing them toward Shi Ritian. What audacity you possess to oppose me. Is it the support of the sword immortal that gives you such courage? Xian'er seethed, her vast demonic power swirling within her, manifesting 3 tails to counter the supreme law. Shi Ritian, however, remained remarkably composed, laughing heartily at Shi Yi's words. What I rely on is beyond your imagination. In this world, I stand unparalleled. Wu Yazi did not speak. He felt he had yet to earn the right to be Shi Ritian's support. The true backing of Shi Ritian was none other than his master. The master was an enigmatic figure, a living legend in the martial world. Shi Ritian was favored by his master, receiving assistance time and again. Were it not for his master's seclusion, he could obliterate the Shi clan with a mere gesture. Upon hearing Shi Ritian's words, Shi Yi laughed disdainfully. A waste is still a waste. relying solely on empty words. In all of Qingzhou, the sword immortal stands at the pinnacle. That you, Shi Riqian, have the sword immortal support is already a stroke of fortune, and yet you dare to claim your true reliance is unrivaled. Shi Yi snorted coldly, determined to demonstrate the power of the youthful supreme today. With bloodlight flickering within him, 88 bone patterns emerged. At merely 17, he had already reached such heights. By 20, he would undoubtedly step into the realm of the divine repository. Sure, he was truly gifted, a prodigy beyond compare. Waste, widen your eyes and behold the power of the supreme bone. As his voice echoed, the supreme law erupted from his being. The supreme law coalesced into a long spear. Hovering before Shi Yi, the spear's tip glimmered with golden light, rendering all before it as fragile as paper. Go! Shi Yi commanded sharply, thrusting the supreme spear directly at Shi Riqian. The air crackled with explosive sounds as the rapid speed ignited flames. Xian'er was seething with rage. This human had repeatedly referred to her as a beast. Truly, being around masters had dulled her temper. She manifested her six-tailed divine form, vibrant colors swirling around her .60 bone patterns. The six-tailed form stirred the winds and clouds, crashing down with immense force. Boom! The supreme spear shattered, and Shi Yi's expression shifted slightly. This beast's strength was formidable. Xian'er, nestled in Shi Riqian's arms, cast a disdainful glance at Shi Yi. How dare an unrefined wretch like you act so arrogantly? Even the revered master, with his profound cultivation, did not exhibit such hubris, yet this little wretch was so brazen. Shi Yi, enraged by Xian'er's scornful gaze, activated the supreme bone within him, countless rays of light intertwining around him. Supreme law. Solar halo. In that instant, Shi Yi seemed to transform into a blazing sun, the brilliance surrounding him cycling endlessly. Draining the spiritual energy from the heavens, a single ray of light shot forth. The terrifying power instantly caused a sonic boom. Shi Riqian, unwilling to underestimate the situation, felt a surge of power within him. Supreme 8 laws, Chun character law. With a single palm strike, a deafening roar echoed in his ears. Shi Riqian staggered back several steps, the violent shockwave causing his entire right arm to tremble that he narrowed his eyes. Gaining insight into Shi Yi's strength, Shi Yi maintained a lofty demeanor, his eyes revealing a flicker of interest as, "Oh, this is what you obtained from the sacred Tao sect. It now belongs to me." Shi Yi thought silently. Anything he set his eyes upon was destined to be his. He reached out with a palm, unleashing a burst of light, aiming to capture Shi Riqian and extract the supreme law from him. Buzz! A sound of a sword resonated through the that moment. The world seemed to transform into a sword tomb, with all things becoming swords. Shi Yi was startled by this sword intent. Retracting his hand, descendant of the Shi clan, "You shall not lay a finger on him." Wiyazi stood firmly with his sword, a terrifying sword aura protecting Shi Riqian. "Shi Riqian, do not move." Wiyazi had been instructed by his master to look after Shi Riqian. If he failed in this duty, he would have no face to meet his master. Shi Yi's expression darkened. He detested anyone who defied his will. "Sword immortal of the sacred sect, you are remarkable. But once I mature, your demise will come swiftly." Shi Yi spoke bluntly. "You are merely a sword immortal. I shall easily surpass you in the future." His gaze remained fixed on Shi Riqian. "In 2 months. When the eternal cave opens, I will ensure you remain forever buried within." This troublesome vessel had thoroughly soured his mood. Once within the eternal cave, without the sword immortal's protection, killing him would be as easy as breathing. "People of the Shi clan, follow me." A vast throng followed Shi Yi as he departed from the sacred sect. Shi Riqian held Xian'er, his heart brimming with a desire for vengeance. In the span of 2 months, he must grow stronger quickly. Upon entering that cave, he would exact his revenge. Chapter 44. "Master, do not think of me." Wiyazi retracted his sword aura, gazing solemnly at Shi Riqian. "Why has the Shi clan produced 2 supreme bones? If a great era produces 2 supremes, it spells disaster. There could only be 1 supreme. 2 supremes would inevitably lead to a cataclysmic battle. Shi Tian recalled the past, his eyes ablaze with rage. Shi Yi's supreme bone is mine. Shi Yi's father, Shi Yu, is my uncle. He deceived my grandfather, murdered my parents, and stripped me of my supreme bone. Wuyazi's expression changed dramatically, his eyes filled with scorn. The Shi clan is truly repugnant. I never imagined that after the disappearance of the war god, the Shi clan would decay to such a degree. Wuyazi sighed, having suspected some animosity existed between Shi Tian and the Shi clan. However, he had not anticipated the depth of this enmity. After losing my supreme bone, I wandered to desolate lands and nearly perished, ultimately finding my way to the bookstore. With this, Wuyazi understood everything. The master had imparted the method to reconstruct the supreme bone. This technique granted Shi Tian a rebirth, preventing him from being a fleeting existence. Wuyazi lamented the master's boundless capabilities, having taught him the supreme swordsmanship and now the method of reconstruction. What else could this master not accomplish? What are your plans next? I shall accompany Princess Xian'er to the six-tailed demon fox clan. The master indicated they could assist me. Wuyazi nodded, understanding that the master's words held purpose and would not harm Shi Tian. Wuyazi infused a strand of sword aura into Shi Tian. The master has entrusted me with your care. I cannot accompany you to the demon territory, but this strand of sword aura will allow you to strike down those below 100 apertures. Thank you, Senior. Shi Tian clasped his hands in gratitude. Wuyazi nodded, leading the disciples of the sacred sect back into their domain. Shi Tian lifted Xian'er. Princess Xian'er, take me to the six-tailed demon fox clan. All right, little stone, let me show you my home. Xian'er communicated through her spirit, leaping ahead to guide Shi Tian. He cast a lingering glance at the direction of the desolate land. Master, little stone is about to embark on a journey. Await my return. This was Shi Tian's first departure from the borders of Qingzhou, venturing into the unknown lands of the demons. It would be a long time before he could see the master again, and he felt a profound sense of reluctance to Shi Tian. The master was as significant as a father. After a considerable time, Shi Tian turned his head, following Xian'er toward the six-tailed demon fox clan. In the desolate land, Lin Shi was seated on a wooden bench, engrossed in a book, when he suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he wondered, who is thinking of me? I am merely a bookstore owner, yet someone is concerned about me. Lin Shi murmured, closing the book and returning it to the shelf. He couldn't help but marvel at the quality of professional literature. Lin Shi reflected on how he once thought that planting trees merely required hands. It was simply about digging a hole, sowing a seed, covering it with soil, and watering it. Now he realized he had been too naive. Lin Shi rummaged through the storage cabinet and retrieved a bag of pine nuts. He was eager to test whether he could cultivate green pines after reading about it. After all, this was a different realm, and the pine nuts from Earth might not thrive here. They took a pot and poured the pine nuts inside. Dozens of nuts spread across the bottom of the pot. Lin Shi picked up one nut, examining it closely. The book stated that before planting pines, one must carefully assess the quality of the nuts. This particular nut, with its brownish skin and full body, was indeed a good seed. He delicately set it aside to continue his evaluation. Chapter 45. All deceit, no guests have arrived, thus his range of activities remains confined. He may never escape this deep mountain forest. How can he cultivate? Lin Shi is determined to pursue his cultivation. Carefully selecting pine nuts, Lin Shi managed to extract 13 high-quality specimens from dozens. These 13 pine nuts lay scattered upon the wooden table, and Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh deeply. Back on Earth, every novel proclaimed that systems yield only the finest products. Yet now that it pertains to him, everything seems to have changed. Alas, it appears to be mere deception, a web of lies spun by others. Regaining his focus, Lin Shi redirected his attention to the pine nuts. One by one, he picked up the 13 nuts, resting them in the palm of his hand. According to the book, the next step involves placing the nuts in a basin of water for soaking to promote germination. Lin Shi pondered the process. Daring not to overlook any minute detail, he fetched a basin of water, just 1 centimeter deep, and immersed all the pine nuts within. The plump nuts floated as though a group of chubby children luxuriating in a bath. Lin Shi placed the basin on the windowsill to allow it to absorb some sunlight. Task accomplished. He would await the results come morning. Lin Shi gazed proudly at the basin of pine nuts before him. Cultivating trees in this other world felt distinctly different. It evoked that sensation of being in a foreign land. Previously, pine trees were commonplace on Earth, hardly warranting any regard. Yet now, in this forested realm, not a single pine tree was in sight. And he found himself particularly attentive to them, imbued with certain sentiments. Alas, he must escape this wretched place and hasten to cultivate. He cannot afford to have come to this other world in vain. Lin Shi reaffirmed his resolve. He must cultivate. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a cloth to wipe the dust from the bookshelf. The cloth felt remarkably gentle in his hands, having been used several times without gathering any dust. As Lin Shi ran his fingers over the cloth, he recalled Shi Riqian. Although the rag given by Little Stone felt a bit cold, it was rather effective. He wondered whether Little Stone had arrived at Hu Ji's home yet. Lin Shi sighed, contemplating Little Stone's tragic past. He also pondered whether Hu Gu had managed to overcome his psychological obstacles. Indeed, this world seems to harbor more pitiful souls than fortunate ones. After a moment of reflection, Lin Shi diligently resumed wiping the dust from the bookshelf. In the realm of the six-tailed fox, nestled between two mountains, lies 1,000 miles of fertile land, enveloped by a forest of blossoms. Countless fox demonesses, possessing beauty that could rival the finest of flowers, grace the land, and even the males are strikingly handsome. The appearance of the fox clan has always been amongst the most esteemed. The royal palace of the six-tailed demon clan is devoid of opulent architecture. It consists merely of ancient wooden towers, their azure hues emanating a sense of ethereal tranquility. Beside the towering structure flows a gentle stream, creating a serene ambience that evokes a sense of peace, a true paradise beyond the mundane world. Above the tower, the elders of the Fox clan are gathered, while below lies the sanctum of the six-tailed demon king, a place of seclusion and treasure storage. At this moment, a subtle yet potent pressure pervades the vicinity of the tower. All the fox elders gaze expectantly toward the depths below. The pressure intensifies, and the heavens gradually bestow their force upon the earth. This signals a breakthrough to the realm of heaven's induction. The descending power nourishes the seeds of the earth within one's body, enabling the manipulation of celestial energies. Beneath the tower, muffled sounds reverberate. An overwhelming brilliance envelopes the land, spilling forth and illuminating the realm of the Fox clan. A piercing fox cry resounds. The immense form of the six-tailed law appears amidst the heavens and earth, and Hu Ji's silhouette inexplicably manifests atop the tower. The celestial energy now converges within Hu Gu. With a single intake, it is as if he devours the very essence of the world. Half of the spiritual energy of the Fox clan is siphoned away, coalescing within him into a singular seed of the earth and sky. All the Fox elders look on with eager anticipation. The king is finally on the verge of breaking into the realm of heaven's induction. This heralds great fortune for our six-tailed clan. The entire clan rejoices in exuberance. In midair, Hu Gu absorbs vast amounts of celestial energy, the seed of the earth and sky now manifesting within him. Exhaling, it transforms into a soaring dragon, exuding an unparalleled aura. After a time, the radiant light surrounding Hu Gu recedes, and the terrifying presence calms to tranquility. Bai Lao, standing beneath the tower, gazes at Hu Gu with excitement. Your Majesty, you have finally broken through to the realm of heaven's induction. His Majesty has spent decades in seclusion without achieving this breakthrough. Yet after obtaining that book from the bookstore owner, he has accomplished it in merely a few days. This book is indeed a divine artifact. Hu Gu gently descends from the air, each movement commanding the forces of the heavens and earth. This is the realm of heaven's induction, the ability to summon the cosmos. While Hu Gu appears composed, gratitude swells beneath his surface. The achievements of today are fundamentally owed to the owner of that bookstore. Throughout the tower, all the elders soar towards Hu Gu, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your breakthrough to heaven's induction. Your Majesty's strength has surged. We of the six-tailed clan shall celebrate for 3 days and nights." Over a dozen elders vie to offer their congratulations, and Hu Gu is in high spirits at this moment. Above the six-tailed demon clan, An old man draped in tattered cloth, cradling a dog, materializes. Embroidered upon his back is a royal insignia. Imbued with a terrifying beastly might, that to glance upon it is to feel the roar of a great dragon. The sound of the dragon's roar reverberates like divine thunder. The appearance of this elder instantly commands the attention of Hugo and the gathered elders. Upon recognizing the elder, Hugo's expression turns grave. The envoy of the Demon King. Within the demon clans, there exist myriad races, each with its king, be it the golden-winged king, the six-tailed demon king, or the king of the shadows. Yet, there exists only one true king among all demon clans, the Demon King. The Demon King is the sovereign of all races. The envoy of the Demon King serves as a high-ranking official, tasked with disseminating critical information across the various clans. The arrival of the envoy signifies that the Demon King has issued a command. The envoy slowly unfurls a black scroll, casting a barrier around them. This is a sealing barrier, designed for important messages that only the Demon King can hear. Hugo comprehends the gravity of the situation and promptly steps into the barrier. The envoy of the Demon King. What command does the Demon King have? Lord Sixtails, His Highness the Demon King is nearing his end. What? Huji's face pales in shock. Approximately 3 days from now, a horde of restless kings will emerge, vying for His Highness's corpse. I hope that Lord Sixtails can escort His Highness on his final journey. The envoy articulates the purpose of his visit in a calm tone, yet the underlying peril is immense. The Demon King of the Demon Clan. The Azure River Dragon King, Chapter 46. The influence of a great master. He is one of the last remaining dragon clans, possessing treasures beyond measure. Particularly, the bones of the dragon contain the celestial techniques of the Demon King's entire lifetime. Should the Demon King perish, chaos will surely ensue among the demon clans. Numerous kings will rise to seize the body of the Demon King. The envoy does not wish to witness such a fate befall His Highness after death. Hence, he has come to gather support from various clan kings. In 3 days, they will convene in the land of the Demon King. When that time comes, we will eliminate all the warring kings. Huji's expression turns somber as he contemplates the situation. The scene 3 days hence will undoubtedly be chaotic, and he himself may fall victim to it. Yet a century ago, the Demon King intervened on behalf of the Six-Tailed Fox clan. That time, it was due to the Golden-Winged Eagle clan conspiring with 3 other clans against the Six-Tails. Had it not been for the Demon King's intervention, the Six-Tailed clan would have had to resort to using the 9-tailed wooden sculpture, suffering significant consequences. That Hugo takes a deep breath, his gaze resolute. I will be there in 3 days. The Six-Tailed clan has received kindness and shall never forget it. Then I thank you, Lord Sixtails. The envoy of the Demon King bows with great difficulty. His face filled with emotion, he rolls up the scroll and dispels the sealing barrier. All that has just been said remains unknown to anyone else. Farewell, Lord Sixtails. The envoy of the Demon King bids Hugo farewell and proceeds to seek alliances among other clans. Hugo, with a grave expression, descends from the sky back to the tower. In 3 days, a fierce battle awaits. Outside the tower, a guard rushes in, excitement evident in his voice. Your Majesty, the princess has returned. What? Upon hearing of Xian'er's return, Hugo's solemnity dissipates entirely. His face beams with joy as he swiftly steps into the air, arriving at the entrance of the Six-Tailed clan. There, Xian'er animatedly introduces Shuritian to their homeland, surrounded by guards who encircle Shuritian. The moment Hugo arrives, Xian'er leaps up. Father, you're here. Ha. Let me have a glimpse of my beloved daughter. Hugo, with a warm smile, lifted the fox-like Xian'er into his arms, affectionately ruffling her hair. Shuritian, ever so astute, immediately discerned Huji's identity. Greetings, Six-Tailed Demon King. I am Shuritian of the human race, sent by my master to seek you. Shuritian bowed respectfully, introducing his esteemed mentor. Upon hearing that it was his master who had dispatched him, Huji's heart leapt with joy. After all, this was someone associated with his master. It was a recognition of his worth. So it was my master who sent you. Come, step inside, and allow me to treat you properly. Hugo waved his hand, dismissing the guards surrounding Shuritian. This young human brother is my esteemed guest. Why do you not retreat? As you command. Your Majesty, in an instant. Shuri Tian found himself without guards, who gazed at him with a look of reverence. Shuri Tian couldn't help but marvel at the extent of this esteemed figure's influence. Even the Demon King treated him with such deference. Merely mentioning that he was sent by a high-ranking individual had elevated him to the status of a distinguished guest among the Six-Tail clan. Even the Demon King referred to him as young brother. Hugo cradled Xianer and led Shuri Tian to the grand hall of the clan. The Hall of the Six Tails was indeed a place for receiving honored guests. It was a pavilion situated in the midst of a spiritual lake, the surface of which shimmered with ethereal energy, often enveloped in swirling white mist. Inside the pavilion, a round stone table was adorned with enticing spiritual fruits and exquisite wines that resembled liquid gold. Shuri Tian couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The six-tailed Demon King truly possessed an exquisite taste. Chapter 47. The Dragon King of Bijiang. These arrangements alone could captivate anyone at first glance, transforming the place into a veritable paradise on earth. The scene before him was breathtaking. The rippling spirit lake and the mist-laden pavilion. The aromas of wine and fruit tantalized his senses. Igniting a delightful explosion of flavors, Xianer wriggled free from Hu Ji's embrace, scampering over to the stone table, eagerly seizing a spiritual fruit and beginning to nibble on it. Her tiny paws clutched the fruit, creating a comical sight. The flavors of home. Xianer closed her eyes in bliss, savoring the taste. Although the clan's spiritual fruits could not compare to the innate 7 treasures spiritual fruits she usually consumed at the shop, the nostalgia was overwhelming. After all, the treatment afforded to her by such a high-ranking individual was not something one could experience anywhere else. High-ranking individuals were truly exceptional beings, completely unconcerned with the elixir of immortality. Hugo settled himself at the head of the hall, elegantly draping his robe, and poured a glass of wine for Shuri Tian. Young brother, let us indulge in this wine. While it pales in comparison to my master's tea, it should still be palatable. May I inquire your name, young brother, and the purpose of your visit at my master's behest? Shuri Tian sat upright, raised his glass, and drank deeply before responding to Hugo. I am Shuri Tian, and I seek the assistance of a high-ranking individual to enhance my strength at My mentor directed me to you, stating that you could aid me. The six-tailed Demon King scrutinized Shuri Tian with keen eyes. Having stepped into the realm of celestial ascent, he was acutely attuned to the laws of the universe. Within Shuri Tian's body flowed a myriad of powers, an unparalleled essence spiraling within him. This was the manifestation of supremacy. The Demon King realized this instantly. Hugo nodded, understanding that such a physical form could only belong to a young supreme being endowed with the supreme bone. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pondered. Just moments ago, he had been notified by the Demon King's envoy that the Demon King was nearing the end of his days. Now, Xianer had brought Shuri Tian to him. It seemed that the high-ranking individual had chosen to remain in seclusion in this desolate place, likely unable to offer direct guidance, thus sending Shuri Tian to the clan instead, knowing that the Demon King was about to pass. It was clear that Shuri Tian was to receive the Demon King's instruction. After all, the Demon King was none other than the Dragon King of Bijiang. The Dragon clan had always held supremacy among the demon races, and imparting knowledge to Shuri Tian through the ways of the dragon was the most fitting choice. Hugo connected the dots in his mind, understanding the intricate web of circumstances. Everything was orchestrated by the high-ranking individual. The high-ranking individual had sent Shuri Tian for this very purpose. Shuri Tian, 3 days hence, you shall accompany me to a certain place that, if you can receive guidance there, it will be a tremendous fortune for you. Hugo spoke with a grave expression, fully aware of the imminent dangers that awaited them in the Demon King's domain. Yet, since it was the high-ranking individual who had summoned him, there must have been a profound reason behind it. Shuri Tian felt a surge of excitement. To be regarded as a significant opportunity by the Demon King was something he must seize. I shall certainly be ready in 3 days. Xianer, still munching on her spiritual fruit, heard her father's words and felt a twinge of confusion, yet refrained from questioning. These matters were for adults. She would do well to bide her time. After all, when the moment arrived, The high-ranking individual would be there. The Demon King's domain was a vast expanse within the immense realm of the demon race, encompassing a grand inner lake. The lake stretched across 100,000 miles. With its waters sparkling like jewels, the sunlight refracted off the lake's surface, illuminating the magnificent, floating dragon palace. The Dragon clan was known for their affinity for wealth, and this palace was constructed from countless gems. Within the palace, radiant treasures and spiritual energy swirled around. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings of dragons, chronicling the history of the Dragon clan over thousands of meters. At the deepest part of the palace sat an elderly man clad in a golden robe, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. His long white beard hung down, and the wrinkles around his eyes resembled the rippling surface of the lake, layered upon one another. His frail body barely emanated any vitality. To his left, the Demon King's envoy knelt respectfully. He was the Dragon King of Bijiang, Long Hao. Long Hao opened his eyes, seemingly too weary to lift his eyelids. Old He, you have secretly gathered some Demon Kings without my knowledge. You intend to deliver them to me in 3 days? Long Hao's voice was soft, his frail words tinged with concern that they might falter at any moment. The envoy's head shot up in shock. Your Highness, how did you know? Though my time is limited, I am still a king among the demon race. His words, though light, resonated with an undeniable authority. Such was the power of a demon king, the supreme being among the demon race. Your Highness, in 3 days, many disgruntled demon kings will come for you. While you may be unconcerned, what will happen to the princess in your absence? Old He urged anxiously. Your Highness has only just gained a daughter, and she is still young, lacking the means to protect herself. Long Hao's eyes grew deep, gazing into an unknown corner. The Dragon Princess, she is my greatest concern. I do not know to whom I can entrust her. Long He's concerns were understood. In 3 days, gathering a few demon kings was the only way to ensure that he could eliminate some troublesome foes and protect the princess from significant danger. A long, sorrowful sigh escaped Long Hao as a deep gray aura spiraled into the sky. The heavens themselves seemed to darken. This was the power of the 5th realm of celestial ascent, even in the face of death. It could evoke a mourning from the heavens. Throughout the 18 provinces of Shangyun, demon kings from the vast domains of the west, north, and south gazed up at the ominous change in the sky. The mourning of the heavens signified the presence of a dying being in the 5th realm of celestial ascent. In the northern expanse of Shangyun lay the endless Beichuan and ice veins. The frigid air was capable of freezing even the fiercest flames, and even the blazing sun could not melt the ice and snow here. Amidst the towering icebergs, a pair of azure eyes observed the celestial phenomenon above. A feminine voice rang out. The Dragon King of Bijiang is about to meet his end. The eyes held a myriad of complex emotions. Nearly 10,000 years had passed together, and this individual was on the brink of death. How ruthless time could be. The Dragon King of Bijiang had fathered a dragon princess. If he were to perish, she would be left utterly defenseless. I must go to fetch her. With that declaration, the very glaciers trembled. A colossal ice phoenix soared from the ice fields, its wings stirring up an endless chill. The terrifying aura caused the demon race of the northern ice fields to kneel in fear. This was the king of the northern demon race. She set her sights on the eastern demon territory, traversing a vast, desolate expanse. This desolate land, spanning 100,000 miles, was where ancient seals had contained the magic dragons. Few would dare to settle in such a barren place. In a wooden bookstore, Lin Chi finished tidying the shelves and organized the remaining items before dozing off until the afternoon. The golden rays of dusk illuminated Lin Chi's face. The sunlight roused him from his slumber, and instinctively he shielded his eyes from the brightness. What is happening today? The sunlight is so blinding. Even the sky appears somewhat gray. Chapter 48. What existence lies within the room, Lin Chi mumbled. And upon awakening, he no longer felt the desire to continue sleeping. He decided to rise and walked into the bookstore, only to discover that the bumbling system had updated its features. Upon the wooden table lay a neatly arranged scroll and a brush. Alas, this wretched system remains as frustrating as ever. With each update, it merely provided a scroll and a brush. Lin Shi wore an expression of utter disbelief, helplessly tapping his forehead, that he picked up the scroll. Scrutinizing it carefully, the scroll stood half a meter tall, bound with golden threads, concealing its content from view. He couldn't help but murmur, recalling the blank scroll he had previously given to Xiao Shi. Could it be that this system has bestowed upon me yet another blank scroll? This time, accompanied by a brush. Is it attempting to encourage me to paint? Lin Chi's lips twitched, yet he slowly unfurled the scroll. As he did so, a corner of ink and brushwork gradually revealed itself, a profusion of black ink outlined undulating forms. Interspersed with expansive white space that meandered throughout, it was evident that this was a traditional Chinese landscape painting. Lin Chi's heart stirred, and he hastened to unveil the scroll further. The entirety of the painting presented itself magnificently before him. It was a landscape piece, the black ink's peaks delineating majestic mountains. Ranges of mountains cascaded endlessly, with patches of white at the foot resembling flowing rivers. Such a landscape harbored boundless profundity. Lin Chi felt elated. Finally, the system had granted him something of merit. After all, his bookstore could certainly benefit from an imposing piece. This landscape painting was indeed splendid, emanating the aura of a masterful work. If hung upon the wall, it would undoubtedly capture the attention of patrons. Filled with quiet joy, Lin Chi promptly hung the painting on the wall. With the landscape painting now in place, his gaze shifted to the brush. The system's update was commendable, yet this brush seemed rather inconsequential. Previously, when a batch of seeds was provided, the expectation was to engage in farming. Now, with the arrival of a brush, was he to learn calligraphy? Lin Chi felt a wave of exasperation. Being a bookstore owner was far from effortless. Not only did he need to attract customers, but he also had to juggle farming and practicing calligraphy. He sighed, casually picking up the brush, disregarding the proper grip. After all, he was aware that there were no fixed methods for holding a brush. With the brush in hand, he made a few aimless gestures in the air without dipping it in ink. Inside the bookstore, silence reigned. Outside, the very fabric of reality seemed to twist in an instant. The sun and moon revolved, and myriad paths exchanged places that moment. The ice phoenix, existing within the realms, sensed a profound upheaval. After that fleeting moment, the ice phoenix returned to normal, yet cold sweat beaded upon her forehead. This was an experience of complete detachment from the world. After all, she was a demon king of the fifth realm. What manner of existence could so thoroughly sever her from reality? The Ice Phoenix's spiritual awareness continuously searched for the source of that terrifying change. Ultimately, her awareness pinpointed a humble wooden hut in a desolate expanse. The origin of that horrific transformation stemmed from here. The Ice Phoenix's consciousness attempted to penetrate the wooden hut, but was repelled by an overwhelming chaos. The entire hut stood resolute amid the chaos, impervious even to its boundless nature. The Ice Phoenix was further alarmed, filled with unease. What kind of existence resided within that hut? She dared not make any offensive moves. The being within the hut was likely an ancient entity of immense power. Should she inadvertently provoke the inhabitant of the wooden hut, escape would be impossible. Chapter 49. The world within the painting, that casual gesture capable of inverting the heavens, was indeed an unparalleled divine art. The Ice Phoenix suppressed her fear, transforming into human form and slowly approaching the wooden hut. Despite the absence of any overtly dangerous aura, to the Ice Phoenix, it felt akin to stepping into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Inside the hut, Lin Chi, having made a few whimsical strokes with the brush, found it remarkably light and devoid of any cumbersome handling. In that moment of gesturing through the air, the brush showed no signs of splitting. The system had certainly provided an exceptional brush. Had he still been on Earth, renowned calligraphers would have surely coveted it. Lin Chi murmured to himself while holding the brush. Yet, it was ultimately just a brush. He was not adept in the art of calligraphy, that if one were to stretch the truth, his skills might barely qualify as cursive. With that thought, he lost interest and hung the brush beside the landscape painting. A crisp, resonant knock echoed through the room. Guests had arrived. Lin Chi abruptly turned to the door, a smile blooming on his face as he hurried to open it. Outside the wooden door stood a woman clad in an ice blue gown, her long hair cascading gently. exuding a gentle charm. Her large, captivating eyes sparkled, drawing one in with their brilliance. Lin Chi's heart raced, nearly overwhelming him. Such beauty, if placed on earth, would surely crown her as a national goddess. The dream of countless admirers, the Ice Phoenix scrutinized Lin Chi, growing increasingly apprehensive with each passing moment. She could not discern the cultivation level of this human. This individual could not possibly be ordinary. For how could one capable of inverting the heavens be a mere mortal? As a being of the fifth realm, she could typically perceive any presence at her level or below, yet this human eluded her senses entirely. This human was far too formidable. Lin Chi introduced himself. "This esteemed guest, I am Lin Chi, the owner of this bookstore." "Guest? Bookstore?" The Ice Phoenix looked at Lin Chi with bewilderment. This wooden hut, which suppressed boundless chaos, was merely a bookstore run by him. How could such a powerful being choose to establish a bookstore in such a desolate location? The Ice Phoenix struggled to comprehend. Could this be a quirk of the human, merely seeking the pleasures of being a shopkeeper without any genuine intent to conduct business? After all, those who reached a certain level of cultivation often developed eccentricities to enhance their lives. The Ice Phoenix herself had her peculiarities, relishing the view of her unadorned form amidst towering glaciers. Observing the woman before him, Lin Chi noticed her somewhat travel-worn appearance. "Esteemed guest, it appears you are on a journey." The Ice Phoenix, startled, nodded in astonishment. This Lin Chi knew she was headed to the Dragon King of the Bai River. Alas, the sky was overcast, a sign of the heavens' displeasure, yet there were no significant matters at hand. Lin Chi gazed upward, recognizing the unfavorable weather, and casually remarked, "With such dreary weather, one ought to find a place to rest." Upon hearing this, the Ice Phoenix was utterly astounded. The loss of a being of the fifth realm would surely provoke mourning among the heavens. Lin Chi's nonchalance regarding such a significant matter seemed utterly absurd. The Ice Phoenix looked at Lin Chi, her eyes filled with confusion. Noticing her lack of response, Lin Chi sighed inwardly. Why did this girl not grasp his meaning? She appeared quite lovely, yet lacked discernment. Lin Chi stepped aside, extending an invitation. "Esteemed guest, please come in and have a seat." The Ice Phoenix hesitated, torn between entering and remaining outside. After careful contemplation, she resolved to step inside to take a look. With measured steps, she crossed the threshold into the wooden bookstore. The space within the bookstore was modest, yet the air resonated with harmonious melodies. The simple arrangement exuded an ineffable charm. The most striking feature was the landscape painting on the wall, which captured the Ice Phoenix's attention. What seemed like a simple piece of art transformed before her eyes, revealing a world within. The mountains outlined in black ink manifested as a vibrant realm. Towering peaks rose majestically, with an endless expanse of mountains stretching forth. The meandering rivers formed by negative space flowed gently, their soothing sounds audible in the air. This was a world within the painting. A landscape painting, self-contained and alive. The myriad paths encapsulated within rendered the entire piece a supreme treasure. The Ice Phoenix stood transfixed, feeling as though her very essence was being subdued. She was the Ice Phoenix. The icy aura within her was of the utmost purity. How could this painting effortlessly exert such suppression? Cold sweat began to bead on the Ice Phoenix's forehead. The painting was utterly terrifying. The bookstore itself was extraordinary, yet the items within it were truly defying the heavens. "Owner, what about this painting?" The Ice Phoenix yearned to inquire further about the painting, yet hesitated, fearing to incite Lin Chi's displeasure. Those of high cultivation often possessed peculiar temperaments. Upon hearing the Ice Phoenix's question, Lin Chi felt a swell of pride. This painting is indeed remarkable. Exuding the essence of a master, he adopted an air of superiority. "This piece belongs to me, though I am not its creator." Hearing this, the Ice Phoenix felt a measure of relief. Her fear diminished slightly. Her gaze shifted to the brush beside her. The brush bore countless intricate patterns. It was a vessel of myriad paths. Every brush tip radiates an unparalleled divine brilliance. A chilling aura emerges from it, rendering the Ice Phoenix's complexion ashen. These brush tips are the hairs of the mythical creature Siegi. In ancient lore, The siege is an exceedingly rare, auspicious beast. Renowned for its fairness and justice, the hairs transform into brush tips, symbolizing the pen of impartiality. The ice phoenix is gripped by fear. Lin Chi has deceived her. This brush, this painting. It is evident that Lin Chi has created it himself. Even a master of painting could not replicate such breathtaking landscapes. The ice phoenix is suddenly filled with regret, questioning why she ventured into this terrifying place that a millennium ago. During her pursuit of an ice spirit, she suffered a devastating blow that left her with two competing icy auras within her. This has hindered her cultivation for 1,000 years. Had she not entered this place, perhaps she would have been free from such worries. Lin Chi poured a cup of tea for the ice phoenix, the bland liquid floating with fragments of tea leaves. As he placed the tea in front of her, he accidentally brushed against her hand that a wave of chill surged through him, causing Lin Chi to frown. It is late summer, yet this girl's hand is astonishingly cold. Lin Chi's brows raised. An opportunity has presented itself. A splendid chance now hinges on his ability to seize it. He immediately activated his business acumen. Seeking to attract the ice phoenix as a customer, dear guest, you seem to have chilled energy within you. Chapter 50. Could this be a spirit stone? Lin Chi gazed seriously at the ice phoenix, as if conveying the gravity of the matter. Upon hearing his words, a storm brewed within her heart. Lin Chi has discerned her current condition. Although this issue is dire for her, centuries of suppression have rendered it a hidden ailment. That Lin Chi could ascertain her plight merely by touching her hand is indeed remarkable. The ice phoenix finally admitted, "Yes, I am afflicted by a severe internal chill." Lin Chi silently acknowledged the truth. If it were not for her internal chill, her hand could not possibly be so frigid. He had now earned her trust, marking the first step in their business transaction. Lin Chi felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a serious facade. If this continues, you may be in grave danger. His stern expression alerted the ice phoenix to the seriousness of the situation. Her countenance shifted, all of which did not escape Lin Chi's notice. The ice phoenix realized that Lin Chi must possess a way to assist her. "Boss, can you help me?" she implored, desperate to expel the icy energy from within her. However, that icy energy belongs to a type of innate chill, difficult to expel once it has taken root. Lin Chi's heart stirred. It seems he has successfully hooked her. He felt triumphant, sensing a profitable deal on the horizon. "Please wait a moment," he said, suppressing his excitement as he hurried to the bookshelf in search of a suitable tome for the ice phoenix. How to Avoid Wind and Cold. Upon seeing this title, Lin Chi's eyes sparkled. He knew this was the right choice. He picked up the book and presented it to the ice phoenix. She accepted the book from his hands, her gaze fixed intently upon it, expelling innate cold energy. The ice phoenix's eyes widened, captivated by the text, unwilling to look away. Seeing her enthralled expression brought Lin Chi great delight. This customer was certainly not going to slip away. Her rapt attention indicated she had been enchanted by his book. Indeed, it is the details that determine everything. Lin Chi praised his meticulous attention to detail in winning over the customer. The ice phoenix slowly turned a page, pondering whether this book could truly aid her. The first page read, "Innate cold energy within the body leads to an imbalance of yin and yang. When all 100 channels of the body are opened, connect with the heavens as a bridge." The subsequent text eluded her grasp, igniting her eagerness to discover more. "How can I see the rest?" "This book can be borrowed for a month, requiring a rental fee." "Rental?" The ice phoenix looked at Lin Chi in disbelief. She had expected that to view the complete content, Lin Chi would demand something in return. The reality was entirely unexpected, leaving her pleasantly surprised. "What does the rental fee entail?" "Whatever you wish to offer," Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, having no specific requirement for the rental fee. It entirely depended on the customer's discretion. The ice phoenix felt a surge of joy. As long as he did not expect anything from her, she was open to any arrangement. She retrieved a diamond-shaped ice blue stone, roughly the size of her fist. "This is an ice mother stone. A small fragment can create a glacier spanning thousands of miles. Such a large ice mother stone can birth a glacier stretching millions of miles across the continent." Lin Chi's interest was piqued upon seeing the stone in the ice phoenix's hand. Not only did it appear beautiful, but it also felt unique to the touch. Could this possibly be a spirit stone? Chapter 51. Bloodlines slowly freezing. A sudden thought flared in Lin Chi's mind. Aren't spirit stones essential items for martial artists and novels? If this truly is a spirit stone, then this girl before him must be a martial artist. Lin Chi's excitement soared, having encountered a martial artist during his time in this world. His eyes gleamed with fervor, nearly brimming with tears of joy. Heavens, earth, have you finally granted me this opportunity? I, Lin Chi, shall finally shed the identity of a mere bookstore owner and embark on the path of cultivation. This glimmer of hope filled Lin Chi with immense joy. He gazed at the ice phoenix, concealing his ignorance as he cautiously inquired, "Is this a spirit stone?" "No, it is not." The ice phoenix shook her head, her expression tinged with melancholy. The spirit stone Lin Chi referred to was likely the legendary Ice Mother Spirit Stone. The difference between the Ice Mother Stone and the Ice Mother Spirit Stone is but a single character, yet they are worlds apart. While the Ice Mother Stone is indeed a rare treasure, it pales in comparison to the Ice Mother Spirit Stone, which is the very source of all ice spirits. Lin Chi felt deflated upon hearing the Ice Phoenix's response, as if air had been let out of a balloon. This is not a spirit stone. He realized he had overthought it, since this item is not a spirit stone. It seems the girl is not a martial artist, but merely a passerby. Disinterest washed over him, and he felt a wave of frustration, having thought he was on the brink of a breakthrough. He casually took the Ice Mother Stone from her and placed it on the table. A mere pretty stone held no appeal for him. He retrieved the guest ledger and proceeded with his customary inquiry. "Name, I need to record it. Only then can I lend you the book. Bing Linger." Lin Chi nodded, jotting down her name in the ledger. Ding. Serving a customer increases the activity range by 100,100,100 cubic meters. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi's spirits lifted somewhat. Though this girl was not a martial artist, she was now his customer. This brought him a step closer to the realm of cultivation. The Ice Phoenix watched as Lin Chi inscribed her name. Feeling a profound connection to the bookstore, should she fail to return the book within a month, she could face dire consequences. Lin Chi stored away the ledger and cautioned the Ice Phoenix. "Please ensure you read this book carefully. Neglecting it could lead to complications." The Ice Phoenix nodded gratefully at Lin Chi. She had not anticipated that her quest for the Azure River Dragon King would lead to a resolution for the issue that had plagued her for a millennium. Grasping the book, she expressed her gratitude to Lin Chi before stepping out of the bookstore. Outside, a gentle breeze stirred, grasses swayed, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The Ice Phoenix felt somewhat dazed. Were it not for the tangible book in her arms, she might have believed the events were merely a figment of her imagination. Such an extraordinary existence was present here, one that even she had to revere. After all, she is the queen of the extreme North Demon clan. Nonetheless, her arrival in this place signifies a fateful connection with the owner. The Ice Phoenix concealed all her thoughts, prioritizing the resolution of the chilling energy within her body. The matter of the Bai Jiang Dragon King could be addressed later. With a graceful leap, the Ice Phoenix ascended into the air. She found herself amidst the endless mountains, where the night enveloped everything in silence. The Ice Phoenix retrieved the tome that dispelled the innate coldness from her bosom, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. That is it finally time to begin. She slowly turned to the second page. The innate cold energy within the body causes an imbalance of yin and yang. When all the body's orifices are opened, establishing a connection with heaven and earth as a bridge, using the body as a vessel, and stirring the great path to accommodate the incoming cold energy from both inside and outside. The Ice Phoenix flipped through the pages in rapid succession, imprinting the entirety of the book's contents in her mind. It contained hundreds of words, concealing the power of principles. The gleam in the Ice Phoenix's eyes radiated wisdom. Having perused the entire tome, she attained profound understanding. The most effective expulsion is to assimilate it for one's own use. The Ice Phoenix opened all her orifices, allowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to flood into her being. It was as if she were devouring an ocean of spiritual energy. The connection between the cosmos and her corporeal form was fully established. The innate cold energy within her stirred restlessly, emitting waves of extreme chill that transformed everything within 1,000 meters into ice sculptures in an instant. The Ice Phoenix's complexion turned pale as she resisted the urge to suppress it. She gradually guided strands of the power of the great path into her body, blending her own cold energy with the innate cold energy that a completely new fusion of cold energy emerged. Surpassing all previous forms, the Ice Phoenix's breathing quickened. She could sense that merging the two forms of cold energy would elevate her cultivation and even evolve her bloodline. She marveled at the formidable power of her master. Lin Shi, merely one book had resolved the millennia-long dilemma for her. Truly a great sage. The Ice Phoenix retracted her thoughts, focusing intently on merging the two forms of cold energy. Time slipped away swiftly. And 3 days passed. The oppressive grayness of the heavens thickened. The brilliance of the sun dimmed in comparison to its former glory. In the inner lake of the demon clan, the dragon palace floated above the waters. A palpable aura of death enveloped the palace. The spiritual energy on the inner lake lay concealed, afraid to escape. Inside the dragon palace, the Baijiang Dragon King gazed sorrowfully at an ice wall. Encased within the ice was a girl who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. The dragon princess, the sole offspring of the Baijiang Dragon King, her innate talent was even greater than that of her father. Yet at the tender age of 8, she was afflicted by a dire ailment of the dragon race, the freezing of her bloodline. The freezing of the bloodline is a rare disease hidden within the veins. Once afflicted, the bloodline gradually succumbs to frost, ultimately leading to the end of life. The Baijiang Dragon King had no choice but to encase his daughter in this profound ice to halt the progression of the ailment. Thus, the dragon princess had been sealed for nearly 1,000 years since the age of 8. The Baijiang Dragon King gently caressed the profound ice with his palm. She is his beloved daughter. So young, yet frozen in time. The world is so vast, yet she has not had the chance to behold it. Dragon Princess, father will soon depart, but I cannot bear to leave you behind. The Baijiang Dragon King pondered the fate of his daughter once he was gone. At that moment, a surge of energy suddenly erupted outside the dragon palace. Countless principles surged around the palace, causing even the inner lake to churn tumultuously. In the eastern demon domain, there were tens of thousands of lesser demon tribes and over 100 major tribes. Outside the dragon palace stood more than 70 powerful demon kings. Among them were many who had perfected their 100 orifices and over 10 who had reached the realm of heaven's guidance. In this great era, such beings were considered the pinnacle of combat strength. Among the demon kings, a brawny man with a tiger's back stepped forward, the Dark Gold King, a half-step into heaven's guidance. The Dark Gold King belonged to the Dark Gold Claw Bear tribe, known for their monstrous strength. Particularly, their bear claws could effortlessly rend mountains asunder. His eyes glimmered with a fierce light, revealing a glint of greed. Demon King, we have come to see you. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing across the inner lake. Chapter 52. Not a jester to be provoked. Within the dragon palace, upon hearing this voice, the Baijiang Dragon King could not help but chuckle lightly. Come to see. More likely, they harbor ulterior motives. Some demon kings can hardly contain themselves even while I yet live. A cold glint flickered in the Baijiang Dragon King's eyes. A demon king's envoy emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, the demon kings I summoned will arrive shortly. We shall step outside in a moment. And no need. What do I have to fear in my impending demise? Let me see what they intend to do. The Baijiang Dragon King snorted coldly, turning to stride out of the dragon palace. The demon king's envoy followed closely behind, resembling a loyal servant in silence. Upon seeing the dragon king emerge, the demon kings eagerly scrutinized his condition. The sight of the deathly aura swirling around him instantly reassured them. This dragon king, already aged and weakened, was now on the verge of death. They could seize this opportunity to strike. The Dark Gold King narrowed his eyes, no longer considering the Dragon King a threat. An old Dragon King. What can he possibly do? The Dark Gold King boldly declared. You claim you are nearing death. Shouldn't you be giving your accumulated resources to strengthen the demon race? The Dark Gold King spoke candidly, showing no restraint. The Demon King's envoy was furious. Straightening his hunched back, Dark Gold King, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to the king? Disrespect. This Baijiang Dragon King has ruled for 3,000 years. How has he oppressed us, since the old Dragon King is about to die? Let us take advantage of this." The Dark Gold King laughed uproariously, and all the Demon Kings nodded in agreement. Today they had come specifically for the Baijiang Dragon King. His dragon body and the dragon bones imbued with his lifetime of demon techniques were undoubtedly treasures. The Demon King's envoy trembled with rage. Who had ever dared to speak thus before? The Baijiang Dragon King regarded the Dark Gold King with indifference. "That I oppressed you because you were too unruly, disturbing the peace of the demon domain." The Dark Gold King scoffed at this. "Peace? In the demon race, strength is all that matters. What need is there for peace? Old Dragon King, I know you have a dragon princess. Why not hand her over to me as well?" The Dark Gold King licked his lips, as if envisioning a delectable feast. The Baijiang Dragon King's eyes turned icy in an instant. A terrifying killing intent spread forth, engulfing the entire sky. "Oh, you think that just because I am near death, I cannot touch you?" The Baijiang Dragon King extended his fingers, channeling the power of heaven and earth into himself. A terrifying force surged forth. The Dark Gold King sneered. Did the old Dragon King possess enough power to slay him? After all, he was a Demon King. The Dark Gold King radiated a dark golden light. His form akin to that of forged iron, he struck out with one palm, sending 1,000-foot wave crashing across the inner lake. Boom! Fresh crimson blood mingled with the waves as it fell into the lake. The Dark Gold King's palm shattered utterly, his heart pierced through. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He could not fathom how the old Dragon King's strength could still be so formidable. A line of blood also trickled from the Baijiang Dragon King's lips, vibrant and red. All the Demon Kings wore solemn expressions. The current old Dragon King was fighting with his essence. He was fighting for his life. Should the Dragon King fight desperately, their losses would be catastrophic. The old Dragon King looked down upon the masses, his gaze imbued with unparalleled authority. "I, Long Hao, may be on the brink of death, but I'm not a mere jester to be provoked." A mere half-step into heaven's guidance was but a jester in Long Hao's eyes. This was the unparalleled majesty of a sovereign. Chapter 53. The Sage's Subtle Maneuver. The Dragon King still had 5,000 years left, having guarded the demon domain for 3,000 years, after 3 millennia of reigning as a sovereign. He had cultivated an innate aura of dominance. The rebellious Demon Kings unleashed their manifestations, gathering the rich powers of heaven and earth into a vast void of oceanic proportions. Old Dragon King, since you're about to die, why do you still resist? The howling Moon Wolf King sneered, wielding crescent twin blades, unleashing the power of heaven's guidance. He had long harbored disdain for the old Dragon King, and today he sought to ascertain just how much strength the old Dragon King still possessed. The old Dragon King chuckled, his aged form straightening. His once white hair instantly regained its deep black hue that moment. The old Dragon King returned to his prime, his eyes shining with golden light as if penetrating the very stars. "With this frail body of mine, I shall clear the obstacles you pose for my daughter," the Dragon King declared fiercely, donning battle armor that appeared upon him, a long halberd materializing in his grasp. In an instant, his aura surpassed all records of history. The halberd radiated brilliant golden light, its luminescence coalescing into a singular line that infused the weapon with unparalleled might. With a sweeping motion of the halberd, he unleashed the true dragon battle technique. One day, at this moment, the inner lake erupted. The Dragon King stood ready to face a myriad of foes. With every movement, the dragon's roar reverberates, instilling awe throughout the cosmos. "With my waning strength, I shall vanquish you all. As a member of the Dragon Clan, I must be invincible amidst the throng." In the hands of the Howling Moon Demon King, twin blades morph into a terrifying crescent moon. Hurtling forth, boom, a burst of spiritual light erupts, shattering the blade in the Howling Moon Wolf King's grasp. This thrust causes the Wolf King's chest to cave in, blood spilling forth from his mouth. How infuriating! This old wretch still possesses such formidable power. Gritting his teeth, the Howling Moon Wolf King hastily summons 11 other Demon Kings, forming a coalition of 12 to confront the Dragon King. In an instant, the heavens and earth are engulfed in turmoil, the inner lake transformed beyond recognition. Within the Dragon Palace, protective formations shield it from destruction. The Dragon King stands alone against 12 Demon Kings. Even in a state of blood depletion, he merely teeters on the edge of disadvantage. Such is the might of the Dragon Clan. Over 60 Demon Kings in the sky gaze upon the ancient Dragon King, their expressions grave. The next moment, they all converge, intent on utterly subduing the Dragon King. The combined power of over 80 Demon Kings is something the Dragon King, even in his primal essence, cannot withstand. Numerous manifestations press down upon the Dragon King. The earth seems to sink an inch under such immense weight. Clad in battle armor and wielding a great halberd, the Dragon King, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, bends slightly under the pressure. Faced with so many Demon Kings, he is, after all, just one man. The ancient Dragon King howls at the heavens, his eyes filled with rage. I am filled with hatred. As the sovereign of the Emerald River Dragon Clan for 3 millennia, I am unable to clear these obstacles for my daughter. Your Highness has protected this demon realm for 3,000 years. Now, on this final stretch, we shall guard you. The voice emanates from beyond the inner lake, where a dense aura begins to materialize. 48 Demon Kings rise into the air, the six-tailed Demon King, the Crimson Flame Beast King, and the Blue-Field Ape King among them. Shiishin is also present, though Shienner is regrettably absent. The Demon King envoys within the Dragon Palace tremble with excitement upon witnessing the arrival of their comrades. Ikati, it is not in vain that your Highness has sheltered the demon realm for thousands of years. Today, your Highness shall be rescued. 48 Demon Kings, 18 of whom are formidable beings. Hugu takes a step forward, his eyes icy as he fixates on the chaotic assembly of Demon Kings below. You wretched rodents. The Dragon King has sacrificed so much for our demon realm. How dare you destroy the peace he has established? Hugu Esbak sprouts the manifestation of a six-tailed demon fox, summoning the forces of heaven and earth. The power of the laws surging forth, this terrifying aura collapses the valley, rending the mountains and trees asunder. With a single finger pressed down, he instantly obliterates 200 aperture Demon Kings. The Demon Kings in turmoil were somber expressions. They did not anticipate the old Dragon King would gather so many allies in that moment. Over 40 Demon Kings withdraw to engage Hugu and his companions. The Crimson Flame Beast King stand upon the inner lake. Staring ahead with fiery eyes, Dragon King, allow us to join you in battle. The Dragon King bursts in a hearty laughter. With over 40 Demon Kings no longer bearing down on him, his burden is significantly lightened. Good. In the final leg of this life, how fortunate I am to have you all by my side. The Dragon King sweeps his great halberd, plunging into the throng of Demon Kings, the true dragon battle technique. Unparalleled and invincible, inflicts injury upon numerous Demon Kings. Hugu and the others continue to clash with the tumultuous Demon Kings. Waves of demon techniques sever mountains, leaving the earth marred. The fierce battle rends the Dragon King's battle armor, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Hugu and his group have already fallen 5 Demon Kings, and even Hugu is stained with blood. The Dragon King finds himself at a disadvantage. If the situation does not reverse, all will perish. Shiishin gazes upon the vast battlefield, his fighting spirit surging. Hugu's gaze falls upon Shiishin, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Shiishin was sent by a great figure. Though it was to bestow upon him great fortune, it is likely that the Master anticipated today as circumstances. Surely, the Master has provided Shiishin with a trump card, capable of altering the tide of battle today. Shiishin, what did the Master give you? Now is the time to unveil it. Hugu calls out loudly, his excitement palpable. He can hardly wait to see what hidden strategy the great figure has laid in wait. The Dragon King, taken aback, wonders, Master? What Master? What has this Master given Hugu that allows him to remain so composed at this moment? Shiishin nods in response, producing a 9-tailed wooden carving, gazing at it with gentle eyes. This was given to me by the great figure, who said it would be useful on this journey. And that means now. The great figure had long foreseen the outbreak of the Demon Clan War and recognized the Dragon King's side as the weaker faction. Yet the true purpose of this 9-tailed wooden carving remains a mystery. Shiishin takes a deep breath, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the carving, its aura instantly enveloping the entire inner lake. The presence of a nine-tails halts all demon kings in their tracks. This is the aura of the nine-tailed celestial fox from 100,000 years ago. Hugu is astonished. This is the nine-tailed wooden carving. This is the trump card the master gave to Shiishin. Hugu is all too familiar with this carving, knowing it merely contains a single strike from their ancestor. That strike, perhaps, could only slay 3 demon kings from the tumultuous faction. Incapable of turning the tide of battle, Hugu continues to observe, hoping the great figure has concealed some other stratagem within the carving. The first pattern on the wooden carving illuminates, a colossal nine-tailed phantom materializing behind Shiishin. Just as it seems to conclude, a tremendous surge of Tao power erupts from within the carving. This is the Tao power from the bookstore. The carving has absorbed such vast amounts. The boundless Tao power pours into the nine-tailed phantom. The phantom's formerly soulless eyes now shimmer with vitality. This Tao power has granted the phantom a fragment of the nine-tailed celestial fox's consciousness. 100,000 years ago, as the nine-tailed celestial fox faced extinction, it left behind this wooden carving. Within it lies not only the essence of strike, but also a fragment of its own spirit. After countless epochs, that spirit had nearly faded away. Even Hugu was unaware that this carving harbored a fragment of the original spirit. Yet, in the mere 10 days spent within the bookstore, it absorbed a vast reservoir of Tao power, awakening that nearly extinguished consciousness from millennia past. Just how profound is the Tao power within the great figure's bookstore? Chapter 54. The Dream of Eternity. Hugu gazes at the phantom behind Shiishin, exhilarated. This is indeed the Master's hidden card. The nine-tailed wooden carving possesses a fragment of their ancestor's spirit. The Master must have activated the ancestral consciousness. The enormous nine-tailed phantom, far superior to mere manifestations, surveys everything before it with its profound gaze. The Dragon King senses the presence of a spirit within the nine tails. Despite having the aura of countless millennia, this spirit remains. Could this be the work of that Master, to have reactivated a spirit from tens of thousands of years ago? The Dragon King's eyes narrow, realizing the depth of this Master's wisdom to withstand the decay of millennia. This Master must possess extraordinary abilities. The tumultuous demon kings regard the nine-tailed phantom with trepidation. If it were merely a strike from the entity of 100,000 years ago, it would not warrant concern. But possessing a spirit changes everything. It is akin to the vast chasm between an uncut stone and one that has been refined. This phantom can no longer rely on a single strike. It now wields at least 1% of its original power. The immense nine-tailed phantom gazes at Shiishin. Such a frail human has awakened my consciousness. How is this possible? Even if you possess a supreme bone of 4 inches, it should be beyond your capacity. The voice of the nine tails is ethereal, resonating through the heavens and earth. It was not I who achieved this. It was the Master of the bookstore. Shiishin replies truthfully. The Master of the bookstore, the nine-tailed celestial fox, inquires, aware that this fragment of consciousness is indeed ancient. To be reactivated through the passage of tens of thousands of years, it must have mastered the laws of time. Such an existence, had it been present during the great chaos of 100,000 years ago, could have altered the course of events. The endless turmoil had left the entire mortal spirit realm in unrest. External invasions and internal demons incited chaos. It was the highest beings of the mortal spirit realm who opened a battlefield, drawing all enemies into it. Only then did the mortal spirit realm achieve stability, explaining why there has been no emergence of fortune for thousands of years. That upheaval had damaged the vitality of the heavenly Tao, and the existence of the fortune realm was not permitted by the heavens. However, he cannot dwell on such matters now. They are a thing of the past. This fragment of consciousness cannot linger for too long. Tell me what you desire, human. With this fragment, I can perform one last divine feat for you. Shiishin's eyes shine with determination, his fighting spirit igniting within him. That I wish to possess the strength to confront the demon kings. In this battle, there are over 100 demon kings. If I cannot partake in such a momentous clash, it would be a profound regret. As a youthful sovereign, Battling alongside the demon kings will allow me to grasp the power of the supreme bone even more fully. Perhaps the fortune the great figure spoke of is encapsulated in this very battle. All the demon kings who instigated the turmoil breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Sher Retien's words. If the nine-tailed phantom were to take action personally, none of them would survive. The nine-tailed celestial fox from 100,000 years ago transcended the realm of guiding the heavens and entered the domain of creation. Even a remnant spirit from 10,000 years ago could rival the peak prowess of the Baijiang Dragon King. The nine-tailed celestial fox nodded, extending a slender finger to channel a stream of spiritual light into Sher Retien's body. Instantly, Sher Retien's power surged explosively. The intricate bone patterns of the 9-9 and the 6 divine reservoirs harmonized perfectly across the 9 realms. This divine ability is called Eternal Dream. You have a mere incense stick's worth of time. So seize it wisely. Sher Retien closed his eyes to fully absorb the surging power within him. This energy would save him from many detours in the future. Opening his eyes, Sher Retien felt the supreme bone within him operating frantically. The divine patterns upon the supreme bone illuminated brilliantly. Predecessor Dragon King, it is I, Sher Retien of the human race, who has come to assist you. Sher Retien shouted, leaping to the side of the Dragon King. As the supreme laws caused all things to tremble. This is the supreme bone, a symbol of the human race's supremacy, truly a divine artifact. Human supreme, allow me to engage with you. A figure clad in iron armor emerged. The Iron Dome, Rhinoceros King. This being possessed formidable defensive and destructive capabilities. Sher Retien gazed at the Iron Dome, Rhinoceros King with excitement, as the first battle promised to be exhilarating. Supreme 8 Techniques, the Chun Character Technique. In Chapter 55, I also have a candidate. Sher Retien raised a hand to support a star, intertwining the supreme laws. If a single individual were lifting a blazing sun, there appeared the visage of supremacy. The Rhinoceros King's pupils constricted as countless heavy laws cloaked him, unleashing the power of half-step guiding the heavens. This youth is extraordinary. The Iron Dome Rhinoceros King exhaled, resembling a storm as his entire form charged forward. Sky Law, Fury. The Rhinoceros King unleashed a punch, causing the earth to tremble and the atmosphere to grow chaotic. Sher Retien lifted the star and struck down fiercely. Boom! A deep pit instantly formed in the ground. The Rhinoceros King glared at Sher Retien. Human, your strength is impressive, but alas, you have encountered me. Radiance enveloped the Rhinoceros King as a set of silver armor appeared, especially the armor on his arms, which harbored enough power to rend the void. The Rhinoceros King laughed maniacally, deep yellow energy swirling between his arms. Sher Retien activated the supreme law form. His eyes shimmered with the sun and moon, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth lay firmly in his grasp. Stepping forward, Sher Retien unleashed the supreme 8 techniques, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Rhinoceros King. The terrifying aura rippled through the vast universe, illuminating the skies with myriad hues. Meanwhile, the Dragon King fought valiantly against 11 demon kings. His essence was nearly exhausted, yet the brilliance in his eyes remained undiminished. Though age, his spirit would endure forever. In this final moment, he wished to clear some obstacles for the Dragon Maiden. What a splendid notion! The Dragon King cast a cold gaze over the corpses strewn across the ground, more than 30 in total, all belonging to the demon kings of the eastern demon domain. At this juncture, they ought to comprehend. The Dragon King's essence burned faster, his long hair billowing as his aura surged, radiant golden light cascading like a myriad of stars. True Dragon Combat Technique. Eternal, with a sweep of his great halberd, myriad laws converged into a singular path. In that instant, the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The 11 demon kings before the Dragon King turned pale with terror. This was the authentic True Dragon Combat Technique, a legacy derived from the highest bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The 11 demon kings summoned their strongest treasures. Yet, eternity represented the past, while ancient signified time. This singular path contained the glory of the Dragon Clan, with countless true dragon roars resonating within their souls. Puffed, the treasures decayed, and the 11 demon kings simultaneously spat blood, severely injured. At this moment, the Dragon King exerted his full strength. His time was limited. Before his essence was exhausted, he had to resolve this battle swiftly. With the 11 Demon Kings incapacitated, the fight tilted in his favor. On Sure Retien's side, the Rhinoceros King was no match for him. With the Supreme Law Form and the Supreme 8 techniques, he completely overshadowed the Rhinoceros King. But the incense stick's time was approaching its end. The Dragon King's gaze fell upon Sure Retien as he flicked the Rhinoceros King aside. His long hair unexpectedly regained its silvery hue, and his figure had noticeably stooped. This youth had come to the demon domain and participated in today's events, undoubtedly with someone backing him. However, if he could assist him today, it was time to acknowledge this favor. Human youth, I bestow upon you the true dragon combat technique. This is your creation, the Dragon King pointed. And a golden dragon light entered Sure Retien's sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, myriad dragons surged, their roars shaking the mind. Sure Retien was astounded. So this is the creation spoken of by the wise. The true dragon combat technique, a legacy of the Dragon Clan, had unexpectedly come into his possession. Even without direct involvement, the wise had indirectly granted him such a tremendous boon. The old Dragon King's form reverted to its original appearance. Now appearing frail and aged, with sunken eye sockets, I have aged. It hasn't been long, yet I am already diminished. The old Dragon King sighed, facing the 40 or so Demon Kings before him. Realizing he might be unable to turn back, I Jiang Dragon King, you have fallen to the point of burning your essence. Above the inner lake, snowflakes drifted down, and a terrifying chill cloaked the area in frost for miles. Ice Phoenix, the old Dragon King's eyes lit up with joy. Ice Phoenix, you have come. I knew you were dying, so I came to see you. Amidst the vast sky and endless snow, a beautiful figure gradually appeared. With ice-blue eyes and snow-white hair as fine as silver threads, a terrifying aura compelled the Demon Kings in turmoil to kneel instantly. This was the Demon King of the extreme north. The Ice Phoenix gazed at the old Dragon King with keen interest. Sun-devouring Lion King, clear spirit Sparrow Maiden, heavy-armored Tiger King, she recited the names of the Demon Kings who had instigated the turmoil. Totaling 42. Instantly, all 42 Demon Kings were struck with dread. In 3 breaths. Vanish. The Ice Phoenix exhaled lightly, and the chill in the world seemed to intensify threefold. Upon hearing her words, the Demon Kings immediately disappear from the inner lake Dragon Palace in the blink of an eye. The 6-tailed Demon King and others dared not even breathe as they looked at the Ice Phoenix. Sure Retien, absorbed in the true dragon combat technique within his sea of consciousness, remained oblivious to the events outside. The Dragon King smiled kindly at the Ice Phoenix. It seems the chill within you has eased. Have you obtained a boon? 1,000 years ago, the Ice Phoenix had sought the Dragon King's assistance. But her innate chill was too domineering, leaving even the Jiang Dragon King helpless. The Ice Phoenix smiled gently. By sheer luck, I received guidance from a wise one, allowing me to break free from my torment in 3 days. The Dragon King was astonished. Such a wise one must be at the 9th realm of guiding the heavens. If I were not but a shadow of my former self, I would truly wish to meet this wise one. The Ice Phoenix shook her head. That wise one is quite eccentric. He likely only meets those with whom he has a connection. Ice Phoenix, my daughter, could you look after 1 or 2 things for me? The Dragon King clasped his fists and bowed slightly. The generation of Dragon Kings, having enjoyed a millennium of glory, humbled himself for the sake of the Dragon Maiden. The Ice Phoenix was evidently taken aback by the Dragon King's humility. Her ruby lips parting slightly as she spoke in a melodious voice. Very well, I shall look after 1 or 2 things for you. But I have a better candidate. He would be able to care for the Dragon Maiden well. Nowhere in the world could harm come to her while under his protection. The Ice Phoenix's expression was serious, revealing no hint of jest. The Dragon King was taken aback. Who could possibly command such respect from the Ice Phoenix? Could it be the wise one who guided you? Indeed, it is he. The Dragon King nodded, pondering deeply. Ichigo, upon hearing this, weighed the implications in his heart. Was there truly anywhere safer than the boss's domain? The Dragon Maiden should be entrusted to the boss. Only he could provide her protection. With this thought in mind, Hugo immediately spoke up. "Your Highness, I too have an excellent candidate." Whoosh! The demon kings surrounding Hugo all looked at him with incredulity. The six-tailed demon king was exceedingly bold. Could it be that he was referring to a being whom even the ice phoenix regarded as a wise one? Was the individual he mentioned truly an unparalleled figure in the realm of creation? The Dragon King and Ice Phoenix both turned their gazes toward Hugo. The Ice Phoenix, curious, inquired, "Pray tell, who is this person that would prompt you to speak up?" "He is a member of the human race." "What?" The demon kings behind Hugo were filled with fury. To entrust the dragon maiden to a human. What if that human developed greedy intentions and harmed her? They knew all too well that the Dragon Clan was a treasure of heaven and earth to all races. Chapter 56. The boss is an unparalleled sage. This moment. Shi Riqian withdrew his consciousness. Having overheard the demon king's conversation and immediately stood up, he understood that the candidate who Gu spoke of was none other than the sage. He would not allow anyone to speak ill of his sage. Shirin Tian stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The person referred to by the six-tailed demon king was known to me. He would certainly harbor no ill intentions towards the dragon maiden, for he is an extraordinary master. Such a figure sustains himself on the elixir of immortality, and merely a bookshelf filled with tomes embodies unparalleled powers. The essence within the nine-tailed wood carving was awakened by this master. It was the Master-S words that summoned me here, and everything remains under his dominion. Shirin Tian proclaimed the Master-S valor in 5 consecutive statements, leaving all present demon kings utterly astounded. I end this grand era. Such immense power still exists. Bing Huang's face radiated with intrigue. She was determined to witness this remarkable human. Hugua also stepped forth, seeking to convince everyone present of the boss's reliability. For the Dragon Maiden's safety is assured only in the presence of the boss. Why breakthrough to the realm of Heaven-S guidance was guided by that great master. I even entrusted my own daughter to his care, my very own flesh and blood placed in the hands of a human. Hugua's words struck like a depth charge, stirring ripples of astonishment. Bing Huang's interest intensified. Who could this person be, and where might he reside? Shirin Tian and Hugua exchanged glances and spoke in unison. In the desolate land, within a wooden bookstore, resides the boss, Lin Shi. Upon hearing this, Bing Huang's expression transformed into one of fascination. Was this not the individual she had previously mentioned? It appeared that both the six-tailed demon king and this youthful sovereign were acquainted with the boss. Lin Shi. From the outset, they had all been discussing the same person. The Dragon King, upon hearing the name, displayed a look of confusion. Boss Lin Shi. Why have I never heard of this person? Could he be a recluse of exceptional prowess? The Dragon King turned to Bing Huang. Bing Huang, who exactly is this individual you speak of? Taking a deep breath, Bing Huang replied slowly, Boss Lin Shi. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The candidate spoken of by Her Highness Bing Huang was indeed this human named Lin Shi. She continued, Boss Lin Shi is a peerless master. A single painting from his store could effortlessly subdue me. One brush, crafted from the fur of a divine beast, is a true treasure. The crowd was astounded. A mere painting could easily overpower Her Highness Bing Huang. Surely it must be a divine artifact. A brush made from the fur of a divine beast is indeed a priceless treasure, with Bing Huang's own declaration. No one dared to question it. Only Shirin Tian and Hugua exchanged puzzled glances, unable to recall any brushes or paintings in the boss's store. Could it be that the boss is also an artist? Was that painting created by him? They pondered, eager to visit the store and uncover the truth. The Dragon King nodded with a sense of ease. Then, Bing Huang, please convey to the master that I require his assistance in caring for the Dragon Maiden. The Dragon King extended his hand, summoning the profound eyes from the Dragon Palace. Inside the eyes, a sleeping girl of 8 lay undisturbed. The Dragon King gently caressed her, then entrusted her to Bing Huang. After handing over the Dragon Maiden, the Dragon King's essence waned to a mere thread. A dense aura of death enveloped him, as if he were on the brink of passing from existence. The Dragon King removed 10 iridescent dragon scales from his back, These scales belonged to the Baijiang Dragon King, intricately connected to his very bones. Just one scale could drain the lifeblood of the Dragon clan. Bing Huang's brow furrowed. The Dragon King chuckled softly, placing the scales into Bing Huang's hands, his gaze never leaving the Dragon Maiden. This child suffers from a bloodline affliction. I hope that Master Lin Qi may find an opportunity to save her. Regardless of the outcome, these 10 scales shall be bestowed upon the Master as a token of gratitude. Chapter 57. The Dragon King's passing for 3,000 years, Long Hao, stood as a formidable ruler before all. Yet only in the presence of the Dragon Maiden could he reveal his paternal tenderness. Since the Dragon Maiden was 8 years old, she had been encased in ice for nearly a millennium. Long Hao harbored feelings of guilt. To have a daughter, yet deny her the chance to truly experience the world, was a heartbreaking reality. Bing Huang gazed at the Dragon King, ultimately sighing deeply as she accepted the iridescent scales. This was the Dragon King's final wish. I shall certainly inform the boss, she declared. Thank you, Bing Huang. The Dragon King's eyes drooped, his final thoughts still commanding his body. My daughter, today I pave the way for you. If your bloodline affliction can be healed, you shall become the strongest of this age. If not, at least you may glimpse the wonders of this world. With a mighty roar, the Dragon King unleashed a torrent of his blood, which surged through the profound ice and into the Dragon Maiden's being. Her vitality surged, and despite never having trained, she now bore 99 bone patterns. The blood of the Dragon clan is indeed a coveted treasure. All present watched in silence, aware that this was the sole act a father could perform for his daughter in his final moments. The Dragon King's horns emerged, radiating an endless brilliance that encapsulated all his life's teachings. A dragon pearl floated above his head, emanating waves of profound laws. This was the quintessence of 5,000 years of his existence. The boundless radiance and the dragon pearl all fused into the Dragon Maiden. Her form shimmered with a resplendent aura, as if she were an artifact forged from the finest glass. The world fell into a hushed reverie, save for a father, consumed with guilt, performing an extraordinary act. The Dragon King's vitality waned, and in his final moments, he devoted his entire life to his daughter. Please, Master, grant my daughter a new name. She requires a fresh start. Bing Huang, please express my gratitude to the boss on my behalf. As I long, shall pass, and cannot do so in person. The Dragon King smiled faintly, his body beginning to dissipate, transforming into ethereal light that drifted away. His eyes brimmed with longing. He wished to witness the growth of his daughter. Within the profound ice, the Dragon Maiden shed 2 streams of clear tears. Though her body was encased in ice, her consciousness remained intact throughout the millennia. She was aware of everything that transpired outside. Yet trapped in the ice, she could neither move nor speak. Witnessing her father's death was an unbearable torment for her. Bing Huang melted the profound ice, allowing the Dragon Maiden to emerge. The form of the 8-year-old child fell to the ground, her shimmering aura retreating into her. The Dragon Maiden rushed towards her father's luminous form, her tender hands embracing him tightly, wishing to merge him within her. Father! The Dragon Maiden's face was streaked with tears, each drop birthing countless spiritual herbs upon the ground. The last time she had seen her father was a millennium ago. Now, after such a long separation, it was under the sorrowful circumstance of his impending departure. The heavens were vast, and the world was steeped in melancholy. The Dragon King gazed kindly at the Dragon Maiden, yearning to reach out and stroke her head, only to find his hands had turned to light. Even a single touch was denied him. My daughter, do not worry. I shall inevitably pass. You must live well in my stead, the Dragon King consoled, but the Dragon Maiden's cries grew more sorrowful. Shur and Tian felt a pang of empathy. Had the Master been present, perhaps the Dragon King would not have to die. The assembly of Demon Kings looked upon the Dragon Maiden, unable to offer solace. The burden of pain was one she alone must bear. Moments later, the Dragon King completely vanished from the world. Exhausted from weeping, the Dragon Maiden was cradled by Bing Huang. Come now, you are the daughter of the Dragon clan. You must learn to stand on your own. The Dragon Maiden wiped her tears and gazed at Bing Huang. That I will not tarnish my father's name. We are to journey to the desolate land. Are we not? She had overheard her father's plans while encased in the ice. Since it was her father's directive, she must not let his efforts be in vain. Bing Huang nodded, gently stroking the dragon maiden's back. In the presence of that master, you possess the hope of survival. Do not let your father's sacrifices be wasted. Sure and Tian stepped forward, adopting a big brotherly demeanor to console the dragon maiden. I know the master. He is quite entertaining, and you will surely take a liking to him. Hugwa chimed in, as a daughter of the dragon clan, and still in your youth, once you arrive at the master's side, no one shall dare to harm you. The dragon maiden nodded, holding Bing Huang tightly. Bing Huang soared into the air, heading towards the desolate land. Hugwa, accompanied by Shi and Tian, returned to their clan to bring Xian Yuan to meet the boss in the desolate land. Within the bookstore, Lin Shi stood with a shovel in hand, digging a pit in the empty ground to the left of the bookstore entrance, beside a bowl of pine nuts soaked overnight. Curiously, something bulged at his waist, the contents unknown. Lin Shi retrieved the pine nuts, planting them in the pit, then covered them with soil and watered them. After completing this task, Lin Shi gazed skyward, murmuring, "Today, as weather feels quite peculiar. One moment there's a rainbow, the next it turns cold. Were it not for the absence of any human presence, I might suspect it was the work of some martial artist." He then retrieved the ice mother stone from his waist, beginning to contemplate its potential. This ice blue stone had revealed to Lin Shi an extraordinary utility. It is precisely this stone that, when carried upon one's person, proves far less conducive to generating heat. Lin Shi repeatedly toyed with the ice mother stone, murmuring to himself, "This object cannot possibly be a spirit stone. How could it exhibit such remarkable properties?" Lin Shi found himself perplexed. The phenomena of this otherworldly realm often transcended his understanding. Could it be that the stones of this realm possess a fragrance far superior to those of Earth? This particular stone seems to possess a unique function. Lin Shi remained utterly baffled, merely content to carry it with him to stave off the heat, should the ice phoenix catch sight of it. She would likely be left agape in astonishment, a fist-sized ice mother stone, being utilized by the proprietor to combat the heat. Surely, this is an extravagant display. Lin Shi shook his head in disbelief as he secured the stone back to his waist and made his way into the bookstore. On the wooden table lay a tome entitled Resolution of All Medical Quandaries. The days devoid of customers were dreadfully dull, prompting Lin Shi to delve into medical literature, in pursuit of martial prowess. He sought to augment his knowledge and confront the afflictions that plagued him. Outside the bookstore, the ice phoenix descended with the dragon maiden at the entrance. The dragon maiden cast her curious gaze upon the establishment, for it was to be her future home. When you meet the proprietor, remember to tread carefully. Do not offend him. With a deep breath, the ice phoenix retrieved the book and gently knocked on the door. The resounding knock echoed rhythmically within the bookstore that a visitor has arrived. Just as Lin Shi picked up the book, he set it down again. The book could wait. Guests must be attended to without delay. Hastily, Lin Shi opened the door to reveal the young lady from 3 days prior, now accompanied by a small girl. Icelinger, you've returned from your journey. This little girl must be the child of your friend, Lin Shi remarked, noting that Icelinger appeared to be merely in her early 20s. How could she possibly have such an older daughter? This must surely belong to her friend. Chapter 58. Consider me your brother indeed. The dragon maiden greeted the proprietor. She remained silent, biting her lip as she gazed at Lin Shi, tears welling in her eyes. Her expression harbored complex emotions, deeper than mere resentment, yet not quite hatred. Observing this, the ice phoenix hastened to explain, fearing Lin Shi's displeasure. This child's father has just passed away. He entrusted her to me just before his demise. The revelation struck Lin Shi with a pang of empathy. How could such a young girl have lost her father? He reached out to embrace the child, only to be rebuffed by the dragon maiden, whose emotions surged forth. Everyone claims you are formidable, that you can accomplish anything. Why then did you not save my father? The dragon maiden's hand struck against Lin Shi's in a fervent outburst, her pent-up emotions spilling forth at last. Lin Shi stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the dragon maiden. Though many extolled his prowess, he was merely a bookseller, with few customers and limited reach. With a bittersweet expression, he began to speak that I am unable to venture forth. I cannot meet your father or anyone else. I must await your return. Lin Shi, unable to bear the sight of the girl's tears, revealed his own circumstances. The Ice Phoenix looked on in shock. Is it true that the proprietor has reasons for remaining here? Is it because of the sealed dragon of this desolate land? The realization struck her with profound astonishment. It must be so. The seal of the desolate land had endured countless years of erosion, surely rendering it fragile. The proprietor, aware of this, sacrificed his own freedom to maintain peace in the world. The Ice Phoenix gently silenced the Dragon Maiden. No, the proprietor has his own burdens to bear. The Dragon Maiden refrained from causing a scene, though she harbored a wealth of grievances. The Ice Phoenix turned to Lin Shi and recounted the Dragon King's request. The child's father asked that she be entrusted to your care. He deeply regrets that his frail form could not allow him to meet you in person. Lin Shi's heart trembled. Though they had never met, he had been entrusted with the care of this child. What an immense display of trust. The Ice Phoenix then produced 10 dragon scales, presenting them to Lin Shi. These are a token of gratitude from her father for your care. The scales shimmered with a lustrous sheen, appearing decidedly extraordinary. They resembled the enchanted artifacts described in novels. However, this time, Lin Shi suppressed his desire for them. I cannot accept this. I will care for the child well. Let this be for her, he declared, turning to fetch an array of food from the bookstore. Cola, fried chicken, cucumbers, watermelons, and sauté beef jerky were all laid out upon the table. Instantly, the wooden cabin was filled with an alluring aroma that tantalized the senses. The Ice Phoenix's eyes widened in astonishment. These were the legendary 7 treasures of innate spirit. True source immortal fruits, the elixir of immortality, and a mysterious black liquid alongside the fried chicken and jerky. Heaven knew what those were. Yet, through sheer intuition, she sensed their extraordinary nature. Lin Shi embraced the Dragon Maiden, gesturing to the feast before them. Take whatever you wish. Consider me your brother from now on. Lin Shi offered solace to the Dragon Maiden, understanding her need for a pillar of support in this tumultuous time. A little girl could hardly bear the weight of such loss alone. The Ice Phoenix regarded Lin Shi with envy. Surely, the Dragon Maiden would be safe under his care. He had taken her in as his own, even offering her the elixir of immortality without reservation. The Dragon Maiden seized a bottle of cola. Having not eaten in a millennium, her body encased in the chill of profound ice, curiosity piqued. She slowly opened the bottle and took a sip. Chapter 59. You shall be called Yin. Angelic Yin. The effervescent cola flowed gently over her tongue, cascading into her being. Instantly, it transformed into pure spirit energy, permeating her limbs and bones. The Dragon Maiden's eyes widened in astonishment, not merely at the purity of the energy, but because she felt the gradual thawing of her frozen bloodline affliction, alleviated ever so slightly by the dark liquid. Though this relief was minuscule, perhaps not even a millionth, it was still a reprieve. Having consumed only a single sip, she realized that with long-term consumption of this black liquid, she could potentially suppress the freezing of her bloodline. Moreover, the unique flavor of the dark liquid, sweet and wild as the untamed beasts of the demon realm, was invigorating. The Dragon Maiden looked up, her eyes shining like stars. What is this black liquid? This is a beverage called cola. I have plenty more if you enjoy it, Lin Shi joyfully explained. Indeed, cola was a delightful drink. Even this little girl had succumbed to its charm. Her happiness was paramount. Having just lost her father, she needed this moment of joy. Beverage? Cola. The Dragon Maiden was bewildered. She had never encountered such a thing before. However, it was undeniably a treasure that could alleviate her affliction. She slipped from Lin Shi's embrace and seated herself at the table, sipping the cola. The Ice Phoenix observed silently. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of divine substance was this cola? Even with her millennia of experience, she had never encountered anything like it. Could it be the fabled elixir of immortality long lost to history? The Ice Phoenix swallowed hard, as if she could scent the cola's fragrant allure. Lin Shi noticed her subtle gestures and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Cola was indeed immensely popular, cherished wherever it appeared, even captivating the beauty that was Ice Linga. With a gentlemanly flourish, Lin Shi uncapped a bottle of cola and presented it to Iceling. A drink for the esteemed guest. The Ice Phoenix gazed at the cola in astonishment, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Embarrassment washed over her. How had the proprietor discerned her moment of weakness? Yet, she marveled at his attentiveness that in her heart, her affection for Lin Chi swelled to their level of existence. Appearances held little sway. They valued character and charisma far more. The proprietor was indeed remarkable. Regaining her composure, the ice phoenix took a sip of the cola, savoring its allure. The unique taste, with its subtle yet vibrant sweetness, infused her with a sense of clarity. It felt as though fireworks were blooming in her mind. This cola was pure bliss. Lin Chi chuckled softly, his heart swelling with joy. Share a piece of his homeland with those from another realm was a source of great fulfillment. The Dragon Maiden, clutching her cola, took another hearty sip, her gaze shifting to the other delicacies laid out before her. Chicken. What is this golden chicken, coated in some delightful substance? It looks utterly delectable. This is fried chicken. And it is simply divine, Lin Chi replied with a smile. With her tender little hands, the Dragon Maiden eagerly grasped the fried chicken leg, disregarding the oil that glistened upon it, and took a hearty bite. The crisp sound resonated in her mouth, unleashing a symphony of savory aromas. Oil and meat intertwined, igniting a peculiar vigor that coursed through her being, fortifying her physical form. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Her corporeal being had already been nourished by the dragon blood of the Baijiang Dragon King, rendering her immensely powerful. Her surprise, this morsel of fried chicken could enhance her strength, and above all, it was simply delectable. Observing the Dragon Maiden's rapturous expression, Lin Chi inquired, "What is your name?" The Dragon Maiden hesitated, placing the fried chicken down, and sorrowfully seated herself at the table. That moment, the Ice Phoenix interjected. "She has no name. Her father requested you, the owner, to bestow one upon her." Lin Chi, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, rubbed his nose awkwardly. Having finally managed to cheer up this little girl, he found himself inadvertently causing her distress once more. Gently, he lifted the Dragon Maiden again, caressing her porcelain-like face. "Shall I give you a name, if that pleases you?" The Dragon Maiden blinked her large eyes at Lin Chi with curiosity. Her father had said that she should receive a name from the owner, marking the beginning of a new life. She wondered if this new name would be unpleasant, having heard that boys often lack creativity in naming. The Ice Phoenix, too, set down her beverage, eagerly anticipating Lin Chi's choice. Gazing at the cherubic girl before him, Lin Chi was suddenly reminded of a character from an anime back on Earth. "How about Yin? It means like an angel." The Ice Phoenix repeated the name several times. Finding it quite agreeable, the Dragon Maiden broke into a radiant smile, clearly delighted with her new name. "Very well. I shall henceforth be called Long Yin." She turned her gaze toward the window, beaming at the sky. "Father, do you see? I have a new name now. A new life is about to begin. Do not worry about me, for I shall explore this world." Lin Chi affectionately patted Long Yan's head, knowing she was likely gazing at her father in the heavens. "He will see it all. From now on, you may call me brother. Yes, brother," Long Yan responded, revealing her pristine white teeth in a sunny smile. Lin Chi felt a stirring in his heart. He had lived alone for so long. Now, was this unexpected bond of kinship finally within his grasp? With a gentle smile, he vowed, "I will always protect you, Yinner, and ensure that no one dares to harm you. You need not fear, for I shall be by your side." Lin Chi spoke this with a blend of humor and seriousness, vowing to safeguard this rare and precious connection. The Ice Phoenix nodded, sensing that Long Yin was indeed best suited to be with the owner. She placed 10 dragon scales upon the table and began to speak earnestly. "Owner, I must tell you something important." "What is it?" "Yinner suffers from a terminal illness. Her father has been striving to control it, but we do not know how much longer he can endure. Is there any way you could help?" This was the crux of the matter. If Yinner's bloodline gradually froze and went untreated, she would ultimately succumb to bloodline instability, leading to her entire body being eternally encased in ice. Long Yin gazed at Lin Chi with wide eyes, knowing that even a bottle of soda could alleviate the symptoms of her ailment. Lin Chi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this devastating news. It struck him like a thunderbolt. "What?" "Yinner has a terminal illness." "What kind of illness?" His complexion paled, as if the heavens themselves were conspiring against him. Just as he had gained a sister, the only familial bond he had experienced in 2 lifetimes, Was it truly destined for destruction? Bloodline freezing, a transformation within her very essence, leading to a complete loss of vitality and an eternal freeze. Bloodline transformation? Lin Chi swiftly processed this notion. In ancient times, people referred to their blood as their bloodline, but a transformation of the bloodline implied a significant issue with her very essence. Leukemia. Lin Chi's pupils dilated in disbelief. Could it truly be such a dire affliction? Chapter 60. Tai Bai's 7 Immortals Soup. Lin Chi had previously encountered a treatment for leukemia in the Compendium of Rare Maladies. Tai Bai 7 Immortals Soup. This remedy could cure leukemia. He must swiftly gather the necessary ingredients. Long Yin reached out her small hand, gently shaking Lin Chi. Brother, do you have a solution? Do not worry. Brother will find a way to save you. It will just take some time. Lin Chi caressed Yin'er, unable to bear the thought of this little angel enduring so much suffering. How could such a cherubic being be afflicted with a terminal illness at such a tender age? While also losing family, he vowed to protect this angel at all costs. The Ice Phoenix looked on in astonishment. Having held little hope, she had not anticipated that the owner would indeed possess a method to treat the bloodline freezing condition. This was a terminal illness among the dragon clan, one that had claimed the lives of countless dragons. The Ice Phoenix was utterly astounded. What era did this owner hail from? Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Long Yan's eyes sparkled with hope. There was a chance for her survival. Lin Chi picked up the book on the table and located the section on leukemia. Tai Bai's 7 Immortals Soup primarily required ingredients such as red-haired 7, 2-colored blood supplement grass, hairy 7, lion 7, palm ginseng, red chi, and deer antler grass, among others. Over 20 types in total. These traditional Chinese medicines were indeed quite precious on Earth. Lin Chi showed some images from the book to the Ice Phoenix. Have you seen these items before? The Ice Phoenix scrutinized the images, realizing that most of them were nearly extinct immortal medicines. These were not just any immortal medicines. They belonged to the highest echelon. For instance, the palm ginseng had only appeared thousands of years ago. No, these have all but vanished, she replied, causing Long Yan's expression to dim with despair. Lin Chi embraced Long Yan, soothing her to Yin'er. I have a plan. I will find these items. The Ice Phoenix sighed internally, recognizing that the ingredients necessary to treat the bloodline freezing condition were indeed exceedingly rare. Only someone as formidable as the owner could possess such knowledge. For anyone else, it would be utterly hopeless to attempt to gather these immortal medicines. Lin Chi set the book aside and carefully collected the scales, handing them to Long Yin. Yin'er, these belong to your father. You must keep them safe. Long Yin gazed at the 10 dragon scales in her hands, and the weight of her father's love surged within her. Her father had sacrificed everything for her. Lin Chi quietly remained by Yin'er's side. The Ice Phoenix observed as Long Yin finally found solace, returning the book and bidding farewell to Lin Chi before leaving the bookstore. In the land of the 6 tails. Hugu returned to his clan with Shi Ri Tian. Hugu immediately sought to recuperate. He had sustained grave injuries during the battle, nearly losing his life. Thankfully, the owner's wooden sculpture and the Ice Phoenix's discreet assistance had saved him. Otherwise, all the demon kings allied with the Dragon King would have perished. Shi Ri Tian, meanwhile, found himself in the lakeside pavilion, delving into the true dragon combat technique. This technique encompassed the entirety of the Baijiang Dragon King's lifelong teachings. Shi Ri Tian realized that the help spoken of by the masters was, in fact, a miraculous transformation. This was the true dragon combat technique amidst the strife of countless races. The Dragon King had entrusted it to him. As the sun gradually descended, a dark veil enveloped the world. Deep within the eastern demon domain lay a vast basin, covered by a formidable array. The demon kings who had been repelled by the Ice Phoenix had gathered here. Chapter 61. The man at the pinnacle, the Sun-Eater Lion King, the clear spirit Sparrow Maiden, and the armored Tiger King. Over 40 demon kings stood together, their blood still congealed from battle, convening for a demon king council. After enduring fierce conflict, the air was thick with an aura of bloodlust. Every demon king bore a grim expression. Had the Ice Phoenix not appeared unexpectedly, the corpse of the Baijiang Dragon King would have long been divided among them. Their spirits were not yet extinguished. The Sun-Eater Lion King stepped forward, a fierce glint in his eyes. Though the Baijiang Dragon King has perished, the Dragon Maiden still lives, that we can consume her and still gain the benefits of the dragon bloodline. His metallic voice echoed through the basin, igniting the ambitions of all the demon kings. The unripe dragon race posed no threat. Capturing the young dragon would be as easy as taking candy from a child. They could target the Dragon Maiden. Yet if the extreme North Demon King were to claim her, they would have no chance to know. It is not certain. The Ice Phoenix may allow others to take her. The Clear Spirit Sparrow Maiden interjected, her instincts telling her that the Dragon Maiden was not under the Ice Phoenix's care. The Iron Dome Rhinoceros King emerged, a gaping wound in his chest, nearly piercing his heart. Inflicted by the Dragon King's single strike, the eyes of the Rhinoceros King were filled with a chilling disdain as he was being overwhelmed by a young human, who had also narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Dragon King. This left him exceedingly displeased. That I believe we should seek out that human boy. He must possess some valuable information. The Demon Kings present nodded in agreement for the power activated by that human youth. The nine-tailed spirit was undeniably formidable. Just a single divine ability had transformed him into a paragon of perfection. Moreover, the human boy had claimed that this awakening was orchestrated by the proprietor of a bookstore. One could only imagine the strength of such a bookstore owner. The Sun-Eater Lion King wore a grave expression, realizing the necessity of understanding such an unpredictable variable. The Sparrow Maiden dispatched someone to investigate the identity of the bookstore owner. Rhinoceros King, you should send someone to lie in wait in the land of the Six Tails for that human. He is brought here by the Six Tails. The Sun-Eater Lion King spoke with great seriousness, initiating a new round of plans. Regardless of the outcome, they had to obtain the Dragon Maiden. All of their powers had been stagnant for far too long. Only the bloodline power of the Dragon Clan could facilitate their advancement. After obtaining the agreement of the Rhinoceros King and the Sparrow Maiden, he promptly communicated with his clan to send out operatives in the land of the Six Tails, at the pavilion in the lake. Shiishin was enveloped in a golden radiance, intricate dragon patterns flickering in and out of visibility. His consciousness slowly withdrew from the true dragon battle technique, and a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. The true dragon battle technique was extraordinarily potent, requiring vast amounts of mental energy to comprehend, making it regrettable that he could not linger on it longer as Shiishin harnessed his power. He assessed his own strength, bone patterns. Now at 41, he had successfully elevated his bone patterns twice consecutively, equating to an increase of 2,000 gene in strength. Rising to his feet, he gazed toward the desolate land with a heart full of gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. Shiishin understood that his mastery of the true dragon battle technique and all the opportunities he had encountered were meticulously orchestrated by a powerful individual. First, recognizing the turmoil in his heart, he had guided him to the Six Tails Demon King, allowing him to partake in this battle. By obtaining the true dragon battle technique, he had thoroughly mastered the Supreme 8 techniques, and most importantly, he had clarified the path ahead of him. Since encountering the esteemed one, he had continuously basked in their benevolence. Outside the pavilion in the lake, Hugua descended slowly with Shienner. Hugua's aura appeared somewhat diminished. His injuries rather severe. He handed Shienner to Shiishin. Little brother, you have accomplished your mission. Take Shienner back to meet the proprietor. All right. Shiishin cradled Shienner, not daring to neglect her, for the esteemed one held great affection for the princess. After entrusting Shienner to Shiishin, Hugua departed to recuperate. Shienner nestled her tiny paws on Shiishin's shoulder. Little stone, hurry and take me back. I want to return to the proprietor. She longed for the comfortable life beside Lin Chi. Shiishin nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation as they left the land of the Six Tails. Embarking toward the desolate land, as they traversed through a dense forest, they were confronted by an Iron Dome rhinoceros, a formidable demon at the bridge of 9 realms. The Rhinoceros King loathed Shiishin intensely, sending such a potent subordinate to intercept him. Taizhan, come on the orders of the king to stop you. Human brat, tell me, where is the Dragon Maiden? Tieshan's aura locked onto Shiishin and Shienner, an oppressive force descending upon them like the heavens. Taizhan, dismissive of their plight, merely aimed to fulfill the task assigned by the Rhinoceros King. The presence of 2 bone pattern realm weaklings failed to pique his interest. Shiishin, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, braced against the pressure of the bridge while maintaining a smile. The Dragon Maiden is in the desolate land. Within the wooden bookstore, T understood that the search for the Dragon Maiden's whereabouts was likely a futile endeavor for those demon kings. Alas, the Dragon Maiden had already found refuge with the esteemed one. The safest place in the world. Since they desired information, he would oblige, allowing them to witness the power of the esteemed one. Shiishin chuckled inwardly, anticipating the plight of these demon kings. Upon receiving the news, Taizhan promptly related to the Rhinoceros King, his mood lifting. Human, seeing as you are so compliant, I shall grant you a swift death. Tieshan's arms transformed into colossal appendages, the strength of a single punch capable of obliterating hills. Shinner flared up in Shiishin's embrace. Little Stone, you must act quickly. She did not wish to perish. She had yet to become a nine-tailed celestial fox, and there were still countless elixirs of immortality she had yet to consume. Shiishin chuckled lightly, unleashing the sword energy infused within him by Wyazi. A terrifying wave of sword energy erupted from Shiishin's body, intertwining in the heavens, radiating the essence of steel and valor, as if an army were conquering millions. This was the general sword energy from the myriad heart sword. Wyazi had once claimed that this sword energy could cleave through all beneath the 100 apertures. Do you think you are worthy of my death? Behind me stands the proprietor, the man atop the world who would not wish for my demise. Who could possibly kill me? Shiishin's laughter echoed, filled with disdain. After this battle, he had cultivated a sense of supreme confidence. Mere bridge-level beings could not sway him. Commanding the sword energy, the oppressive force of the bridge dissipated like smoke in the wind. Tieshan's hair stood on end, utterly unprepared for the contrast. Why did this human possess such formidable sword energy? Damn it! If you kill me, the Rhinoceros King will come for you. The Rhinoceros King? Shiishin laughed. The very Rhinoceros King you rely upon was recently subdued by me. Chapter 62. This brother is too strong. Tieshan's eyes widened in disbelief. The greatest king of the Iron Dome Rhinoceros clan was bested by a mere human youth. Shiishin shook his head, knowing Taizhan would not believe him. You cannot fathom the terror of the man behind me. Shiishin grew weary of words, hastening to eliminate Taizhan and seek out the esteemed one. The swirling sword energy surged forth, radiating an icy aura that sealed off all surrounding space. Taizhan, there is no escape. Taizhan roared in fury, unleashing his demonic techniques in a desperate attempt to survive. He could not fathom that he would truly perish beneath a single stroke of sword energy. Resistance was commendable, yet futile. Shiishin remained indifferent as he directed his index finger, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Tieshan's array of demonic techniques crumbled like paper, and he fell lifelessly. Upon his death, his true form manifested. A 3-meter-long body imbued with powerful contours. Shinner blinked at Tieshan's corpse, letting out a sigh. Why must we attract such trouble? One must know that those near the esteemed one are anything but ordinary. Shiishin contemplated Tieshan's remains. They would be taken back to the esteemed one as a meal, hoping he would not be displeased. His thoughts were solely focused on how to repay Lin Qi. Wholeheartedly considering the esteemed one's interests in the Eastern Demon Domain, at a clandestine meeting of Demon Kings, the Rhinoceros King's expression was grave as he sensed Tieshan's demise. Damn it, I was careless. The existence behind this human has granted him a means of survival. The Sun-Eater Lion King, noticing the change in the Rhinoceros King's demeanor, inquired immediately, Rhinoceros King, what is the situation? My subordinate has perished, and that proprietor has left a safeguard. However, we can now ascertain that the Dragon Maiden is with that bookstore owner. The news from the Rhinoceros King stirred the Demon Kings that a human youth capable of slaying your subordinate must have been aided by the bookstore owner. Damn it, why does this bookstore owner continually oppose us? The Sun-Eater Lion King's expression darkened considerably. This bookstore owner must not be underestimated. We must ascertain his true strength. Qingling Sparrow Maiden, what is the situation on your end? The Lion King's gaze fell upon the Sparrow Maiden, who, adorned in a green skirt, exuded an aura of gentleness. My subordinates have infiltrated the vicinity of that wooden bookstore. We must observe further. The Sparrow Maiden waved her hand, and a luminous projection materialized before the Demon Kings. It depicted an unremarkable wooden house, devoid of any peculiarities. Inside the house, Lin Shi was accompanying Yenner. Yenner held the 10 dragon scales, reminiscing about the Dragon King of the Bai River. To Yenner, how about I craft a necklace from these scales for you? You can wear it and feel as if your father is still by your side. Lin Shi gazed at Yenner, wishing to transform her father's final gift into a cherished item for this little angel. Yenner's eyes sparkled with inspiration, finding the idea splendid. Yes, brother, I want the necklace. Upon completion, 2 small hands presented the dragon scales to Lin Shi. He accepted them and immediately set to work crafting them into a necklace for Yenner. Lin Shi procured fine string, a small wooden awl, and a hammer, and skillfully opened a small aperture in the dragon scales. Yenner watched in astonishment, despite having only just embarked on the martial path. Yet, before his father passed away, he had imparted all his knowledge to him. These dragon scales were exceedingly formidable. In terms of hardness alone, even the mightiest of the first and second realms could not mar the scales in the slightest. To his surprise, his brother managed to pierce them with a mere wooden awl and hammer. His brother was truly exceptional. Chapter 63. The 4 renowned generals. Lin Shi was wholly absorbed in crafting the scale necklace for Yenner. 10 scales, each barely the size of half a palm, swiftly transformed into an exquisite necklace. Satisfied, Lin Shi gazed upon the creation. He marveled at his own handiwork, estimating it could fetch $30 back on Earth. Upon closer inspection, however, he felt the necklace lacked a certain something. Adding a character would imbue the necklace with his brotherly sentiment. Lin Shi promptly retrieved a brush, dipped it in ink, and inscribed the character H upon the dragon scales. Yenner, witnessing Lin Shi's actions, was engulfed in shock. The character graced the dragon scales. It seemed to encapsulate the highest principles, channeling the power of all 10 dragon scales into a protective treasure. The strength of this necklace left Long Yen astounded. In mere moments, Lin Shi had crafted a necklace rivaling a treasure of the first realm. Such speed was astonishing. Long Yen was left speechless, understanding now why the Ice Phoenix referred to Lin Shi as a master. Lin Shi raised the necklace before Yenner, noticing the expression on Long Yen's face and mistakenly assuming it was a reaction to the unsightliness of his writing, causing him to feel embarrassed. Yenner, this necklace shall serve as your talisman. However, my writing is rather poor, so please do not disdain it. Long Yen's porcelain-like cheeks twitched. The character H was suffused with profound principles, exuding a resounding aura that made one feel as if immersed in an ocean. Lin Shi modestly remarked that his writing was subpar, clearly dissatisfied that if such a character, deemed unsatisfactory, could carry such a resonance. What might a satisfactory character achieve? Long Yen took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and accepted the necklace, adorning it around his neck. It's all right, brother. I truly like it. As the necklace settled against his neck. The character H enveloped Long Yen. Lin Shi smiled warmly, picking up a watering can and looking at Long Yen. Shall we water the trees? Feeling the kindness in Lin Shi's gaze, Long Yen experienced a gentle warmth within him, a long-lost comfort. With a slight smile, he followed along. The two exited the house and approached the pines beside the wooden door. Far in the eastern demon domain, the Demon Kings finally laid eyes upon Lin Shi. The Sun-Eater Lion King and others gazed intently at the figure of Lin Shi within the luminous screen. This was the human master who had taken charge of the Dragon Maiden. Just how powerful was he? The soil beside the pines still bore fresh marks of being turned, and the pine cones had already sprouted tender shoots that, in just a few days, the pine cones had begun to germinate. Their tender green shoots embodying boundless vitality. Yenner, here, this is for you, Lin Shi said, handing the watering can to Yenner. Yenner took the can and began to water generously. The droplets clung to the delicate shoots, accentuating their vitality. Countless invisible spiritual essences surged towards the tender shoots, causing a profound transformation in their essence. A hazy green light began to emanate from within the shoots that on the other side of the luminous screen. The Demon Kings grew solemn, spirit bestowal. It was the act of endowing the ordinary with spirituality, opening the path to the extraordinary. Merely using a pot of water to achieve such a state was no small feat. It certainly indicated a presence at least at the level of the fifth realm. This bookstore owner was no ordinary figure. We require formidable external assistance. The Sun-Eater Lion King spoke gravely, beginning to contemplate how to deal with Lin Shi. I can summon Yu Sheng from the Eternal Life Palace to aid us. I believe the allure of the Dragon Clan's daughter will be sufficient to entice him, spoke the melodious voice of the clear spirit Sparrow Maiden. Resonating in the ears of the demon lords, the Eternal Life Palace, a force of considerable stature within the 18 states of Shanyan, was home to the renowned 4 generals of the Fourth Realm. It was said that Yu Sheng possessed a pair of mystical eyes capable of piercing through a person's essence and gazing directly at the principles of existence. With these eyes, Yu Sheng had triumphed over countless formidable foes, including many of the Fifth Realm. With Yu Sheng's support, the Dragon Maiden would undoubtedly be secured. What does it matter if the bookstore holds power? They would likely flee in defeat. Clear Spirit Sparrow Maiden. Hasten to summon Yu Sheng. We shall descend upon the desolate lands together and witness how he protects the Dragon Maiden. The Sun-Eater Lion King was eager to act, unable to contain his impatience. The Clear Spirit Sparrow Maiden nodded, employing a special method to relay the message to Yu Sheng in the capital of Qingzhou, the very heart of the region. Countless prominent families and sects thrived. The Eternal Life Palace, with its grand palatial architecture atop a soaring peak, reached into the clouds, blessed with an unparalleled location that easily absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. The palace rested atop an immense formation, gradually gathering spiritual energy. Ethereal mists enveloped the palace, resembling a realm of immortals. The palace was divided into upper and lower courts, with the upper court pursuing longevity and the lower court seeking immortality. Within a secluded palace in the upper court, a man suddenly opened his eyes. This was Yu Sheng. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was enveloped in golden light, each ray resembling a potent elixir. Dressed in a purple golden robe, an air of arrogance emanated from his brow. The Dragon Clan's daughter, Yu Sheng murmured, and in the next instant, the void was rent open as he stepped through to the eastern demon domain. The demon kings awaited Yu Sheng's arrival. The fabric of reality trembled as a rift appeared, and Yu Sheng emerged. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire basin, and his indifferent gaze swept across the assembly. Some of the lower-ranked demon kings could hardly withstand the force of his presence. The Sun-Eater Lion King furrowed his brow as the overwhelming aura of the Third Realm surged forth. Yu Sheng, we are allies in this endeavor. What do you mean by this? The Sun-Eater Lion King's expression was one of dissatisfaction, as Yu Sheng seemed intent on asserting dominance from the outset. Yu Sheng chuckled lightly, retracting his aura, unwilling to waste time, and promptly cut to the chase. Where is the Dragon Clan's daughter? I shall proceed at once. What was the Fifth Realm to him? I, Yu Sheng, have slain numerous foes of that caliber, Yu Sheng declared boldly, golden light surging around him. This golden radiance was the essence of the Eternal Life Palace's golden undying scripture. Within this light resided an immense vitality. His eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance, as if in that moment, all illusions of the world were laid bare before his gaze. Before my eyes, all of his techniques are futile. Yu Sheng remained as proud as ever. After all, he was one of the 4 renowned generals of the Eternal Life Palace. This was no empty title. It was a status forged from the lives of countless adversaries. The Clear Spirit Sparrow Maiden gracefully approached, a charming smile gracing her lips as she placed a delicate hand upon his shoulder. Since you are a renowned general, we shall accompany you to the desolate lands. Yu Sheng nodded, waving his hand to tear open the fabric of reality. Heading toward the desolate lands that a being of the Fifth Realm would not stoop to collaborating with the demon race. The Sun-Eater Lion King scoffed. Do you truly believe this human master is so easily dealt with? The reputation of a general is but a hollow facade. After speaking, he and the other demons followed suit toward the desolate lands. Chapter 64. Jade Green Lin Shi, who watched Yin Air watering the plants, was savoring the pleasures of life. Having someone accompany him truly added vibrancy to his existence. Yin Air, the vegetables I planted in the backyard will provide us sustenance throughout the winter. Yin Air displayed a playful expression, amused that her brother, of all people, would engage in gardening. Brother, I want to see the vegetables you've grown. Very well, I shall take you to see them. Lin Shi took Yin Air's hand, leading her to the backyard. In the 20 square meter plot, the sown cabbage seeds had all grown splendidly. The cabbages gleamed a vibrant green, their translucent surfaces shimmering with radiance. Long Yin surveyed this verdant patch. His mind became chaotic. Shiruo, this was an ancient, divine substance. Shiruo. His brother possessed such an abundance of it in the backyard, far exceeding many prominent sections. The vegetables produced here were undoubtedly divine herbs. Jade green. Jade green, which thrived upon the veins of jade, could turn an entire lake into a spiritual oasis with just a single leaf. Indeed, his brother's claims about the vegetables were no exaggeration. Long Yin murmured to herself. These treasures are indeed exceedingly rare. Lin Shi, brimming with pride, gestured towards the myriad of cabbages before him. Yinner, behold the bountiful cabbages cultivated by your elder brother. In the future, I shall grow the vegetables you love. He added, I assure you, my culinary skills are exceptional. I will guarantee that you will savor every bite. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled as he began to envision a future with Yinner. Long Yin nodded, internally critiquing the situation. This was not merely the elixir of immortality. It had been nurtured with the essence of the earth itself. Even a fool would recognize its allure. Nevertheless, Long Yin felt deeply moved by Lin Shi's familial affection, a warmth that transcended the millennia of icebound solitude. Lin Shi, gazing at Long Yin, silently vowed, I will surely cure Yinner's leukemia. I must gather the ingredients for the Tai Bai 7 Immortals soup. Resolutely, he decided to enlist the help of patrons, as he could not venture beyond the confines set by the system. Other areas would have to be scouted by guests. Brother, I wish to explore the vicinity alone, Long Yin expressed to Lin Shi. This was to be her home, and she wanted to familiarize herself with the surroundings as well as with her human brother. Very well, but do not wander too far, Lin Shi replied, reassured by her desire to acclimate to her new environment, especially since no wild beasts roamed nearby. His bookstore stood as a sanctuary, untouched by any creature. He believed this phenomenon was a consequence of the system, which must have been concerned about his safety during slumber, thus designating this area as a safe zone. After receiving Lin Shi's permission, Long Yin stepped out of the wooden bookstore. Surrounding the store were thickets and woods, with a winding path leading into the unknown. This path had been carved out by Lin Shi for the convenience of visitors. As Long Yin surveyed her surroundings, her expression suddenly shifted to one of gravity. A tremor resonated through the void. Indeed, a rift had been torn in the fabric of reality, and Yu Sheng emerged from within. Long Yan's face paled. This human was no less formidable than her father. With keen interest, Yu Sheng regarded Long Yin as he descended gracefully. Are you the daughter of the Dragon clan? Your bloodline is remarkably pure, he remarked, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Chapter 65. Almost blinded by a glance, the strength of this dragon maiden's bloodline far exceeded the ordinary. Should he obtain her dragon blood, his physical form would grow even more formidable. Nurturing his eyes with dragon blood would undoubtedly elevate him further. Long Yin, feeling the tension, took a few cautious steps back, with the wooden house not far behind her. Who are you? What do you desire? She demanded. Yu Sheng chuckled, amused by her naivety. Fear not. I merely wish to invite you to return home with me. With a swift motion, he conjured a golden light imbued with tremendous power, which surged from the heavens towards Long Yin. The dragon maiden gasped, instinctively shutting her eyes. In that instant, the protective emblem on her necklace erupted with a radiant brilliance. A protective barrier, formed by the essence of 10 dragon scales, enveloped Long Yin, rendering her impervious. A deafening crash resounded as the forces of their respective realms collided. The barrier surrounding Long Yin remained unperturbed. Not even a ripple disturbed its surface. Yu Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment at the celestial treasure. He mused. The brilliance of his golden eyes ignited as he activated his spiritual vision. That Yu Sheng was an extraordinary seer. In this world, there are 3 types of anomalies: those with exceptional bodies, those with unique souls, and those with extraordinary sight. The physically unique possess innate spiritual forms. The soul-altered have undergone transformations, and the sighted possess eyes that transcend the ordinary. The first is known as the blessed of heaven. Shi Ritian is a physically unique individual, while Yu Sheng belongs to the blessed of heaven, is possessing the power to pierce through illusions. Yu Sheng's eyes transformed into luminous orbs, filled with the mysteries of the universe. His gaze fell upon the protective emblem of the necklace. This symbol contained supreme laws, embodying the essence of guardianship. Shielding Long Yin, the power of the 10 dragon scales nourished this protective emblem. Yu Sheng was captivated by the wondrous nature of this symbol. Its significance was paramount, crafted by one who had undoubtedly dedicated countless years to comprehend the essence of guardianship. Yu Sheng marveled aloud. Few can evoke my admiration within the Shanyang 18 prefectures. The Lord of Eternal Life qualifies, as does the Demon King of the 4 demon territories. Now, the creator of this symbol joins their ranks. The individual who inscribed this must be an ancient entity of immense power, at least at the 6th realm of celestial ascent. Long Yin gazed at her protective barrier, recognizing it as her brother's safeguard. Hearing Yu Sheng's words brought a smile to her face. This symbol had been hastily inscribed by Lin Qi, who was not entirely satisfied with it. Though this treasure was indeed extraordinary, she believed she could breach it. Yu Sheng's eyes swirled with energy as they revealed intricate spiritual patterns. 3,650 of them. Dismantle, he uttered softly, as the myriad patterns began to unravel the protective barrier surrounding Long Yin. Showcasing his superiority as a seer, Long Yin watched in trepidation as her barrier grew thinner. Her lips parted to cry out, "Brother, save me." Being so close to the bookstore, her voice echoed, easily reaching Lin Qi's ears. Yu Sheng, intrigued, remarked, seeking reinforcements. In all of Shanyang 18 prefectures, who could possibly thwart me? Yu Sheng? I shall see who comes to your aid. Yu Sheng's gaze fixated on the doorway of the wooden house, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Long Yan's brother. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, watering cabbages in the backyard, heard Long Yan's cry for help and immediately set down the watering can, rushing outside. As he opened the door, the very essence of reality shifted, the cacophony of sound erupted, and an overwhelming chaos poured forth from the wooden house, the frail door resembling a threshold to an abyss of terror. From within emerged a being of unparalleled power. A mere glance ignited the fury of 3,000 laws. Lin Qi appeared inscrutable, a presence beyond comprehension. Yu Sheng strained his to its limits, the pain causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Unable to penetrate Lin Qi's essence, he sensed a divine aura, an existence that even the heavenly path could not fathom. Curse it, Yu Sheng thought, as it faltered, the light before his eyes diminishing. Blindness, he was horrified. Hastily reverting to his ordinary vision, fearing to gaze upon Lin Qi again, he realized that even a single glance had nearly robbed him of his sight, leaving him in awe of the terrifying level of power before him. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, Lin Qi sighed inwardly. This individual must be an enemy of Yenner's father. She was so young. Her father must have been in the prime of life. How could he have perished so swiftly? Surely, there were foes at play. When Lin Qi had decided to keep Yenner in the bookstore, he had anticipated that enemies would eventually come knocking, though he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. You have indeed arrived at, I am Lin Qi, the proprietor of this bookstore, and also Yenner's elder brother. Lin Qi approached Yenner, casting a cold gaze upon Yu Sheng. Yenner, hearing Lin Qi's words, was taken aback. Her brother had known all along that a human would come seeking her. The significance of her necklace became apparent. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was struck with fear, realizing the extent of Lin Qi's foresight. He had anticipated his arrival, preparing to contest for the Dragon Maiden. Yu Sheng shivered, a chill running down his spine. This was the first time he had ever felt such fear. Lin Qi, I am Yu Sheng. He stammered, you knew I would come. Lin Qi nodded, taking Yenner's hand as they retreated towards the wooden house. And where are the others? He inquired, suspecting that enemies were not limited to just one. The Haven Tea arrived, Yu Sheng replied, dread pooling within him. The demon clan had set their sights on such a prize, truly courting disaster. Yuesheng now fervently praised for his own escape from Lin Qi's clutches. Lin Qi nods slightly, remarking that since no one has arrived, Yuesheng might as well come in and have a chat with him. After speaking, he takes Yenner by the hand and leads her into the bookstore. Yuesheng gazes at the bookstore, swallows hard, and steps inside. Upon entering, his eyes are immediately drawn to a half-meter-tall landscape painting adorning the wall. Just one glance leaves him paralyzed, unable to move. This painting encapsulates an entire miniature world. Within it lies a realm of its own, transcending the ordinary. The towering mountains seem ready to erupt from the canvas and overpower him at the slightest disturbance. The meandering river, with each droplet weighing 1,000 pounds, promises millennia of torment. Yuesheng feels as though he has stumbled into hell. The atmosphere is truly terrifying. Chapter 66. They probably want them dead. Yuesheng then notices the presence of a calligraphy brush, a canopy of darkness, the Wudao sword, golden otherworldly flowers, and the Lichuan pearl. His astonishment deepens. This is hardly a mere invitation to sit and chat. It is evidently a grave warning. Lin Shi, seated at a wooden table with Yen'er, gently strokes her head. Oh, not worry. Your brother is here, and no one can take you away. Long Yin nods obediently, sitting beside Lin Shi. Yuesheng, standing at the doorway, smiles wryly. Indeed, this dragon maiden is under the protection of such a formidable figure, rendering her untouchable. Within this ordinary wooden cabin, a single painting rivals treasures of creation itself. The other artifacts are overwhelmingly abundant, each of the lowest tier being a celestial treasure. Lin Shi pours a cup of tea and places it before him. Yuesheng enjoys the tea. He speaks little, his mind preoccupied with how to prevent Yuesheng from taking Yen'er away. After all, Yuesheng is an enemy of Yen'er's family. He must devise a plan to deal with him. Yuesheng suppresses his fear and slowly sits down across from Lin Shi. Upon seeing the 6 paths of life tea, his eyes widen in horror. This is a divine elixir of immortality. The golden light within him stirs restlessly, as this immense vitality is immensely beneficial for cultivating the golden light of immortality. Yuesheng fights against his desires and gazes at Lin Shi. This individual remains present. He must not act recklessly. It is all the fault of those treacherous demon clans. Otherwise, how could he have attracted such a being? Lin Shi looks at Yuesheng and begins his main discourse. You cannot take Yen'er away, nor can anyone else. She is my sister. I can offer you compensation. You may take some items. Lin Shi is quite confident in the possessions he has within his bookstore, all provided by the system. The owner speaks too highly. I have no intention of taking my sister away, nor do I desire any compensation. Yuesheng quickly waves his hands, harboring no such thoughts. For such a being to allow him to leave alive is already a gesture of respect. If he were to ask for compensation, it would render his existence over the past several millennia utterly pointless. Lin Shi is momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that Yuesheng would be so agreeable. Could it be that Yuesheng harbors a fondness for scholars, perceiving Lin Shi as one, thus choosing to overlook matters? Then you might converse with others and dissuade them from targeting Yen'er, Lin Shi tentatively suggests. Gauging Yuesheng's reaction, a jolt of realization strikes Yuesheng. Indeed, he recognizes that such a being harbors no good intentions. There is no way they would let him go so easily. His words likely conceal a deadly ultimatum. The only means to prevent them from pursuing Yen'er is to turn them into corpses. Lin Shi intends for him to act as an enforcer against the demon clan. Very well, owner. I shall speak with them. Yuesheng replies with a bitter smile. Feeling cornered, he understands that if he were to refuse, he might not live to exit the bookstore. Lin Shi's heart swells with joy. He had not anticipated that this adversary would be so accommodating. Truly, a good person, an immensely good person. Outside the wooden bookstore, in the distant void, all the demon kings have emerged. They can distinctly sense Yuesheng's aura within the wooden cabin. How has the famed general managed to enter? They suspect he is applying pressure on the owner, compelling him to surrender. The demon kings murmur amongst themselves. After all, Yuesheng is one of the 4 renowned generals of the Eternal Life Palace. How could this unremarkable owner possibly stand against him? Chapter 67. You know not his terror, all the demon kings await the clash between Yuesheng and the owner. Should battle commence, they would all join the fray. And the owner would undoubtedly succumb swiftly, making the dragon maiden easily attainable. The sun-eating Lion King leads the assembly of demon kings down to the ground. Inside the wooden cabin, Lin Shi regards Yuesheng with growing admiration. This adversary is indeed reasonable. He listens to Lin Shi's kind words, not embodying a figure of pure malice. Lin Shi stands and pats Yuesheng on the shoulder. Then I must trouble you to persuade the others not to covet Yenner. Yuesheng rises slowly, not daring to stand at attention before Lin Shi, too intimidated to move, that I shall go find them. Yuesheng's insight into the Demon Kings is crystal clear. Those demons are intent on his demise. To pit him against such an unparalleled force is tantamount to courting death. As Yuesheng approaches the door, Lin Shi accompanies Long Yin to see him off, feeling it necessary to bid farewell to such a reasonable individual. Upon opening the door, Lin Shi is nearly taken aback. Over 40 figures stand before him, each exuding a menacing aura, appearing exceedingly formidable. My heavens, the enemies of Long Yan's family amount to this many. Lin Shi muses inwardly, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. While Yuesheng is amiable, these individuals seem far less so. Yuesheng, can you handle this? Lin Shi inquires nervously, his gaze fixed on Yuesheng, uncertain of his capacity to confront them. Yuesheng's heart races. The owner is questioning whether he can contend with these demon kings. Owner, I can deal with them, Yuesheng assures Lin Shi, determined not to provoke any displeasure, for angering him would spell disaster for himself. Lin Shi breathes a sigh of relief. As long as Yuesheng can manage these foes, the matter concerning Long Yin will come to a close. He must quickly gather the ingredients for the Tai Bai Qixin soup to heal Yenner. Then Yuesheng, please keep your distance while you resolve this. Do not disturb Yenner. Lin Shi gently caresses Long Yin, full of tenderness. This little one is now his sister, having just lost her father. Hearing the voices of her enemies will undoubtedly cause her great sorrow. Understood, owner. I will ensure they are far away, causing no disturbance to you. Yuesheng dares not refuse. He can only acquiesce to the intentions of such a powerful being, clad in a noble purple-golden robe. He must not defy Lin Shi's words, creating a stark contrast. Yuesheng bids farewell to Lin Shi and exits the bookstore. Lin Shi watches Yuesheng's receding figure with a sense of reflection. Yuesheng is truly a person of understanding. Yenner, let us go inside. Yuesheng will handle it. Long Yin nods obediently, her eyes following Yuesheng's departing silhouette, marveling at Lin Shi's strength. Without lifting a finger, he has made Yuesheng too intimidated to defy him. Just how powerful is this brother of hers? Long Yin cannot fathom the depth of Lin Shi's power as they re-enter the bookstore. Yuesheng approaches the assembly of demon kings with a calm demeanor. Yet his inner fury simmers. The sun-eating Lion King and the others watch Yuesheng conversing with the owner, bewildered by the absence of the Dragon Maiden. Yuesheng, why have you not brought the Dragon Maiden? Yuesheng regards them with indifference. Follow me. I shall enlighten you. With that, Yuesheng leaps into the air, soaring beyond the desolate land. The demon kings, sensing something amiss, cautiously follow. Beyond the barren expanse lies the towering Mount Wanren, a perilous range where each peak juts skyward like a sword. Legend has it that this mountain range was formed from the clash of two powerful warriors testing their skills. Yuesheng lands atop Mount Wanren, and the gathered demon kings witness his complete transformation. His expression darkens, fury boiling within him as he suddenly bellows, "Do you wish to harm me, sending me to confront such beings?" The clear spirit Sparrow Maiden pales. This is one of the 4 renowned generals of the Eternal Life Palace. Are you not even a match for him? Not just me. Even if we all joined forces, it would merely be a march to our demise. Yuesheng surveys the crowd, his gaze icy and brimming with murderous intent. Now, you shall all perish. Blame yourselves for coveting the Dragon Maiden. The sun-eating Lion King's expression grows grave, sensing Yuesheng's murderous intent. Yuesheng, what do you mean by this? A multitude of demon kings revealed a sinister expression, warily observing Yuesheng and subtly distancing themselves. Yuesheng activated his, perceiving the laws of heaven and earth within his sight. Such formidable beings have granted me a sliver of mercy. Yet they demand my hand in your demise. As his words resonated, an overwhelming force surged forth from Yuesheng. He stood at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, mere moments away from the 5th. The expressions of over 40 demon kings suddenly shifted. What manner of existence is this bookstore proprietor that even renowned generals would yield to him? The sun-eating Lion King snorted coldly, manifesting a dominant blade in his hand. Yuesheng had initially believed him to be a paragon of valor, only to discover his lack of resolve. There is no need to provoke me. You remain oblivious to his terror simply because you have yet to encounter it. Yu Sheng recalled Lin Qi, whose mere gaze nearly blinded him. Truly terrifying pleased the proprietor. He must swiftly eliminate these foes. Yu Sheng fervently channeled the golden light of immortality, a vast sea of golden radiance converging around him. With a pointed finger, a beam of golden light shot forth. In an instant, a perfectly formed demon king perished at his hands. Enraged, the sun-eating lion king charged at Yu Sheng with his blade. While the other demon kings converged to attack, Yu Sheng stood proudly, enveloped in golden light, his very essence serving as his finest armor. Countless life forces continuously rejuvenated his injuries, with a 3-foot sword in hand. He could cleave mountains asunder. The intertwining of golden light and chaotic spiritual essence unleashed an aura of dread that reverberated across the realm. Peaks crumbled, their sounds echoing throughout the heavens. The power of allowed Yu Sheng to command the very laws of existence. Battle at noon, rest at sunset. At this moment, only a dozen peaks of the immense Wanyan mountain remained intact. The others lay in ruin. Over 30 demon kings lay sprawled upon the ground, their blood nourishing a myriad of spiritual herbs. Only 6 demon kings remained standing before Yu Sheng, each grievously wounded. The golden light enveloping Yu Sheng had completely dissipated. In his solitary battle against more than 40 demon kings, Yu Sheng had paid a considerable price. The golden light was exhausted, and blood drenched his entire being. Yet the brilliance in his eyes remained undiminished as he gazed upon the remaining 8 demon kings. If I do not slay you, then the proprietor shall end my life. It is a universally acknowledged truth that a dead comrade spares not the living. The sun-eating lion king gasped for breath, begrudgingly fixing his gaze upon Yu Sheng. The 4 illustrious generals were indeed no mere names. He realized that should he continue to fight Yu Sheng, it would likely end in mutual destruction. Yu Sheng, if you allow us to depart, we shall cease our pursuit of the Dragon Maiden. As long as we do not covet her, the proprietor will remain silent. The sun-eating lion king looked at Yu Sheng with a cold demeanor. Proposing a compromise, Chapter 68. I fear the proprietor may also be somewhat inferior. Today, we cannot fall here. Otherwise, we shall lose everything. Yu Sheng, of course, hoped for this outcome. He did not wish to perish. Then you shall depart. And do not entertain thoughts of the Dragon Maiden. Should you provoke the proprietor's displeasure, a mere scroll would suffice to subdue you effortlessly. Yu Sheng regarded the sun-eating lion king, revealing a glimpse of the proprietor's might. The sun-eating lion king and the others fully believed Yu Sheng's words were not false. For one to instill such fear in Yu Sheng, this proprietor must be of a caliber akin to that of the Lord of Longevity. From the very beginning, they had misjudged each other's strength. If that is the case, then we shall take our leave. The sun-eating lion king clasped his fists and departed with the remaining demon kings. The vast expanse of Wanyan Mountain was now left with only Yu Sheng. He heaved a sigh of relief. At last, these 8 demon kings were gone. Thus, he need not engage in a life-and-death struggle with them. Yu Sheng turned to gaze at the desolate land. I have indeed completed my task. Surely the proprietor will not hold it against me. He murmured to himself. Now, heavily wounded, he had expended the golden light cultivated over centuries. I should return to the palace and enter seclusion, hastily refining some golden light. With a single step, Yu Sheng traversed several cities of Qingzhou. Within the city, onlookers gazed upward, witnessing a streak of golden light streaking across the sky. Upon passing the Cheng family, a wave of joy washed over him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the Cheng family beneath him. This aura is that of longevity. How can such a second-rate family possess the essence of longevity? Moreover, this aura made his own golden light of immortality seem insignificant in comparison. But if I could obtain the source of this longevity essence, it would not be impossible to reach the 5th realm. Even the 6th, Yu Sheng's eyes shimmered with unparalleled divine light, brimming with excitement. This is the fortune that follows one who survives great tribulation. Just as I emerged alive from Lin Qi's domain, I encounter such a remarkable opportunity. The Dragon Maiden is under the proprietor's protection. I refuse to believe that a mere Cheng family possesses the same. Yu Sheng muttered to himself, pressing down with a single hand. A terrifying palm instantaneously sealed off the Chung family within a radius of 1,000 miles. Within the Chung family, Chung Yu suddenly emerged, her mental acuity far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Chung Yu gazed upward at Yu Sheng, unable to directly meet his gaze in the small courtyard. Chung Jun trembled as he opened his eyes. This is the aura of the fourth realm. Chung Jun soared into the sky. Catching sight of Yu Sheng above, he displayed a respectful demeanor, bowing his head. Why has a being of the fourth realm descended upon our Chung family's territory? Yu Sheng did not respond, merely activating to scrutinize Chung Jun intently. This essence is indeed that of longevity, and it is exceedingly pure. From whence does this longevity essence originate? Chung Jun's expression suddenly shifted as realization dawned upon him. This fourth realm being before him must have set his sights on the longevity techniques bestowed upon him by Master. Yu Sheng raised his hand to invoke the supreme laws, a terrifying power ready to reduce the Chung family to nothingness in an instant. You shall accompany me and reveal the source of this essence, or else your family will soon face annihilation. Yu Sheng threatened, his gaze fixed intently upon Chung Jun. This longevity essence is astoundingly pure, several times stronger than the golden light of immortality. If it truly is a technique, one can only speculate its origin, but it is evident that such a place must harbor terrifying powers. Even the proprietor Lin Shi would likely pale in comparison. Chapter 69. Only a master can accomplish this. As Yu Sheng pondered this, a spontaneous laugh escaped him. Once I acquire this technique, what do the other three renowned generals matter? At that point, I shall be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the palace lord. Perhaps even catch a glimpse of the proprietor's true essence. Chung Jun, fixated on Yu Sheng, realized that the Chung family could not afford to provoke such a being to protect the family. He had no choice but to comply. Very well, I shall accompany you. Do not endanger the Chung family. Naturally, I, Yu Sheng, am a man of my word. Yu Sheng stood with an air of pride. Within the Chung family, Chung Yu shouted upwards at Yu Sheng. I care not who you are, Yu Sheng. The techniques of my grandfather were bestowed by a master. You cannot seize them. Yu Sheng chuckled coldly. Seize them? What is there that I, Yu Sheng, cannot take? A mere Chung family. He found it hard to believe there truly existed an old monster to safeguard them. Even if an old monster existed, could they possibly rival the proprietor of the desolate lands? Yu Sheng thought derisively, ignoring Chung Yu as he restrained Chung Jun and made his way towards the Palace of Longevity. Within the Chung family, thousands of members fled in a state of panic. Their patriarch had been taken away. Even the patriarch himself was unable to resist. What kind of existence had the Chung family provoked? The 13 sons of the Chung family wore grim expressions. With their patriarch abducted, they were powerless to act. What to do? What can we do? A sense of panic pervaded the Chung family, and all were filled with trepidation. Father, I can seek a master for assistance. The family head, Chung Qiangdong, gazed at Chung Yu with concern. Can that master truly assist us? They had never witnessed the power of any master. Though he had once slain a powerful figure with a mere wooden sword, could he truly stand against a being of the fourth realm? The one moment ago was indeed a being of the fourth realm, a strength said only to be encountered in legends. Chung Yu's expression was resolute as she gazed towards the desolate lands. Speaking calmly, it is possible. Only a master can accomplish this. Without gathering any belongings, Chung Yu immediately set off, a tome on mental healing in hand. Yu Sheng, with Chung Jun in tow, tore through the void towards the Palace of Longevity. In the capital of Qingzhou, atop the peaks of the mountains, the Palace of Longevity stood majestically above the myriad mountains, perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist that a colossal array elevated the Palace of Longevity. With its white palaces blending seamlessly into the clouds, resembling a celestial abode, the ethereal aura rendered the entire palace otherworldly. Chung Jun, beholding this sight, widened his eyes in astonishment. The Qingzhou Palace of Longevity. Yu Sheng chuckled derisively, remarking that a mere novice could even be aware of the existence of the Eternal Life Palace, which was not entirely akin to a frog in a well. After finishing his words, Yu Sheng proceeded directly into the northern hall of the Eternal Life Palace. Along the way, numerous disciples bowed in reverence, exclaiming, Yu Sheng, the esteemed general. Chung Jun felt his heart plunge into despair. The Eternal Life Palace was guarded by 4 renowned generals, who stood sentinel in each cardinal direction. This was the presence that could summon the 4 realms of heaven, and Cheng's family felt utterly uncertain. Unsure if they could contend with such extraordinary figures, upon entering the northern hall, Chung Jun found himself bound to a Tao pillar. The pillar contained the essence of the Tao, rendering martial artists immobile and voiceless with ease. Yu Sheng's gaze roamed over Chung Jun without restraint, as if he were admiring an unparalleled treasure. The more he looked, the more he marveled. The essence of eternal life was remarkably pure. A single strand of it was worth 100 glimmers of golden light. Chung Jun's eyes widened in horror, yet he could utter no words, desperately attempting to break free from his constraints, but to no avail. Yu Sheng laughed heartily, thrusting his right hand into Chung Jun's chest. A terrifying force began to siphon away all the essence of eternal life that Chung Jun had cultivated. Let me take this essence of eternal life for now, and then we shall discuss this technique. Yu Sheng remarked coldly, indifferent to the sacrifice of another for his own gain, a practice that had been repeated countless times throughout the millennia. In an instant, Chung Jun's once dark hair turned silver. The essence of eternal life was the very foundation of his vitality. With its extraction by Yu Sheng, his life force swiftly deteriorated. The golden light enveloping Yu Sheng intensified, radiating brilliantly from his body. Ha! This essence of eternal life is my fortune. Yu Sheng laughed, accelerating the rate at which he absorbed the essence in a desolate land. Chung Yu exerted every ounce of her strength to reach the bookstore, daring not to waste a single moment. With each passing second, her grandfather's life grew increasingly perilous. Countless shrubs and trees vanished behind her as she hurried on. At last, the modest wooden bookstore stood before her, embodying her hope. Chung Yu gently knocked on the door, and soon after, Lin Shi appeared to open it. Upon recognizing Chung Yu, Lin Shi greeted her warmly. It's you, my guest. Have you come to return a book? Esteemed one, my grandfather has been taken. Chung Yu exclaimed. What? Lin Shi was taken aback. He remembered that Chung Jun was the elderly man who had previously been in a vegetative state. The fact that he had been abducted was shocking. He was one of Lin Shi's few patrons. Please, tell me what happened. Lin Shi inquired urgently, concerned for his guest. A man named Yu Sheng has taken my grandfather because he coveted the book you lent him. Chung Yu explained anxiously, hoping for Lin Shi's assistance. Yu Sheng. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed, his previously amiable demeanor transforming into one of fury. He had thought Yu Sheng to be a reasonable individual, but now he realized he was nothing but a tyrant. In an instant, all fondness for Yu Sheng vanished. It is Yu Sheng who has taken your grandfather. Chung Yu's heart raced with urgency. Esteemed one, I implore you to rescue my grandfather. Lin Shi felt a knot of frustration tighten within him. He longed to assist Chung Jun, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Just then, Yenair emerged from the back of the bookstore, her petite 8-year-old frame appearing frail. Chung Yu's eyes widened in astonishment at the overwhelming aura emanating from the girl, causing her own blood to surge within her. Standing beside Lin Shi, Long Yin addressed Chung Yu. Brother cannot leave. He is bound to this place. Chung Yu's eyes dimmed with despair. If the esteemed one could not depart, what hope was there for her grandfather? Lin Shi felt a pang of guilt as he witnessed Chung Yu's disheartened expression. It was his book that had brought this calamity upon his guest, and he felt the weight of responsibility to resolve it. Fear not, Miss Chung. Though I cannot leave this place, I shall certainly assist you, he assured her. The glimmer of hope ignited in Chung Yu's eyes. The esteemed one was willing to help. She bore no grudge against him, recognizing his kindness in bestowing upon her such immense fortune. That it was the Chung family that lacked the strength to protect this treasure. But the esteemed one's willingness to help rekindled her hope. Please, esteemed one, do rescue my grandfather swiftly. Very well, I shall certainly save your grandfather, Lin Shi promised, his gaze heavy with determination. Chapter 70. The Unparalleled Beast. Zhen Chengyu nodded gratefully, reassured by the esteemed one's words. Now that she had alerted him, all she could do was wait for him to devise a plan to save her grandfather. Esteemed one, I shall return to the Chung family and await your news. Lin Shi nodded, escorting her out of the bookstore. After Cheng Yu departed, a simmering anger began to brew within Lin Shi. Yu Sheng was utterly despicable. What a rogue Yu Sheng truly is. Lin Shi murmured to himself, pondering how on earth he could rescue Qingjun after all. He was merely a bookstore owner. If Yu Sheng were a thug in the outside world, what could he do? He was too slight of build to confront such a rogue. Lin Shi clenched his fists in frustration, striking the table in anger. This damned system is infuriating. If it didn't restrict my movements, I would have been training for ages by now. If I encountered such a situation, I could resolve it with ease, regardless of whether Yu Sheng is a thug or not. Lin Shi simply could not comprehend why the system prevented him from training. Surely, he could simultaneously manage the bookstore while honing his skills. He could even expand the bookstore beyond this secluded wilderness to a larger venue. Wouldn't that be more beneficial for the system? Lin Shi sighed, retracting his fist as he began to contemplate a solution. Long Yin tugged at Lin Shi's hand, shaking her head. Brother, please don't be upset. Yu Sheng is indeed wicked, abducting your guest. This is something Bingling Air can handle. Long Yin gazed up at Lin Shi with wide, innocent eyes, her porcelain-like face filled with concern. Bingling Air. Lin Shi suddenly recalled the stunningly beautiful woman. Could it be that Bingling Air held a position of significance in the outside world? He mused internally. If that were the case, it would make things considerably easier. But how could he contact Bingling Air? There were no phones in this world to call her. Writing a letter would take too long. And he was unaware of her whereabouts. Lin Shi felt a surge of frustration. Without training in this world, he felt utterly stymied. He no longer wished to be an ordinary bookstore owner. Lin Shi grasped Long Yan's hand. And together they pondered how to reach out to Bingling I in the extreme northern region of the 18 states. Frost fell amidst the endless glaciers. Upon a towering ice peak, cold mist swirled. The ice phoenix stood atop the peak, her gaze distant as she awaited a certain individual. As she did every year on this day, a chill wind swept through, and soon two figures appeared on the horizon. A woman clad in black was accompanied by an elderly man, who appeared robust and agile in his movements. The woman's complexion was somewhat pale, but her steps were graceful, each one seemingly blooming like a lotus. A terrifying aura emanated from her, capable of altering the very fabric of the world. The black-clad woman and the elder approached the ice phoenix. With a gentle smile, the ice phoenix greeted, Gujin, you have finally arrived. I have come, as promised. I, Gujin, will not break our agreement to battle once a year, the man replied. Though his complexion was pale, the blood that coursed through his veins was filled with the pride of the Gu family. The Gu family was a prominent clan beyond Qingzhou, having once produced a powerful being capable of summoning the 9 realms of heaven. Within the clan resided a legendary beast known as Zhen. Resembling a crimson leopard, adorned with a single horn in the center of its forehead and 5 tails. Hence its name, the 5-tailed horned beast. Its entire being was a striking red, and its voice echoed like the sound of stones clashing. Each generation of the Gu family would have a direct descendant to bond with Zhen. Jiujin was the direct descendant of the Gu family and the vessel for this generation's Zhen beast. Chapter 71. The owner may be fortunate. The downside, however, is that the essence and life force of the vessel will be absorbed by Zheng. This is due to a great battle that occurred tens of thousands of years ago, during which the Gu family unleashed Zheng. The ferocious beast Zheng was gravely wounded and on the brink of death in that conflict. Since then, the Gu family has raised Zheng using only their direct descendants. In his youth, Gu Jin accommodated Zheng, and now, nearly 1,000 years later, his cultivation has reached the 4th realm of celestial induction. The 4th realm of celestial induction allows one to live for at least 4,000 years. But Gu Jin, not even reaching a millennium, has had about 80% of his vitality drained by Zheng. That a century ago, Gu Jin encountered Bing Huang and established an annual combat agreement. This year marks the 99th. Beside Gu Jin stands an elder clad in a long black robe, with faint golden patterns shimmering at his sides. The elder, resembling a silent servant, follows Gu Jin with unwavering loyalty. Bing Huang slightly bows to the elder, showing him great respect. Ling Lao, you have also come. The lady's health is frail. It is my duty to keep watch over her. Jiu Ling speaks slowly, never straying far from Gu Jin's side. Jiu Jin. Getting straight to the point, reveals a hazy black light enveloping him. As the black light dissipates, he is adorned in a suit of black gold armor. The armor fits snugly, accentuating Gu Jin's physique. Lines of spiritual patterns pulse with golden light. Exuding a terrifying aura, Bing Huang, let us engage in battle. Upon seeing the armor, Bing Huang's expression turns grave. The ancient fierce armor, you have actually gained its recognition. The ancient fierce armor ranks 9th among the top 10 treasures of the ancient clan, coveted by all powers across the 18 states of Shangyun. Each treasure possesses an extraordinary origin, and within this ancient fierce armor lies the soul of a ferocious beast. It can significantly enhance one's strength and allows mastery over the aura of ferocity. This ancient fierce armor is perfectly suited to Gu Jin, the vessel. His strength must be formidable. Stepping forward, Gu Jin, though a woman, exudes an indomitable spirit, her 3,000 inky tresses flowing in the wind. Having recently gained recognition, she is determined to defeat Bing Huang. Bing Huang immediately awakens the more powerful cold energy within her. In an instant, a tempest of snow swirls across the icy landscape. Wherever the snowstorm passes, it transforms the ground into glaciers. Standing steadfast amidst the relentless blizzard, Bing Huang conjures 2 crystalline swords in her hands. Sigh of ice. These twin swords are forged from the essence of the entire northern extremity. Then let us battle. Bing Huang charges forth, her delicate features fierce, as she unleashes the swords, sending a wave of chilling energy towards Gu Jin. A roar emanates from within Gu Jin's ancient fierce armor, and a gray aura of ferocity envelopes the sky. With a thunderous crash, Gu Jin shatters the cold energy with a single punch, her unparalleled valor radiating forth. Bing Huang, over the past 98 years, I have won 49 battles. Today may be my last fight with you, and I must win. Wings of ice unfurl from Bing Huang's back, channeling the cold energy of the northern extremity to assault Gu Jin. Angered, Gu Jin's fierce aura swells even further. Her life force is dwindling. This is her only wish, and she must fulfill it. The zheng within Gu Jin roars in fury, the sound reverberating like the clash of stones in her ears. Gu Jin forms a seal with her right hand, instantly unleashing unparalleled demonic arts. Demonic art, zheng break. Gu Jin bellows, her voice reverberating with a terrifying resonance that stirs the very void. The cold energy is dispersed, and the ancient fierce armor channels her vital essence, granting Gu Jin divine power. She closes in on Bing Huang, and a fierce battle ensues. The icy blue energy intertwines with a gray aura of ferocity. Ice peaks shatter, and glaciers crumble layer upon layer. Ji Ling steps back, quietly observing the clash between the two women. Gu Jin and Bing Huang engage in their fierce confrontation. Their immense power stirs the winds and clouds, dimming the sun and moon. After a considerable time, Bing Huang's cold energy ultimately gains the upper hand. Even clad in the ancient fierce armor, Gu Jin struggles to withstand the chill. She removes the armor, her complexion paling further. She gazes at Bing Huang in disbelief. Your cold energy has grown stronger. Your old injuries have healed. Gu Jin is aware of Bing Huang's past injuries, which had plagued her for a century due to the innate cold energy within her. She had contemplated helping Bing Huang heal, but that innate cold energy originated from the primordial spirit and was beyond her ability to cure. The ancient clan had no means to do so. Bing Huang's face flushes red, excitement coursing through her veins from the battle. I have merged that innate cold energy with my own. Soon, I shall step into the 5th realm of celestial induction. Advancing to the next realm means an increase of 1,000 years to one's lifespan, along with a substantial enhancement in strength. Ji Jin, astonished, inquires who aided you. Such a method could only be conceived by a great power. Bing Huang must have received assistance. It was the owner of a bookstore in the desolate land. A bookstore owner. Gu Jin exclaims, perplexed, for she had not heard of any peculiar bookstore in the desolate land. Only that it sealed a fearsome dragon, an extraordinary beast. Ling Lao, do you know if there are any powerful beings in hiding in the desolate land? Gu Jin turns to ask the venerable Gu Ling behind her. Gu Ling, a highly esteemed elder of the ancient clan, has attained the 6th realm of celestial induction. Gu Ling falls into contemplation, his sunken eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. I am unaware of any powerful beings in hiding within the desolate land. Gu Jin, confused, notes that Ling Lao has lived for over 6,000 years and knows of the whereabouts of many powerful beings in this world. If even Ling Lao is unaware, what could be the origin of this bookstore owner? Bing Huang, observing Gu Jin's increasingly pale countenance, feels a surge of empathy. You have had your vitality drained by Zheng. You might consider seeking out that bookstore owner in the desolate land. Perhaps he can assist you. After all, he may very well be a harbinger of fortune. Bing Huang's words are shocking, and both Gu Jin and Gu Ling reveal expressions of astonishment. They cannot help but regard this previously unheard-of bookstore owner with newfound respect. As the ruler of the northern extremity, Bing Huang's words carry weight. Miss, perhaps you should give it 8T or Y.Gu Ling urges Gu Jin, unwilling to witness this young lady's potential extinguished in her prime. A flicker of hope ignites in Gu Jin's eyes. She, Gu Jin, is merely over 900 years old and still possesses much of her youth. She desires to experience the world further. Very well. I shall seek out that bookstore owner. The light in Gu Jin's eyes grows ever more fervent. A harbinger of fortune. This signifies a power capable of contending for the world's destiny. If that owner truly possesses such power, then there is certainly hope for her salvation. Bing Huang, you may have won this time, but I shall seek the bookstore owner. If I succeed, I will return next year for another battle. Gu Jin's eyes blaze with determination as she utters these words and sets forth towards the desolate land. Gu Ling, filled with curiosity, follows closely behind, eager to see if this bookstore owner is truly a harbinger of fortune. Such beings have not appeared for millennia. Does the world still harbor the existence of such fortune? Chapter 72. The elusive owner in the desolate land. At the Wooden House bookstore, Lin Shi slumped over the wooden table, his fingers rhythmically tapping in a futile cadence. Yusheng, Cheng Jun, how on earth am I supposed to rescue Cheng Jun from Yusheng's clutches? Lin Shi felt utterly frantic. This was simply beyond human capability. Heavens, I must safeguard my customer's safety. Please lend me your aid. Lin Shi raised his hands, gazing upward at the ceiling, overwhelmed with the troubles of a non-cultivator. Knock, knock. Hello, is this the bookstore? A melodious female voice resonated from outside, akin to a lark heralding spring. Lin Shi suddenly sprang to his feet, incredulous as he stared at the door. Could it be? Did I speak this into existence? Is heaven sending someone to assist me? Stunned, Lin Shi remained rooted in place as Long Yin emerged from the bedroom. Noticing Lin Shi's inaction and proceeded to open the door, outside stood Gu Jin and Gu Ling, with Gu Jin feeling a whirlpool of anxiety within her. This was indeed the bookstore in the desolate land that Bing Huang had mentioned. She wondered if the owner could truly save her. As Long Yin opened the door, both Gu Jin and Gu Ling's gazes converged upon him. That a daughter of the Dragon clan? Both were taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. To encounter a daughter of the Dragon clan within a mere bookstore was indeed remarkable. Excuse me, is the owner present? Gu Jin inquired. Long Yin scrutinized the pair, noting the profound essence emanating from both. The elder's aura was even more formidable than her father's. However, Long Yin remained unfazed. You can be as strong as you like. But once you enter this shop, you will ultimately heed my brother's words. Unperturbed, Long Yin turned to call out to Lin Shi. Brother, we have guests. Lin Shi collected his thoughts and walked over at a measured pace. Please come in, he said. A flicker of imperceptible darkness flashed in Gu Jin's eyes as he scrutinized Lin Shi. Impossible to discern, this proprietor appeared to be an ordinary person, devoid of any apparent cultivation. Yet, how could someone capable of receiving a daughter of the Dragon clan be merely an ordinary individual? He must be concealing his true nature. Gu Jin glanced back at Ling Lao, revealing an expression of inquiry. Ling Lao, having withdrawn from his scrutiny, shook his head at Gu Jin. Impossible to see through. Even with his cultivation at the 6th realm of Tian Yi, he could not ascertain the true strength of this bookstore owner. A tempest of astonishment surged within Gu Jin. Who exactly is this proprietor? Taking a deep breath, Gu Jin suppressed the shock within at this juncture. It would be prudent to step inside and take a closer look. Lin Shi observed the two guests who had taken so long to enter, inwardly chuckling. These two must be apprehensive about the reliability of his bookstore. Gu Jin and Gu Ling entered. They surveyed their surroundings. Directly ahead, a landscape painting caused Gu Jin's heart to tremble. The painting contained a realm of its own, the overwhelming aura shaking her very resolve. Merely a painting could pose such a threat to her. Gu Jin and Gu Ling exchanged glances, both astonished by what they saw. Their assessment of this proprietor had shifted, now placing him at the 9th realm of Tian. Lin Shixin quietly observed their reactions. His landscape painting, exuding an air of mastery, was surely impressive enough to astound them. Feel free to browse. My bookstore is modest, with little of value, he said, adopting the demeanor of a gracious host as he poured 2 cups of tea. Chapter 73. I truly am. Ordinary Gu Jin and Gu Ling felt a shiver run through them. This unassuming wooden cabin was brimming with treasures, and yet the proprietor claimed there was nothing of worth. Gu Ling chuckled lightly, her murky eyes widening slightly. The owner is truly humble. This painting alone is worthy of first-class status. Lin Shixin, hearing this, felt a surge of delight while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. This painting is merely passable. One must remember there is always a greater sky beyond. Ji Yuling nodded in agreement, secretly admiring the proprietor's humility, realizing that such a level of mastery, combined with modesty, was fitting for a senior. Gu Jin's gaze shifted to a brush beside the landscape painting at first glance. She trembled slightly. The presence of the brush caused the beast within her to retreat. The aura emanating from it was formidable enough to instill fear in the beast. Gu Jin turned to Ling Lao, communicating through their spiritual connection. Ling Lao, what is this brush? It even frightens the beast within me. Ling Lao, upon hearing this, scrutinized the brush closely. His spiritual sense brushed against it, and a beastly roar echoed in his ears. Just a single roar sent tremors through his soul. The brush of Xieji, Ling Lao exclaimed, stepping back in shock. He dared not touch it. Xieji was one of the 6 divine beasts of legend. The aura of such a divine creature held immense sway over all beings, particularly the demon clan. Even the most fearsome beasts would bow before the Xieji. Owner, this brush. Gu Ling hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Realizing it was crafted from the hair of a Xieji, a feat of tremendous skill, Lin Shixin approached casually, lifting the brush with ease. What is wrong with this brush? It's quite handy, he remarked, casually gesturing with it. Outside the wooden cabin, the very laws of the universe seemed to invert. Ji Yujin and Gu Ling were taken aback. The Xieji brush should inherently possess the ability to form barriers through its laws. The owner wielded it effortlessly. Such mastery could only be attributed to extraordinary talent. A fiery glow ignited in Gu Jin's eyes as she suddenly knelt. I implore you, Great One, save me. Lin Shixin was startled by Gu Jin's sudden bow. Why was this guest behaving so unexpectedly? She was asking for his help. He was no healer, unable to cure ailments. A thought flashed through Lin Shixin's mind. Could this be a guest introduced by Bing Linga? Are you the one Bing Linger sent? Lin Shixin inquired earnestly, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. Yes, I am indeed the one Bing Linger referred to. She said you could assist me. Lin Shixin raised an eyebrow, utterly taken aback. Bing Linger had informed this guest that he had cured her cold and believed him to be a skilled physician. Sending this guest to seek his help, that a significant realization dawned upon him. This guest was afflicted with a serious ailment. Lin Shixin gently seated Bing Linger and began to ponder carefully. You have something within you, he stated cryptically, maintaining an air of mystery. Ji Jin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, he was a true master. In just this brief interaction, he had discerned the presence of the beast within her. Moreover, he expressed it so subtly, leaving the final layer unspoken. Such was the demeanor of a true sage. Gu Jin resolved in her heart. Great One, I do have something within me. It renders my existence unbearable, continuously draining my life force. In just a few words, she laid bare her plight. Lin Shixin swiftly analyzed her statement. The entity within you drains your life force. It must be a parasite. This world had a rudimentary standard of hygiene, and while warriors could resist, ordinary people were susceptible to parasitic infections. Nodding, Lin Qixin felt confident, having grasped the situation of this guest. To be regarded as a host was indeed tragic, that he sighed deeply, as if pitying Gu Jin. Ji Eugene was taken aback. Considering herself a vessel for the beast meant she was essentially its host. Even Ling Lao was astonished by Lin Qixin's remarks. Ling Lao approached Gu Jin, bowing slightly to Lin Qixin. "Owner, I beseech you to save this young lady. She has suffered for many years. Please, I implore you. Should you require assistance, our clan will surely accommodate your request." The Gu clan? Lin Qixin mused inwardly. It sounded like a prominent family. Could they be one of those formidable powers in the mortal realm? He recalled Yu Sheng. Could the Gu clan be of assistance? "Do you know of Yu Sheng?" Lin Qixin inquired, looking at Gu Jin and Ling Lao. Yu Sheng, one of the 4 renowned generals of the Chongqing Palace. A glint of intelligence flickered in Gu Jin's eyes. Yu Sheng had indeed attracted such a formidable presence. How foolish of him! Ling Lao scoffed dismissively. Yu Sheng is nothing but a ruffian. A ruffian. Lin Qixin realized that Yu Sheng was indeed a rogue, likely with many powerful allies behind him. The elder's disdain for Yu Sheng suggested he had significant backing. "Cheng Jun is in danger. Yu Sheng has captured one of my guests. Cheng Jun, I cannot leave this place. Could you assist me in retrieving him and issue a slight warning?" Lin Qixin observed the changing expressions of Gu Ling and Gu Jin. Gu Jin felt a wave of relief. The master required their assistance, indicating he could save her. This presented her with an opportunity to prove herself. Despite any reservations the master may have, dealing with someone like Yu Sheng would surely be within his capabilities. Without hesitation, Gu Jin declared, "Great one, I shall go find Yu Sheng and bring back the guest." With that, she pulled Ling Lao and hurriedly exited the wooden bookstore in Qingzhou. The Chongqing Palace was merely a third-tier force. Yet in the vast expanse of the Shanyang 18 prefectures, the Chongqing Palace ultimately paled in comparison to the Gu clan. After Gu Jin and Ling Lao departed, Lin Qixin sat on the wooden bench, marveling at how adept he was at persuading others. It had taken only a short while for this woman and elder to believe in him. They all assumed he was an extraordinary being, when in fact he was merely an unremarkable proprietor. A sudden feeling of solitude washed over him. How lonely it must be to be invincible. Long Yin, observing Lin Qixin's demeanor, approached and playfully tugged at his ear. "Brother, you ought to get up and tend to the trees. You can't be lazy." Having spent several days with Lin Qixin, Long Yin had quickly adapted to his calm demeanor, feeling his left ear being tugged. Lin Qixin cried out in feigned pain. "Yinner, let go. I'll go water the trees right away." Lin Qi broke free from Long Yan's small hand, picked up the watering can from beneath the bookshelf, and stepped outside. Chapter 74. The only dependable ones are the masters. Lin Qi pushed open the door, and on the right side of the wooden entrance, the pine cones had grown, the slender sprouts, measuring a full 5 centimeters, displayed an even deeper shade of green. Yinner, look, the growth of this pine tree is quite commendable. I am quite the expert when it comes to such flora, Lin Qi boasted, as one would expect from a man who had read a book at least once. Long Yin rolled her eyes and crouched down to examine the tender shoot closely. Under her gaze, the sprouts swayed gently. This young pine was already imbued with spirituality, containing enough spiritual energy within to embark on the path of cultivation. Lin Qi poured water onto the sprout, and the liquid seeped into the soil, nourishing the roots. The rich spiritual energy, invisible to the naked eye, was slowly absorbed by the root system. Not far from the wooden cabin, Shi Tian and Xian'er had finally journeyed from the realm of the six-tailed foxes to the desolate land. Upon spotting Lin Qi watering the plants, Shi Tian could not help but shout, "Master, I have returned." Hearing the call, Lin Qi turned and beamed with joy upon seeing the little stone. "Little stone, you have finally returned. It's been far too long since I last saw you." Long Yin also offered a gentle smile to the young boy, whom she recognized from her previous encounter at the Dragon Palace in the Inner Lake, where he had aided her father. Lin Qi set down the watering can and approached the little stone. Xian'er immediately leapt from Shi Tian's embrace into Lin Qi's arms. After visiting the clan, I realized that home is not as comfortable as Master-S bookstore. This place is wonderful, free from conflict and worries. Lin Qi joyfully ruffled Xian'er's hair, the familiar sensation igniting a warmth within him. Shinner, you still feel so delightful to touch. Later, I shall treat you to some delicious food. Lin Shi chuckled awkwardly as Shi Ritian bowed deeply. Thank you, master, for your guidance and the fortune bestowed upon me. I have gained much this time. Experiencing the power of a perfect 100 orifices has clarified my future path, that I have mastered the supreme 8 techniques and acquired the true dragon combat technique, which is a tremendous enhancement of my strength. Lin Shi laughed bashfully. Previously, Wei Zi had mentioned that Little Stone would compete with his relatives for inheritance, indicating a lack of capability that led him to seek help here. He had advised him to consult M.Hugo, and it seemed he had indeed made the right choice. It appeared that M.Hugo held some status and wealth in the outside world. Offering assistance to Little Stone, Lin Shi patted Shi Ritian on the shoulder, helping him to his feet. This is your own hard work. You must strive for success. Shi Ritian, taken aback, quickly realized that this was Master S support for his upcoming battle with Shi Yi in 2 months. Elated, he thought to himself that if even Master held such high hopes for him, he must triumph over Shi. Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint you. After speaking, Shi Ritian took out a scroll from his chest. Master, this painting is of my grandfather, who has gone missing. That I hope you can assist me in finding him. Master was the only one Shi Ritian could rely on at present. He must find his grandfather. But with limited time, he could only seek Master S help. Lin Shi accepted the scroll and slowly unfurled it. The painting depicted a refined elderly man, bearing a 6-point resemblance to Shi Ritian. With features imbued with an ironclad resolve, clad in a simple gray martial robe devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, he appeared to be a man of decisive action. After examining it, Lin Shi rolled it back up. Very well, I will inquire about your grandfather's whereabouts. Please, come inside and take a seat. Chapter 75, A Person Who Must Not Be Offended. Lin Shi ushered Shi Ritian into the bookstore. One of the few patrons present, the Little Stone was Lin Shi's first customer and the one he had interacted with the most. Upon entering, Lin Shi served him a cup of 6 paths vitality tea. Drink up, Little Stone. I have a guest who should know where your grandfather is and will return shortly. Lin Shi pondered, recalling the female guest from earlier, whose name eluded him. She seemed to disregard even the likes of the local ruffian. Yu Sheng, suggesting a certain level of status within her family, potentially able to assist Little Stone. Upon hearing this, Shi Ritian's eyes sparkled with hope that Master's guests are certainly not ordinary individuals. Based on what I know, there are the Sword Immortal, Ice Phoenix, 6-tailed Demon King, Cheng Yu, among others. That I am merely the least among them. If Master were to inquire with those guests, he would undoubtedly find his grandfather. Master, I will wait here for your guest to return. Lin Shi nodded. Knowing that the woman and elder who had gone to find Yusheng would likely take a few days to return, he wondered if they would bring Cheng Jun back with them. In the capital of Qingzhou, the endless mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, where all of Qingzhou's top-tier forces congregated. Even the likes of the Guangdao sacred sect were considered second-rate within Qingzhou. An elderly woman and a girl strolled above the capital, gradually making their way to the Palace of Longevity. The Palace of Longevity stood atop the peak of myriad mountains, shrouded in ethereal clouds. Gu Jin looked coldly at the distant palace. Although her complexion was pale, the aura of determination about her remained undiminished. How dare a mere general from the Palace of Longevity provoke someone under her master's protection? It was truly a reckless act. Ling Lao, dragging his nearly decayed body, followed closely beside Gu Jin. His murky eyes regarded the Palace of Longevity with disdain. The ancient clan was a major family within the entire Shangyan 18 prefectures. The Palace of Longevity, after all, had but a mere general at the 6th level of the heaven-calling realm. Miss, we must hurry and return the Master-S guest. He will be displeased if we keep him waiting. Gu Jin nodded, intending to find a way to suppress the turmoil within her master. If left unchecked, her master, who had endured for nearly a millennium, would eventually wither away. Ji Jin summoned the power of heaven and earth. Taking a measured step forward, the forces of nature struck like a thunderous blow, crashing down upon the Palace of Longevity. This strike activated the hidden formations within the palace. An unparalleled formation rose. Enveloping the Palace of Longevity with thousands of intricate patterns. Countless disciples within the palace displayed expressions of shock. Who dares to attack the palace of longevity? This is truly a death wish. In the eastern courtyard, Yuan Gang shot forth like a streak of rainbow, standing outside the formation. His muscular frame resembled that of a coiled dragon. Every inch of his flesh and blood exuded a terrifying power. Upon seeing Yuan Gang, Ling Lao clicked his tongue in surprise. A body anomaly, blessed with heaven's fortune, indeed a form of the ape demon. The ape demon is a rare species, and those born with the ape demon physique possess its bloodline from birth, granting them unparalleled strength capable of tearing mountains apart with their bare hands. Meanwhile, the four famed generals of the Palace of Longevity were all at the fourth level of the heaven-calling realm. Yuan Gang glared at Gu Jin and Ling Lao, his eyes fierce, the immense blood energy within him radiating a menacing aura. Who goes there? Do you know where this place is? Get lost. I'm looking for you, Shang. Gu Jin didn't even spare Yuan Gang a glance. Donning her ancient armor, she thrust her palm forward. The surging forces of nature, combined with an overwhelming aura of malevolence, coalesced into a massive hand aimed at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang's expression changed dramatically. The malevolent energy made his blood feel as though it had solidified. Instantly, the ape demon physique activated, dark blood patterns surfacing upon his skin. His muscles swelled, resembling towering mountains. With a roar, Yuan Gang raised his right arm and struck out. Boom! The massive hand shattered, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Yuan Gang staggered back several steps, his face flushed. In this exchange, Yuan Gang found himself at a disadvantage. Countless disciples within the palace gaped in astonishment. Who is this woman, and what is her origin? So powerful. Yuan Gang steadied the tumultuous energy within him, warily eyeing Gu Jin. Who exactly are you, and what business do you have with Yusheng? Gu Jin disdainfully retorted. He has offended someone who must not be offended. The Palace of Longevity cannot protect him. In her heart, Gu Jin had already sentenced Yusheng to death. Her master was a being of great fortune, and a guest of such a being. For a mere fourth level of the heaven-calling realm to dare act against him was nothing short of courting death. Within the Palace of Longevity, beams of light shot forth from the western, southern, and northern courtyards. The four famed generals of the Palace of Longevity had gathered together. In the east stood Yuan Gang, in the north Yusheng. In the west Shan Hao, and in the south Yishan. Yusheng emerged from among the generals, having heard the preceding words. Who are you to speak so arrogantly in front of us four generals? Yusheng, filled with rage, found his body enveloped in a radiant golden light, pulsating with boundless vitality. The longevity energy within him underwent a complete transformation, ascending to an entirely new level. Ji Eugene, with a cold smirk, remarked, You have seized someone you ought not to have. At a sudden jolt of realization struck Yusheng. She was referring to Cheng Jun. This was unacceptable. Cheng Jun's allure of longevity was far too potent to be divulged to others. Chapter 76. Humility unmatched by the bookstore owner. Yusheng charged forth, his entire being ablaze with surging golden light. Yusheng, a renowned general, have merely apprehended a member of the Cheng family. What is there to condemn? He deliberately sidestepped, mentioning Cheng Jun's extraordinary longevity aura. Today, I shall eliminate you for daring to challenge the dignity of my longevity palace. Prepare to die. Yusheng conjured the manifestation of the heavens and earth, which took the form of verdant mountain, symbolizing eternal life. That he lifted this mountain-like visage and hurled it forcefully at Gu Jie. In that instant, the entire cosmos trembled, and boulders cascaded down from the mountains. Within the capital city, countless gazes were drawn, questioning who would dare to stir trouble in the Longevity Palace. Facing the overwhelming mountain, Gu Jin pointed with her delicate fingers at a burst of radiance suddenly erupted, defiantly supporting the entire mountain. Despite her frail physique, she could uphold this vast expanse. Truly, she was of ancient lineage. Utilizing the mountain as her manifestation was indeed a clever tactic. Ji Eugene complimented, her unoccupied left hand gracefully twirling, as she plucked a spirit flower from the air. This flower is known as the rebirth flower. I suggest you catch it well. As her words fell, Gu Jin gently tossed the rebirth flower into the air. It floated forth, entwined by the laws of nature, drawing the attention of the very heavens. Though merely a single flower, it commanded the cosmos, unleashing an overwhelming force upon Yusheng. Yusheng's expression shifted dramatically, as if the entire universe had been supplanted by this rebirth flower. Everyone, why do you hesitate? Seize this woman. Yuan Gang from the East Courtyard raised his arms, summoning a colossal ape demon manifestation behind him. With a thunderous roar, the ape demon lifted its arms, brandishing the rebirth flower in the West Courtyard. Chun Hao opened his sword box, unleashing 36 green bamboo swords that formed a formidable sword array to suppress Gu Jin. Time flows back. This sword contains a trace of the way of time. You cannot withstand it. Hishan from the South Courtyard remained silent, merely stepping forward. An invisible mental force surged towards Gu Jin. A weapon of unparalleled terror, Gu Jin stood her ground, allowing their audacity to unfold. When the dreadful mental force reached her, it disintegrated in an instant. Hishan bled from all 7 orifices, his soul reeling from the impact. He gazed at Gu Jin in horror. Just moments ago, when his mental force touched her, a terrifying roar reverberated through his mind. The source of that roar was an unimaginably fearsome entity beneath the bamboo sword array. The faint power of time descended upon Gu Jin, seeking to decay her essence. Yet, the dark shadows within her surged forth, shattering the bamboo sword array, nearly fracturing the swords themselves. How long has it been? A mere trace of temporal power cannot suffice to diminish me. I am merely a vessel. You shall not destroy me. Chun Hao spat a mouthful of blood. The 36 bamboo swords were nurtured by his millennia of devotion. Sudden damage to them tugged at his very spirit. Cursed be this woman. She is formidable. At that moment, Yuan Gang could no longer sustain the diminutive rebirth flower. The ape demon manifestation behind him collapsed, causing blood to erupt from his arms in a crimson mist. Yusheng, aghast, swiftly activated his spiritual vision. Upon doing so, he beheld a colossal beast dwelling within Gu Jin. Its fierce gaze met his, and a dark light flashed by. Instantly, Yusheng felt an excruciating pain in his eyes. Such a beast was not to be gazed upon directly. The 4 renowned generals faltered before this singular adversary. Within the Longevity Palace, an immensely powerful aura swept through, prompting expressions of elation from the 4 generals. This was the palace master. In the innermost sanctum of the Longevity Palace, countless colorful clouds illuminated the sky. Numerous clouds transformed into white cranes, thousands soaring above, a man clad in white, with one hand resting behind his back and the other holding a paper fan, advanced gracefully as if treading upon the stars, exuding an air of elegance and grandeur. This was the foremost powerhouse of the entire Longevity Palace. Su Changqin, the unparalleled prodigy from 6,000 years past, was also a being of extraordinary nature. Possessing the rare small longevity body, such a spirit was immensely powerful, far surpassing Yuan Gang's ape demon form. With Su Changqin's arrival, Yusheng regarded Gu Jin as though she were already a corpse. Even if she bore an unparalleled beast within her, what of it? She could not rival the strength of the palace master. In comparison to that bookstore owner, she was not even in the same league. You are undoubtedly doomed today for daring to provoke my Longevity Palace. This is tantamount to courting death. Yusheng could only chuckle with delight. The palace master had emerged. It seemed Qingjun would surely belong to him today. And in due time, he would acquire that profound technique. Su Changqin strolled over to the side of the 4 renowned generals, gazing at Gu Jin and Gu Ling before the multitude of onlookers. He bowed with both hands holding the paper fan towards the 2 women. Su Changqin acknowledged Ling Lao and the young lady of the ancient clan. This statement immediately left everyone speechless. The young lady of the ancient clan? This woman was indeed the daughter of the ancient clan, a paramount force across the 18 states of Shangyan. It was highly probable that there existed an entity of the 9th realm within her clan. Ling Lao nodded slightly at Su Changqin. It has been 3,000 years since we last met. You have progressed significantly, reaching my level. The small longevity body is indeed remarkable. While Ling Lao displayed humility. His comprehension surpassed Su Changqing's. Gu Ling chuckled. In terms of humility, you cannot compare to the owner of that desolate land. Ji Eugene merely inclined her head slightly, a mocking glint in her eyes as she regarded Yu Sheng. Do you still believe I am courting death? Yu Sheng, the famed general, Gu Jin taunted. Watching Yu Sheng recoil in astonishment, he never anticipated this woman held such a significant identity. Su Changqing's brow furrowed. The ancient clan must not be offended, especially this woman before him, who could command Ling Lao's presence. Her status was extraordinary. Yu Sheng, quickly bring forth the person you captured for the young lady of the ancient clan. Those of the ancient clan are esteemed guests of my longevity palace. Yu Sheng, filled with reluctance, protested, for he had merely absorbed a modicum of longevity energy. Under Su Changqing's gaze, he felt a prickling unease. Ultimately, he relented. A short while later, Yu Sheng dragged Cheng Jun before them, unceremoniously tossing him to the ground. That moment, Cheng Jun was devoid of the longevity energy that Yu Sheng had absorbed. His silver hair disheveled, resembling a withered tree, his vitality nearly extinguished, slipping into unconsciousness. Su Changqing's expression shifted upon seeing Cheng Jun. This was someone coveted by the ancient clan, reduced to this state by Yu Sheng. He hoped the situation would not escalate. Ji Eugene frowned at Cheng Jun's condition. What has happened to him? He has merely had some of his essence extracted, Gu Jin replied, her anger flaring. This was a guest of the owner, and Yu Sheng had dared to treat him thus. This was an opportunity for the owner to showcase their prowess, and yet the person had been reduced to this state. How could she justify it? Gu Jin's countenance darkened, a terrifying aura emanating from her. You are courting death. This individual is of supreme existence. You dare treat him with such disrespect? Chapter 77. Above and below, unmatched in the world, Gu Jin pointed decisively. Piercing Yu Sheng's chest, a gaping wound appeared, and blood flowed freely. The strength of a being of the ninth realm merely pierced his chest. He was not yet dead, but severely weakened. The golden light within Yu Sheng frantically sought to mend the wound. The other three generals watched in shock. This woman was ruthless. Su Changqing, witnessing Yu Sheng's plight, interjected, Lady of the ancient clan, I implore you to show mercy. He is still one of my longevity palace's generals. Preposterous. Do you understand the existence that stands behind him? It could very well be a being of creation. Su Changqing, you should feel fortunate that such an existence did not come personally. They merely sent me in their stead. Gu Jin's voice rose, teetering on the brink of fury that if she failed to perform well this time, the owner would not assist her in controlling the beast within. Yu Sheng's actions had effectively severed her path to survival. Su Changqing, momentarily stunned by Gu Jin's fierce reprimand, soon regained composure, his eyes filled with disbelief as they fixated on the unconscious Cheng Jie, in existence of creation. This is merely 100 apertures. How could such a thing possess the essence of creation behind it? Su Changqing glanced at Elder Ling, who nodded gravely, tacitly affirming that what Lu Gujin had stated was indeed true. Even the ancient spirits of the 6 realms of the celestial sphere suggested that it could very well be an embodiment of creation. It thus appeared highly probable that this 100-aperture entity was indeed connected to the essence of creation. Yu Sheng's face revealed despair. Fate was playing cruel tricks in the struggle for the Dragon Maiden. It turned out she had a terrifying patron to rely upon. Now, here he was, having captured a mere 100-aperture individual from second-rate family, only to discover it was backed by the essence of creation. Why did it seem that everyone now had a powerful ally behind them? What a pity for the Longevity Sutra. He ultimately did not obtain it. Su Changqing observed Yu Sheng with a sigh. One must never offend the supreme being of creation. Should you provoke someone with the essence of creation, I shall sever your arm as punishment. As she spoke, Su Changqing sharply swung her paper fan, and in an instant, a flash of spiritual light burst forth, severing Yu Sheng's left arm. Blood gushed into the air, the severed limb falling into the depths of the mountains, unknown to all. Yu Sheng endured the excruciating pain. Pressing his right hand against the stump to staunch the bleeding, Su Changqing retrieved a green medicinal pill from her inner sanctuary. The derivative pill. In this era, the lineage of elixirs had become extinct. And it had taken tens of thousands of years to reach the stage of half-elixirs. This derivative pill was precisely that, half-elixir. Crafted from over 10 types of spiritual herbs kneaded together, consuming it would instantly restore lost vitality. Su Changqin flicked her fingers, and the derivative pill landed in Cheng Jun's mouth. As it entered his abdomen, it dispersed immediately, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that invigorated the cells within Cheng Jun. Threads of vitality converged once more, allowing Cheng Jun's once silver hair to regain some of its former blackness. Su Changqin extended her hand, levitating Cheng Jun and bringing him before Gu Jie. It was my lax discipline that offended the supreme being of creation. This derivative pill is my apology. Please inform a young lady not to provoke his wrath. The power of creation is such that it can rival the heavens themselves, should it become enraged. The palace of longevity would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Gu Jin nodded, gently embracing Cheng Jun. Yu Sheng's gaze fixated on Cheng Jun, filled with unwillingness. Had it not been for the supreme being of creation, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Can you tell me who this supreme being of creation is? Yu Sheng looked at Gu Jin, his only desire being clarity, that he wished to know who it was. To rid himself of confusion, Gu Jin, fulfilling his wish, slowly uttered, "The desolate land, the bookstore owner." Just 8 succinct words, yet they commanded Gu Jin's utmost seriousness. These words seemed to encapsulate an unparalleled principle, profoundly shaking the very core of Yu Sheng's heart. Yu Sheng laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face in disbelief. It was him. It was truly him. A myriad of bittersweet emotions flooded Yu Sheng's heart. He had never anticipated that the force behind Cheng Jun was the owner. How foolish he had been to once adamantly declare that the Cheng family could never receive support from the owner. Reflecting on it now, he felt utterly naive. Ultimately, he had not escaped the clutches of the owner. Su Changqin appeared astonished. Seeing Yu Sheng's expression, it seemed he recognized the owner of the desolate land. Yu Sheng, who exactly is that owner? One could only say, unparalleled under heaven and earth. Yu Sheng replied bitterly. The flames of his spirit extinguished. Cheng Jun was a guest of the owner, and it appeared that the Longevity Sutra also belonged to the owner's bookstore. Such a potent technique, casually lent by the owner. It became evident that the owner possessed even more formidable techniques. Yu Sheng gained a clearer understanding of the owner, existing beyond the mundane world, living an unremarkable life, yet secretly wielding dominion over the entire realm. Su Changqin, upon hearing Yu Sheng's assessment, grew even more curious about the owner. Such a powerful being, yet he chose to be a mere bookstore owner. I must meet him one day. Gu Jin's lovely visage also revealed respect. Having never witnessed him firsthand, one could never fully grasp the owner's allure. With a broad-minded approach, he held on to humility, avoiding the mundane, relishing simplicity. This was the essence of Lin Qi, the owner. This was what transcending truly meant. Well, now that we are here, I shall take my leave. Gu Jin lifted Cheng Jun and proceeded towards the desolate land. The ancient spirits silently followed behind Gu Jin. Elder Ling, take care. Su Changqin bowed respectfully to Elder Ling, and the other renowned figures of the 3 academies followed suit. Gu Jin advanced towards the desolate land at a speed that spanned 100,000 miles in a single breath. Cheng Jun gradually regained consciousness as the effects of the derivative pill fully permeated his body. As he opened his eyes, the scenery around him continued to shift. Soon, Cheng Jun understood that he was being carried forward by another. His gaze fell upon Gu Jin. "Miss, it was you who saved me. It was the owner who sent me to rescue you. You should be grateful to him," Gu Jin replied expressionlessly, feeling that conversing with a mere 100-aperture warrior was beneath her. Were it not for the owner's favor, she would not have even spoken to someone of such low standing. Cheng Jun's heart surged with excitement upon hearing Gu Jin's words. So, it was a figure of great stature. Once again, he owed his life to a high being, further deepening his indebtedness. Cheng Jun fell into contemplation. Before long, Gu Jin brought Cheng Jun to the desolate land, the outline of the wooden bookstore emerging before their eyes. Gu Jin landed gently, mindful that this was the owner's domain. Flying would be disrespectful. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the quaint wooden cabin, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Soon, she would receive the assistance of a high being. If she could restrain the sinister, she still had thousands of years ahead, perhaps even touching upon the ninth realm of the celestial sphere. Attaining the level of the owner, however, was utterly impossible. Chapter 78. The Four Symbols and Two Instruments. Gu Jin knocked on the wooden door. "Owner, I have returned with Chang Jun inside the cabin." Lin Shi was engaged in a lively discussion with little Tu when he heard Gu Jin's voice. Lin Shi's heart leaped with joy. So soon. Only a few hours had passed since they left, and she had already brought Chang Jun back. Shi Tian observed Lin Shi's delight and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. A high being, having reached such lofty heights, still valued each of his guests. Such character truly defined a remarkable individual. Shi Tian mentally elevated Lin Shi to an exalted status. Lin Shi opened the door to find Gu Jin supporting Chang Jun, with Elder Ling following closely behind. Upon seeing Chang Jun, Lin Shi hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. "Elder, how do you feel now?" "Thank you for your concern, owner. I am quite well that it is I who have troubled you." Chang Jun felt an overwhelming sense of shame as he accepted Lin Shi's support. Initially, he had been a man on the brink of death, indirectly saved by the owner through his granddaughter. Later, he was granted the Longevity Sutra, receiving unparalleled essence of creation. His lack of strength to defend this gift ultimately led to the owner having to rescue him. Such circumstances left him utterly humiliated, unworthy to face the owner. Lin Shi chuckled awkwardly, reassuring Chang Jun, "Elder, you are my guest. I must ensure your safety." Chang Jun trembled internally, feeling the immense gratitude owed to the high being. Lin Shi guided Chang Jun slowly toward the interior of the wooden cabin, with Gu Jin and Elder Ling closely following. Shi Tian retracted his thoughts, directing his gaze toward Gu Jie. "Is this the guest that the high being mentioned, perhaps knowing where my grandfather is?" Shi Tian mused. This woman exuded an aura that was truly formidable. Even his own supreme bone felt oppressed in her presence. This woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. Within her, a powerful existence must dwell. Eugene also noticed Shi Tian, sensing the aura of the supreme bone within him. A youth of such distinction. The people in the owner's establishment are indeed not simple, Gu Jin reflected inwardly. Lin Shi seated Chang Jun and immediately poured tea for everyone. He personally offered a cup to Gu Jie. This esteemed guest. I thank you for bringing my guest back. This cup of tea was Lin Shi's token of gratitude, for Yu Sheng was a rogue troublemaker. He certainly owed this guest a heartfelt thanks. Yu Jin's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the tea in Lin Shi's hands. The 6 paths of vitality tea. Such an elixir could restore nearly a century of vitality to her. After expressing her gratitude, Gu Jin gently sipped the 6 paths of vitality tea. Elder Ling's eyes sparkled with spiritual light, his heart filled with joy, laced with a hint of astonishment. The owner was evidently very pleased with the young lady's performance. This simple cup of tea was a reward for her. The subtle act of offering tea revealed the owner's princely demeanor. First, he skillfully grasped the method of restraint that the young lady required, yet maintained an approachable demeanor, proposing a task of modest difficulty for her to accomplish. Upon her return, he used this as a pretext to present her with a cup of tea, an approach entirely devised to bridge the distance between them, reminiscent of the relationship between sovereign and subject. Though he now played the role of a bookstore owner, he exhibited a profound mastery of the ways of rulers. 1 could perceive the proprietor's yearning for a realm beyond the mundane, where all of humanity would serve as his subjects. In this dynamic of master and guest, the proprietor subtly alluded to the bond of ruler and minister. Ling Lao felt a sense of relief in his heart, grateful that the Gu family had not offended the proprietor. Lin Shi remained blissfully unaware of Ling Lao's thoughts. Had he been privy to them, he would likely have laughed heartily, marveling at Ling Lao's vivid imagination. "Trust me, I am truly nothing extraordinary." Gu Jin, having finished her tea, felt a pang of urgency within. "Proprietor, I implore you for assistance." "Very well. I shall see what I can do for you." Lin Shi strode directly to the bookshelf, his gaze sweeping over its contents. Eugene and Ling Lao's eyes followed Lin Shi's movements, transfixed upon the bookshelf, the very heart of the bookstore. They were both eager to discern what made this shelf so exceptional. As Gu Jin gazed at the shelf, her eyes revealed a glimpse of over 20 profound paths, all lying dormant within its confines. Incredible! This single shelf contained such an abundance of profound truths. This implied that each book upon the shelf bore the weight of a great principle. Gu Jin felt somewhat dazed. It was only upon reaching the realm of Tian that one could touch even a fragment of such truths. Yet here, a single tome from the proprietor's collection fully embodied a profound principle. Ling Lao's mind was in upheaval as he perceived even more that he glimpsed the culmination of these principles, realizing that the boundless chaos stemmed from this very shelf. The shelf itself was a treasure. Logically, one would assume that the shelf merely served as a backdrop, with the books as the main attraction. However, in this proprietor's bookstore, the shelf was the true centerpiece. Relegating the books to mere adornments, Lin Shi retrieved a book titled Comprehensive Solutions to Medical Mysteries, which documented how the Tai Bai 7 Immortals elixir could cure leukemia. It also contained references to the parasites afflicting one of the guests. Holding the book, Lin Shi took a few measured steps and placed it in Gu Jin's hands. Gu Jin stared in astonishment at the book titled The Grand Compendium of Medicine. That moment, it felt as if she were grasping a profound principle. The path of medicine is indeed a grand truth. This book contains the methods you require, as well as treatments for other ailments. Our books are available for borrowing only, not for sale, and a rental fee is required. Lin Shi calmly explained the bookstore's rules to Gu Jie and Jiu Ling silently agreed, recognizing that if such divine texts were up for sale, it would incite chaos in the world. The circulation of sacred texts would undoubtedly lead to countless conflicts, attracting numerous factions. One could only surmise that the best sanctuary lay with such a transcendent figure. Gu Jin nodded, her mind racing to consider what she might offer as rental payment. Cheng Jun and Shi Tian recalled that their previous rental fee had been the golden other shore flower and the celestial cloth, which had secured them unparalleled transformations, albeit for only a month. Lin Shi's gaze was filled with anticipation as he regarded Gu Jin. This guest surely hailed from extraordinary background. He hoped she would present something unusual. Gu Ling also looked expectantly at her lady, curious about what treasure she would offer as rental payment. After a brief moment, Gu Jin produced a jade-white peace token. Upon seeing it, Ling Lao's expression changed dramatically. The young lady was actually willing to part with this. This peace token was no ordinary artifact. It had been bestowed upon Gu Jin by the elders when she became the vessel for the fierce beast. It was indeed the 4 symbols and 2 instruments ring. This seemingly small ring was crafted from the rarest spirit jade, containing a trace of the essence of the 4 symbols and 2 instruments, which were manifestations of the 3,000 great paths. Even a mere trace could grant one a fleeting opportunity to aspire to the realm of transformation. Chapter 79. Preserving the Proprietor's Peace. The spirit jade, combined with the essence of the 4 symbols and 2 instruments, rendered this ring a half-transcendent treasure. The 4 symbols and 2 instruments represented 2 of the most elite paths among the 3,000. This small ring possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, having aided Gu Jin for 8 centuries. That it was thanks to this 4 symbols and 2 instruments ring that Gu Jin had attained her current position in the 4th realm of Tian. Now, in her quest to borrow this method of restraint, she was willing to surrender the 4 symbols and 2 instruments ring to the proprietor. Proprietor, do you think this ring could serve as rental payment? Lin Shi accepted the ring from Gu Jin's hand, scrutinizing it closely. The ring, composed entirely of jade, felt as smooth as the finest jade. This jade was undoubtedly of the highest quality, and Lin Shi's heart soared with joy. Indeed, the possessions of guests from extraordinary backgrounds were distinct. Jade, a favored material among the affluent. This jade was certainly worth something, and Lin Shi playfully toyed with the ring. This jade ring can serve as rental payment. Lin Shi accepted it, then retrieved a ledger to inquire. The borrowing period is 1 month. Please provide your name for registration. Gu Jin. Lin Shi silently recited the name in his mind before inscribing it. At the moment the name was penned, Gu Jin distinctly felt a connection forming between herself and the bookstore, binding them together tightly. This was the finest testament to her status as a guest of the bookstore. Ding! The notification of receiving a guest rang in Lin Shi's mind. At last, he felt a surge of excitement. This marked his seventh guest. His current operational range had expanded to 700,700,700 cubic meters. This range was substantial, significantly enlarging his area of activity. Meanwhile, Gujin marveled at the sensations coursing through her. Was this the manifestation of her covenant with the transcendent? Gujin pondered in amazement. It resembled a martial oath. Should she fail to return the sacred tome on time, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Having fulfilled Gujin's request, Lin Shi retrieved the scroll that Shi Tian had given him, slowly unfolding it before Gujin. "Miss Gujin, the figure within this scroll has gone missing. I wonder if you have seen him." Shi Tian was electrified, eager for the transcendent to commence the search for his grandfather. Curious as to whether Gujin possessed any information, Ji Jin's eyes fell upon the figure in the scroll, turning towards Shi Tian. "Proprietor, you are inquiring about that little fellow, aren't you?" A playful smile graced Gujin's lips. Shi Tian trembled with excitement. "You have seen my grandfather, Shi Tian of the Shi clan." Indeed, she had. The figure in the scroll was none other than Shi Tian, a man renowned for possessing a transcendent treasure. And the Shi clan's origins were anything but ordinary. The Qingzhou Shi clan was merely a branch. The true lineage resided in the Tianzhou of the Shanyang 18 states. The entire Shanyang 18 states were known as the Stone Clan of Heaven. Shi Tian, once of the Heavenly Stone Clan, had later been assigned to Qingzhou. Upon hearing Gujin's words, Shi Tian pressed further. "Where's my grandfather?" Lin Shi too leaned in, eager to discover the whereabouts of the little stone's grandfather. Gujin regarded Lin Shi, her heart heavy with silence. The proprietor, now in seclusion in this desolate place, sought refuge from the mundane world. If she were to disclose the location, the proprietor might act upon it, and she could not disturb his peace. Chapter 80. Preparing for dinner. With this thought in mind, Gujin lifted her gaze to Shi Tian. "Proprietor, forgive me, but I cannot divulge that information. I can only share it with the little one." Shi Tian's heart brimmed with suspicion. Where could his grandfather be, if even the transcendent could not reveal it? Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively. In that case, Miss Gujin, please speak privately with the little stone." Gujin nodded, standing impassively alongside Ling Li in this place. Aside from the proprietor, no one else warranted her attention. Cheng Jun, sensing the atmosphere, wisely returned the Longevity Sutra to the proprietor. He had memorized the text, and now needed only to practice diligently. "Proprietor, I must take my leave. Otherwise, my kin will grow concerned." Lin Shi nodded, reflecting inwardly on how different this otherworldly realm was, with each individual seemingly tied to a family. Shi Tian, too, was eager to learn of his grandfather's whereabouts. Promptly bowing to Lin Shi in farewell. "Transcendent, I wish to depart the bookstore with Miss Gujin." Lin Shi turned around and began rummaging through the storage locker with great effort. Shi Tian, unaware of the intentions of the esteemed figure, stood waiting in place. After a while, Lin Shi approached Shi Tian, carrying a bag of beef jerky and 2 seeds. "Little stone, your journey to find your grandfather is long. Here's a bag of beef jerky to sustain you. These 2 seeds are from the green pines I planted in front of my door. The green pine symbolizes resilience and longevity. 1 pine nut is a blessing for you, and the other is for your grandfather." Lin Shi explained his intentions and then placed the items into Shi Tian's hands. The Ji Jin and Ling Lao directed their gazes toward the contents cradled in Shi Tian's arms. At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. They were astonished that Shi Tian was so favored by the boss, receiving a personal blessing before his departure. Their eyes scrutinized the beef jerky and the 2 pine nuts. The power contained within the beef jerky felt like an immense ocean. They wondered what effects would arise from consuming its for the 2 pine nuts. Ling Lao could not penetrate their essence. Even the source within remained elusive. These 2 pine nuts were extraordinary. They would surely be of great significance for Shi Tian's journey ahead. Ling Lao sighed inwardly, beginning to regard Shi Tian with greater importance. After all, Shi Tian was someone the boss valued. Those who were valued by the boss would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Shi Tian looked at the items in his arms, feeling a wave of emotion. The esteemed figure had given him a blank scroll, yet to be utilized, and now bestowed upon him these unknown items. "Thank you, esteemed one. Little Stone will never forget your kindness." Shi Ritian carefully tucked away the 2 pine nuts and retrieved a jade box to preserve them cautiously, while the beef jerky was hidden securely in his bosom. Lin Chi, observing this scene, could not help but chuckle inwardly that it was merely a trivial item, yet Little Stone treated it with such reverence. It seemed his status in Little Stone's heart remained quite high. With this thought, Lin Chi felt a surge of pride. After all, he was the one who had helped Little Stone rise from the depths of despair, thereby earning the title of a life mentor. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chi's modest sense of accomplishment was thoroughly satisfied. Once Shi Ritian had secured his belongings, he bowed deeply to Lin Chi. "Esteemed one, I shall take my leave now." "Very well, Little Stone, travel safely." Shi Ritian nodded and departed the bookstore alongside Gu Jin. Lin Chi personally opened the door, watching them walk away, the sunlight casting elongated shadows behind them. After their figures gradually faded from view, Lin Chi sighed softly. "Little Stone, when I embark on my cultivation journey, I shall certainly look out for you as your elder brother." Xian'er leaned against the earthen wall of the backyard. And even Long Yin was practicing nearby. As the daughter of the Dragon clan, she could not afford to diminish her family's prestige. Her father was the Jiang Dragon King, the sovereign of the Eastern Demon Domain. Her current brother was an immensely powerful bookstore owner. She could not allow others to gossip about him. Long Yin, situated by the earthen wall, slowly inhaled the subtle essence of the soil that a faint light within his body was being nourished by this essence. A crackling sound resonated in Long Yin's mind. The 6 divine caverns of the human body, which contain the most abundant potential, had been unlocked by Long Yin. The light within him expanded to the size of his fists, and countless potentials surged within him. His spine, under the cleansing of spiritual energy, became translucent, resembling precious gemstones. The aura of the Dragon clan emanated forth, causing the heavens to shift dramatically, stirring the winds and clouds. Obscuring the sunlight, Xian'er's sapphire-blue eyes revealed a look of terror. She felt a pressure emanating from her bloodline. She was merely a 7-tailed bloodline, while Long Yin belonged to the Dragon clan. Only upon ascending to the 9-tailed celestial fox could she withstand the pressure from the Dragon clan. Xian'er retreated to a corner by the door, slowly curling up. Long Yin was too terrified. At just 8 years old, he had reached the realm of 99 bone patterns and entered the divine caverns. Long Yin's eyes were tightly shut, his dragon blood boiling. Waves of light surged within him, colliding against flesh and blood. The divine caverns within his body were fully unlocked, and just as he was about to retract his aura, a sudden chill pierced through him, causing his energy to spiral out of control in an instant. The bloodline began to freeze. The freezing of the bloodline not only endangered Long Yan's life, but could also lead to a sudden eruption that would drive him into madness. His energy became chaotic. Long Yan lost control, his consciousness growing hazy. The intangible aura of the Dragon clan surged into the sky, stirring the clouds. The winds and clouds swirled as the weather drastically changed, the sunlight being obscured. Xian'er anxiously watched Long Yin, her eyes filled with urgency. What should she do if Long Yin fell into madness? Xian'er frantically waved her claws, overwhelmed with despair. She could not approach Long Yin. The innate pressure from the Dragon clan was too formidable. Even moving was out of the question. How could she dare to act recklessly before a member of the Dragon clan? At the entrance of the bookstore, Lin Chi observed the sudden shift in the weather, his expression darkening in dissatisfaction. This strange weather changed so abruptly. It had been so pleasant just moments ago, and now it was so dire. Being an ordinary person was truly inconvenient, bound by the whims of the weather. When would he be able to become a warrior? Forget it. I should call Long Yin back. It might rain soon. Lin Chi muttered as he headed toward the backyard at that moment. Long Yin's consciousness was increasingly muddled. The activation of his bloodline, combined with the risk of madness, severely compromised his vitality. Tap, tap. Lin Chi's footsteps gradually approached, and a trembling Xian'er revealed an expression of excitement. The esteemed one has arrived. Finally, the esteemed one has come. Long Yin will be safe now. Creak. The sound of the wooden door creaking open echoed softly. Lin Chi's figure appeared. The last flicker of clarity in Long Yan's consciousness caught sight of that imposing figure. "Brother!" Long Yan exclaimed. "Long Yan, come inside. It's time to eat." Lin Shi called out to the still-closed eyes of Long Yan. Chapter 81. The blood-colored forbidden land. That voice resonated like a pure chant from the Buddhist realm. A simple tone, imbued with the essence of Buddhism, echoed as if a multitude of Buddhas were chanting in unison. Iclectic penetrated Long Yan's ears, and immediately her consciousness returned to clarity. That a storm surged within her heart as she opened her eyes, incredulously gazing at Lin Shi. The sound of the Tao. Warriors pursue the 3,000 paths. When one fully masters a singular path, their words resonate like the voice of the Tao. Clearly, her brother had reached such a realm, and moreover, had attained mastery in Buddhism. Within the 18 states of Shangyun, there were Buddhist sects, yet none had reached such a profound understanding of Buddhism. Her brother did not appear to be a monk, yet had achieved such mastery in the Buddhist path. Seeing Long Yan open her eyes, Lin Shi quickly waved his hand. "Come here." Long Yan nodded, channeling the power within her divine caverns to suppress the freezing bloodline. Although the freezing of the bloodline was a dire affliction, it could be restrained temporarily with the increase in cultivation. Once Long Yan subdued the freezing, she immediately rose and approached Lin Shi. Standing at 1 meter tall, she looked up at Lin Shi. "Brother, let us go eat." Lin Shi nodded, lifting Long Yan as though she were a little princess. "Let us take my precious Long Yan to have some delicious food. Today, brother will treat you to stewed potatoes. Xin'er, you come too." Released from the oppressive aura of the Dragon Clan, Xin'er could finally move freely. Once liberated, she dashed into the house. Lin Shi laughed heartily as he entered the house. Preparing for lunch. Outside the desolate land, Gu Jin and Shi Ritian had arrived within the bounds of Qingzhou. In the distance, the grand city walls of Qingzhou loomed, with soldiers patrolling back and forth. Shi Ritian gazed at the city, reminiscing about his grandfather. "Miss Gu Jin, where exactly is my grandfather? The blood-colored forbidden land." "What?" Shi Ritian's expression changed dramatically, startled by these 4 words. The blood-colored forbidden land was a place that most warriors within the 18 states of Shangyun had heard of. 100,000 years ago, an invading enemy force known as the Blood Demons attacked the 18 states of Shangyun. The Blood Demons could drain human blood to enhance their own power. Moreover, the Blood Demon clan possessed incredible physical strength and astonishing regenerative abilities, along with fearsome blood techniques. That troop numbered in the tens of thousands. Upon invading the 18 states, they swiftly conquered 3 major states. Just as they were about to enter Qingzhou, a human prodigy from Qingzhou intervened. Qingjun. Qingjun is a transcendent green pine, cultivated from a single pine tree. Iclectic has existed for tens of thousands of years. Possessing the strength to traverse the 9 realms, with a solitary form, it stands guard beyond Qingzhou. Qingjun battled fiercely for 3 days and nights, the corpses of blood demons littering the ground, forming mountains of bodies. The remaining blood demons were sealed away by Qingjun using unparalleled techniques. In later generations, the remains of the blood demons gave rise to numerous areas of great peril, attracting countless beasts. From then on, that place became known as the Blood Forbidden Ground. Shi Ritian could hardly fathom that his grandfather would venture to the Blood Forbidden Ground. Jiu Jin explained why she had not disclosed this to her master. "If the master were to learn of this place, he would undoubtedly come to your aid, and I believe you would not wish to trouble him to intervene personally on your behalf." Shi Ritian nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude as he clutched the beef jerky in his arms. The esteemed being had already done enough for him. He could not impose further. The elder had remarked that the green pine stands resolute and unyielding, intending for him to rise to the challenge, and he would not disappoint the esteemed being. Shi Ritian's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed into the distance. Chapter 82. The 5-person team. What of the Blood Forbidden Ground? He could find his grandfather alone. He carried with him the blessings of the esteemed being representing them. He could not bring shame upon them. His heart surged with fervor. The distant Blood Forbidden Ground beyond Qingzhou was his destined journey. Ling Lao emerged from behind Gu Jin, observing Shi Ritian as he made his decision, a gray talisman about the size of a palm. floated from within him and gently descended before Shi Riqian. Shi Riqian was taken aback. Shi Riqian, this journey to the blood-forbidden ground is fraught with peril that I bestow upon you this Qinkuan talisman. This talisman contains a spatial divine ability that can instantaneously transport you, even within the blood-forbidden ground. Shi Riqian gasped in astonishment. Such a spatial artifact is immensely valuable. It is known that the area of the blood-forbidden ground has a spatial nature entirely different from elsewhere. Altered due to Qingjuan's sealing. Common teleportation treasures cannot breach the spatial barriers within the blood-forbidden ground. This talisman can indeed penetrate the spatial barriers, clearly embodying extraordinary spatial laws. Shi Riqian reached out and grasped the talisman. Thank you, Ling Lao, for your kindness. Do not mention it. You possess the supreme bone and are particularly favored by the master. Consider this talisman a bond of goodwill. This was Ling Lao's intention, to exchange a talisman for future assistance from a supreme being. Shi Riqian nodded, understanding that this goodwill was entirely due to the esteemed being's influence. Without the esteemed being, Ling Lao would likely never have relinquished such a talisman. Shi Riqian stored the talisman and bowed in gratitude. Miss Gujin, Ling Lao, I shall now proceed to the blood-forbidden ground. Gujin nodded, preparing to depart as well. I, too, shall go to practice the restraint technique and suppress the turmoil within me. After bidding farewell, Shi Riqian promptly set off for the blood-forbidden ground. Beyond Qingzhou, the expanse was once littered with the corpses of blood demons. The ichor had stained the soil red, remaining unchanged even after digging 3 feet deep. After countless years, it had given rise to numerous spiritual herbs and attracted many beasts. The entrance to the blood-forbidden ground lay between 2 green pines. Concealed within the pines was a luminous portal, which would reveal itself upon the infusion of ample spiritual energy. This was a method left by Qingjun to maintain the seal. Martial artists frequently gathered at the entrance, some trading goods, while others formed teams to explore the forbidden ground together for mutual support. Human nature is inherently greedy, and even with the knowledge of the dangers, the allure of enticing opportunities was enough to compel many to take the risk. After all, the potential profits were too great to ignore. Shi Riqian appeared at the entrance, his youthful figure standing out amidst the crowd. Most were 17 or 18 years old, making his 13 years seem exceedingly conspicuous as he gazed at the 2 green pines. His heart raced with excitement. His grandfather was within, and he was about to find him. A tall, slender man behind Shi Riqian clapped him on the shoulder. Hey, little brother, are you also seeking spiritual herbs in the forbidden ground? Shi Riqian instinctively stepped back, turning to regard the tall man warily. The man chuckled lightly, his white martial robe fluttering. There's no need for such caution. I mean no harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiangyang and would like to invite you to join my small team. With that, Xiangyang offered a warm smile, as comforting as the sun. I am Shi Riqian, here to find someone in the blood-forbidden ground. Shi Riqian stated his purpose, yet his wariness remained unabated. In such a perilous place, the true terror lay not in the beasts, but in humanity. Human hearts are often greedy. One can never predict what those nearby may do next. Xiangyang nodded, displaying a delighted expression. Then let us travel together. It would be beneficial to have assistance along the way. At just 13, Shi Riqian bore 40 bone patterns. Such a person could be a valuable addition to the team. Shi Riqian followed Xiangyang to a corner of the crowd, where 3 individuals awaited Xiangyang's arrival. Everyone, I'm back. This is our new member. This is Shi Riqian, here to find someone in the forbidden ground. Xiangyang introduced Shi Riqian to the trio. A small man, dressed in tattered clothing and resembling a beggar, bounced forward. I am Lao Dan, a lifelong beggar. Beside Lao Dan stood a sturdy youth with an honest demeanor, who approached Shi Riqian. He extended his right hand, calloused and rough, bearing the marks of hard labor. I am Taiju, from the village. If you need to find someone, I'll help you look. Shi Riqian shook Taiju's hand firmly, feeling the warmth of his kindness. Thank you, brother Taiju. Taiju smiled broadly, exuding a simple sincerity. The tall, handsome man stepped forward, arms crossed in an aloof manner. Song Liang, he introduced briefly, handing Shi Riqian a map as a gesture of goodwill. All right, now we are all part of the same team, Xiangyang said joyfully, clapping his hands. Although the members of the small team lacked substantial backgrounds, they interacted harmoniously. Shi Ritian felt himself relax in this atmosphere. He opened the map, carefully studying the layout of the blood forbidden ground. The map was not particularly detailed. It merely divided the forbidden ground into 4 sections. East, Blood Demon Mountain. South, Blood Demon Altar. West, Ancient Herbland. North, Battle Ruins. Upon entering, one would find themselves in the eastern Blood Demon Mountain, which was further divided into 3 levels. Xiangyang explained all he knew to Shi Ritian, who gained a general understanding of the blood forbidden ground. Lao Dan remarked, "Now, we need to purchase some medicinal powders to heal our wounds later." He was responsible for acquiring essential supplies for the team. Lao Dan led the way to a shop outside the pines, where an elderly man sold low-tier medicinal powders that, in such a shop, one could only find basic powders, while higher-quality goods like elixirs and ointments were rare. Lao Dan selected healing powder and recovery powder. "Shopkeeper, I'll take 5 of each. How much is that?" 100 gold coins. The old man glanced at Lao Dan's ragged attire and lost interest in serving him. Such a customer would only bring minimal profit. Not worth his attention. "Shopkeeper, I'll take all those medicinal powders." A voice from behind Lao Dan startled the old man, who suddenly opened his eyes wide. Today a big client had arrived. Lao Dan turned to see a man in green robes with a chrysanthemum embroidered on his arm. "I've already requested some. It's first come, first served," Lao Dan replied, displeased. Chapter 83. Inferior to the esteemed being. The shopkeeper became anxious. What nonsense is this beggar spouting? The wealthy customer can buy whatever he pleases. You wouldn't be able to afford much anyway. This beggar truly was foolish. He mustn't offend his little fortune. Lao Dan seethed with anger. The shopkeeper was clearly looking down on him. It was evident that he was the first to make a request. The man in green robes behind Lao Dan laughed derisively. "How amusing, a beggar dares to compete with me." Lu Li, for goods, Li cast a derisive glance at Lao Dan, instantly recognizing him as someone devoid of any influential background. Such a lowly individual dared to vie for these items, audaciously attempting to compete with him. Lu Li. Behind him stood the Lu family, an illustrious lineage that boasted an ancestor capable of unlocking the 6 divine vaults. Lu Li struck out with a palm, aimed directly at Lao Dan. 50 bone patterns. "How dare such trash presume to stand alongside me?" Lu Li. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Lu Li's eyes as he unleashed a force exceeding 10,000 pounds. Lao Dan was sent reeling, a clear imprint of Lu Li's palm branded upon his chest. A crimson liquid trickled from the corner of Lao Dan's mouth. With merely 46 bone patterns, how could he withstand such power? Behind him, Shi Ritian, upon witnessing Lu Li's aggression, swiftly appeared beside Lao Dan. Shi Ritian regarded Lu Li with a cold gaze, embodying the stature of a youthful supreme. Just a glance was enough to startle Lu Li. "It was you who acted unjustly, daring to treat others in such a manner." Shi Ritian, filled with righteous indignation, had experienced the warmth and coldness of familial bonds. Yet the unreasonable behavior of Lu Li was intolerable. Lu Li, recovering from the shock, seethed with humiliation and rage. He had been intimidated by such a mere child. "Damn it, little brat, mind your own business and take my palm strike." The crowd parted, maintaining a distance of 3 meters. Their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Li infused his palm strike with pure white spiritual energy, aiming to obliterate Shi Ritian with sheer force. Shi Ritian's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he gathered a radiant energy within his palm, harboring unparalleled divine might. Golden spiritual energy spiraled around him, a manifestation of supreme power. The 8 techniques of supremacy. The Chun character technique. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted, sending both combatants staggering backward. The Chun character technique, through extreme compression of spiritual energy, unleashed a force that doubled in intensity. Dealing with an ordinary opponent possessing merely 50 bone patterns was a trivial matter. Song Liang, Xiangyang, and Taizhu joined Shi Ritian's side, eyeing Lu Li with resolute determination. Song Liang, possessing 55 bone patterns, Xiangyang with 50, and Taizhu, boasting 58. Only Lao Dan, with 48 bone patterns, and Shi Ritian, with 40, fell short. The combined aura of these three instilled a sense of foreboding within Lu Li, prompting him to retreat swiftly. The surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment. This small team appeared to be no ordinary group. The elderly shopkeeper displayed an expression of fury, realizing that his esteemed customer had been frightened away. It was these troublesome youngsters who had incited his ire. He tossed out the medicinal powder that Lao Dan had requested. Truly, what a hassle. Here, take your goods and pay up. Shi Tian helped Lao Dan to his feet and accepted the money from Lao Dan, handing it to the shopkeeper. Observing the shopkeeper's demeanor, Shi Tian comprehended the situation. No wonder the distinguished could reach such heights. Their magnanimity surpassed that of many as a proprietor. One should value all patrons equally, regardless of their status, rather than adopting a condescending attitude like the shopkeeper. It was no surprise that the shopkeeper, at his advanced age, remained confined to such a menial establishment selling medicinal powders. Indeed, he was vastly inferior to the truly exceptional individuals. Chapter 84. Who says no one can break through placing the shopkeeper's medicinal powder in Lao Dan's hands. He inquired, "How are you feeling?" Lao Dan coughed lightly, dismissively waving his hand with a chuckle. "Don't worry, I'm not dying. As long as I have the medicinal powder, I'm fine." Song Liang glanced in the direction Lu Li had departed, cautioning his comrades, "Be wary of Lu Li. We have entered the forbidden area, and he will undoubtedly seek to cause us trouble. I know Lu Li. He is a vengeful person." Song Liang's warning was particularly earnest. Reflecting his concern for the safety of the group, Xiang Yang replied, "It's fine. Now that we are in the forbidden area, they may not even be able to find us." Taizhu, with his simple-hearted nature, raised his fist, declaring, "If he dares to lay a hand on you, I will definitely smash him." His lack of understanding of the complexities surrounding them was evident. He simply knew that Shi Tian and the others were his friends, and that he must protect them. The others erupted into laughter, retreating to a corner of the crowd, awaiting the activation of the light gate. In a hidden corner, Lu Li glared at Shi Tian with palpable hatred. Beside him was a fearsome quartet, each member marked by numerous scars, their backs adorned with blood-stained blades. Fuming, Lu Li cursed under his breath, "Damn it! Having entered the forbidden area, I will surely annihilate you all," relying on the power of the Lu family. Who would dare refuse him a modicum of respect? "Young Master Lu, if you wish to eliminate those brats, it would be a simple task for us, the Bloodblade team. Just 50,000 gold coins will suffice." The one-eyed leader of the Bloodblade team sneered menacingly. He was known as the One-Eyed Wolf, frequently taking on contract for targeted assassinations, and he had survived for over a decade through this line of work. "Bring their heads to me, and you shall not lack for gold coins." Liu Li retrieved a pouch of coins from his storage ring, tossing it to the One-Eyed Wolf. "Here are 20,000 coins as a deposit. Bring me their heads, and you will receive the remaining 30,000. The One-Eyed Wolf weighed the pouch in his hands, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Rest assured, young Master Lu, I will certainly return with the heads of these individuals." The three fierce henchmen behind the One-Eyed Wolf also revealed predatory glints in their eyes, regarding Shi Tian and his companions as prey. After a considerable time, someone infused spiritual energy into the space between two green pines, causing a white light gate to materialize. Within the gate, no scenery of the forbidden area could be discerned, but an ancient, decayed aura wafted forth, inciting a wave of excitement among the crowd. "Charge for the spiritual herbs. The heavenly treasures are all mine." Taizhu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the light gate, murmuring, "Sister, I'm coming to find the spiritual herbs to cure your illness. You must hold on until I return." His fervor stemmed from his desire to procure healing herbs for his ailing sister. Suddenly, Xiang Yang waved his hand, leading the team through the light gate. Instantly, they were enveloped by a radiant white light. And in the blink of an eye, the world around them spun and shifted. Beyond the forbidden area, within the Qingzhou realm, Cheng Jun returned to the Cheng family, spotting Old Han, Old Ge, and Old Li gathered in the air above. An ominous premonition welled up within him. "Old Ghost Han, what is the purpose of your gathering at my Cheng family? Do you think my old bones can no longer return home?" Cheng Jun bellowed from a distance of 1,000 meters. His aura surged forth, revealing that he had unlocked 18 of the 100 meridians. Old Gu hovered in the air, tapping his jet black, polished old pipe in dissatisfaction. Cheng Laozu, what do you mean by that? I will certainly fulfill my promise to you. Old Gu was incensed. Although he often contemplated leading the Gu family to swallow the Cheng family whole, he valued dignity and face above all else. A promise made must be honored. He could not afford to lose face. Old Han chuckled awkwardly, clarifying his purpose. The cave of the Qinchi saint has been discovered, and it was your Cheng family's disciple who found it. We three have come to ensure the stability of your Cheng family. Cheng Jun was taken aback. The Qinchi saint, a supreme being who has mastered the dual arts of Qin and chess. Renowned for a millennium, standing among the elite of the saints, he possesses the legendary Phoenix Qin, a treasure of creation. Moreover, he wields the Yindao chessboard, a treasure that encompasses the grand transformations of the 4 symbols and 2 instruments. Teeming with myriad possibilities, these 2 treasures remained within the 18 states of Shangyun that I never imagined one of my own family members would uncover such a cave. Which disciple of the Cheng family was it? Cheng Yu, old Song, rarely one to speak, revealed a look of astonishment in his eyes. Cheng Jun clicked his tongue. It seemed his granddaughter possessed extraordinary luck. She had encountered such a transcendent figure and discovered the cave of the Qinchi saint. Where is this cave? What is its current status? Cheng Jun was eager to know if they could enter the cave and help Yue acquire some fortuitous encounters, potentially earning the favor of this remarkable individual. Old Gu interjected bluntly. That cave is situated on the sheer cliff. As for any fortuitous encounters, do not harbor such thoughts. The Chongqing Palace has already arrived in the capital city, with just our families. We cannot hope to share any spoils. Cheng Jun's expression shifted dramatically. Once again, it was the Chongshang Palace. The news of this palace was indeed quite astute. Without delay, Cheng Jun made his way to the sheer cliff. Eager to investigate, in Qingzhou, the sheer cliff was renowned as the most perilous precipice within the region. The rocky facade was adorned with bizarre formations, and countless venomous serpents coiled upon its surface. Amidst the flourishing flora, the stunningly beautiful yet treacherous landscape donned a deceptive veneer of allure. The abode of the Qinchi, holy sovereign, lay nestled within the heart of this rocky cliff. A colossal chessboard was etched into the cliffside, where the black and white pieces were scattered in a state of disarray. It was a game in a state of stalemate, a dilemma in Weiqi. Before the sheer cliff, a group of individuals hovered in mid-air. Among them the Chongshang Palace. Su Chongqing gazed contemplatively at the immense chessboard. It had long been rumored that the Qinchi holy sovereign had left behind a philosophical puzzle in Weiqi. Questioning the essence of the Tao, Su Chongqing sighed deeply. This stalemate was insurmountable. Should one fail to unravel this enigma, entry to the sacred abode would remain unattainable. With a graceful turn, her white robes billowing in the wind, Su Chongqing addressed the 3 figures suspended in the air. One was a woman in an elegant green dress, her intricately braided hair resting gently against a long guqin. She was the leader of the Xianqin sect from the capital, Jiao Xianqin Nu. The Qin Nu's lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth as she spoke. This stalemate is indeed extraordinary, and after enduring the passage of 100,000 years, it demands a level of strength that is formidable. Beside her stood 2 others, a young boy with closed eyes and an elderly man with green hair. The boy, though blind, emanated an aura of destruction. It was said that the Qinchi holy sovereign had ultimately transcended into the Chongqing Dao. Questioning the nature of immortality, the elderly man with green hair was the ancestral figure of the undying sect in Qingzhou, wielding a cane and hesitant to engage in the game in this world. It seemed no one could unravel this philosophical puzzle. Who claims it is impossible? I know of one person, exclaimed the green-haired elder. Just as he spoke, a rumbling sound resonated from the horizon. Chapter 85. For he is the owner. Cheng Jun had arrived. Upon his arrival, he overheard the green-haired elder's proclamation, igniting a spark of discontent within him. This declaration. All eyes turned toward Cheng Jun. The green-haired elder furrowed his brow, 100 orifices warrior. How dare such an individual challenge me? Cheng Jun approached the elder, unperturbed despite the formidable presence of those before him. The elder noticed Cheng Jun's composure and felt a flicker of intrigue. You claim to know of someone. Pray tell. Who is this person? How do they compare to me? Cheng Jun couldn't help but scoff at the elder's question. Compare to you? In front of him, who would dare proclaim invincibility? Who would claim to be undefeated? You are not worthy, for he is the owner of the desolate land, the proprietor of the bookstore. Even if he were a celestial being, what could he possibly be compared to the owner? The elder's laughter turned to frustration. He was the ancestor of the undying sect, a mere bookstore owner from the desolate land? Who was this person? After thousands of years, he had never heard of such an individual. The Qin knew, and the closed-eyed boy exchanged puzzled glances. The bookstore owner. This was a name entirely foreign to them. Only Su Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. The owner of the bookstore in the desolate land. Capable of summoning the presence of both the ancient clan's elder and the young lady from the ancient clan, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. My friends, I have heard whispers of this bookstore owner. Su Changqing revealed. Oh. The three turned their attention toward her, and the green-haired elder quickly inquired, Changsheng Palace Master, who exactly is this bookstore owner? To be honest, I am not entirely certain of his origins. I have never encountered him myself. However, he has garnered the attention of the ancient clan's elder, who described him as a being of immense fortune. What? The Qin knew, and the others were struck with astonishment. The implications of this revelation were monumental. The being of fortune had not appeared for 100,000 years, and now a figure of such stature had emerged. The elder of the green hair inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on Cheng Jun in disbelief. Cheng Jun's expression radiated hope that in this world, all things are within the owner's grasp. The Qin Nu spoke serenely, her voice melodious as the sound of a guqin. Might it be possible for us to be introduced to this esteemed owner? The closed-eyed boy remained silent, observing quietly. The philosophical puzzle laid by the Qinshi holy sovereign was already extraordinary, and after 100,000 years of sedimentation, it had become even more unparalleled that it was unlikely that the bookstore owner could unravel the puzzle, and he may not even be adept at the game of Weiqi. Cheng Jun nodded, leading Su Changqing and the others toward the desolate land. Before their departure, Su Changqing meticulously inscribed the puzzle, a task that consumed a considerable amount of her energy, underscoring the enigma's formidable nature. Cheng Jun escorted the four individuals toward the desolate land. In the desolate land, within the wooden bookstore, Long Yin frolicked with Xian Er, while Lin Shi busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a meal. The crackling of burning wood echoed, and the enticing aroma of sautéed potatoes wafted through the air. My potato dish is becoming increasingly exquisite. If taken to earth, I could surely attract a partner. Lin Shi murmured contentedly, his stirring becoming a tad more fervent. The fragrance of the potatoes seeped through the door cracks. Reaching the bookstore, Long Yin inhaled deeply, his recently stabilized breakthrough invigorated by the scent. Just one waft of that essence fortified his foundation. Xian Er felt a stir within her bloodline, inching closer to her eight-tailed lineage. Truly, a master who had lived for ages, using the earth's treasures as mundane ingredients. Chapter 86. A taste beyond compare, Xian Er gazed at Lin Shi in admiration, wishing to remain by the side of such a master every day. Long Yin sat quietly at the wooden table, toying with a fabric that appeared as vast as the sky itself. This treasure of creation was deftly manipulated by Long Yin, folding it like origami. In the kitchen, Lin Shi emerged with two plates, one filled with potatoes and the other with stir-fried cabbage with meat. Gentle steam wafted up, filling the air with the essence of mortal life. Long Yin and Xian Er's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Brother, what delectable dish have you prepared today?" Long Yin inquired eagerly, his mouth watering. "Vinegar stir-fried shredded potatoes and lightly sautéed cabbage. Xian Er, you are in for a treat." After placing the dishes on the table, he tidied up with the fabric Long Yin had been playing with. Just as he prepared to dig in, a knock echoed from the door. Long Yin's expression soured at once. Lunch would inevitably be delayed. Xian Er quickly jumped down from the table to open the wooden door. "Who arrives at such an opportune moment, just in time for a meal?" Lin Shi muttered. Hastening to greet their visitor, the wooden door creaked open. Su Changqing and her three companions stood outside the wooden house, awaiting entry. The green-haired elder's heart raced upon seeing the open door. Within this modest abode lay a formidable presence. The Qin knew maintained her composure, holding her breath in anticipation. Lin Shi approached the door slowly, clad in ethereal blue, his aura of earthly warmth leading Su Changqing and the others to perceive him as an ordinary person. "Is this the bookstore owner?" All for scrutinized Lin Shi, their gazes infused with the essence of the laws, yet they could glean nothing. Such a situation could only arise from two possibilities. Either he was an ordinary person, or he embodied the essence of the great Tao, returning to simplicity. Clearly, it was the latter. How could a mere mortal be capable of summoning those from the ancient clan? The four immediately adopted a posture of formality. This was indeed a being of fortune. Lin Shi, noticing Cheng Jun, regarded him with a hint of confusion. "Elder, have you brought these for to see me?" "The owner. They seek your assistance," Cheng Jun replied, having completed the introduction, leaving the next steps to Su Changqing and the others. "Seeking my assistance?" Lin Shi felt perplexed. He was unfamiliar with these four individuals. Su Changqing stepped forward and bowed deeply. "We have long admired the esteemed name of the owner and have come to behold your presence." "My name?" Lin Shi questioned, bewildered. "I have hardly any guests. How could I have garnered such renown? Perhaps it is due to Miss Gu Jin." Lin Shi's heart raced, speculating if Miss Gu Jin had promoted him after disciplining a local ruffian. "Yu Sheng, come in, come in." Lin Shi urged, his excitement palpable. Lin Shi led the group into the establishment, pondering that these individuals were likely his guests. That it was imperative that he presented himself in the best light as a proprietor. Leaving them with a favorable impression, Su Changqing and her companions entered the bookstore, where Long Yinshui's luminous eyes fixed upon them. Long knew. The four were taken aback upon seeing Yin'er, the daughter of the Baijiang Dragon King for the Eastern Demon Realm. "She is my sister. Our father passed away early, and before he left, he entrusted her care to me." Lin Shi noticed the group's gaze was fixed on Yin'er, fearing they might misconstrue her as his daughter. He promptly clarified. The four were astounded. The old Dragon King had entrusted his only daughter to the boss before his departure. What immense trust he had in him. Their attention then fell upon the two plates of dishes on the wooden table, still radiating warmth. Upon closer inspection, they were shocked to discover Dizonggua and Yu Chui Qing. These two immortal herbs, exceedingly rare in the world, were being casually stir-fried. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. "I must say, your timing is impeccable. You shall have the pleasure of tasting my cooking." Lin Shi had prepared 5 pairs of chopsticks, placing them on the wooden table. Su Changqing and her companions felt an even deeper admiration for Lin Shi. As a revered figure of creation, he bore no airs, living a life as ordinary as any common man. Particularly noteworthy was his detached heart, treating even the immortal herbs with such indifference. This clearly indicated a serene heart amidst the mundane world. Slowly, Su Changqing and her companions picked up their chopsticks and sampled the shredded potatoes. The moment the sour and tangy potato strips touched their tongues, an extraordinary flavor erupted. The surging spiritual energy transformed into waves, carrying that exquisite taste through their mouths. That it was utterly delectable. This was truly a culinary marvel. It was unfathomable that such a simple method, akin to that of the mortal realm, could yield such divine flavor. The Qin girl closed her eyes, displaying an expression of lingering enjoyment. Su Changqing could not help but exclaim in admiration as she took another bite. Precious ingredients often require merely the simplest methods of preparation. This dish, much like its creator, embodied the principle of simplicity, returning to the ordinary. The essence of the dish reflected the boss's profound philosophy. No wonder it was a taste beyond compare. Alas, after experiencing the boss's culinary skills, anything else would seem bland and insipid. The green-haired elder, having tasted it, revealed a look of desolation. Just a single dish had made him realize the boss's extraordinary prowess. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Shi felt a surge of joy. The dishes brought from a nation with 5,000 years of history would surely possess such exquisite flavors. Long Yin was anxiously watching at the table. "You all mustn't eat so much. I'm running out." This was a dish prepared for her by her brother. Cheng Jun, ever honest, took a bite, savoring the spiritual essence within the sour potato strips. Su Changqing and her companions felt their faces flush. Having lived for thousands of years, They were now competing with a young one for food. A truly embarrassing situation. The blindfolded boy wiped the grease from his mouth. The boss's cooking is too delicious. I simply cannot stop. Long Yin pouted, clearly displeased. Su Changqin and the others shared awkward smiles before shifting to the main topic. Boss, we have come to seek your assistance regarding a matter. What is it? Lin Shi asked, perplexed as to what could prompt 4 individuals to seek him out. That Su Changqin produced a carved game of Go, placing it upon the wooden table. That we have been stumped by this game position and wish to request your help. A game position? Lin Shi scrutinized the arrangement, with black and white stones interspersed. The black stones trapped in a dire situation. Go. Lin Shi mused inwardly. He was merely a novice in the game. However, the state of this position was clear to any discerning eye. The black stones were surrounded by the white ones, making it exceedingly difficult to break free. Yet, he was not adept at Go. If he were to assess his skill, it would be akin to that of a child. This position was at a professional level, far beyond his capabilities. I am not particularly skilled at playing. But Su Changqin and her companions, save for the blindfolded boy, gazed at Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. Boss, we are unable to make a move on our own and can only seek your guidance. Su Changqin spoke urgently, fearing Lin Shi might refuse their request. Lin Shi hesitated. The intensity of their gazes made it difficult for him to decline. Sigh, I suppose I must muster the courage to proceed. Chapter 87. The hand of God. Lin Shi meticulously examined the game position, hoping to uncover a glimmer of opportunity. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Utterly stumped, he took a deep breath. In a moment of resignation, he picked up a black stone and placed it in the lower left corner. Su Changqin and her companions quickly watched as the boss made his move. What had once been a black stone trapped in a dire predicament now possessed a sliver of hope, as if an infinite chaos had been split open by an unparalleled path. The hand of God. The 4 staggered back 3 steps, their faces filled with astonishment. The hand of God. This represented the pinnacle of the art of Go. Not even the revered Qinshi saint from 100,000 years ago had achieved such mastery in the game. Many speculated that had the Qinshi saint devoted himself to the art of Go, he might have reached the realm of the hand of God. Now, they had finally witnessed this highest pinnacle of the game. The boss had claimed to be merely an amateur. Such extreme modesty. If achieving the hand of God merely required casual play, then the Qinshi saint from 100,000 years ago would seem like a mere joke. The position where Lin Shi placed the stone effectively severed the life force of the dragon-like white stones. Su Changqin bowed deeply in respect, utterly astounded that the boss was a master of the art of Go. I bow to you. The Qin girl added, Boss, this move is enough to astonish the ages. Cheng Jun and Long Yin gazed at the game position, completely unable to comprehend it. Them. The carved game was shrouded in a veil of mystery. At their level, they could not even perceive the hand of God. Lin Shi stared blankly at his own move, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What a calamity! He had inadvertently placed a stone in the correct position. I merely placed a stone at random. The green-haired elder sighed, to achieve the hand of God with such casualness. If the boss were to truly apply himself, it would indeed be as if heaven and earth were the board, and all beings the pieces. Lin Shi, observing the fervor of Su Changqin and her companions towards him, realized that any explanation would be futile. The remaining moves are up to you. I can assist no further. He quickly distanced himself from the game position, as he had been fortunate to play correctly this time. Who could guarantee he would do so again? The heavens. The blindfolded boy nodded in agreement. The boss has already provided us with a crucial step. The rest we shall handle ourselves. The black stones had broken free, and even the life force of the white stones was suppressed. The white stones, in the presence of the hand of God, had completely revealed their declining state. The Qinshi saint's lifelong efforts had culminated in this intricate game position, which had been effortlessly turned around by the boss on the path of the great Tao. The boss had traveled further than even the Qinshi saint. Su Changqin felt a surge of emotion within, holding Lin Shi in the highest regard. Boss, our apologies for the disturbance. We shall take our leave now. Next time, we will return to express our gratitude. The green-haired elder, eager to unravel the game position left by the Qinshi saint, was also ready to depart, the cave left by the Qinshi saint. After all, the Qinshi saint had pursued the path of immortality. All right, you may go. Lin Chi watched the group, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Forgo enthusiasts regarded him as a deity of the game. Yet he had merely stumbled upon a fortunate move. He was just an ordinary bookstore owner. Su Changqin and the others took their leave, not daring to linger near the bookstore. The four gradually walked out of Lin Chi's sight. Only Cheng Jun remained in the bookstore. "Elder, how is your health now?" Lin Chi inquired about Cheng Jun, wishing to know how much his guidance and health had benefited the elder. Chapter 88, continuing to teach him swordsmanship thanks to the boss's books. "I can now extend my lifespan by several years." Cheng Jun looked at Lin Chi with gratitude. Although he could add decades to his life, in the presence of the boss, it felt like just a few years. Lin Chi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. He'll be able to live a few more years indicates that the elder has truly grasped the principles of health preservation. Indeed, the elderly ought to focus on health, ideally soaking goji berries in a thermos. "Elder, I have a favor to ask of you." "Please, boss, speak on." Cheng Jun listened respectfully. Being able to assist the boss was a tremendous honor for him at the level of the boss. To still require his help was clearly an act of kindness. "Please find someone from the Wu Yizi family and have him discreetly look after Xiao Shitu." Lin Chi gazed anxiously into the distance, uncertain of the whereabouts of Xiao Shitu. The location where his grandfather had vanished was undoubtedly perilous. Otherwise, Miss Gu Jin would not have refrained from informing him, fearing that he might worry excessively. Wu Yazi was acquainted with both Xiao Shitu and his elder, and if informed, he would most likely discreetly attend to Xiao Shita's needs at the— "Oh, you know Wu Yazi?" "I do," Cheng Jun replied with a wry smile. The name of the Millennium Sword Immortal, Wu Yazi, was certainly known to him. The proprietor held each guest in such high regard. He was truly the finest boss in the world, whether it was seeking the ancient clan or now the Sword Immortal, for sure Ritian. The boss genuinely cared for each of his patrons. Xiao Shitu is venturing into a rather dangerous territory. You understand. Rest assured, boss, I shall inform Wu Yazi. Please tell him that upon his return, he is welcome to visit me, and I shall continue to teach him swordsmanship. Lin Chi contemplated how his foundational sword technique had brought Wu Yazi such joy. Coincidentally, the system had recently provided him with a new sword technique comprising 13 moves, which surpassed the basic one. Wu Yazi would surely appreciate it. After all, he was a fervent admirer of swordplay and must have harbored dreams of martial heroism in his youth. Cheng Jun was astounded by Lin Chi's words. Wu Yazi was indeed a Millennium Sword Immortal. Even he could not escape the fate of seeking counsel from the boss. The boss was truly formidable, having reached a divine level in the game of chess. As for the sword path, he had transcended the sword immortals, attaining an unparalleled realm. Cheng Jun, filled with admiration, promised Lin Chi that he would depart immediately, outside the headquarters of the Mad Dao Holy Sect. A force that could contend with the Sure clan, a vast array of formations lay hidden beneath a 1,000-mile expanse. Spiritual energy coiled like mist within the sect. Cheng Jun traversed 1,000 miles in an instant, arriving before the mountain gate of the Mad Dao Holy Sect. Cheng Jun of the Cheng family, hereby the boss's command to seek an audience with the Sword Immortal. His voice, infused with spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the sect. Moments later, from the innermost depths of the holy sect, a terrifying sword aura erupted forth. The resounding clang of swords echoed through the heavens and the earth. The Wu Yazi emerged from the depths, each step causing the surrounding trees to exude a sharp energy. "What does the boss wish to discuss with me?" he inquired, approaching Cheng Jun and waving his hand to establish a barrier before further questioning. Few in this world were privy to the existence of the boss, and even among those who were aware, who would dare to misuse his name? "The boss has instructed you to discreetly protect Shuri Qian, as he has located the site of his grandfather's disappearance." Cheng Jun framed the act of care as protection. The boss, being a person of great stature, seldom spoke too plainly, though he mentioned discreetly caring for Shuri Qian. The underlying intent was indeed to provide covert protection. Wu Yazi's eyes widened in astonishment. Shuri Qian has actually discovered where the god of war of the Shur clan is located. "Do you know where it is?" The boss only indicated that it is a rather dangerous place. "That a rather dangerous place?" Wu Yazi's heart grew solemn at the implication. If the boss deemed it dangerous, it could only be the blood-forbidden zone. "Near Qingzhou, Aside from the eternal cave that would open in over a month, this was the only other perilous location I understand. Sure, Retian is the heir of our holy sect, even without the boss's words. I must ensure his safety. The boss also mentioned that upon your return, you should visit the boss's establishment for even more powerful sword techniques. More powerful sword techniques. Wu Yazi's eyes glimmered at this revelation. The previous technique, the 10,000 Dao Heart Sword, had allowed him to reach the threshold of attracting heavenly tribulation. Now he was but a hair's breadth away from the second realm, if he were to acquire an even more formidable sword technique from a master. It would undoubtedly lead him to the pinnacle of the sword path. Wu Yazi, filled with excitement, dispelled the barriers surrounding him. I shall proceed to the blood-forbidden zone at once. He shot forth like a sharpened blade. The blood-forbidden zone's portal opened, and numerous bone-pattern realm warriors, along with those of divine concealment, entered. Many powerful warriors suppressed their own abilities to gain entry into the forbidden zone, seeking even a fleeting opportunity to break through their realms. Wu Yazi's arrival attracted the attention of countless warriors outside the forbidden zone. That is the sword immortal Wu Yazi. He is still alive. Heavens, how could the sword immortal be here? Is he also searching for a chance to break through? Wu Yazi gazed at the shimmering portal before him, as sword intent intertwined around him, that a figure identical to Wu Yazi slowly materialized. A doppelganger forged from the convergence of myriad sword intents. Possessing the full strength of divine concealment, it represented the zenith of combat power within the forbidden zone. The sword intent doppelganger stepped into the portal, commencing the prologue to the forbidden zone. In the eastern part of the forbidden zone, Blood Demon Mountain, Shi Riqian and his companions looked around in confusion at their surroundings. The crimson sky had replaced the azure, devoid of the sun and moon cycles, casting the entire day in shades of red. The five found themselves on the first tier of a great mountain, surrounded by dense trees, shrouded in ominous shadows that concealed countless dangers that a faint scent lingered in the air, while winding, shadowy paths led to higher elevations. Blood Demon Mountain was the destination reached by entering the portal. It was divided into 3 tiers, with the third tier hosting immense perils. Taiju's eyes glimmered with fervor as he surveyed the area. I have finally entered this blood-forbidden zone. Sister, wait for me to rescue you. Among the group, Song Liang, ever astute, began devising a strategy that we must not stray too far. The maximum distance should be within a kilometer, allowing everyone to arrive promptly. Despite Xiang Yang being the team leader, Song Liang's composed demeanor was a source of reliance for the others. Old Dan clutched 2 slightly darkened buns in his hands. In this urgent moment, we should first help Taiju find the spiritual herb he needs to treat his sister. The others nodded, fully aware of Taiju's situation. He had lost a brother, and now had only a 10-year-old sister left. She was Taiju's last hope. After a thorough discussion, the 5 began their mission. Taiju, the strongest among them, led the way 100 meters ahead. Song Liang and Xiang Yang maintained a watchful eye from the rear, while Shi Riqian and Old Dan guarded the middle. Chapter 89. I will destroy it too. The entire team advanced through the unfamiliar Blood Demon Mountain with this formation. Their path was fraught with danger, with venomous snakes descending from branches and wolves leaping forth, all dealt with by Taiju's might. Before long, the team arrived at a wetland, spanning no more than 300 square meters. The area was overgrown with toxic vegetation, and beneath the surface lay unknown threats. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, making one's stomach churn. Yet above the wetland, beside a large stone, stood a 6-inch silver flower, radiating a precious glow. 6-inch silver grass. Taiju exclaimed with excitement upon spotting it. This is the spiritual herb I need. With it, my sister can be saved. Taiju beamed with hope. Hearing that this was the herb Taiju sought, the others assumed serious expressions. Song Liang remarked, "There must be some powerful demon beast lurking beneath this wetland." The group nodded in agreement. Treasures of heaven and earth were often guarded by fierce beasts that I don't care, even if there is a demon beast. I will destroy it. My sister cannot die. Taiju declared, his impatience palpable as he stepped forward. As he beheld the 6-inch silver grass, his urgency surged. The power of 58 bone patterns erupted within him, his body hardening like stone, a precaution against the toxic plants in the wetland. With a single step, he crushed numerous toxic plants and cautiously approached the 6-inch silvergrass as he reached the center of the wetland. The ground began to tremble. Mountain turtle. It was nearly 10 meters in size, its shell towering 3 meters high, covered in deep yellow patterns that was a demon beast equivalent to 60 bone patterns. Its massive shell resembling a small hill, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. With fierce eyes and sharp teeth capable of crunching through rock, it roared, Mountain turtle. As it slammed a massive claw down, Taiju did not retreat. Nothing would stop him from saving his sister. He raised his right hand, channeling the power of 58 bone patterns into his arm. With a single move, Might of the Mountain, his veins bulged as his sturdy frame forcefully lifted the giant claw of the Mountain turtle. Do not act recklessly, Taiju, Xiangyang urged urgently. Springing into action, he drew 2 sharp blades from his storage ring, their crimson energy swirling around them. Solar Slash. With a swift and powerful stroke, the double-edged blade cleaved down upon a massive claw. Whoosh! The Fushan turtle recoiled in pain, retracting its enormous claw. Xiangyang seized the moment, dragging the iron pillar back to their original position, retreating a full 500 meters. Despite the Fushan turtle's formidable defenses and immense strength, its speed was exceedingly slow, and its reactions were sluggish. The 5 of us could launch attacks from 5 different angles. Song Liang quickly devised a combat strategy. In light of the situation, he demonstrated the capacity to act as the brain of our small team. The other 4 nodded in agreement, their forms immediately shifting. Shi Ritian positioned himself at the rear of the Fushan turtle, whose short tail lay horizontally on the marshy ground. Shi Ritian activated all his strength, dragon patterns swirling vibrantly in his hands. The true dragon combat technique. After many days, Shi Ritian was finally ready to unleash this technique, with 40 bone patterns facing the 60 of the Fushan turtle. It remained uncertain how much the true dragon combat technique could bridge the gap. Shi Ritian tightened his grip on the dragon pattern, and a long spear materialized, forged from his spiritual energy. True dragon combat technique. Breaking the army. The surging spiritual energy erupted in brilliance as Shi Ritian charged forward with the spear. Chapter 90. The black liquid is the true treasure with a single thrust. Light surged forth, the aura of slaughter akin to the clangor of battle, cutting through the air. The attack struck the Fushan turtle's tail, severing it with brutal force. Blood splattered across the sky as the Fushan turtle let out a mournful wail. Its eyes turned crimson, engulfed in a state of frenzied rage. Dragging its massive body, it began to advance slowly. The entire marsh trembled, water spilling over continuously. The Fushan turtle opened its gaping maw, and the 60 bone patterns within glowed fiercely. One claw came crashing down. Iron Pillar stood firm, his eyes filled with hope. If they could overcome this turtle, they would acquire the 6-inch silver grass. With spiritual patterns cascading from his hands, Iron Pillar channeled immense power into his arms. At that moment, his hands resembled 2 black iron pillars, the flow of blood hidden from view. Breaking the mountain, Iron Pillar bellowed, unleashing unparalleled strength from his right arm. A punch reverberated through the air. Iron Pillar's fist collided with the Fushan turtle. He sank halfway into the marsh, the tremendous force causing his blood to surge within him. The beast, unable to unlock the 6 divine treasures within its body, merely possessed overwhelming strength. Even the demonic arts within its bloodline could not be invoked. Only those with unique or exceptionally potent bloodlines could surpass this limitation. The sides of the Fushan turtle. Lao Dan, Song Liang, and Xiangyang simultaneously unleashed their killing moves. The 3 drew their weapons, striking fiercely at the turtle's vulnerabilities. Spiritual light surged as they concentrated all their internal power to pierce the Fushan turtle's side. Turtle blood erupted into the air, and the Fushan turtle howled in agony, sensing the life ebbing from within. Those damned humans had disrupted its tranquil existence. The Fushan turtle's gaze turned fierce, its speed suddenly accelerating. Even if it were to die, it would drag these humans down with it. The turtle fixed its gaze on Iron Pillar, who was mired in the marsh. One claw raised, capable of rending stone. It lunged ferociously at Iron Pillar, a powerful gust of wind battering against him, akin to an iron plate striking his face. "Danger! Quick, save Iron Pillar!" Song Liang exclaimed urgently, and the other three rushed forward. Shi Riqian, filled with anxiety, held his spear firmly. The trio pushed their speed to the limit, but the Fushan turtle's enormous claw was even faster. The claw was mere inches from Iron Pillar's head. The terrifying aura caused Iron Pillar to turn pale. He was still just an 18-year-old boy. Having never witnessed the chaos of battle, he was merely a farmer who once tilled the fields. Faced with such a scene, his mental defenses crumbled in an instant. "Brother Yang, if I die, please don't tell my sister. Just say I've gone far away." Upon hearing this, Shi Riqian felt a pang in his heart. With the spear poised in his grip, he channeled all his strength into the weapon and hurled it with ferocity. Whoosh! A long, piercing sound echoed as the spear embedded itself into the Fushan turtle's massive claw. Sinking deep into flesh, the Fushan turtle let out a cry of pain and withdrew its claw. Seizing the opportunity, Song Liang and Lao Dan rushed to Iron Pillar's side. "Your sister is your responsibility." Iron Pillar. Each of them grasped Iron Pillar's arms, pulling him out of the marsh. In retaliation, the Fushan turtle kicked Shi Riqian with its hind leg. Thud! Shi Riqian's chest cracked with the sound of breaking ribs. His body was sent crashing against a tree trunk. "Shi Riqian!" Xianyang shouted in alarm, and after rescuing Iron Pillar, he hurried to Shi Riqian's side to assist him. "This is a healing powder. It will help mend your injuries." Xianyang spoke urgently, genuine concern in his voice. Shi Riqian shook his head, producing a bottle of cola. "I have this." Xianyang looked at the nearly empty bottle of black liquid, puzzled. Could this possibly be more effective than the healing powder? Although this healing powder was a low-tier remedy, it would alleviate the pain from his broken ribs instantly and heal within 5 days. Shi Riqian chuckled lightly, as if to say, "Just watch." He opened the bottle and consumed the last sip of cola. Upon swallowing it, a surge of vitality coursed through Shi Riqian's chest, instantly healing his wounds. With a dull thud, he broke through to a new minor realm, 41 bone patterns. Shi Riqian's body had accumulated the effects of numerous immortal elixirs. This injury allowed him to partially absorb the medicinal effects within. Xianyang was dumbfounded, realizing that Shi Riqian truly healed the moment he drank the black liquid. What on earth was this black liquid? Xianyang glanced disdainfully at his own healing powder. What a piece of trash! This black liquid was the true treasure. Shi Riqian regarded the empty bottle, glancing at the 2 pine nuts and beef jerky on his person. Once again, he was aided by a higher power. Without this cola, he would have dragged the team down. Shi Riqian stood, refusing to waste any more time, for the Fushan turtle was advancing once more. The gash on its side bled profusely. It could not endure for long. The Fushan turtle dragged its body, targeting Iron Pillar with a strike. Song Liang, Lao Dan, and Iron Pillar braced themselves, summoning their full strength to resist. Boom! The claw was blocked, but the trio felt their blood surge violently, nearly coughing up blood. Song Liang quickly suppressed the turmoil within and acted decisively. "That we strike now. Let's bring this Fushan turtle down." Agreed. The 5 aligned themselves, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. Shi Riqian's spear, forged from dragon patterns, exerted extreme suppression against the Fushan turtle's bloodline. The 5 fought with all their might, and, after a stick of incense's time, the marsh reverberated with a colossal crash. The Fushan turtle's massive form collapsed onto the ground. Its 10-meter-long body lay utterly defeated, and the 5 were left panting heavily. The disparity brought about by the 60 bone patterns of the Fushan turtle was still immense. Iron Pillar took slow steps toward the 6-inch silvergrass, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Sister, I will soon be able to heal you." Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a 4-person team emerged from the dark woods. Each member exuded a fierce aura, particularly the one-eyed man at the forefront. A scar ran across his face, and his murderous intent was palpable. The remaining I was cold and indifferent, gleefully surveying Shi Riqian and the others. Upon seeing this 4-person team, Song Liang's expression darkened. Blood Kill Squad. This is the team responsible for entering forbidden zones to kill. They collected the heads of designated targets to receive rewards from their benefactor. The one-eyed man stepped forward and bowed ceremoniously. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the One-Eyed Wolf, the leader of the Blood Kill Squad. As his words fell, a formidable aura of 60 bone patterns erupted from him. The other three also exuded the presence of 58 bone patterns. Humans and beasts are entirely different, possessing exceptionally high intelligence, making them formidable adversaries. Chapter 91. The higher power is Faith the Five of Shi Tian displayed grave expressions. This quartet would be a challenging foe. Their combat prowess far surpassed theirs, and their battle experience was considerably greater. Lao Dan's expression darkened. At that moment, he fully comprehended that the Blood Kill team had been summoned by Lu Li. It was astonishing that Lu Li had such grand ambitions, even enlisting the Blood Kill team to confront them. The One-Eyed Wolf's gaze fell upon Shi Tian, revealing a glint of greed. That black liquid you consumed earlier is quite a treasure. Tell me where you acquired it, and I shall grant you a swift death. They had observed everything while lurking in the shadows. The artifact that could heal injuries in an instant was something they must possess. Want to know? Unfortunately, I shan't divulge that information. Shi Tian retorted with a mocking smile. As the dragon pattern weapon in his hand transformed into a long spear, T.O. revealed the identity of his master would be to desecrate the faith he held dear. That master was his very belief. Although these few rascals were nothing more than ants to a true master, he would never betray that trust. The supreme blood within Shi Tian was boiling. It seemed he was ready to reveal all his trump cards. Song Liang and the others assumed defensive stances. These foes were far too perilous. The One-Eyed Wolf, enraged, declared, "Kid, it seems you wish to meet your end sooner rather than later." Behind him, a man dressed in red, akin to a monkey spirit, licked the dagger in his hand. "Boss, leave this brat to me. His blood seems rather extraordinary." "Very well. The blood monkey will handle him." The blood monkey nodded, his slightly trembling body betraying his current state of extreme excitement. He was acutely sensitive to blood, and Shi Tian's blood was simply exquisite. Lao Dan and Shi Tian will deal with that blood monkey. I, Xiangyang, and Taizhu will each take on one. Song Liang coldly allocated their combat assignments. The others had no objections. This was the only course of action. Lao Dan and Shi Tian had the weakest cultivation and could barely contend with one opponent together. The One-Eyed Wolf charged towards Song Liang and the others, dismissing them as mere children who posed little threat. "2 brats think they can handle me. A foolish dream." The blood monkey sneered coldly, transforming into a shadowy figure. The blood monkey was the fastest among the Blood Kill team, with a bone pattern strength of 58 yet a speed that could easily outpace even those with 60. Shi Tian's expression grew serious as a golden gleam shone in his eyes. The supreme dual eyes. Since acquiring the dream of eternal ages in the demon realm, Shi Tian had gained a deeper understanding of the supreme dual eyes. Now he could fully trace the blood monkey's movements. "Lao Dan, northeast corner, 3 steps." Shi Tian shouted sharply. Lao Dan reacted swiftly, drawing a steel knife and slashing out. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted as Lao Dan was sent staggering back 7 or 8 steps. The blood monkey's power was overwhelming. Even with prior knowledge of its location, a reckless defense would result in injury. The blood monkey suddenly halted, incredulously staring at Shi Tian. "How could you possibly see through my movements?" This was utterly unbelievable. How could a boy with a mere 41 bone patterns achieve such a feat? Could it be that he possessed extraordinary vision, different from that of ordinary people? The blood monkey now regarded Shi Tian with even greater importance. And in the next instant, he transformed into a shadow and charged at him. Be careful. His strength is at least 16,000 pounds. Shi Tian showed no fear. His body had been tempered by the essence of the earth and possessed 12,000 pounds of strength. Chapter 92. The young man's demise. Shi Tian propelled himself forward, like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! A deep sound resonated, and a shockwave erupted. Shi Tian unleashed a punch, forcefully pushing the blood monkey back. The blood monkey stared in disbelief at Shi Tian. This boy was indeed peculiar. How intriguing. It seems I must reveal my true abilities. The blood monkey drew 2 razor-sharp daggers, gripping them tightly, and lunged forward. Shi Tian and Lao Dan met him head-on, engaging in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, on the other side, the remaining members of the Blood Kill team, Piranha and Viper, faced off against Song Liang and Xiangyang. Piranha launched a flurry of deadly strikes, each aiming for Song Liang's life. However, Song Liang, relying on his calm demeanor and analytical mind, managed to hold his ground on the other side. Viper's attacks were unpredictable, his moves as cunning and varied as his namesake. Xiangyang, clad in protective armor, withstood several of Viper's lethal blows. Taiju confronted the one-eyed wolf, the strongest among the Blood Kill team, in terms of strength. The one-eyed wolf could not match the likes of the tortoise of the lake, but in combat experience and agility, he far surpassed it. Taiju stood his ground without a hint of fear, blocking the one-eyed wolf's path. I know not who you are, but if you dare harm my friends, I shall not permit it. His voice resonated like heavy iron. What a foolish boy, worrying about your friends when you cannot even save yourself. The one-eyed wolf charged forward, his remaining eye gleaming with malice. With each step, he closed the distance, conjuring a fierce wind that accompanied his figure. But a single palm strike erupted, creating an explosive sound as the air ignited. Flames licking his palm. Boom! Taiju, his body enveloped in iron-like color, stood firm like a steel statue. With the iron body technique, Taiju endured the one-eyed wolf's palm strike that a prominent handprint appeared on his chest. Yet his body did not waver. Even as his internal organs trembled, a trickle of blood oozed from his lips, a testament to the 2,000 pounds of force behind that blow. Kid, you actually managed to withstand my strike. Quite impressive. I will definitely keep you occupied, Taiju stubbornly declared, despite his grievous injuries, his eyes unwaveringly resolute. The one-eyed wolf smirked derisively, his palm poised like a shadow looming ahead. Shadow palm. A myriad of strikes awaits. Such was the might of the shadow palm. Taiju refused to remain passive, dragging his already injured body into action, that he raised his fist, ready to fight for his teammates. Tieju's robust frame trembled as he suppressed the pain surging within him. Launching a thunderous punch, shadows shattered, yet the one-eyed wolf was nowhere to be seen. You fool, the one-eyed wolf chuckled coldly, his dagger sinking into Tieju's back. In an instant, he followed up with a palm strike. Buffed, Taiju coughed up blood, his breath faltering. Taiju, Xiangyang, and the others felt a surge of anxiety. Shi Ritian retrieved a talisman, hesitating as he regarded this precious artifact, the life-saving trump card given to him by Ling Lao. In such dire circumstances, it seemed unnecessary to resort to this. Shi Ritian unleashed his full power, the supreme blood coursing through him, the one-eyed wolf. You shall pay. Shi Ritian's blood surged forth, a thin veil of crimson mist enveloping his body. Supreme 8 techniques, Chun character technique. Shi Ritian shot forward, a blazing spiritual light erupting from his palm and striking the blood monkey. Boom! The blood monkey was sent reeling, a wound opening on his chest. Blood gushing forth. Lao Dan rushed to Tieju's side, applying healing powder to the wound on his back. Taiju, you must hold on. Lao Dan anxiously hovered by Taiju, observing his pale countenance. He appeared alarmingly weak. Shi Ritian, seething with rage, charged at the one-eyed wolf, leaving behind several afterimages. The one-eyed wolf, come and face me. Tieju's gaze remained fixed on Shi Ritian, unwavering. Shi Ritian, be careful. The one-eyed wolf chuckled coldly, his interest piqued by the sight of Shi Ritian injuring the blood monkey. In the end, you are still not capable. The one-eyed wolf sneered, drawing forth a blood-colored longsword. This sword, with its 3 blood channels, would ensure an unending flow of the enemy's blood. The one-eyed wolf caressed the blade. You a mere scattered cultivator without background or support. Why provoke young Master Lu? Because you dared to offend young Master Lu. Today you shall all perish. With that, the one-eyed wolf lunged forward, the bloodlight cleaving through the air. Boom! The Chun character technique erupted, and in an instant, the one-eyed wolf appeared before Shi Ritian, the blood blade raised high. You are still too inexperienced. The one-eyed wolf first swung a slash to draw Shi Ritian's attention, then swiftly closed the distance, displaying his seasoned combat experience. Shi Ritian struggled to respond in time to the raised blood blade. The strike was about to descend. Just then Taiju, not far away, leaped forward to shield Shi Ritian. The blood blade descended, embedding itself deep into Tieju's arm. Shi Ritian gazed in shock at Tieju's pale face, momentarily at a loss for words. Taiju. Shirishin supported the iron pillar, tears welling in his eyes. The iron pillar, reassured by Shirishin's well-being, offered a simple, hearty smile. As long as you are fine. It's all good. If my brother were alive, he would be the same age as you. You remind me of him. I cannot allow anything to happen to you, that if I perish. You must go and rescue my sister. With the last remnants of strength, the iron pillar spoke, his vitality slowly ebbing away. Moments later, he collapsed completely against Shirishin's shoulder. The 18-year-old youth entrusted his remaining life in that blood-soaked forbidden land. Under the clear blue sky, the young man's vibrant spirit was sacrificed, never to behold this magnificent world again. The starlit night he had carried was now extinguished. The stars vanished. Shirishin stood frozen. Having known the iron pillar for just a day, he was willing to relinquish his life for him. This was the purest form of kinship. That moment, Shirishin's heart suffered a profound blow. Had he utilized any of his talismans earlier, the iron pillar would not have had to it was his own reluctance that squandered his trump card. The other three remained silent. The iron pillar's death was a tremendous loss. The one-eyed wolf drew back his blood knife and spat on the iron pillar's corpse. You foolish dead man, ruining my plans. Otherwise, with one strike, I could have slain this brat. After I claim his head, I'll toss it to the dogs. That Shirishin's gaze turned icy, a palpable killing intent stirring within him. The iron pillar had died, and now they sought to disturb his peace in death. Unforgivable. Gently laying the iron pillar's body flat, he wiped away the spittle and slowly rose. This was the first time Shirishin faced death. He had encountered a master who had saved him and aided him immensely. He had lived comfortably under the protection of this master, without displaying any semblance of a young sovereign. The death of Brother Iron Pillar before him was his fault, but he would not allow anyone to insult him. Shirishin spoke coldly. Chapter 93. The master turns the impossible into reality at that moment. There is no longer any trace of youthful innocence in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with sovereign dominance and brewing rage. The one-eyed wolf felt a jolt seeing Shirishin's transformation. This brat's aura had completely shifted. However, remembering his own strength, the one-eyed wolf felt a surge of confidence. With 60 bone patterns, this brat was merely at 41.19 patterns of power were not so easily surmountable. The one-eyed wolf disdainfully kicked the iron pillar's corpse. Blocking knives for others, such foolishness. This brat claims to have a master-esque protection. What kind of master could he possibly know? If there truly were a master protecting you, would you be in this state? Shirishin indifferently retrieved a bag of beef jerky. This had been given to him by the master. Though he was unsure of its purpose, he intended to gamble. If he could not deal with the one-eyed wolf, he would immediately use a talisman to escape with Xiangyang and the others. The piece of beef jerky was the size of a palm, and he slowly consumed it. What is this? Wanting to enjoy a good meal before dying. The one-eyed wolf mocked. Did this brat think that by eating this piece of jerky, he could contend with him? Such delusions. Once the beef jerky settled in Shirishin's stomach, a terrifying power surged through him, filling every limb. 51 bone patterns. This was a temporary boost. One piece of beef jerky could momentarily enhance 10 bone patterns. I could see that moment. Shirishin's expression was indifferent, now only 9 bone patterns apart from the one-eyed wolf. Making it easy to take his life. Crack. Shirishin swiftly retaliated, delivering a ferocious strike to the one-eyed wolf's face in a flash. This is the protection granted to me by my master. He treats me as a father, and you have no right to question it. The one-eyed wolf, stunned, clutched his left cheek, unable to fathom such a monstrous piece of beef jerky. Just by consuming a piece, this brat had enhanced 10 bone patterns. The master he spoke of was actually a master of bridge magic. Impossible! The one-eyed wolf shook his head in disbelief. How could such a powerful being be backing this brat? What a coincidence. Masters excel at turning the impossible into reality. Crack. Shirishin struck again, causing the one-eyed wolf's cheeks to swell. This blow was forceful enough to shatter his teeth on one side. You are guilty. Killing Brother Iron Pillar was a grave mistake, and I will not let you off easily. Shirishin seized the one-eyed wolf's head and slammed it into the ground. Bang! Bang! The sound of his head striking the earth echoed, leaving the one-eyed wolf's forehead bloodied and mangled. White bone exposed. Shirishin lifted the one-eyed wolf, coldly surveying the blood killer team members. Man-eating fish and poison snake and blood-monkeyed, I advise you not to move. Otherwise, you will die. Shirishin's gaze was frigid. He now truly embodied a young sovereign. He exerted his full strength against his enemies, showing no mercy. Xiangyang, Song Liang, and Old Egg looked at Shirishin with resentment. If you had brought out such a good thing earlier, Brother Iron Pillar wouldn't he have died? Shirishin slowly approached the remaining 3 members of the blood killer team, while holding the one-eyed wolf in front of them. He directly smashed the one-eyed wolf's head with a single palm. Disgusting liquid splattered everywhere, causing Xiangyang and the others to feel nauseous. Even the blood monkey trio felt uneasy. The sight was too revolting. Only Shirishin remained unfazed, now embodying the initial state of a sovereign. Chapter 94. The Path of Chess Enlightened. Next up are you few. Shirishin coldly observed. All members of the blood killer team deserve death, and that Liu family's Liu Li deserved death even more. Once he found his grandfather and exited this forbidden land, he would annihilate him. The blood monkey trio exchanged glances, stealing their resolve before charging out. United, the 3 of them believed that even the leader was not a match for them. They could not believe that such a brat, having eaten that beef jerky, would possess such extraordinary effects that I, Shirishin, shall certainly stand tall in this world, for the man behind me is named Lin Chi. The master valued him so highly, he could not afford to disgrace him. Before departing, the master had specially given him 2 bags of beef jerky. Ostensibly to fill his stomach, it was, in fact, to help him through a difficult time. Being trapped in a predicament was akin to being hungry. The master had intended this all along. This beef jerky was secretly meant to assist him, and Shirishin felt immense gratitude. The master's grace weighed as heavy as a mountain. Cold as ice, Shirishin's eyes fixed on the 3 charging towards him. The 8 supreme techniques, the Chun character technique. A surge of spiritual energy poured from his palm, akin to waves crashing against the shore. Shirishin moved like a startled rabbit, leaving behind flickering afterimages. His palm suddenly struck the blood monkey, the spiritual energy forcefully penetrating his body. Boom! The blood monkey exploded. Shirishin swiftly turned, his other hand grasping the dragon pattern, transforming it into a long spear. The spear thrust forth, roaring like a true dragon, piercing through the man-eating fish's body. The poison snake stood frozen, stunned by this brat's overwhelming strength. Who could possibly cultivate such a little monster? Run! This was the poison snake's only thought. He could not be a match for Shirishin, and perhaps with his agility, he could escape. The poison snake turned to flee, channeling all his energy into his legs. However, Xiangyang and the others would not allow him to escape. They blocked his path. Poison snake, you shall pay. Xiangyang shouted, go repay Brother Iron Pillar with your life. Song Liang added. Old Egg surged forward, launching 3 sharp arrows from his palm. Whoosh! The poison snake momentarily halted, giving Shirishin the opportunity to strike. He slammed his palm down, utilizing the supreme laws within him to suppress the poison snake to the ground. The poison snake knelt, his kneecaps shattering. The scream echoed through the swamp. You shall kneel here for 10 years, repenting for Brother Iron Pillar. Shirishin spoke to himself as he returned to the Iron Pillar's corpse, lifting the body. The 13-year-old's frame contrasted sharply with that of the Iron Pillar. The onlookers fell silent. Understanding Shirishin's intentions, they began to dig a small grave in front of the kneeling poison snake. The pit was not deep, about 1 meter and 20 centimeters, just enough to accommodate the Iron Pillar. Shirishin placed the Iron Pillar in the pit and covered him. After properly burying the Iron Pillar, Shirishin half knelt on the ground. Brother Iron Pillar, I will surely return with a 6-inch silver grass to save your sister. A sense of desolation filled Shirishin's heart. Once he returned to the desolate land, he would seek the master to comfort the Iron Pillar's soul. He wondered how the master was faring now. Beyond the blood-soaked forbidden land, beneath the sheer cliffs, Su Chanshin and the others held the remnants shattered by Lin Chi. The blind boy gently tapped his index finger, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a single black chess piece. This move, once made, could not be placed upon the remnants of a sheer cliff solely by the blind boy. The remnants of a sheer cliff were the accumulation of 100,000 years of time. and only through creation could they be played. In the present day, the boss has completely shattered this rule. Su Changqing gazed at the shattered remnants in his hands, created by the boss, filled with anticipation. He suddenly thrust the remnants into the depths of an imposing cliff that, in an instant, it was as if the brilliance of the starry river had wildly diminished the temporal power within the remnants. The blind youth seized the opportunity, controlling the black piece to descend upon the remnants. Boom! The black piece fell, dispersing 100,000 years of temporal power. The entire formation crumbled, releasing wisps of an ancient aura. The sky transformed, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and torrential rain descended. Within and beyond Qingzhou, the hidden immortals stirred awake. The aura of creation. This aura belonged to the saint of Qin and chess. Voices echoed softly in the hidden corners of the world. Su Changqing and others, standing outside the cliff, were left pale as they were swept by this ancient aura. After the remnants were broken, an antique zither floated out. The strings, slender as silver, gleamed like the bright moon. The zither was adorned on both sides with carvings of a mythical creature, exquisitely lifelike. This zither was simply perfect, yet regrettably, a crack marred its side. Upon seeing the fissure, the zither maiden exhibited a look of astonishment. Records within the immortal zither sect noted that the saint of Qin and chess possessed a mythical zither, excelling in the art of chess. Unfortunately, during a tribulation, the mythical zither shattered, causing immense grief to the saint. Apart from Su Changqing, the others revealed expressions of horror, realizing that the saint of Qin and chess had such a backstory. That time, the saint ranked among the elite among all the saints of creation. The injury to the zither spirit cost the saint a tremendous loss of power, plunging him into the depths of despair in the realm of chess. The saint of Qin and chess was a soul duality. Embodying two souls in one, the union of these two souls forged the saint. Mastering both the path of the zither and chess, Su Changqing slowly spoke, revealing everything he knew, due to the drastic decline in his chess prowess. The saint realized that only the path of longevity could lead to immortality. Hence, he pursued the path of longevity, and this inquiry into the remnants was precisely about what constitutes longevity. Indeed, this inquiry into the remnants pertains to longevity. A resonant voice reverberated in the ears of the crowd. Everyone was astonished, gazing incredulously at the mythical zither. From within the zither, a figure clad in white emerged, ethereal and otherworldly. With each step, the heavens reverberated, and black and white chess pieces spiraled in his palm. Even the Tao entwined around him. This was the zither spirit from within the mythical zither. The zither spirit, the other half of the saint of Qin and chess, radiated joy. After 100,000 years, the inquiry into the remnants was finally unraveled. My efforts were not in vain. This realm of divine mastery in chess is the pinnacle of the art. Having endured the passage of 100,000 years, the zither spirit had already regained some strength. Yet the art of chess had long since faded. Can a mere spirit still be called the saint of Qin and chess? The spirit's gaze turned to the blind youth, sensing that the recent move was his. Did you solve my inquiry into the remnants? But you lack the aura of chess. The youth looked at the spirit, not daring to conceal the truth that it was not me. It was a move made by a bookstore owner. The spirit's eyes sparkled with brilliance. After 100,000 years, a being capable of comprehending the divine mastery in chess had emerged in this world. I have traveled far and wide in the path of chess, striving for knowledge for tens of thousands of years to attain a mere glimpse of the art. The path of chess encompasses simplicity, folly, strength, finesse, intellect, subtlety, specificity, mastery, and transcendence. Entering the divine realm of chess, the mysteries are ineffable, hence termed entering the divine. Each move made is a divine hand. Mastery does not require effortful thought, yet appears vividly before the eyes. Thus termed mastery. Those who enter the divine grant half the advantage. Their chess artistry is ethereal, adept at adaptation, responding effortlessly and achieving without conscious thought. Chapter 95. Not yet practiced martial arts cannot die in this world. There exists a being who has attained the divine mastery of chess. He surpasses me by an insurmountable margin. While I may have reached the state of mastery, I have yet to glimpse the next step after 3,000 years of effort. I must seek this existence of divine mastery in chess. Though merely a zither spirit, my yearning for the art of chess is everlasting. Pray tell, who executed this divine move? The zither spirit's eyes gleamed with fervor. As if seeking to pierce the heavens, if I could meet this bookstore owner, what would it matter if I were to dissipate? Just a glimpse would be enough to leave me without regrets. We can take you to meet that owner, but you must not present yourself in such a manner. Su Changqing stepped forward, willing to lead the spirit. The green-haired elder cautiously spoke. Even if you go, do not be ostentatious. That existence is low-key, establishing a bookstore in a desolate land. Upon hearing this, the zither spirit smiled gently. The owner opened a bookstore for business, yet chose to do so in a desolate area. What clientele could there be in such a place? Business relies entirely on fate. This owner is indeed intriguing. I am humbled by his transcendent disposition that I understand. I shall present myself as an ordinary person. Those who have mastered the path of chess are predecessors. Though I may be older, I am still a junior. The zither spirit gracefully descended from the air, approaching Su Changqing. The thunder above rumbled. Becoming less tempestuous, the distant echoes of thunder resonated, and arcs of lightning flickered among the clouds. The zither spirit shed its white garments, donning simple white cloth, and with its ethereal aura, resembled a refined scholar. Clutching the mythical zither closely, it declared, "Let us go. Take me to meet him." Su Changqing and the others nodded, immediately guiding the zither spirit toward the desolate region. The zither spirit gazed expectantly into the distance. Deep in thought, since that great tribulation 100,000 years ago, this world has been irrevocably altered. One would think that comprehending the Tao would be even more challenging than before. Yet, now someone has attained the divine mastery of chess, directly unraveling the inquiry into the remnants. This individual surpasses my former self by leaps and bounds, and surely, such a disposition is a treasure in cultivation. Yet, lingering doubts remain. I wonder if this owner can provide answers. The zither spirit harbored little hope. It had once sought counsel from the immortals of the Nine Nether, traversing the forbidden realms of the world, even inquiring of the foresight-gifted Golden Borderflower clan. Yet none could elucidate its lingering questions. Although this bookstore owner has reached the divine mastery of chess, they ultimately pale in comparison to the immortals of the Nine Nether and the sages of the Golden Borderflower. The zither spirit sighed deeply. In the desolate land. Within the wooden bookstore, Lin Shi sat forlornly on a wooden stool by the window, gazing at the distant rumbling thunder on the horizon. Just moments ago, the weather had been fair, but suddenly the thunder erupted. Someone must be undergoing a thunder tribulation. How unfortunate it is to be too far away to witness the scene of such a powerful being transcending the tribulation. Lin Shi lamented, yet felt a semblance of relief, thankful for the distance. Novels often depict that a single thunder tribulation can easily obliterate everything within 1,000 miles. Were I to be closer, would I not be doomed? I have yet to practice martial arts. I cannot die yet. Otherwise, I would leave this world with regrets, having not yet achieved greatness. In the annals of future traversers, Lin Shi, would undoubtedly be remembered with infamy. And once I embark on my cultivation journey, I shall ensure you live a good life. Lin Shi declared passionately, brimming with ambition. Yin, munching on cucumbers at the wooden table, rolled her eyes at Lin Shi's words. Chapter 96. I truly speak without thinking she had heard this phrase far too many times and could not comprehend its meaning. Clearly, he was already an extraordinary individual, yet constantly clamored about wanting to cultivate. It was akin to a world-renowned tycoon incessantly proclaiming a desire to earn money and become wealthy. It was utterly incomprehensible. Long Yin expressed her disinterest in engaging with Lin Shi, opting to share the cucumbers with Xian Er. When Long Yin first encountered the innate seven-treasure spirit fruit, she was utterly astonished. Ever since Lin Shi had produced a sackful of the innate seven-treasure spirit fruits, Long Yin had grown numb. She finally realized that her brother was anything but ordinary. Noticing that Yin Er was ignoring him, Lin Shi began to grumble. When will this arduous life bring a customer? If only I could have a few more guests like that little stone. I would be prosperous, Lin Shi mused, yearning for the day when his troubles would come to an end. And oh more, I must take action. Lin Shi sprang to his feet, filled with determination. Yinner, I am going out to draw in customers. Wait for my return. Yinner silently gazed at Lin Shi, pondering that perhaps this elder brother had lived for too long and felt a sense of loneliness. Lin Shi picked up the Qinglian umbrella, pushed open the wooden door, and stepped outside. Now, his realm of activities spanned an impressive 700 cubic meters. As he walked further away, he glanced around, hoping to catch a glimpse of some figures. Holding the Qinglian umbrella, he traversed through patches of shrubbery, and not far ahead, he spotted a line of silhouettes. Lin Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. This was indeed a glimmer of hope. The group ahead seemed strikingly familiar. They resembled those who had challenged him to a game of chess. But why was there an additional person? Clutching a guillotine, could this be the one who had set the intricate chess problem? Was this individual coming to challenge him after he had unraveled the dilemma? A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Shi. The original owner had come to challenge him in chess, and he was merely a novice, an amateur at best. Lin Shi lamented his decision to agree to their game. Had he refrained from making that one move, he would have been unscathed. No, he must take the initiative. Others viewed him as a chess master, and he needed to play his cards right. With resolve, Lin Shi approached Su Changqin and the others, the verdant hue of the Qinglian umbrella particularly striking. Seeing Lin Shi striding towards them, Su Changqin and the others felt a jolt of surprise. They beheld a figure of unparalleled strength, braving the torrential rain with a Qinglian umbrella. Behind him, the umbrella swayed, casting a unique aura. The boss emanated an otherworldly presence, akin to a celestial being. Lin Shi gradually approached the group, his gaze softening as he looked at Qin Hun. You have finally arrived. This amiable statement resonated clearly in their ears. The group was taken aback. Was the boss awaiting Qin Hun? How could he have known that Qin Hun would seek him out? Only Qin Hun, initially startled, soon displayed a look of realization. He understood. This boss had intended for him to appear from the very beginning, first by unraveling the chess problem to attract his presence. Knowing he would undoubtedly be intrigued by his identity, everything was calculated. This was the essence of chess mastery. Even amidst the mundane world, they had barely exchanged pleasantries, and he was already at a disadvantage. Qin Hun sighed internally. The world today was no longer what it once was. Yet such a prodigy still emerged. He looked at Lin Shi and declared, You have solved my chess problem, and thus I have come. Su Changqin and the others gradually retreated behind Qin Hun. They felt powerless. They dared not interfere in the conversation between two titans. Lin Shi sighed upon hearing Qin Hun's words. Indeed, this was the original owner of the chess problem. And now he was to engage in a contest of skills. That move was merely a casual play. I truly do not understand the intricacies of chess, Lin Shi attempted to explain, wishing to avoid a prolonged charade. How long could he keep this up? Qin Hun's expression darkened. Why must you belittle me so? Though my chess skills may not rival yours, if such a divine move can be executed casually, then surely everyone in the world would be a chess master. Qin Hun's heart simmered with indignation. Initially, he had thought the boss possessed a transcendent disposition, but it seemed he had overestimated him. Su Changqin and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the boss as if they were beholding an idol. Was the boss truly so formidable as to dare insult the revered Qin Hun? Su Changqin swallowed hard, unable to suppress his fear. Indeed, he had underestimated the boss. Lin Shi observed Qin Hun's solemn demeanor, his forehead adorned with a line of frustration. It was over. His reputation was tarnished beyond repair. His own tongue had betrayed him. He should never have attempted to explain. Now, he had unwittingly earned the reputation of an insulter. It is my fault. I hope for your understanding, Lin Shi offered, adopting a similar archaic tone as Qin Hun. Upon hearing Lin Shi's apology, Qin Hun's expression softened slightly. You have unraveled my chess problem, and in the realm of chess, I have reached an impasse. Now, I am filled with doubts, and I wish to discuss them with you. Lin Shi sighed deeply, wishing he could turn back time. The doubts surely pertained to how he had solved the problem. You ask me? Who am I to answer? Lin Shi's head spun. How was he to navigate this conversation? Everyone, please accompany me to my small shop for a brief respite. The rain seems to be letting up, he suggested, leading the way as he closed the Qinglian umbrella. Qin Hun clutched the Qinyo Qin, refusing to part with it. The group wound through the underbrush and trees, the forest bursting with life after the rain. Raindrops clung to green leaves, while others dripped onto the ground, forming small puddles. Here we are. This is my shop. The bookstore was modest, measuring just over 80 square meters. The wooden panels were covered in moss, and a pine tree stood tall before the entrance, reaching waist height. The pine needles shimmered with a cold brilliance, its deep green hue radiating vitality. Upon seeing the pine tree, Qin Hun was taken aback, sensing something extraordinary. This pine was remarkable, evoking a trace of Qi Jun in his mind. Qi Jun, a legendary figure in the realm of creation, Qin Hun mused internally. With his singular prowess, he vanquished numerous foes in the past. This pine tree before the bookstore possessed boundless potential. Lin Shi opened the wooden door, and Long Yin turned to look back. Upon seeing new faces, he was taken aback. "Bro, you actually brought guests back with you." Qin Hun surveyed the furnishings within the bookstore, which subtly resembled the placement of chess pieces, exuding an air of chess mastery. Truly, this was the work of a chess master. Even the arrangement of ordinary furniture exuded such profound depth. Qin Hun felt a surge of astonishment, unconsciously raising his regard for Lin Shi. If Lin Shi were aware, he would surely feel quite innocent. There was no grand design behind the layout. He simply arranged things as he found them pleasing. Who would have thought there were so many subtleties, all in harmony with the essence of chess? Had he known, Lin Shi would have certainly arranged the tables differently. Chapter 97. Surpassing a millennium of cultivation, the group entered the bookstore, and Qin Hun placed the Qinyo Qin on the wooden table. Long Yin obediently moved aside to make room for the guests, positioning herself behind Lin Q. As Lin Shi held a teapot, preparing to serve tea to Qin Hun and the others. He felt the need to properly entertain them in his small bookstore. Qin Hun regarded Long Yin with admiration. "Is this your daughter, boss? She is quite extraordinary." Lin Shi nearly spilled the tea as he jolted in surprise. "This is my sister, named Long Yin." He steadied the teapot, pouring the tea and beginning his explanation. Qin Hun nodded. A descendant of the Bai Jianglong clan, being the boss's sister, certainly did not diminish her stature. Lin Shi placed the tea on the table, now facing the original owner of the chess problem. "May I ask how to address you?" "Nie Fan," he replied. After 100,000 years, the revered Qin Shi Shangzun finally spoke his true name once more. Once, the name Qin Shi Shangzun was renowned, yet few knew his true name. Those who could speak the name Nie Fan would receive 100 years of protection. Now, uttering it again bore no such blessing. This was solely because the boss before him had surpassed him in every way. Even though he was once the Qin Shi Shangzun, he could only seek guidance from the boss now. Lin Shi repeated the name Nie Fan a few times. It was indeed a name befitting a protagonist in a novel. Anyone with a single character name like Fan was destined to possess the aura of a main character. Lin Shi scrutinized Nie Fan, pondering whether this individual might be a child of destiny, that if that were the case, he would be greatly outmatched. Rising, Nie Fan expressed, "I have a question that has troubled me my entire life. I have sought answers from many, yet found none. That I hope you can help me unravel this mystery." His demeanor was earnest. After over 100,000 years of relentless pursuit, he remained in the dark. Could the boss, a master of chess, provide the answer? He was uncertain. Lin Shi felt a wave of relief. It was not a competition of skills, but merely a request for insight. Indeed, those with great chess skills often saw life itself reflected in the game. The prospect of merely answering a question did not faze him. He had the experience to navigate such inquiries. "Please, go ahead. I cannot fathom the essence of longevity. What truly constitutes longevity in this world? Those who pursue it wish to live as long as the heavens. Yet in this endless span of time, all things will eventually decay. So-called longevity is merely the propagation of life, the continuation of civilization. If one person can inherit your will, then that is true immortality." Lin Shi gazed wistfully out of the window. The dark clouds had dispersed, revealing a cerulean sky before him. He contemplated the majestic eastern dragon on earth, a nation that evoked profound nostalgia. His musings led him to ponder. Is the true essence of immortality not found in the collective efforts of countless souls striving for continuation, rather than in the solitary persistence of one? Lin Chi's eloquent reflections plunged everyone into deep contemplation, particularly Su Changqing, who closed her eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. The boss's words transcended millennia of cultivation. Nie Fan savored the depth of Lin Chi's statement. As clouds of doubt lifted significantly from his mind, it was as if the fog had cleared, revealing the light of understanding. The path to immortality that the boss spoke of was indeed the essence of true longevity. The survival of a single individual pales in comparison to the perpetuation of an entire civilization. Only that civilization remains eternally vibrant. To transmit one's will and integrate it into the fabric of civilization is the quintessence of immortality. The boss's utterance could very well herald the dawn of a new era. Nie Fan marveled. This proclamation was imbued with profound truths, propelling the advancement of civilization. The boss was not merely a master of strategy. He embodied the essence of the myriad paths, a true sage among mortals. Chapter 98. Have you heard of the martial path? To possess such insight is to have transcended the understanding of longevity. A single phrase encapsulating the essence can enlighten the masses. Su Changqing was a direct beneficiary of Lin Chi's words. Being a small embodiment of longevity himself, he found it easier to traverse the path compared to others. Years prior, he had found himself stuck at the sixth realm of ascending heaven, unable to advance even a fraction at this level. Every breakthrough demanded profound insight into the Great Way, which could only be attained through opportune moments. However, he lacked such opportunities until he learned of the residence of the divine music master, which sparked hope for his advancement. Yet now, it was not the divine music master who facilitated his breakthrough, but rather the boss's words that led him to enlightenment. Su Changqing tightly closed his eyes, his aura remaining unchanged. Within him, his cells radiated with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. The three musicians were left speechless. Su Changqing was on the verge of a breakthrough. A single word from the boss had birthed a high-tier, ascending heaven practitioner. Their expressions shifted to one of awe as they regarded the boss with newfound respect. How powerful was he to have enlightened Su Changqing with just one phrase? Lin Chi, sensing the gazes of those around him, felt a sense of satisfaction swell within. Truly, I am a genius. A casual remark has captivated this assembly, leading them to believe I am a sage. He felt fortunate for his past experiences on Earth, which had imbued him with a wealth of knowledge from countless web novels. Now, he could effortlessly express highbrow sentiments. As Nie Fan's doubts were resolved, he bowed deeply to Lin Chi. Thank you, boss. I understand now. Lin Chi nodded, recognizing his potential as a life mentor. Observing Nie Fan, he began to devise ways to entice him into becoming a patron. Nie Fan had initially sought him out after Lin Chi disrupted his game, but now it was Lin Chi who had provided him with clarity. This fellow must harbor a profound fear of death. Lin Chi meticulously analyzed the situation, his eyes gleaming with insight. Fear of death is unacceptable. Every person must eventually face it unless they pursue martial arts. Yet, could Nie Fan truly be a martial artist? If he were, would he have been swayed by my words? Lin Chi dismissed the notion. His words were merely a means to dazzle the Na'vi. With an enigmatic expression, he addressed Nie Fan. Have you heard of the martial path? The martial path? The closed-eyed youths were momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. Why would the boss utter such words? Nie Fan pondered, realizing that the boss would not pose a trivial question. It must have a deeper significance. Could it be that the boss sought knowledge of the ancient martial traditions? Indeed, he surmised that the boss was likely a descendant of those ancient martial lineages. Seeking traces of kinship, understanding dawned upon him. Boss, I am aware of one. I have encountered a martial artist. Nie Fan candidly recounted his experience from over 100,000 years ago, when he had met an ancient martial artist and inquired about the ways of martial arts. Unfortunately, he had gained no insights. The epics were too disparate, and the cosmos would not permit such knowledge to be freely shared, lest it bring calamity. Lin Chi felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Nie Fan had encountered a martial artist. An opportunity lay before him. Quickly, tell me where these individuals are. Lin Chi was keenly interested. If they were martial artists, they must possess methods of cultivation. Acquiring such techniques would elevate him far beyond the mundane existence of a bookstore owner. Observing Lin Shi's fervor, Nie Fan realized his earlier assumptions had been correct. The boss was indeed in search of kindred spirits. With a sigh, he replied, "Boss, that individual has long since passed. The ancient martial artist perished during the Great Calamity over 100,000 years ago." Lin Shi was suddenly filled with a sense of tragic grandeur. Cursed be the heavens! His martial journey was cut short before it even began. How profoundly unfair! The green-haired elder looked at the boss with confusion, but began to piece together elements of insight. This must be an unparalleled martial path, entirely distinct from their own practices. The boss's cultivation likely aligned with this extraordinary path. Tentatively, the green-haired elder inquired, "Boss, have you already stepped into that martial realm?" "I have not yet, but I have always pursued the martial way," Lin Shi lamented, yet remained hopeful that one day he would tread that path. The others regarded him with admiration. The boss had surpassed the divine music master and continued on his quest. Nie Fan felt a surge of emotion, wishing to pursue the ultimate truth of the Great Way. Yet he was constrained by his current form, merely a spirit of the Qin, bound to a broken instrument. Destined to fade away, in that moment, his earlier doubts dissipated. Before long, he too would vanish alongside the Qin, and a wave of melancholy washed over Nie Fan. He had experienced this brilliant era, yet his heart remained unfulfilled. Noticing the despondency on Nie Fan's face, Lin Shi discerned the lingering regrets and fear of death that plagued him. His mindset was lacking and required further cultivation. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Shi as he identified an opportunity. He approached Nie Fan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and spoke earnestly, "Though death is an inevitability, pursue your aspirations with vigor. I can assist you." Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Nie Fan was momentarily stunned. How could the boss perceive his innermost thoughts? When his gaze shifted back to Lin Shi, he found him already at the bookshelf, searching for a fitting tome for him. Though Lin Shi appeared composed on the surface, he was internally exhilarated. Another patron was within reach. His eyes landed on a book adorned with a white cover in the upper left corner of the shelf. Inquire within. Life and death are destined. Seize the present. This is the one, Lin Shi declared joyfully as he retrieved the book and returned to Nie Fan. "This tome will be of great help to you. Give it a look." Nie Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the title, Inquire Within. The cycle of life and death. This book encompassed two profound paths, both of which were supreme. A visceral intuition told him that if he possessed this volume, he could transcend his current state and reclaim his form as the divine music master. "Boss, are you truly giving me this book?" Nie Fan asked incredulously. The value of this tome was immense. Leaving him utterly astonished, he couldn't quite believe it and sought confirmation of Lin Shi's intentions. Lin Shi nodded firmly, pressing the book into Nie Fan's hands. "After all the words I've shared, having expended so much thought, who else would I lend this to if not you?" Nie Fan gazed at the divine book with excitement, feeling as though the heavens had smiled upon him. The trio of green-haired elders focused intently on the book in Nie Fan's hands. What could this tome contain that would evoke such fervor from the divine music master? Yet all they could discern was an impenetrable haze, obscuring their view. It became clear to them. This was a boon bestowed upon the divine music master by the boss. The three gazed at Nie Fan with envy. Lin Shi observed Nie Fan's elation and couldn't help but reflect on the universal appeal of motivational literature across realms. This would surely become a hallmark of his bookstore. Chapter 99. Be sure to give me this book. Lin Shi envisioned a future where his bookstore thrived in other locales, bustling with patrons eager to purchase motivational literature. In such a scenario, he would no longer worry about pursuing martial arts. If his cultivation bore no fruit, living this way would still be quite satisfactory. Nie Fan carefully opened the book to the first page. The way of heaven is 50. The great way is 40-9. Evade 1 is to grasp a thread of life. Through the cycle of life and death, transcend time and seize that thread of life. Even the spirit and body may not perish. The content abruptly halted here, leaving Nie Fan unable to discern what lay ahead. Yet he had already grasped what awaited him in the future. He could free himself from the confines of the Qin and forge his immortality with his soul. Niefan's pupils constricted, and his breath quickened as he gazed fervently at Lin Shi, his eyes brimming with desire and a hint of pleading. "Boss, please, I implore you to grant me this book." This tome was of paramount importance to him. It determined whether he could attain a new life. A smile crept across Lin Shi's lips. Realizing this customer was a sure bet, he calmly recited the bookstore's policies. "Our establishment does not sell books. We only allow rentals. The rental period is 1 month, and the rental fee is at the discretion of the individual." Niefan was elated. Merely having the opportunity to peruse this book was enough. The notion of selling such a divine text was utterly inconceivable due to its immense value. Renting it was a reasonable proposition, though the rental fee would surely be a test set by the owner. "Thank you, boss." Niefan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The owner's willingness to lend the book was already a tremendous favor. He was not one to forget kindness. Niefan lifted the Qin from the wooden table and placed it before Lin Shi. "Boss, this is the instrument that has accompanied me throughout my life. It holds immense significance for me. Though it bears damage, it is intrinsically linked to my very existence. Today, I entrust it to you as rental payment." Lin Shi examined the ancient instrument before him, gently caressing its surface. The material of the guqin was smooth and lustrous, adorned with exquisite patterns. The 2 carved figures of the Qinyo were vividly lifelike, and even the prominent crack on its side only served to accentuate its value. As Lin Shi ran his fingers over the guqin, he felt an impulse to play a tune he had learned for a few years back on Earth. But he restrained his desire. The customer was of utmost importance. While retrieving his ledger, he remarked, "This guqin can serve as your rental payment." He inscribed Niefan's name in the ledger at that moment. The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! A customer has been received. The operational range is increased to 100,100,100 cubic meters." Lin Shi felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Eager to set a new small goal, Niefan perceived a newfound connection between himself and the bookstore as Lin Shi inscribed his name. This bond was intangible yet resilient. No force could sever it. How remarkable it was that the owner had attained such strength. Niefan mused silently. This was even more formidable than the ancient immortals of the Nine Nether. Lin Shi stowed away the ledger and retrieved the peace ring that had been used as collateral for the ancient silk. "This ring symbolizes peace. Consider it my blessing for you." "Thank you, boss." Niefan carefully accepted it. Anything given by the owner was a testament to his regard. Unbeknownst to him, Niefan had begun to see himself as a junior to Lin Shi. At this moment, Su Changqin also awoke, now only a thread away from reaching the 7th realm of the heavenly ascension. Such was the power of Lin Shi's words, augmenting the strength of the human race. Chapter 100. Even the trees by the side of the master are extraordinary. Su Changqin rose, looking at Lin Shi with gratitude. He reflected on how fortunate he was not to have let a mere Yusheng hinder his path and offend the owner. Otherwise, he would have lost the chance to receive the owner's guidance. "Thank you for your wise words, boss," Su Changqin expressed earnestly. Lin Shi blinked at Su Changqin, eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that Su Changqin comprehended some profound truth from a single statement of his? Did he truly possess the potential to be a life mentor? The thought that he could impart wisdom so effortlessly was humbling. Niefan tightened his grip on the peace ring, his thoughts entirely consumed by the book. "Boss, I wish to seek out another place to peruse this book." "Go ahead," Lin Shi replied, feeling pleased with the customer's proactive approach to learning. Niefan nodded and pushed open the wooden door. His gaze lingering on the pine tree to the left of the entrance, T.O.B. in the presence of the owner, was a stroke of fortune. Perhaps he could once again evoke the grace of the green monarch. In a hushed tone, Niefan flicked his fingertips towards the pine tree, imbuing it with a pure essence of innate spiritual energy, hoping to awaken its consciousness. The foundation of innate energy was being molded. Yet the pine tree remained unyielding, refusing to awaken its intelligence. Why is this pine tree not awakening? Niefan pondered, perplexed. Typically, ordinary objects would gain intelligence upon receiving spiritual energy, given that this pine tree resided beside the owner's bookstore. It must be extraordinary Thus, he had used a strand of innate energy to awaken its consciousness. Yet, not even a single strand of innate energy could rouse it. Fan infused it with more innate energy. One strand. No response. 2 strands. Still nothing. 12 strands. Still no reaction. Fan was utterly stunned. Just how remarkable was the owner? Even a mere pine tree planted nearby was so extraordinary that 12 strands of innate energy could not awaken its consciousness. Such innate energy was not to be found in abundance. A day turned to night. At the cusp of dawn, the myriad laws of the universe converged. Only the saint of the creation realm could forcibly condense the power of creation from the heavens. 12 strands of innate energy were sufficient to forge a prodigious talent for the human race. Yet this pine tree remained unresponsive. What terror would it unleash if it were to awaken its intelligence? Being in the owner's presence made even a tree seem extraordinary. Fan shook his head, dismissing the notion, and departed the bookstore. This pine tree was indeed remarkable. He would not burden the owner with his concerns. Upon seeing Fan leave, Su Changqin and the others felt it inappropriate to linger in the bookstore any longer. "Boss, I apologize for the trouble. You may reach out to me anytime, Su Changqin," he stated, eager for the owner to summon him for work once again. "If needed, feel free to come to my bookstore to borrow books," Lin Shi said, patting Su Changqin's shoulder, seizing the opportunity for business. Lin Shi dared to lend, while Su Changqin could hardly fathom such a prospect. The very book that the master of Qinshi revered as a treasure had been entrusted to the owner, highlighting the priceless nature of the tomes within this bookstore. What treasures could Su Changqin possibly offer as rental payment? Soon, Su Changqin and the others departed the bookstore. Lin Shi turned to boast to Long Yin. "See, I managed to close a deal on this outing. Indeed, you are truly impressive, brother, but could you please give me something to eat? I'm starving," Yin complained, rubbing his belly, while Xian also expressed her discontent. Lin Shi awkwardly rubbed his nose. It seemed necessary to let Yin have some leisure time. He was now shouldering both parental roles. With this thought, Lin Shi obediently headed to the kitchen. As he walked, he murmured to himself, "I wonder when little Shirtu will return that I'd feel at ease letting him take Yin out." Shaking his head, he stepped into the kitchen. The aroma of cooking began to waft, permeating the dusky mountainside. In the blood-forbidden land, Shi Tian and his companions stood solemnly before the iron pillar tomb to mourn. The squad had dwindled from 5 to 4, each bearing expressions of sorrow. The death of Iron Pillar had carved a wound in their hearts. Shi Tian, pulling himself from the depths of grief, ventured to the wetland rocks, gathering the 6-inch silver grass and placing it into a jade box. Brother Iron Pillar's last wish was for his sister to be cured. Shi Tian shall surely fulfill it. His tone was grave. He felt guilty for not completing Iron Pillar's final wish. Xiang Yang and the others approached. "What is this blood-colored object?" Song Liang's sharp gaze fell upon the 6-inch silver grass. Beneath where Shi Tian had taken it, a corner of a blood-colored object was revealed, resembling a fragment of a talisman. The four hurriedly excavated it, retrieving the original item, a blood-colored talisman inscribed with complex, interwoven patterns. "What is this?" Lao Dan leaned closer, scrutinizing the talisman, having never heard of such an item existing in the blood-forbidden land. Song Liang furrowed his brow, uncertain of its nature. However, his instincts warned him that this object was anything but ordinary and would play a crucial role within the blood-forbidden land. "Shall we ask a passerby?" Xiang Yang suggested, his outgoing nature masking the grief of Iron Pillar's passing. The others nodded in agreement. Shi Tian tucked the blood talisman away, when suddenly a flash of crimson light enveloped him, confronted by this unforeseen occurrence. The group was taken aback. "What in the world is this?" Old Dan grumbled irritably, as something unexpectedly glimmered. Shi Tian immediately became intrigued, and Song Liang was also eager to uncover the details. The group gathered the remains of the tortoise and departed from the wetlands. The first layer of Blood Demon Mountain was vast, encompassing an area comparable to a city. From the bottom upwards, the expanse gradually diminished. Beyond the wetland lay temples, ruins, and skeletal remains, with occasional passers-by hastily scurrying by, seemingly in search of something elusive. Upon emerging from the forest, Shi Tian and his companions were met with a desolate landscape. The withered grass rustled sadly, displaying scant vitality. Before a dilapidated stone tablet stood a young man. His long hair was tied back, his posture was upright, and he donned garments of a pale apricot hue. A bamboo basket was slung across his back, containing a few precious herbs. "Look, there's a person over there. Let me inquire," old Dan remarked. Having risen from the ranks of beggars, he had honed his skills in approaching others for questions. With a pat on himself, old Dan strode towards the young man. "Hey, young fellow, might you be a healer?" His jovial voice drew the young man's attention. The lad turned, revealing a handsome face with the air of a somewhat impoverished scholar. "I am indeed a healer. And you are?" "Ah, splendid. What may I call you, young healer?" "Sieu." Old Dan observed Sieu, and surmised that being a healer, he likely possessed a kind heart, and had ventured into this crimson forbidden land in search of rare medicinal herbs. Chapter 101. Blood Demon Order Young Healer. Do you know what that blood-red talisman in this forbidden land signifies? I recently overheard others discussing it, but I am uncertain, hence my inquiry. The blood-red talisman? Sieyu's expression shifted to one of surprise, his gaze darting towards the individuals behind Old Dan, the Blood Demon Order. Collecting it grants access to advanced martial techniques. It is said that the third layer of Blood Demon Mountain harbors the legacy of Qingjun, which can only be obtained with the Blood Demon Order. Sieyu candidly revealed this information, inciting exclamations of astonishment from Old Dan and the others. The legacy of Qingjun. He is a formidable figure within the realm of creation, and his legacy is immensely enticing. Yet, Shi Ritian remained unmoved, for the legacy of Qingjun held no sway over him. Xiang Yang observed.